The annual sales volume of the Synthes Group company was already approaching a sum of more than $20 billion. Electronics, automobiles, communications, heavy industry, clothing, food products. These are far from all the industries that the company owned. For many years, Synthes Group has been considered one of the richest and most developed companies in the country. Jack Brown finally got approved to work for this company. He was from a rural area and had a college education. On this occasion, the father organized a small party and invited guests. Jack proudly told the guests that he had been assigned to the strategic planning department and it didn't matter that he was just a cleaner. But the specifics of the work were different from garbage removal, cleaning premises, and other nonsense. Jack did the tedious and, naturally, dirty work. But this no longer suited him, so he began to learn English, familiarized himself with business planning, and, gritting his teeth, gave it his all. And one fine moment, everything changed. In the Wilson family, who owned the company, there was no one who did not know the name Jack Brown. Whenever they had to deal with any incidents, including dirty ones, they turned only to him. After 13 years with the company, no one knew the hidden truth about the Wilson family better than Jack. As a result, Jack gained the complete trust of the company and the Wilson family. They could easily deposit huge sums of money into his personal account without worrying about the consequences. The financial director called Jack and told him that he needed to temporarily leave for another country, and for this purpose, $700 million would be transferred to his account. Jack replied that it was a huge amount, but the director said that he trusted Jack more than his own wife. Jack was given complete trust and knew that his life was just beginning. While at the airport, Jack looked at the flight departure board and looked for the line with his flight. Having arrived safely, Jack was already leaving the airport when two strangers in suits approached him. They greeted him and said that it must not be easy because the path was not short. Jack looked at the strangers with distrust. He didn't know them, but they knew his name. He asked what they were doing there, since his arrival was supposed to remain a secret. The strangers replied that they were instructed to meet Jack and help him upon his arrival. Suddenly, Jack felt something hard press against his back. It was the barrel of a gun. The fat man said menacingly that they were ordered to help, and Jack should follow them silently. The second stranger added that it was better to do as they told and not escalate the situation. Jack wondered if this was the company's way of getting rid of him. Sitting in the car, they had already left the city limits, and Jack was wondering why this was happening to him, because he worked like a dog and was loyal to the company for 13 years. He didn't understand what he could have done that would cause them to treat him like this now. Jack asked the fat man to call the chairman of the company, but he refused. Then Jack sharply told them to call themselves and say that they had done everything that was required of them, and he would remain silent, and he would hide somewhere in Europe and not show himself until his death. The second one, who was driving, said that Jack shouldn't talk nonsense and should think about his parents and wife. Jack was alarmed by this statement. He did not understand what his wife and his parents had to do with it. The fat man explained that the chairman had told Jack not to worry about his family. They would receive good financial assistance, and his wife would be sent to America, where she could live comfortably and without problems. Jack became even more worried. He was involved in the company's corrupt practices and did not believe that the family would receive any benefits. Besides, they would not even give them his severance pay. It is quite possible that the company will still file a claim for damages, have its property confiscated, and be left penniless. The car stopped in a forest clearing near a lake, and he was told to get out of the car. Jack walked to the shore of a lake whose name he didn't even know. But he felt only one thing, that this lake would become his grave. Jack heard the sound of a cocked gun from behind him and turned around. The fat man was already pointing the barrel of a pistol at him. The boy woke up from his own scream and opened his eyes in fear. 3 months had passed since Jack woke up in this body, but he was constantly haunted by a dream from his past life. A pleasant young woman sitting in the front seat of the car turned and asked if Lucas was okay. In this body, his name was Lucas, and he looked at the woman. It was his mother. She is an actress, although she only starred in one film. They say that after accepting the passionate courtship of Lucas's father, who was her fan, she disappeared from the screens. Brother Jimmy, playing on his phone, said that Lucas was sleeping and then suddenly jumped up. Mom asked Lucas if he had a nightmare, but he said he was just a little surprised and not to worry. Mom said that Lucas has suddenly become so grown up lately that she is confused. Jack understood her perfectly because he himself was confused by this whole situation. He looked out the window and thought that today was exactly 30 years before his death. 3 months had passed since he woke up as Lucas, the youngest grandson of Richard Wilson, the founder of Synthesis Group, about whom many legends circulated. Lucas was the 10-year-old grandson of the family that ordered his death at the lake 30 years ago, and why he returned in Lucas's body was something Jack couldn't answer. While working at Syntez Group, Jack did not recall meeting these people who were his parents because they were removed from the affairs of the family company. They couldn't even get close to the company office, and it all happened because of their wedding. Syntez Group chairman Richard Wilson was angry with his son, who decided to marry a celebrity against his will. But due to Martha's pregnancy, they had to legalize their relationship, and later they were completely expelled from the company. The other siblings were constantly fighting to get the biggest share of the company. But Lucas's parents avoided all of this and only wanted to protect their family. Finally, the car pulled up to the gates of Wilson's residence. Jack looked out the window. Who knew he would end up here again? The residence consisted of 3 huge estates covering an area of over 3,000 square kilometers. A huge castle with 3 above-ground floors and 2 underground floors, as well as parking for 50 cars. The guards greeted Henry and led him into the estate grounds. Sitting in the car, Jack looked at the green lawn and remembered how he got rid of weeds as his first job. While Richard Wilson was still alive, Jack visited this estate more often than at home. But later this place was taken over by Philip Wilson, Henry's elder brother. Today was the birthday of the head of the company and the family, Richard Wilson. And in connection with this, a large number of important people were invited. That is why Henry had to come to the estate with his family and congratulate his father. From all sides there were disapproving whispers and a sense of hostility towards the arriving family. Jack thought so. Everyone completely ignored their arrival. Having passed through this entire crowd, the family entered the main doors of the estate. Trying to show respect, Henry greeted loudly, but there was no response. They entered the living room, where the entire Wilson family was sitting at the table. These were Lucas's uncles and aunts. One of the relatives turned around with a displeased look and said that they had finally arrived. They all dreamed of getting a tasty piece of meat called Syntez Group, and each of them was the embodiment of greed, waiting for the death of their father. And then the red-haired woman, angry at their lateness, shouted that it was time to get rid of the habits of their wild youth and be on time. Jack looked at the woman and had the impression that he had seen her often. Henry apologized for being late and said that they were unable to arrive on time. The woman replied that all this was starting to irritate her. Jack remembered her. She was almost 70, but she was constantly changing and bringing her young lovers here. Caroline's character had not changed. Jack remembered that he had suffered a lot because of her. The woman flushed with anger and said sharply how the boy dared to laugh at her. The family members sat and looked reproachfully at Henry's family. Jack tried to justify himself by saying that it wasn't a laugh, he was just coughing. Carolina couldn't stand it and jumped up from her chair screaming, "How dare this boy lie to her?" One of those present tried to calm Carolina down, saying that they had not gathered there to sort things out and have hysterics. She tried to object, but saw everyone turn towards the door. It was Richard Wilson, the head of the family and the Syntez Group company. Carolina immediately fell silent and bowed her head slightly. The rest of the relatives also obediently lowered their heads and were afraid to look him in the eyes. When Henry's family saw Richard, they did the same. Jack looked at Richard. Now it was his grandfather, the head of Synthesis Group and a living legend. Richard almost walked down the stairs, and everyone immediately stood up. Not only the staff were afraid of him, but also his own children. Working for Syntez Group and the Wilson family, Jack had never had the chance to meet him in person, and now he saw who Richard Wilson was. To somehow break this awkward pause, Henry said that they had come too. Richard looked silently towards their family. He looked at Jimmy, his grandson, who was shyly hiding behind his mother's skirt. It was Jimmy who was the reason that Henry and Martha had to marry and that Richard Wilson could not completely resist. The next moment, Richard looked at Lucas, his youngest grandson. For a second, Jack forgot how to breathe. His throat went dry and his palms became clammy. Richard came very close to his grandson and Jack's legs began to shake. And suddenly Richard changed. He smiled and said that he was glad to see his grandchildren. He was disappointed that they rarely saw each other. He put his hand on Lucas's head, stroked it, and said that he had something for the baby. Jack looked at Richard and couldn't understand why the head of the family was so kind to him. The family members looked at their father with bewilderment and at Lucas with envy, because Richard was always harsh with them. Caroline struggled to contain her indignation. The boy's parents were also amazed, watching how the grandfather admired his grandson. A birthday cake was brought into the room. Richard Wilson turned 66 today. The birthday boy slowly leaned over and blew out the candles. All around, There were enthusiastic shouts and loud applause in honor of the head of the family. The chairman smiled and listened to congratulations and wishes addressed to him. Henry and Martha also joined in the congratulations and wished their father health and long life. The children present at the celebration also delighted their grandfather with their congratulations. Lucas's brother Jimmy remained silent and constrained, feeling awkward in the company of his rich aunt and uncle. Jack stood among the guests and closely watched the behavior of his relatives. Suddenly he heard someone ask his mother to bring water, but he didn't pay much attention to it. Jack looked around and saw Martha carrying a tray of glasses and alcoholic drinks to the next table. She was very kind and, compared to Caroline, never made a fuss. At that moment, Caroline called out to her and told her to bring a glass of ice water. And from the opposite side, Marta was already being shouted at by a relative, a plump woman, who told her to immediately put away the dirty dishes. The third relative rudely scolded her for moving slowly. Jack felt a lingering sense of anger inside him. His family was openly forcing his mother to work when there were already a dozen service personnel present. But Martha did not argue. She collected the dirty dishes and took them into the house. His heart sank at what he saw, but he couldn't do anything. Because for everyone present, Jack was just a child, and his 10-year-old grandson Lucas. Mom noticed Lucas standing nearby, walked up to him and knelt down. She carefully buttoned his jacket and looked at her son. Then, gently stroking his cheek, she said that her son was the most handsome. Jack looked at Martha, who was now his mother, and realized that being in this body was incredibly unusual. But the warmth she gave Lucas helped Jack adapt quickly. Suddenly, she quickly jumped up, hearing comments about unwashed dishes, and began to collect plates from the tables. Jack clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. He promised that one day he would make sure his mother received proper treatment. He noticed how coldly his grandfather behaved towards his parents, and all his relatives and friends tried to be like him, hence the general hostility towards their family. Richard Wilson was thanking the guests for their visit when he noticed Lucas standing nearby. He leaned toward his grandson again and said that he wanted to show Lucas the gift he had promised. Jack broke out in a cold sweat, hoping his grandfather wouldn't ask if Lucas remembered what they were talking about, because Jack didn't know the answer to that question. Entering the children's room, Jack saw what Lucas wanted to see. It was a toy horse, it was brand new, and probably very expensive. Richard smiled at his grandson and asked if he liked the gift. Jack tried to understand where this excessive care and kindness came from. Maybe he was tormented by conscience for driving his father out of the company, or for once not recognizing his mother as his son's wife. But since he found himself in this body, he would definitely test how far Richard Wilson's kindness would last. Jack smiled at his grandfather and said that he liked the real horse better than the plastic one. Richard thought it was a joke and decided to play along, saying that a real car was also cooler than a toy one. Jack decided to go even further and said that he would like a real boat that sails on the sea and not a small boat for the bathroom. The smile instantly disappeared from Richard's face, and at that moment Jack thought that it seemed he had gone too far. The grandfather looked at his grandson and asked what he meant by the word real. Jack had to answer as a child would, without hesitation, and he said, "The real thing is what Grandpa made." After all, Grandpa creates real ships and cars, that's what Lucas likes. Having given such an answer, Jack was worried about how the chairman took these words and whether he passed the test. "But," Richard replied, "to have real machines and ships, you need to work very hard, experience many things, and go through many difficulties." Jack thought to himself, he was used. He did the dirtiest and hardest work, and then he died, so Jack would not be afraid of these difficulties. But suddenly the chairman said that if he finished this school year with excellent marks in all subjects, then for his birthday, his grandfather would buy Lucas a real horse. Jack had a university degree under his belt, so naturally, getting excellent grades in elementary school would be a piece of cake. Richard looked at Lucas and said he didn't seem confident he could handle it. Jack replied that he would try very hard to get such a gift. Jack decided that he would change everything, but not all at once and little by little. In the clearing where the festive reception was taking place, the grandfather's assistant approached the boys and said that they had been ordered to be taken to the children's playroom. Jack looked at his assistant and his heart began to beat wildly. He recognized him. He would recognize him from 1,000 other faces. This was the same man who organized Jack's murder. It was he who called him into his office, offered him money, and ordered him to secretly leave the country. On the way to the nursery, Jack couldn't calm down, but he knew he needed to pull himself together. After all, now he is not Jack Brown, but Lucas Wilson. Entering the playroom, Bobby was the first to notice the toy horse and, pushing aside everyone in the passage, ran towards it. Having climbed onto it, the boy said that he was the first to see it, the first to sit on it, and therefore he would be the only one riding. Jack's sense of injustice awoke again, even as a child. But Jimmy's older brother noticed Lucas's changed behavior and stopped him. It seems Jimmy is used to being ignored, and the whole family is used to it. Jack smiled at Jimmy. He wasn't about to get used to it. He walked up to Bobby, who was rocking on his horse. First, we need to teach him not to be rude in the future and make a strong impression on his grandfather. Jack told the boy sharply that it was his horse. Then he ordered the boy to get off his horse. But the boy said that he would do whatever he wanted and nothing would happen to him for it. The children burst into laughter. This horse cannot be Lucas's property. Jack kicked the horse hard, causing it to rock violently. Bobby held back and shouted that he wouldn't get off anyway and would ride as long as he wanted. Jack calmly kicked again and the horse flew off the stand. The heavy toy fell to the floor and crushed the boy's leg, causing him to scream in pain. One of the children shouted that he would call the adults now. Jack stood over the boy writhing in pain and told him not to touch what belonged to him. Bobby's mother ran in at the scream and was stunned by what she saw. Lucas's relatives appeared in the doorway next. Jack looked at his mother, who had also come running to the screams. Judging by her expression, the mother was very surprised. Her son Lucas probably never behaved like this. And the next second, Jack clearly felt a slap on his face. The enraged mother slapped Jack across the cheeks and could not calm down. Lucas's mother immediately ran to her son and shielded him from another blow from the injured boy. Holding her son tightly, she only repeated, "Forgive me, forgive me." Mom whispered to him not to be afraid of anything. She was there and would protect him. At that moment, the door to the playroom opened and Richard Wilson walked in. He looked sternly at those present and said that there were guests outside, and they were making noise here. He told Bobby's mother to take her son and go to the hospital. Richard ordered everyone out, everyone except Lucas. Jack told his mother that everything would be fine and that they would see each other a little later. Left alone, the grandfather asked his grandson if he had done it. Jack replied that it was he who broke the horse. Richard asked another question. Why did he break it and do this to the boy? Jack replied that the horse was his gift, and Bobby wanted to take it away, so he broke it. It would be better if no one got it than him. He didn't want to give it to anyone. Richard smiled. Jack knew that the chairman would appreciate this cruelty. The cruelty of the leader of an empire who did not want to lose an inch of land. Richard said that although Lucas had not intended to hurt Bobby, he was still hurt, so his grandson would be punished. The grandfather turned to the door and told his grandson to follow him. Jack followed Richard into the great hall and the door closed behind him. Although the office of the chairman of Syntez Group was located on the 27th floor of the company's official office, all important decisions were made here, in the mansion. Only the richest and most influential members of the corporation could enter here. Jack had been a member of this corporation for over 10 years, but he had never managed to get in. And now he's here. Grandpa pointed out a place where Lucas could wait while the meeting was going on. Jack noticed that in the place where his father Henry should be sitting, Kevin, his uncle's eldest son, was now sitting. But he was only 20 years old. Perhaps he has already been appointed as his grandfather's successor. Richard looked at everyone and asked what they thought about the problem and how it might all turn out. One of those present said that this aristocrat is stubborn. The end of his term is approaching, but he does not give in. The only hope is that he will not act forcefully. The chairman expressed his concern that the possibility that the rival could have recruited its own army could not be ruled out. Jack tried to analyze what was said. The term of office, suppression, the army. It seemed like the conversation was not about the company, but about the country. The employees suggested considering other methods. More than 1 million people from all over the country had already been gathered, and if the military got involved, perhaps even 2. Now the flames of anger have broken out in the ranks of the rebels. If they are extinguished, they will be afraid. But if the army comes to their aid, it will be like pouring oil on the fire. Even the current government understood this. Richard asked menacingly if he meant to say that we should prepare for an attack on the government and that next year the president would be in the opposition. The employee replied that he did not completely rule out such a possibility. The chairman became furious and shouted that it could be the other way around. And in general, he was not going to waste his time listening to various assumptions. He shouted at his deputy why he was silent and ordered him to express his point of view. The deputy stood up and said that the government would not collapse and the successor was already known, and these rallies and demonstrations had been going on for 7 years since the new government came into power. But now they had become more serious. Jack thought it was all very strange. In 3 days, there would be an announcement of the president's surrender. The Blue House should have already begun to form around that time, and Synthesis Group didn't know about this information. He was amazed. It was a meeting in the 80s. But no matter how chaotic the situation, all they talked about was who was behind whom in line. Jack expected to see the development of an effective strategy to respond to the changes taking place, as well as any predictions about how society and the world as a whole will develop in the future. Or, at the very least, hear relevant information that ordinary office workers wouldn't have thought of. And in the end, they continued arguing until the very end about who was behind whom. The chairman announced that the meeting was over and told everyone to gather information and listen carefully. The employees stood up from the table, bowed respectfully, and left the office. Richard turned to his grandson and said that Lucas could stand up. But Jack sat on his knees for so long that his legs went numb and he couldn't get up. The chairman said it was great that Lucas had sat in an awkward position for so long without showing any pain or discomfort. Richard added that not every adult could show such patience and perseverance, but Lucas overcame these difficulties. Jack realized that the chairman liked his behavior, and he replied that he was so engrossed in listening that he didn't notice how time flew by, so his legs didn't feel tired. Richard said he had noticed significant changes in Lucas's behavior recently and asked what it was about. Jack decided that he would no longer remain silent and endure. He would now say everything he wanted to say. He plucked up his courage and said that he had to endure it only because his father and mother did nothing. Jack added that he was very angry now and was not going to hold back any longer. He decided to add a little acting and decided that a few tears would be just right. And the next second, the grandfather knelt down in front of his grandson and hugged him tightly. Jack managed to evoke the chairman's sympathy, a reaction he could never have imagined. He decided that now was the time to shock Richard again. Jack quietly asked the chairman to let Grandpa befriend all 3 of them. Richard said he didn't quite understand what was going on and who the 3 people his grandson was asking him to befriend were. Jack replied that he meant exactly what his grandfather had said earlier at the meeting. He added that if it is known who will be the next president, then why not become friends with all 3 candidates? Jack continued to say that they were all so influential that any one of them could easily take this post. The chairman said that it was a good idea because the more friends, the better. He laughed out loud and added that they had a great conversation. Jack was delighted with himself and smiled back at the chairman. Richard suggested that Lucas play somewhere while his grandfather worked. Then he turned to his grandson and said that if he saw Kevin, he should tell him to come into the office. Jack said he would call Kevin and walked out into the corridor, satisfied. Left alone, the chairman called someone and told them to take care of all 3 and treat them like VIPs. Richard added that they should remember to say that they hoped for a successful resolution to this situation. After hanging up the phone, the chairman remembered the conversation with his grandson and could not believe that his 10-year-old grandson was saying such serious things. At that moment, Kevin looked into the office and asked the chairman if he could come in. Richard replied that now he is not the chairman for him, but simply a grandfather. Richard said that Kevin was not only listening at the meeting today, but he might also have been thinking. He clarified that now he is asking this not as a chairman, but as a grandfather, so he can answer without fear. Kevin said the protesters are at their peak right now, and he thinks if the president sends in the military, it will become much quieter and calmer. This means that the current government will continue to govern, and a friend and successor of the current government will become the next president. Richard expected this answer and said that Kevin should join him in line. Kevin looked at his grandfather in bewilderment. He didn't fully understand what kind of game the chairman was starting. Richard said that was all, returned to his desk, and told Kevin to leave. He sat down in a chair and closed his eyes. Solving problems and making decisions, both business and political, took too much energy. Jack stood around the corner and watched Kevin, who had come out of the chairman's office and was now standing in the hallway. It would be good if he was the eldest grandson. Returning home, Martha asked Heinrich what they had talked about with their father. Henry replied that the chairman advised him to focus on educating his sons well. The father looked in the rearview mirror and said that he did not intend to scold him for what happened today at his grandfather's estate. Lucas asked for an apology, and his father said that he had already received his punishment, and the main thing was that he understood his mistake. The father added that the grandfather was going to send him and his brother Jimmy to a private tutor. Jimmy exclaimed with displeasure. He didn't really like this idea. The father replied that it was okay if he didn't want to, and then asked Lucas if he liked his grandfather's proposal. Jack thought that the teacher should learn from him, but since the chairman had decided so, he would not resist. He replied to his father that he agreed to have a personal teacher, and his father said that he would prepare everything for this. Jimmy leaned over to Jack and said Lucas had been great today for making that idiot Bobby cry. Then he turned away and stared out the window, dreaming about something. It seemed like he had a lot of things accumulated in him, too. There was a politician on TV reporting that we are now in an era in which deep-rooted conflicts and antagonisms between people have resulted in a national crisis, and the announcement of the declaration adopted by the president on June 29, 1987, became the official declaration of the government. Another channel also broadcast news, where another politician continued to say that a new era of races for supreme power was beginning. Jack listened, drank juice from a straw, and wondered what Richard Wilson should do now. Jack was returning from school and noticed a very familiar car at the entrance of their house. On the premises, he met a gardener who told him that his grandfather had come to visit them. And suddenly Jack heard conversations in the house. The conversation was taking place in raised tones. Marta sat opposite Richard and repeated once again that neither she nor Heinrich had asked for a share in the Synthes Group company. Richard was angry. He personally came with such a proposal, and now he is getting a refusal. And Marta continued to say that she understood the chairman's intentions to raise Lucas so that he could succeed in the Synthes Group company. But he's only 10 years old, and she would like him to decide for himself what to do when he grows up. Richard said that didn't she understand what it meant to give up her share of the company? Besides, he was going to take them back as children, but she was refusing the last chance that Richard was giving them. Martha apologized, but replied that she and Heinrich were trying to raise Lucas so that he could make his own decisions. At that moment, the door to the room opened, and Martha and Richard turned around. Lucas stood at the threshold. The chairman quickly stood up, walked over to his grandson, picked him up, and said that he had returned from school early. Although his grandfather was no longer young, Jack felt that he was very strong. He looked at his mother, who usually remained silent in the presence of her grandfather, but now decided to boldly speak out about her son's problems. It was very unusual and at the same time touching. Jack asked his grandfather why he was angry, but he replied that his grandson only thought that because he raised his voice a little. But my mother said that everything was fine, and she and my grandfather were just talking. Well, of course, they consider him little and think that Lucas doesn't understand anything. Lucas asked his mom and grandpa not to fight over him. He will really do what he wants when he grows up. Richard sat back down on the sofa silently and thought about something. The grandfather, who is not afraid of anything, must have been excited to hear this from his own grandson. Jack decided it was time to bring them back to reality and said that when he grows up, he will become the boss of a big company, like his grandfather. Grandfather came to his senses and, having cleared his head, said that, in the end, you can't fool the blood. It happens that this manifests itself even after a generation. Richard turned to Martha and asked what she could now say about his grandson's statement. Tears welled up in Marta's eyes. Could it be that her son also wanted to become a leader and connect his life with lies and corruption? She said she wanted to make tea, and her grandfather asked her to bring it to her grandson's room. Richard added that he had a story he wanted to tell Lucas. Jack noticed that his mother was crying. He wanted to hope that it was because his grandfather treated her like a real legal daughter-in-law and not like other relatives treated her. Sitting in the children's room, the grandfather asked if Lucas remembered the conversation that took place in his office. Jack said that on that day, he proposed to befriend those 3 influential people. Richard replied that he had followed his advice, sent them gifts, and been very friendly to them. Jack thought how quickly his grandfather acted. He had already managed to give a bribe. The chairman continued by saying that, starting today, events had taken a strange turn. Grandpa wanted everyone to get along, but they started arguing. The second and third place winners decided to team up to win first place. And now he too needs to choose a side. And each of the 3 who dream of taking the president's place wants to become something like a headman. Jack decided to clarify. That is, if the second and third places unite and win, then they will become the headman and deputy. But grandfather replied that in the governance of the country there is no deputy, only the headman. Jack asked if there was no deputy, then what was the point of them uniting, since only one would be the headman? The chairman had an idea that this was false information and they did not unite. The grandson replied that his grandfather was right, because the third would hardly help the second without receiving anything in return. The grandfather stroked his grandson's head and asked in surprise how he could be so smart. The car sped along the country road and moved further and further away from the house where Jack lived. Jack became more and more nervous about what he had to do. He told his parents that he really wanted to see the coast of the Western Sea, because, as his geography teacher had said, this was the only place where it connected with the Northern Sea. In fact, the reason was different. He urgently needed to check something. Jack wanted to see with his own eyes what he looked like now in Jack Brown's body. And so, a short time later, he was already standing in front of a familiar sign. This was Jack's house, and he was wondering what he would say when he saw his parents. Jack mechanically covered his mouth with his hand. The main thing was not to call them Mom and Dad. Jack looked out the window and saw his parents. He stood on the street and looked at them, tears rolling down his eyes. Jack couldn't calm down. They really existed. Suddenly, his mother appeared in front of him and asked the baby what had happened to him. Jack's father then came out with the same question, and his mother said that the boy was standing in front of their house and crying. His parents worriedly asked if he was lost, but Jack lied, saying he was looking for his friend's house. They didn't recognize him, and he said he was looking for a boy named Jack. The parents looked at the baby in surprise and said that there didn't seem to be a boy with that name nearby. But my mother said that I could ask Liliana. Maybe she has classmates or friends with that name. Jack asked in surprise who Liliana was. He didn't know any girls with that name. The parents said that Liliana was their daughter. Jack was even more surprised. In his past life in their house, he did not have a sister named Liliana, and his parents do not know him. He was horrified because he realized that there was no man named Jack Brown. Richard Wilson sat in his office, looking at an article that published the results of the recent elections. A few months ago, when the current government announced its capitulation, all the financial group conglomerates began to help Yang and Kim. There was confidence that one of them would become the next president. But the chairman listened to his grandson, sending an expensive gift to the candidate from the ruling party, and gave small presents to Yang and Kim. Richard was now convinced of how useful his grandson's advice had been to him. Jack read the same newspaper and thought that so far nothing was different from what had happened in his past life. Having met his real parents, Jack was restless and could not calm down. Because Jack doesn't exist in the past, and his daughter took his place. This meant that the details of the future recorded in his memory so far might be different. Jack also did not rule out the possibility that the future began to change due to changes in the soul of Chairman Richard Wilson, who was beginning to like Jack. And if it changes, then Jack's most powerful weapon, knowledge of the future, may become useless. By the time Jack turns 20, he must lay the groundwork to take over Synthesis Group. In just 10 years, Richard Wilson will be lying in a hospital bed waiting to die. This means that before this, he must acquire as many shares as possible for himself and his father. If this happens, Jack will be able to start a fight with his uncle, Philip Wilson. In addition, he must try to prevent his death in a car accident that occurred on his 20th birthday. He lived like Jack Brown, cleaning up after everyone in that company, so there is no one more worthy of him. Besides, all members of the Wilson family would die in a car accident. He hadn't thought about this before, which was a pity. After reviewing his entire plan, Jack decided that he first needed to avoid his own death. And then a thought occurred to Jack. Would the future change much if he helped Richard Wilson live longer? Suddenly, Mom looked into the room and told Lucas that it was time for him to get ready. His grandfather was waiting for him. The only thing left to do now was to check the results of my actions and act very carefully. Lucas arrived at the Wilson estate and ran happily to meet his grandfather. Jack still couldn't get used to it, but he couldn't not do it either. Grandfather said that there would be no one here except them and told them to sit down at the table. Jack wasn't at all surprised that his grandfather wanted to be alone with his grandson. He looked at Richard and realized that he was incredibly happy that his bet on the presidential election had paid off. But Jack didn't show that he understood this. He only asked why his grandfather was in such a good mood. Richard replied that he was very glad to see Lucas and would buy him anything he wanted. Jack asked the chairman if his generosity was likely due to his grandfather finding out about his grades. But Richard replied that he had already forgotten about their agreement. Jack behaved in the way little boys usually boast and said that he got excellent marks in all subjects. The chairman was surprised by this, and the grandson added that he was the only one in the class who received 100 points. Grandpa laughed and said that it was too late now and he wouldn't be able to buy him a real horse right now. Jack chuckled to himself. He didn't need the horse. It was just a cover to get more. He answered his grandfather that everything was fine, because he didn't even know how to ride a horse yet, but when he learned, then he could buy it. Then Jack asked Richard a question. If not because of the promise, then why did he invite him to visit? The chairman replied that thanks to Lucas, Grandpa's company had become even bigger, which meant he would earn even more money. Then Jack asked if that meant his grandfather could give him even more than he promised. The chairman replied that not only more, but also better, but that there could be more and better horses. And Jack replied that if they bought a horse, it would be kept at Grandpa's ranch on the island, and Lucas would not be able to ride there every day. At that moment, there was a knock, and the servants entered the room. They delivered a delicious dinner for the grandfather and grandson. While they were setting the table, Grandpa said that the horse option was really not rational, and they would think about it while they ate. At dinner, Grandpa said that we could build another ranch. Then we could ride horses every day. That was exactly the answer Jack wanted to hear. Jack pretended to be a happy child and rushed to hug his grandfather for such a generous gift. The most important thing now is where this ranch will be located. Overwhelmed with joy, Lucas asked where the ranch was, to which his grandfather replied that he would build it on the north side of Seoul. But this was not at all the place that Jack needed. He made a sad expression and said that they lived in a completely different area and it was far away. Grandpa smiled and replied that there was no ranch nearby that could be purchased. And the resourceful grandson suggested that it could simply be built, since his grandfather could do it. Jack made his grandfather laugh again, but he didn't understand what he said that was so funny. Finally, the chairman calmed down and said that out of 48 branches, he had created only 19, and the rest had been captured. Most of the companies he had a hand in were created in the early days of Synthes Group. At first, everything had to be done by oneself, and that's when perseverance and the desire to develop emerge. Jack waited impatiently for his grandfather to finish telling the company's history and finally make his decision. The chairman replied that this was precisely why he liked the idea of building a ranch so much. Richard called out to one of his assistants and ordered him to bring him the map. A minute later, the map was already in the office. All that remained was to make sure that Jack's decision and the chairman's coincided. The chairman laid the map out on the table and said that he would now see how good Lucas's eye was. The grandfather handed his grandson a red marker and told him to mark on the map the place where he wanted to build the ranch. The ranches were also just a cover. Jack was planning to secure land for himself in advance, the price of which would skyrocket in 10 or 20 years, and this would be a good help in the battle for the share of Synthes Group. Richard kept a close eye on Lucas and advised him to choose wisely, preferably not in the city center. And when Jack circled the area he needed, the chairman said with surprise that it was a little far from Lucas's house, but he respected his grandson's opinion and agreed. The chairman again called his assistant and, handing him the map, ordered him to urgently find out everything about the condition of this land. After the doors closed, Grandpa said that we could start eating. At dinner, the chairman asked how Lucas was doing at school and if he had many friends. Jack answered positively, but in fact he had no friends. How could he be friends with children when he was already 40? Then the assistant entered the room again and announced that he had brought information about the selected lands. He explained that the area is called Yuzhny Bereg and has a limited development zone, a rural area with cucumber and melon fields. There are poor transport links and a poor population, so the likelihood of development is very low. The president thought that this meant there was no competition there and that building a ranch would not be difficult. Jack watched the chairman tap his finger on the table and waited impatiently to see what decision Richard would ultimately make. Finally, Wilson gave orders to find out what land could be purchased there with an area of at least 150,000 square meters. Jack sighed quietly. He had managed to get the chairman to do what he had planned. When the assistant had gone away again, Richard turned to his grandson and said that if he were him, he would not buy this land. It was a meager mud hole. It will take a lot of effort and time for it to generate income, and perhaps this will not happen at all. Perhaps it is not worth buying this particular plot. To which Jack replied that no one knows the future, much less how the country's infrastructure will develop. Grandfather agreed that he did not rule out the possibility that in 20 or 30 years this land would have great value, which Lucas would see. Jack replied that he would try to preserve and increase these investments. But Jack wasn't going to wait that long. He knew that in just 2 years a new city would stand on this land. The chairman couldn't even imagine that he had just given Jack 150,000 square meters in the center of the future new city of Bundang. One of the following days, the president's daughter, Caroline, and her husband, Oliver, stood in his office, and he announced that he wanted to run for the National Assembly. Carolina said that he has good support in the middle class and could become an additional force for his father. Richard replied that he already had a deputy ready to come running at the first request, and his son-in-law should be content with what he now had. Caroline got angry and asked if her father meant that he felt sorry for using the money on his husband. The chairman reminded them that it was he who helped Oliver get a job in the prosecutor general's office, and that Oliver now wanted to repay him by running for parliament. Oliver felt awkward and began muttering apologies under his breath. But Katrina immediately shut him up and continued to put pressure on her father, saying that her husband did not deserve such treatment. He was from a family of the best lawyers in the country. Richard smiled maliciously and reminded that it was he, using his strength, power, and money, who made his father the chief prosecutor and Oliver his deputy. All these actions were done in order to turn them into loyal dogs and protect Synthesis Group. Oliver stood there red as a lobster. He already regretted that he had agreed to his wife's idea. The chairman told Oliver to get rid of this nonsense in his head and just continue living as he was living now, without knowing worries and hardships. Richard then reminded them that vain greed and avarice often lead to ruin. Carolina looked at her father with bewilderment. If he agreed, she had big plans for her husband's career and planned to earn a large income from it. And then the chairman turned to her and said that she owned a department store and still dared to remain dissatisfied. Carolina realized that her father had figured out her plan to push her husband into politics and gain power, and then get rid of her brothers and take over Synthes Group. She meekly lowered her head and asked her father for forgiveness. And the chairman told them to be content with what they had, and if the department store's management efficiency declined, he would take it over too. All this time, Jack was in the office. He sat quietly on the sofa in the corner of the office and saw everything that was happening. He knew very well the imperious character of Carolina, who was ready to step over heads to achieve her goal. It must have been very upsetting for her to watch her older brothers take over the estate one after another, while she herself was crossed off the list of heirs. Jack knew that if they didn't have the chairman's support, then getting rid of them wouldn't be difficult. When Caroline and her husband left the office, Richard approached his grandson and asked if he was bored, to which Jack replied that he was reading a book. And then the chairman put some envelope in front of Jack. He explained that these were the land documents they had spoken about earlier. Jack saw the figures and said that the purchased area was much larger than what they had agreed on. Richard praised his grandson for having an excellent memory and being good at counting. Jack knew the chairman would like this, as remembering exact numbers is probably the most important thing in business. And Richard explained that there were several owners with small plots, so he bought several. Jack instantly calculated in his head that in 2 or 3 years, the compensation for the land would amount to more than $12 million. The current market value of an apartment in the city center was so high that in the future, Jack could buy 200 such apartments with this money. The grandson ran up to his grandfather and, hugging him tightly, said that they would build the biggest ranch and buy many beautiful horses. Jack thought it was worth being a little nice since he was getting a $16 billion gift. The following year was truly incredible. A directly elected president took office. He issued a declaration that included proposals for cooperation and improved relations between several countries. All these political actions had a positive impact on the development of the country, where people began to flock, and therefore housing prices soared several times. The government, unable to cope with such rising property prices, announced a plan to build 2 million homes. But prices continued to rise, and therefore a decision was made to build an entire city. Richard had been closely following everything that was happening in the country and in the city, and when he heard this news, he was in complete shock. The chairman asked the aide if he remembered the day Richard gave Lucas the ranch land. He pointed to the map and showed his assistant that this was exactly the place where the new city would be built. Richard thought that childish naivety worked wonders, but in any case, the kid seemed to have thought everything through 100 steps ahead, and all this in just a year. Richard was against buying this land, but his grandson insisted on this particular plot on the map. The chairman told his assistant that Lucas would grow up to be a worthy leader and told him to take care of him. Because if Richard separated 3 or 4 companies and handed them over to him, then others would try to take them away, and the assistant had to prevent this. Jack looked at the documents about the profit from the sale of part of the property, and the amount stunned him. He got rid of a small part of the land, and the profit already amounted to $14 billion. He recalled the words of the chairman, who said that Lucas himself had earned this money, so he could spend it at his own discretion. Further calculations predicted that in 30 years, this amount would increase and reach $100 billion. The next minute, there was a knock on the door, and Lucas's parents appeared on the threshold. They said that they wanted to talk to their son. They asked what Lucas was going to do with all that money. Jack replied that he told his grandfather that he would keep the money in the bank. They seemed to be worried that such a small boy could get such a huge amount of money, and Jack decided to reassure them. Mom asked if Lucas wanted to buy something, but Jack replied that he had everything he needed. Jack then added that what was more important was what they wanted to do with the money. And then an awkward moment came. Jack did not understand why they were looking at him with such surprise. Suddenly, the father stood up and silently headed towards the exit. Mom sat down next to Lucas and said that Dad was very surprised and added that they would talk about it later. Left alone in the room, Jack felt bewildered. Perhaps he had said something wrong. Marta found Heinrich in the courtyard of the house and decided to continue the conversation with him. She reassured her husband, saying that there was no need to worry about it, that these were just the words of an immature child, and that he clearly had good intentions. Henry replied that he was not angry, but that at some point he simply felt very ashamed. He added that when Lucas said this, Heinrich's heart began to beat faster, and he thought that this was a chance that should be taken. Now he considered himself a pathetic father, drooling over his child's money. Marta reassured Heinrich, saying that this was indeed a lot of money and that the same thing had happened to her. She thought that with such a sum they could go abroad and live there together. Jack managed to overhear this conversation between his parents, and he realized that they really loved him very much. A little later, Jack chose the right moment and approached his father, saying that he wanted to ask him for forgiveness for making him angry. The father replied that he was not angry, but simply very surprised at that moment, then asked his son what he intended to do now. Jack looked seriously into Henry's eyes and replied that he would be the owner of a company that would be much stronger and more powerful than his grandfather's. The father listened attentively to his son and then suddenly burst out laughing. Of course, at the time it seemed funny. Synthes Group is the richest company in the country, and some kid is claiming that he will build a bigger company. The father said that he approves of his son's grandiose dreams and is making plans for the future. But Jack looked seriously at Henry and said that he needed his father's help. Henry replied that he was not at all interested in the company's affairs. He had once studied business in England, but he had always been interested in cinema. The son replied that his father had said exactly what was needed, and since he had studied in England, he might still have contacts of his classmates. The company's vice chairman and eldest son, Philip Wilson, called Kevin, Uncle Lucas's eldest son, and told him that the boy had already received $14 billion in compensation for the land, and that another 10 would be added when he dealt with the rest of the land. Kevin replied that even if he simply put the money in the bank, the interest would be around $1 billion and he could buy 20 apartments a month. Philip angrily shouted that Richard, who wouldn't even give 100 cents for free, had given his grandson an entire ranch. In addition, he transferred these lands to him and gave Lucas the opportunity to dispose of them at his own discretion. And this was already a problem. Philip asked Kevin if the chairman had ever given him even a meter of land or a bank book. This shows how much the grandfather devalued Kevin as a partner. Hearing this truth, Kevin hung his head and felt like a pathetic idiot. When Philip calmed down a little, he ordered Kevin to keep a close eye on Henry's house and report on everything that happens there. At Lucas's house, everyone was eagerly awaiting the guest's arrival. A pleasant young man entered the room and my father introduced him. It was Larry Baker, my father's classmate in England. Larry held the position of chairman of the Invest Group company and came to their house at the invitation of Genrich. Jack knew that Invest Group would become a super asset management company with huge annual income in 30 years. It's strange that he was a friend of his father. Larry asked his parents for permission to talk to Lucas in person. The father introduced his son to his classmate and told Lucas to listen carefully to his uncle's advice. Larry put his briefcase on the floor and, sitting down on the sofa, said that he heard from his father that Lucas supposedly wanted to become a businessman and create a company like his grandfather's. Lucas replied that Larry had misunderstood. He wanted to run the company more than his grandfather's. The man said that the Synthes Group company is now the largest in the country, and that having a company bigger than this one is incredible greed. Jack decided to correct Larry again and replied that it was not greed, but his dream. The man said that Lucas took after his grandfather in his insatiability and was similar to his father in his dreams. Lucas wanted to clarify who Larry was, and he replied that he was the head of a large company, Invest Group, which was different from his grandfather's company. Larry explained that their company is in the business of making rich people even richer. And then Jack asked if this meant that the Invest Group company would also be able to increase Lucas's money. Larry replied that only rich people could become clients of his company, and he would hardly be able to help Lucas in any way. Lucas replied that it was strange that his father hadn't said anything about his money, since he currently had $14 billion in his account, and after selling the remaining land, another 10 would be added. In his past life, Jack had met many rich miners, but that was thanks to stocks or rich parents. But this is a completely different situation. Larry is probably now wondering where a 12-year-old child could get such money, which will rise in value in 30 years and will be worth hundreds of billions. Larry had been staring at one spot for a couple of minutes now, and judging by his expression, it would be inappropriate to comment here. Jack decided to finish off Larry and handed him his own investment plan. Larry took the notebook and began to silently study the notes, graphs, and tables. At first, his face showed attentiveness, which gradually began to develop into surprise and shock. He paid special attention to the page with the plan for investing in company shares. Jack took the juice and watched carefully to see what the final reaction would be from the head of the Invest Group company. Finally, Larry closed the notebook, looked closely at Lucas, and asked with undisguised surprise how he knew all this at such a young age. Jack replied that he was simply wise beyond his years and smiled like a child. Larry said that he might be smart, but not that smart. No one would believe that this business plan was drawn up by a 12-year-old child. Larry asked a question that interested him regarding the fact that the plan included a clause about creating a company in America and then investing it back in Korea. Even experienced financiers could not have thought of such a thing. Jack replied that they were simply not Richard Wilson's grandchildren and did not have the same big dreams as Lucas. Jack said that he had been visiting his grandfather's house every week for 3 years now, and even stayed with him during school holidays to understand what they were talking about. Larry suggested that Lucas's grandfather, Richard Wilson, may have influenced the plan. Jack felt a sense of relief. He had managed to get out of it by blaming everything on his grandfather and diverting suspicion from himself, and then added that he had always been close to his grandfather, who had said many important things. Larry, having analyzed the conversation that had taken place and understanding the content of Lucas's business plan, drew the appropriate conclusions for himself. Henry was standing in the yard when his friend Larry came out of the house and walked towards him. Larry asked why Henry didn't say anything about the $14 billion. Henry replied that he didn't want Larry to be prejudiced because of money. Now Larry wanted to talk about Lucas. He said that his son is an unusual child. He is a genius. Henry agreed with Larry, saying that Lucas was doing very well in school, but his friend replied that that was not what he meant at all. At the end of the conversation, Larry said that he needed to think everything over carefully, and after saying goodbye, went to his car. After watching his friend go, Henry turned around, raised his head, and looked out the window. He saw an ordinary 12-year-old boy looking at his father and making faces at him. A few days later, Larry visited Heinrich Wilson's house again to talk to Lucas again. Jack greeted him politely and was ready for the new upcoming conversation. The main thing was not to get confused and stick to one version. Henry decided to organize the information in his head and asked Lucas again whether he really had used the information from his grandfather in his business plan, to which he received the same answer. Larry took the business plan and said that in that case he didn't need an investment book. Jack had no choice but to use his grandfather as an excuse to force him to follow his plan. While putting the documents in his briefcase, Larry said that by the end of the year they would have an investment company ready in America, and Lucas would own it 100%. And would also be able to keep his funds there for as long as he wanted. Jack replied that they could resolve such issues on their own, but he would have one request for Larry. Sitting down on the sofa in the living room, Larry sighed and informed Heinrich that Lucas was only going to invest $10 billion. And with the remaining $4 billion, he wants to create a film production company. After a short silence, Larry said that the first candidate for the post of general director of the film company is Genrich. Henry asked in amazement if what he had just heard about the film business was true. Larry informed Heinrich about the cost of making one film in Korea and, having calculated, said that at least 10 high-budget, high-quality films could be made for $4 billion. Henry fell silent and thought for a moment, and Larry continued. If he also invested, the sum would be several times greater. He added that if he simply offered money to Heinrich, he would definitely refuse. So Lucas asked Larry to create a film company for him. Larry continued to say that Lucas said that in the future he would force his father to take over as CEO of this company by any means necessary. One of the following days, an assistant was standing in the office of Chairman Richard Wilson and announced that he had in front of him the personal file of Mr. Larry Baker. Richard knew very well about the Invest Group company, but the fact that Larry was a friend of Henry Wilson, his son, was news to the chairman. The assistant explained that they studied together in England and were classmates. He then expressed his opinion that it was very strange. It was expected that Lucas would simply put the money in the bank and receive interest on it. but it turned out that he decided to start an investment company. Richard instructed his assistant to meet with Larry personally to avoid suspicion that he had a desire to get his hands on Lucas's money. The assistant left, and the chairman thought that his grandson was quite smart. Having invested in an investment company, he was not satisfied with just the percentage, and in this he was very similar to his grandfather. In the summer of 1989, 2 million protesters demanded democracy and independence in the Soviet-controlled republics and formed a 600-kilometer human chain called the Baltic Way. And in the autumn of that year, the Hungarian government opened the western borders, which caused a mass exodus of East German lords. And while the world was paying attention to the changes taking place in Eastern Europe, Jack focused on creating an investment company in New York. Jack owned 98% of the shares, with the remaining 2% owned by Larry Baker and his colleagues. And at the end of November of that same year, Jack and Larry arrived in New York. Jack stood in front of his company's office and looked at the high-rise building. Larry said the building looked a bit run down, but he bought it cheaply so as not to waste money on something useless. Seeing the name of the company Fantasy Entertainment, Larry smiled and said that it sounded a bit naive and childish. And Jack thought that starting with this company, he would still show everyone a real miracle. Jack was delighted. Everything inside was done modernly and tastefully. The office premises were light and spacious. He knew that it was here that he would grow into a giant monster that would soon completely engulf the Synthesis Group. A team of office workers was already walking towards them, smiling friendly. When Larry said he was willing to provide them with the company's CEO, everyone turned to Jack. Larry told Jack that these were the people they would be working with and asked the boy to introduce himself to them. Jack introduced himself as Lucas Wilson and said he was glad to meet everyone too. Larry was surprised and said that Jack knew English perfectly and spoke like a local. Naturally, Jack knew English very well. He was essential when working at Synthesis Group. Jack wanted to know a foreign language better than people with a good academic education, so he studied it thoroughly, tirelessly. He said that although it was wrong to talk about work immediately after a meeting, he asked to find out information about one company. Larry said he appreciated Lucas's enthusiasm and asked what company he was talking about. Jack said that it was about the Bill Market Company. The office staff started asking again to see if they had misheard and if Lucas really needed information about the Bill Market Company. Jack said that this is where the first investment would be made. At the age of 12, Bill Martin started his business selling postage stamps directly, then opened several businesses, achieving success in marketing. Soon, using his acquired business skills, he founded a world-class computer company, Bill Market. Larry asked in surprise how Lucas knew about this company at such a young age. Jack added that, in addition to Bill's $2,000 from selling stamps, he made a lot of money from subscribing to newspapers in high school. Larry asked if Lucas was really going to spend a fortune just because of a story about Bill's childhood. But Jack replied that if he could earn that much as a child without having a rich grandfather, that was saying something. After all, it is quite obvious that a person like Bill Martin will earn a lot of money in the future. Larry ordered his employees to urgently find all the information about Bill Martin and his company, Bill Market. A few days later, Jack stood in front of the burger joint and couldn't understand why Larry had brought him there. Larry explained that the investment Bill's market potential was too low, and Bill agreed to meet him informally for a simple lunch. Larry added that Bill received $30 million, and last year he might have wanted to meet Lucas. Jack understood that the key to investing is to catch the right moment and understand when to enter a project and when to exit it. Larry said that they might be late with the meeting, and Bill would most likely not accept their offer since he had had a hard time getting this meeting. They entered the burger joint. Jack looked around. Naturally, there was a middle-class crowd here. At the very end of the room, Bill was sitting by the window. He waved to them from afar. Jack looked at Bill for a few seconds. At 27, he was the youngest of the 500 richest people in the world, and at 34, he would be a contender for 5th place in America, with a fortune of over $20 billion. Larry noticed Bill's surprise as he looked at Lucas and explained that the boy was a fan of his. Jack and Larry sat down at the table, and Bill shook Larry's hand. Bill immediately asked to get down to business. He needed to return to the company in 15 minutes. Larry didn't hesitate and immediately said that they represented the company Fantasy Entertainment and wanted to invest in the company Bill Market. Bill continued to chew his burger, and when Larry was about to take the documents out of his briefcase, he stopped him. Bill replied that he did not need any investments and that the amount he had now was just right for him. Jack thought that, naturally, $30 million was enough for him to live a carefree life and ensure the prosperity of his company. Larry added that he was aware of Bill Market's financial situation, but if the terms being offered were exceptional, was there no way to reconsider his decision? Bill told Larry that he only needed funds to expand the company, and besides, Bill had the perfect plan. Bill continued that he doesn't do stupid things like increase a company's stock to make money. Jack and Larry exchanged glances. It seemed the conversation wasn't going well and the deal might not take place. Jack asked to speak and said that Bill's past is Lucas's present, and Bill's present is Lucas's future. Bill replied that the boy dreamed too much, then added that as a child, he was a little different from others. Jack replied that he, too, was not like all children his age and was even different from Bill. Bill stopped eating his burger, looked closely at Lucas and asked what was so special about him. Jack replied that Bill, at 12 years old, had $2,000 billion in hand from the sale of stamps. Lucas is now the same age and has $15 billion from the sale of land. Bill put down his burger and asked again about the amount of money Lucas had. Jack continued by saying that he didn't know where Bill spent his $2 billion, but he, Lucas, knew how he used his 15. Jack said that he was going to become a major shareholder in the Bill Market Company. Bill asked Larry, surprised with such ambitions, if Lucas was his son. Larry's answer left Bill in complete shock. Larry replied that Lucas was his boss. Bill asked Lucas a direct question. How did he know that he sold stamps at the age of 12 and thus made money? At that moment, Jack thought that he had screwed up badly. Had Bill's childhood story really not been published yet? But he had to find a way out somehow. He looked slyly at Bill and said, if he hadn't found out everything about Bill, would he have taken action and invested such a huge sum? Then Bill asked the question, if Lucas was going to become a major shareholder and Bill was not currently accepting investments, then how did the guy think he would achieve this? He slyly added that regarding the composition of the board of directors, he has the most votes, so his opinion will be decisive. Jack replied that Bill Market would likely list on the stock exchange next year and Lucas would immediately buy back the shares. He will instantly become a major shareholder with $15 billion, and by the end of this year, Lucas will have another 10. Bill became thoughtful when Lucas told him that he would become a board member and would be actively involved in running the company. Bill listened, and Jack continued to say that, having accepted his own investment, he, as a shareholder, would transfer his votes to them until he decided to sell them again. Jack assured Bill that he would have the right to buy back the shares first and at market price. At this point, Larry interrupted Lucas and told Bill that he and Lucas needed to talk for a minute. He told Lucas that this was not an issue that could be resolved so easily, since the privileged right to purchase shares on the market was more expensive. Larry added that this is correct from the point of view of protecting management rights and the ability to use votes. Bill saw how Larry behaved with Lucas and said that he didn't believe that the guy was the boss, but now he has no doubt about it. He turned to the guy and asked his name. Jack lied and said his name was Howard Wilson. Bill looked at the guy and suggested discussing the situation in more detail. The plane was flying from New York to Seoul, carrying Jack and Larry back. On the plane, Larry said he would be busy with investment negotiations, but Bill was refusing all $15 million, and something had to be done with the remaining funds. Jack responded by telling Larry to consult with the staff and offer him options that Lucas could consider. Larry said that he was very surprised by his conversation with Bill. It seemed to him that Lucas was just a smart child, but Larry's adult brain refuses to understand this. Jack replied that he was born again. He was from the future, which would come in 30 years, so the knowledge of a 40-year-old man remained in his head. Larry seemed offended and said that he shouldn't make such a stupid joke. He's not a fan of science fiction. Although, at about this age, you begin to understand where the past is, where the present is, and where the future is. Larry added that there is no need to doubt the intellectual level of a 40-year-old man who is engaged in economic activity. The chairman of Synthes Group sat and read the report of an assistant who said that Lucas went to New York with Larry Baker, and this trip looked more like a business trip than sightseeing and shopping. He then added that Lucas Wilson is currently spending money to create a film company. Richard looked up from his New York branch office report and looked at his assistant in surprise. He clarified that the design is almost complete, and production is already planned to begin next year, meaning Lucas is working on 2 projects simultaneously. The chairman looked menacingly at his assistant and asked if he had understood correctly that the film company was being created with Lucas's money. The aide replied that this was indeed the case, and that Lucas had allocated $4 billion for this. Richard was furious, believing that his grandson had screwed up badly by failing to spend his money wisely. The chairman added that it seemed he had not trained Lucas sufficiently if he was able to spend $4 billion so recklessly. Even if Lucas did it for his father, if you feel there is no hope of profit, you cannot spend the funds. The assistant dared to object, replying that it was entirely possible that Henry's films would become profitable. The chairman replied that Genrich had been a slacker all his life and that there could be no talk of a company. Moreover, the film business was not easy to promote, since that was where the flop films came from. The aide thought that if any of the films were successful, the chairman would think Lucas's ability to invest wisely was incredible. Once home, Jack was looking through documents related to his investment plan. He invested about $9 billion in Bill Market and also selected candidates where he could invest the remaining $6 billion. Now Jack was getting acquainted with the founding documents of the Nanosoft company, whose director was Chris Knight. Larry said he doesn't know much about the computer industry, but they say it's a bit risky to invest in. Jack asked what the danger was, and Larry replied that the company was trying to release new computer systems, but the market reaction was not very favorable. This year, their third version is coming out, and it's possible that it will fail. Furthermore, their client is preparing to develop their own operating system and may terminate the contract with Nanosoft. Jack said that drones will be released in 2 versions next year, or it doesn't really matter. The difference is only a year or 2. Larry thought for a moment and said that he would choose Nanosoft. Jack wondered how Larry planned to invest in an area he wasn't particularly familiar with. Jack said that he would do it. He was lucky, so everything would work out for them. A minute later, Jack turned to Larry and asked him to sell the remaining lands, to which Larry replied that they could wait a little until the price reached its peak. But Jack replied that he needed more funds for the company in New York, because having already invested the existing funds in 2 companies, Fantasy Entertainment needed additional capital for investments. Jack told Larry to use half of the remaining land after selling it and hold on to the rest for now. Larry replied that he would do everything as Lucas said and left the room. Jack understood that he was using only fragmentary information about the future. But in reality, he didn't really know anything. He had never been a stockbroker, but just an office worker. Jack couldn't remember exactly when or which company became a good place to invest, but there was one thing that would make his firm unbeatable for the next 30 years. Movies. He was familiar with most of the Hollywood films that brought huge profits to film companies, and also film investors who have never suffered financial failure. This alone will make one call oneself the Hollywood Midas, who, according to legend, could turn everything into gold. A few days later, Larry was at Lucas's house again and said he had brought something interesting. He said he got it in New York and Lucas should take a look at it. The folder was titled Hollywood Production, Investments, and the Real State of Affairs. After looking over the documents, Jack said he wanted to show it to his father and convince him that he could really make money from it. And then Jack came across a project for a film that was almost ready for release. He thought that if his father's company were responsible for adapting and distributing the film domestically, they could put pressure on theater owners to push it through. Jack jumped up and asked Larry if this movie was really in the making. Larry looked and replied that that was true. The film was currently in production, but it was a small family film in which both the director and the actors were new. After reading a few more pages, Larry realized that the main role was played by a child, the same age as Lucas. Laying the documents on the table, Larry said that it was better to exclude this idea from the options. In response to Lucas's questioning look, Larry replied that Warrior was originally supposed to cost $11 million, but the budget had grown, and the film had been handed over to the Wolf Company, where it was under review. Larry added that he doesn't really know much about it, but since the film's production is stalled at the initial stage, he doesn't think anything good will come out of it. Jack shouted that he wanted to invest in this film without fail, as quickly as possible and as much as possible. Larry sternly replied that investing and filmmaking were 2 different things. If stocks fell in price, you simply suffered small losses, but if the film didn't do well at the box office, it was just money wasted. In filmmaking, there was no deadline to meet. Larry said sharply that this time he was categorically against this idea. It was not an investment, but a gamble. Jack continued to insist on his own. He asked to try such investments once, and in the future he would keep silent about investments. He saw Larry's look. His reaction was completely understandable to Jack, but he had to seize this chance. Jack didn't want to miss the opportunity to establish himself in Hollywood as an investment company. Even if something went wrong, it was his money, and he promised his parents he could use it as he wanted. He told Larry that he didn't see a problem even if all of Fantasy Entertainment's money disappeared, because the richest man in the country was his grandfather. It was obvious that Larry was angry, but he remained silent. In the end, he said he would do as Lucas wanted. Jack told him to get the rights to distribute the film and adapt it in Korea. Larry replied that it wouldn't be difficult, since they were the only investors who had decided to invest. He added that he would try to organize everything as quickly as possible. Larry headed for the exit, but Lucas stopped him and invited him to have dinner with his family. Larry refused, saying that he was not in the mood to sit at the same table with them right now. At that moment, Jack thought that he had made Larry very angry, but his anger would disappear as soon as he saw the box office receipts for the film. And then the day came when Jack held in his hands the necessary founding documents for a film called Home Alone. As soon as Nanosoft released a new operating system, their stock price immediately rose. Larry, who had been angry with Lucas before, now smiled in surprise and said that the $8 million invested in the film would pay off within a few years. This film made 6 times its budget, and that's just in America. Larry understood that Lucas was now the richest kid in the world. Lucas told Larry that he was already moving to middle school and that the semester was starting in March. At that moment, my father entered the room, and it was clear that he was very unhappy. Henry said that he was busy and asked to explain the matter as quickly as possible. Larry asked him if this unrest was really because the film created by Genrik still couldn't find a time for distribution. The father replied that all the cinemas were cleared out before the new year, and that last year the film was a hit during the Christmas season, and this year it would premiere in Korea. Larry smiled. Was this movie really that good, that all the movie theaters were cleared out and waiting for Home Alone to appear? The father added that this family film is just what is needed during the New Year's season. It is already breaking all box office records for comedies, so there is no room for his film at the box office. My father sadly said that once Home Alone starts playing in all the cinemas, no one will even remember his film. Larry and Lucas looked at each other and listened to how this film had some rich investor. But now everything was in such disarray and he didn't know who he was. Henry said he needed to meet with that guy so he would know the dates and could adjust. Larry put his hand on Heinrich's shoulder and said that first he should bow to him, because he knew who the distributor of this film was. Henry jumped up and screamed. He demanded that they immediately tell him the name of this man. Jack called out to his father and told him to start by releasing his film during the holidays. The father looked at his son in surprise, and Larry said that from now on, Heinrich should listen carefully to Lucas and do what he says. Then there will definitely be no failure. Larry took some document out of his briefcase and handed it to Heinrich. Heinrich tried to understand the contents of the document, and Larry said that he only needed to sign it, and Heinrich would become the owner of the film Home Alone. His son explained to him the conditions, which stated that only those cinemas that would show Genrik's film would receive the right to distribute the film. Henry didn't fully understand what kind of plan Larry and Lucas had come up with. He took the documents and, leaving the room, said that he would talk in more detail later. First, he needed to sort this out. When Henry came out, Larry laughed openly, calling him a fool because he didn't even ask where they got it from. Jack asked Larry to prepare a list of films to be shot this year. He wanted to invest another $200 million. Larry replied that maybe once was enough. Maybe it was just a lucky chance that they ended up making a profit. Jack asked Larry what percentage of the profits Fantasy Entertainment employees received. Larry replied that it was 22%. Jack calculated something on a piece of paper and showed his calculations to Larry. He looked at it carefully and said that he would prepare everything and contact Lucas. Watching Larry go, Jack thought that he needed to focus more on his studies until he finished high school. He lay down on his bed and thought that he had to maintain good academic performance to live up to the expectations of the chairman of Synthes Group, his grandfather. Over the next 3 years, he will only select films that have been successful at the box office. But for now, he can relax a little. At that moment, Mom looked into the room and asked if they had finished their business. Lucas told his mother that he was free and very hungry. Mom replied that that was exactly why she came, to invite Lucas to dinner. One of the following days, Jack was sitting in the room and saw his dad in a hurry and looking at his watch. My father happily said that his film had been released today and he personally wanted to check how things were going. Suddenly, he saw articles in the newspapers that were lying on the table. All the newspapers were attacking the Motors Group company. Jack didn't remember anything like this happening in 1991. But in 1997, the wave of the financial crisis hit the Motors Group, and the Prestige company absorbed it in 1998. Has the future really changed so much because of Jack's intervention, or is this just a one-time act of criticism of the company? Jack knew that they were supposed to go to his grandfather's tomorrow, but he asked his mother to let him go today. Mom replied that she didn't mind letting her son go after breakfast. She hoped that her grandfather would like it. Jack asked why his mother didn't go to the premiere with his father, to which she replied that if there were no spectators, she would put his father in an awkward position. It was so long ago that Jack couldn't remember anything about his father's film, and perhaps the film never existed at all. Jack simply gave his father a chance, and how his life will turn out next depends only on him. Arriving at his grandfather's house, he was told that he was receiving guests. Jack said that he would wait for him in the living room. Jack, remembering the articles in today's newspapers and comparing them with his grandfather's morning meeting, wondered if they were connected. Jack really wanted to know what kind of discussions were currently taking place in the office of the chairman of Synthes Group. There was, in fact, a lot to listen to. The chairman listened carefully, thought for a moment, and asked whether Philip would be able to intercept Motoros Group. Philip replied that, as the chairman said, the best way to achieve second place in the industry, and if they take over Motors Group, then he will do everything to get first place in the country. Richard said that he was entrusting this matter to him. It was necessary to get this company within a year at any cost. The chairman then added that if he succeeded, Richard would hand over the entire automobile industry to him. Assistant Michael thought that handing over this part of the industry to Philip was tantamount to handing over the entire corporation. Had the chairman really found a successor? Richard advised Philip not to make mistakes and take care of everything, and also that he could skip the meetings for now and spend his time completing the assigned task. As Philip left the office, an aide asked the chairman if now was the best time to announce his successor. Richard replied that he was not going to give Philip the Synthes Group, but only the automotive industry. The chairman then added that by giving up the shares to the automobile industry, there would be no problems in protecting the right to management. Michael replied that, of course, he would have more money now, but he would still be disappointed not to get what he wanted. The chairman said that he noticed how Philip rushed to carry out the order. Seeing the light, he was thinking the same thing as the assistant suggested, about complete power over Synthes Group. Jack waited until everyone had left the office, leaving the chairman alone, and said that Grandpa worked even on holidays. Richard replied that there was nothing to be done, that running a company wasn't easy, but he had already finished everything and was free. Approaching the table, Jack noticed the same newspaper with the same articles and realized that the meeting had been about the state of affairs of the Motors Group. Jack then said that he had noticed Uncle Philip's good mood, as he had just left his grandfather's office, to which Richard replied that perhaps it was because of the upcoming holidays. Jack knew there must be some important information for him, and he told his grandfather that he was curious about something. He noticed a brown folder on the table with the following written on it: the need to restructure the auto industry and government support measures. Could it really be Grandpa who is behind all this? Jack told the chairman that he had read in the papers about the current fuss about the Motors Group, and he thought it was strange. Richard asked why he thought it was strange. Jack replied that when Synthesis Group appears in the newspapers, Grandpa usually gets angry and asks to find out whose doing it is. The chairman replied that Lucas had made a good point, but newspapers made money by selling their articles. And articles that seem to have nothing to do with money, such as traffic jams, provide information for road expansion and construction projects. Jack said that companies that build roads would make money from such an article, and Grandpa laughed and said that was true. Then Jack asked who benefits from articles about Motors Group. The chairman responded that perhaps this would be beneficial to a competitor who would like to seriously undermine the economy of Motors Group. Jack said it could be the Auto Prestige Company, but he thought it might be beneficial to his grandfather too. The chairman remained silent, only stroking his grandson on the head. And then Jack realized, the company he had been drooling over. Who could have known that Richard would target Motors Group first? But, as far as Jack remembered, Motors Group was supposed to be absorbed by the Auto Prestige Company. So would his grandfather really fail? The next day, Richard Wilson decided to gather the whole family at his residence. The chairman's son, Heinrich, and his family were also invited to this dinner. Jack watched the family members. Probably everyone was eating silently and wondering why the head of Synthes Group had invited them and gathered them at the same table. After some time, Kevin approached Heinrich and said that he heard that the film he had created had been released. Henry replied that this was indeed the case and that the premiere was completely sold out in the cinemas. He added that this is only the first day and it is unknown what will happen by the end of the film's release. And then the chairman's daughter-in-law turned to Marta, calling her not by her name, but simply her brother's wife, and ordered her to bring some more soup for her. Marta immediately stood up and was about to fulfill her request. Jack looked at his aunt with hatred. She had already gotten used to communicating with his mother like this and was now giving her instructions again. He looked at Henry. His father sat with his head down. Although it was painful for him, he did not dare to make a scene, and, it seemed, he was also used to this kind of treatment. And at that moment, the chairman handed his plate to his daughter-in-law and sternly ordered her to bring him a bowl of soup. She asked again if he was really talking to her. The chairman became angry and asked if she, so young, could really be hard of hearing. The daughter-in-law immediately ran up to the chairman to pour him some soup. Heinrich and Martha looked at the chairman in amazement, and complete silence reigned in the room. Having received more soup, Richard simply dug into the contents of the bowl. He did not want to eat. He simply put his daughter in her place. Jack looked at the chairman. He had just officially and publicly acknowledged his father and mother as part of the whole family. Finally, its members would no longer bother his parents. Of course, Jack was immensely grateful to his grandfather for such an act. But what could he do? He was bound to stab him in the back in the near future. He quickly finished his plate, left the table, and, taking advantage of the fact that the whole family was in the dining room, headed to his grandfather's office. Jack needs to look over the report that was on the chairman's desk yesterday. To stop the chairman from carrying out his plan, Jack needs to know all the details. He took the folder and sat down on the floor to carefully examine its contents. Jack tried to understand everything written in the documents as quickly as possible, because Richard could enter the office at any moment. The next moment, Jack realized that this was not a report on the Motors Group acquisition strategy. It was a plan for the necessary consolidation of the automobile industry and a support measure, which is government policy. Jack was beginning to understand that if Auto Prestige were to absorb Motors Group, there would be concerns about a monopoly in the automobile market. And this would make his grandfather's company, Wilson Motors, the most suitable buyer. All this indicated that the grandfather was developing a policy that was beneficial to him and would present all these documents to the government, which would implement this policy. Jack understood that then he would not be able to use it, and he did not know what to do next. The next second, he heard footsteps in the corridor, quickly approaching the office. There was nowhere to run. The chairman was already standing in front of his grandson, who was sitting on the floor and was wondering what he was doing there. Jack sat in front of Richard, and documents from his folder were treacherously scattered on the floor. He felt like a complete fool, and if he said something wrong now, the trust his grandfather had built up over the years would be lost in an instant. Jack decided that in this situation, it would be better to tell the truth, distorting it a little. It would be better than a ridiculous lie. He made a guilty face and replied that he was just curious. It was clear that the chairman was angry, and he asked what exactly it was about his documents that had interested Lucas so much. Jack replied that having read articles about the Motors Group at home and having come to his grandfather and having seen this folder on the table, he decided that it was all somehow connected. He asks his grandfather for forgiveness for having looked at them without permission. The chairman was silent, and Jack waited to see how Richard would react to his words. After all, he was the head of Synthesis Group, and he should have liked his grandson's justification. Richard said that Lucas is so young, but he is already interested in the economic situation by reading newspaper articles. Grandpa praised Lucas for his desire to find answers to his questions by trying to use relevant materials. When the chairman asked if Lucas had satisfied his curiosity, Jack replied that he had only looked a little and had not yet understood anything. Richard replied that he was sorry that his grandson had not managed to find the answers he needed, but from now on he should not enter the office without his grandfather's permission. Jack apologized again and put the folder on the table. He managed to resolve the situation, but the future was a problem. As he left the chairman's office, Jack realized he had thought he would find a plan to acquire Motors Group in the file of documents. But it turned out that this is not the case. We need to find another way to change this situation. Jack needed to confront the government, not his grandfather. This means that it is necessary to ensure that the government is not interested in the project presented by Synthes Group regarding the automotive industry. A few days later, Richard received information that the chairman of the automotive concern, Claude Johnson, had purchased the land in advance and that politicians had received bribes. The chairman's assistant advised that contact with the Blue House should be refrained for now and that the purchase of Motors Group shares should be postponed. Richard was angry because the government had ordered him not to speculate in land, and he agreed with Michael that he should abandon his plan. Jack drank his juice and thought that it would take some time for chaos to break out. But the information he posted anonymously to the media would attract public attention. This was enough for the government to reject the proposal of the chairman of Synthes Group. Of course, the political circles will be shaken for some time. They will not have time to worry about anything else. But the most important thing is that Jack managed to save the Motors Group. Larry Baker was sitting in his office working on some paperwork when Jack walked in. He suggested that Larry leave Invest Group and join Fantasy Entertainment. Larry replied that Lucas makes decisions on his own that have positive results, and he doesn't see the point in joining Lucas's company, even though he owns 2% of the shares in it. Jack suggested that Larry create a branch in Korea, leave part of the funds there and manage them. Larry continued to work and did not want to discuss the issue. Jack revealed that he knew about a secret fund that Richard had entrusted to Lucas, considering him very capable. Larry looked at Lucas in surprise. Was the chairman really sharing such things with this child, and was Lucas receiving important information from his grandfather? And Jack continued, saying that he would only take the money that he invested in Bill Market, and Larry could manage his grandfather's fund and the rest of the money. Larry immediately looked up from his papers and asked if Lucas was really going to pull money out of Bill Market. Jack responded positively and added that he planned to do it next year. At this point, Larry couldn't stand it any longer and jumped up, shouting that Lucas had gone crazy because Bill Market was a golden duck that brought in high profits every day. The decision to sell shares that have never fallen since they went public is the height of madness. Lucas replied that they would talk about the shares later, but now he asked for his response to his proposal. Larry got up from the table and went to the window. Now he considered Lucas a disgusting boy. After a minute, Larry turned to Lucas and replied that he needed to finish something and they would talk about it later. Jack thought that he would accept any conditions. What he needed now was an adult like Larry, who wouldn't treat him like a child. In addition, he is intelligent and experienced. Most importantly, he has a career that is unrivaled in the world. Until Jack became an adult, Larry was the only person who could replace him. Larry asked Lucas what he was going to spend the money from Bill Market on. Jack gave a simple and clear answer. He wants to invest them in Japan. Larry was angry again. He said, Lucas reads the newspapers and knows what a great crisis Japan is facing. To which Jack replied that the best opportunities always come during the greatest crisis, and Larry knew this. Larry said that this is what successful people say, and only 1 in a million can take advantage of an opportunity in a crisis. Everyone else just perishes. Jack told Larry not to rule out the possibility that Lucas was that one man in a million. Philip called his son to him and asked him how his meeting with his grandfather went. The son replied that his grandfather advised him to go to Europe and stay there until he was 30. Philip asked if his son had flared up after his grandfather's words. The boy replied that he was no longer an idiot. He simply said that he would try harder and left his grandfather's office. One day, Philip decided to gather the children together and discuss very important issues concerning their future. Now that they were adults, he told them to remember his words. Grandfather would definitely watch their every step. If unpleasant rumors reach him, it will definitely affect not only themselves, but also other people. Then Philip turned to his eldest daughter, saying that as soon as she graduated from university, he would introduce her to a decent guy, and she would have to get married. Rosalina decided to object that nowadays no one gets married right after university, unless it's after a few years. Philip responded sharply. All they did was to be born with their grandfather's blood, thanks to which they can live in such prosperity and well-being. And if it occurs to grandfather to abandon them, then they will no longer be able to enjoy even half the life they live now. The son replied that he did not fully understand why his father was leading up to this conversation. Philip replied that they hadn't noticed how their grandfather had changed recently, and that his favor was now focused on their younger Uncle Henry and cousin Lucas. The son agreed that his grandfather was kind to Lucas, but he was not the kind of person to change his attitude towards his son just for his grandson's sake. Philip said he had received information that, despite his busy schedule, their grandfather found time to watch a film made by his son, Henry. After a short silence, Philip invited the children to draw their own conclusions and compare how their grandfather treated them and how he treated Lucas. Then he reminded them of their grandfather's age, and no one knows how much longer he has left. Philip told the children to visit the chairman's house more often and not to create problems for him, and when Sintez Group fell into his hands, they would be able to behave as they pleased. He said that the conversation was over, and the children obediently left their father's office. Philip recalled that last year he was supposed to take over Motors Group. Since then, the remaining problems were settled by his father without his knowledge, and the unresolved issues of the new branches that Philip was dealing with were resolved personally by his father. Rumors began circulating within the company that the succession structure would change. Branch directors began to argue with Philip more often and report his actions to the chairman. Philip was clearly aware that Richard Wilson had changed a lot, and he had only a vague idea of the reason. And the nephew, who was never perceived as a threat, is now turning the whole house upside down. Philip understood that in such a situation, even if the children worked hard, they would not be able to become owners of Synthes Group. Fantasy Entertainment established a company in Korea, and Larry Baker was appointed as the representative of both companies. Jack didn't feel much change in their relationship, but Larry stopped objecting immediately when Jack expressed his opinion. He began to listen more, and when Jack expressed an opinion that differed from Larry's, Larry would object reasonably based on the data. Larry sat opposite Jack and advised him not to buy part of the Bill Market shares, but all of them. Jack replied that they had made a profit 100 times greater than their investment, which was quite enough, and there was no reason to be greedy. Larry took some documents out of his briefcase and, placing them on the table, said that this was information about a company that could be invested in, but he wasn't entirely sure. As Jack started looking through the documents, he said that they had made quite a bit of profit last year and that it was a large and well-established company. Larry explained that they are engaged in the development of IT technologies, and as this field grows, so does the company. Jack, having seen the name of the company, Power Group, had already identified a company for investment, but out of respect for Larry, asked to prepare a list. Larry replied that he would do everything. He couldn't even imagine that they would choose the same company. Jack asked Larry what he meant when he said he wasn't entirely sure about the company he had chosen. Larry replied that it was a stable company and hardly needed investment, and that its founder was a third-generation Japanese Korean. Jack knew that the third-generation Japanese Korean was Mr. Kim, the man who wrote the myths of success. Jack asked Larry if they were planning to go public, to which Larry replied that there was no information about it. Jack decided there was still a chance. He had only seen a few articles about the internet, so he didn't know the exact time frame. Jack remembered his grandfather's words that everything in the world has its price. However, the price is individual for each person. And if the conditions are right, they will sell anything. Larry asked Jack how much he was ultimately willing to give, and Jack replied that he would like to hear it from Larry. Larry offered to pay 5 times the nominal price for the shares, which would mean a 30% profit after the shares were listed on the stock exchange. Jack replied that he wasn't sure the company would be interested in such a proposal. Larry said that this is precisely why he has doubts, since there are many investors willing to offer the same conditions. Jack replied that in that case it would be necessary to offer not 5 but 10 times more, and in case of competition, raise it to 50. Larry wanted to object harshly, but the next second he covered his mouth with his hand to remain silent. Jack told Larry that Bill Market had already grown 100-fold, so why couldn't the same happen with Power Group? Larry replied that Power Group is not a manufacturer like Bill Market. It is just a distributor. They can lose money. It is like gambling. Jack replied that they couldn't leave their opponents in the game and quit themselves. There was no poker that you could play alone. You just had to wait until the end. Larry smiled and said that since Lucas had such deep knowledge and luck in gambling, it was worth trying to join this game. He added that Lucas must remember that more often than not, the end of such games is ruin, but he will raise the stakes. Jack replied that it would be the last time until he became an adult. A few days later, a package of documents was lying on Jack's desk. Larry had purchased 5 million shares of Power Group, paying 35 times its original value for each. Larry said that now all that was left was to wait and hope for Lucas's luck, to which the guy replied that everything would be fine. While Jack was opening his juice, Larry asked if he had changed his mind about selling all his Bill Market shares. Jack handed Larry a can of juice and replied that they had already increased their investment 100-fold and that there was no point in holding on to it. They needed to buy more shares with the money from the sale of Bill Market. As Jack opened his second bottle of juice, he announced that he would be entering high school next year and would have to focus on his studies. Larry praised him for his diligence and asked if Jack intended to study business administration and economics in the future. Jack replied that he wanted to go to law school. He explained that his grandfather is the best entrepreneur in Korea, and Larry studied economics in England. They are both close, so why does he need a university? Larry asked in surprise if Lucas was really planning to become a judge in the future. Jack replied that he simply wanted to show that Wilson was a third-generation academic success story, as previously, students from wealthy families at the prestigious university were not good enough to get into law school. Jack was sitting in his grandfather's living room drinking tea when the chairman asked if Lucas had chosen the school he would attend for high school. Jack replied that he would go to a regular school and did not need to study abroad. The grandfather criticized Henry for not caring about his son's future and added that he would find out about a prestigious school in Switzerland. But Jack objected, saying that he would study at the local university. Jack explained that the most points are required for the law and medical faculties, and since Lucas is more of a humanities person, he chooses the former. The chairman excitedly asked if his grandson was going to be a judge or a prosecutor, and Lucas laughed and replied that he would be a businessman and a corporation owner. Grandfather asked why I should go to law school then. Jack replied that few rich kids got into law school at the prestigious university in Seoul, and his grandfather would be proud of him. Richard recalled how proud the president of Prestige was at a meeting of major corporations. It was a day when one of the main topics was the admission of the eldest grandson to that very university. But Richard knew what tricks he was resorting to. According to rumors, not only the Secretariat, but also a dozen correspondents from the university and the Ministry of Economy were mobilized for the admission. The faculty that required the lowest number of points was chosen. It was either the Faculty of Philosophy or History. If this had been an honest admission, his grandson would not have been able to score points even for these faculties. But law school is a completely different matter. All that was left was to recognize a person's intellectual abilities. And now Lucas wants to prove that he is one of those capable people, just so that his grandfather can be proud of his grandson. There were many people who brought Richard wealth, but no one brought him happiness. And now the youngest of the Wilsons makes him happy. The chairman said that if Lucas gets into this university's most prestigious department, he will buy his grandson everything he wants. Jack thought that Richard should remember his promise, because he didn't want some foreign car. He wanted the power of the chairman of Synthes Group. In 1994, Power Group's shares went public, and the price per share was the highest on the stock exchange. Mr. Kim, the company's president, announced that he was going to carry out a takeover of one of the companies, but was currently busy choosing a suitable one. By this time, Jack's investment of $230 million had turned into $850, bringing in a profit of $620 million. The game paid off because Jack managed to get out of the game in time before the Power Group financial bubble burst, and he devoted all 3 years to his studies. He occasionally invested in Hollywood films as a hobby. Lucas's brother Jimmy graduated from high school without any major incidents, and since he did not have enough grades to enter a decent university, he was sent to America to study. Jimmy didn't receive the attention he deserved from his family, and there were no expectations placed on him. And now all attention was focused on Lucas, the Wilsons' only senior. Some people watched his grades with curiosity. Only his parents and grandfather looked at him with hope. The chairman was bragging to someone on the phone that his youngest grandson ranked 39th in the country in the natural sciences and 10th in the humanities. The official results had not yet been announced at the university, but the grandfather had already received a note with his grandson's scores. Richard scrolled through his phone's address book, wondering who else he could brag to about his grandson's successes. The chairman invited the head of the PR group into his office, showed him the note, and ordered him to quietly leak this information to the media. The manager inquired about the purpose of this assignment, to which Richard replied that everyone thinks that managers use money and power to ensure that their children study in prestigious institutions. And now photographers and reporters will know that Wilson Jr. achieved everything on his own, without the financial support of the chairman of Synthes Group. And this idea worked out. There was always a large number of reporters in Henry's house, who constantly followed the life and successes of Lucas. Throughout the year, Jack prepared individually with teachers for each subject. The money spent on teachers would be enough to pay these journalists salaries for 10 years to come. Reporters discussed how Lucas was only 6 points short of first place, which now belonged to a student from Jeju Island. Jack told them that they could go to the island and report there and just write about him whatever their grandfather liked. Jack added that his grandfather would be pleased to know that Lucas had studied mostly from textbooks and had been helped by various reference books. On January 1st, 1997, the chairman held a large reception in one of his own hotels. Everyone who spoke to Richard noticed that he was in high spirits. Jack was also among those invited, and he was well aware that most of the attention of those around him was focused on him. Kevin approached him and decided to congratulate him on a good interview. He called Jack a future prosecutor and added that in the future he plans to entrust him with the transfer of the inheritance. Jack replied that he was not going to be a prosecutor, but a corporate lawyer specializing in mergers and acquisitions. Kevin asked Lucas in surprise where he got such confidence from, and Jack replied that his grandfather decided so. It was hard not to notice Kevin's smile, as he was pleased that his grandfather saw Lucas only as a lawyer and not as the head of Synthes Group. Kevin asked Lucas what he thought, whether he wanted to become a lawyer himself. Jack understood that the most useful relative was a cousin with a good head and who got a good mark on the national exams. Jack could have become his competitor in the future, but now he specifically said that his grandfather only saw him as a lawyer. And now, having calmed down, Kevin wanted to make him his ally. Kevin listened to Jack say that he had little interest in the bench, that he needed to get into law first, and then we'd see. Kevin agreed with Jack that this was a question for the future. He had just finished school, and there was no need to make decisions now. He finally calmed down and added that as soon as he got tired of digging through the legal codes, Kevin would provide him with one of the comfortable positions in Synthesis Group. Kevin added that he would make his nerdy little brother happy and asked Jack to stay close after the event was over. Jack listened as Kevin taught him how good the world was and how pleasant life was. Jack watched Kevin walk away and thought that everything was right. Let him enjoy life and this wonderful world, because in the future, all that would remain of all this would be memories. At that moment, Caroline and her husband approached him and said that it would be wonderful if their children studied as well as Lucas. And her husband Oliver added that if Lucas had any questions about his studies, he could safely contact him. Jack asked if Oliver had graduated from a prestigious university or scored a lot of points to offer his services, but he replied that he only meant legal practice. Carolina added that Lucas could take his uncle as a tutor, since he failed the elections and is currently doing nothing. Jack was well aware of Oliver's failure to steal money from Carolina's department store without his grandfather's knowledge, but it was not enough to allow him to run for the Seoul district. Jack saw Caroline's anger at the measure's failure and decided to ask Oliver if he was going to run next time. He replied that he was not allowed to stop at a second-term congressman and that he had to get into the National Assembly and into the cabinet of ministers. Jack replied that Oliver should definitely try next year, and besides, his grandfather was in a good mood for it. He added that if they want it and don't mind, Lucas will help them and finance the election process. Oliver exclaimed joyfully, and Caroline, clapping her hands, said that Lucas was very kind and smart. Jack said that even if his grandfather refused to finance them, he would do it himself because Oliver was now his teacher. But Oliver asked where Lucas was going to finance it. Lucas reminded him that he had sold the ranch given to him by his grandfather and put the money in the bank, where a lot of interest had accrued on the untouched savings. It was beneficial for Jack to have Oliver in the National Assembly, because then he would be able to lure congressmen to his side. Jack, as he had promised Kevin, stayed with him after the event and was now sitting next to him in the car. When he asked where they were going, Kevin replied that his uncle wanted to have a drink with him. Getting out of the car, Jack saw a huge house, and Kevin explained that only friends and cousins gather there from time to time. His father almost never comes here. He added that Lucas can also come here whenever he wants. It's quiet and nice here. This villa belonged to Philip Wilson, the vice chairman of Synthes Group, and Jack could not even imagine that he would end up here like this. The butler ran out of the house to meet Kevin. Kevin asked if those he had invited today had arrived. The breathless butler announced that Miss Angelina had suddenly had a night shoot and said she would not be able to come today. Jack knew who they were talking about. Angelina, the drama actress who is currently breaking all records for the highest ratings. Kevin got angry, hit the butler, and asked if he hadn't said that today was a very important day. Kevin kicked the butler and said that he should have dragged her here by the hair or kidnapped her, but he definitely had to bring her. He yelled that if he continued to perform his duties so carelessly, he would hardly receive his next salary. Jack decided to intervene and said that they came here only for this. If Kevin was in a bad mood, then they could just go home. Kevin left the butler alone and said that he had forgotten that Lucas had a good character. And besides, Lucas was the main character today. He told the butler to get lost and added that he was only lucky because Lucas intervened. The butler was already getting into the car and was about to leave the house when Lucas called out to him. Jack told him that he wouldn't be staying there for long and asked him to wait and take him back. Kevin tried to persuade Lucas to stay until tomorrow and have a great time, and then go home together. But Jack replied that he would not stay here for long. He was very tired today from all the guests who approached him at the party. Suddenly, Jack thought that an opportunity had arisen that he had never even thought of, so he couldn't waste his time here. Entering the house, Jack looked with interest at Kevin's assistant, who was sitting in the car. He needed to make him his man. Jack and Kevin entered the room where a variety of alcoholic drinks were on the table, and Kevin invited them to make themselves at home. Kevin took the bottle, opened it, and said that they would start with light drinks, beer. Jack took a full glass of beer and drank it in one gulp. Then, without pouring it into a glass, he took the whole bottle. Kevin chuckled and said that Lucas was a great drinker and probably knew some drinking etiquette. Jack, pouring beer into Kevin's glass, decided to ask him for advice. He hoped that he would like it. Jack put the bottle down and asked Kevin whether he thought Lucas should become a prosecutor or a lawyer. After finishing another glass, Kevin replied that his grandfather and his father already had similar people with legal education. But they are all strangers, and Kevin and Lucas are brothers, albeit cousins. He said that after living in Europe, he realized that no matter how loyal his subordinates seemed, the truth was that they were not, and everyone had their own thoughts. Jack thought that Kevin did the same thing, and he also blamed others because of his distrustful personality. Kevin continued, "He understood perfectly well that there was a deep gap between those who give and those who receive money, which was difficult to bridge, but connections were a different matter. My relationship with my brother is not a take-or-give relationship, but rather a shared use of finances." Jack drank beer and thought that the real Lucas might have believed this nonsense, but not Jack. Kevin wasn't going to share anything with anyone and even sent his younger brother Martin to jail. Kevin decided to answer Lucas's question. What he would rather become. He said that he doesn't care whether his brother becomes a judge or a prosecutor. He added that Lucas simply needs to be around all the time, and then he will make him the second person in the Syntez Group company. Kevin said that Lucas is the only one among the brothers who acts like a human being. The rest are useless. They won't be able to run the company even when they grow up. He saw great potential in Lucas, and that's why he invited him to join him. Jack wondered if Kevin really trusted him so much that he dreamed of making him his right hand, or if this was just a test. At that moment, two pleasantly beautiful girls appeared in the doorway laughing. One of them cheerfully told Kevin that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Jack often saw the faces of these famous girls in dramas and various music programs. When one of the girls said that it was the first time she saw the new guest, Kevin liked the fact that they showed interest in Lucas and flirted with him. Jack had to disappoint this company by saying that he was tired of the party today and was already leaving. He could clearly see that Kevin was not happy with his brother's departure, but he only said that they would see each other later. Jack walked out onto the porch of the house and sighed with relief. He tried alcohol for the first time in Lucas's body and immediately got drunk. But now, having breathed some fresh air, he felt better. Jack walked up to the car and saw Kevin's assistant dozing. He quietly knocked on the closed window to wake him up. Getting into the car, he apologized for keeping him waiting for so long, and the assistant replied that Lucas could have sat in the back. It was more comfortable there. Jack replied that he was not his boss or his superior, so the seat in the back was uncomfortable for him. The car left the territory of Philip Wilson's country house and was now racing along the highway in the direction of Lucas's house. Jack decided to start a conversation and asked if the assistant really worked in the strategic office of the Syntez Group company. The man looked at the road, but asked with surprise how Lucas knew about this. Jack replied that he often communicates with his grandfather, the company's chairman, and knows that the strategy department is divided into two parts. The first consists of talented employees who graduated from prestigious universities and who develop strategic plans. The second consisted of people from second-rate educational institutions who ran errands for immature idiots and cleaned up their shit. Jack said that judging by what Kevin's assistant does, he might be from the second group. The man gripped the steering wheel of the car tightly. He felt shame, contempt, and disgrace. But when Jack said that he was luckier than the employees from the first group, the assistant looked at Lucas with bewilderment and incomprehension. Richard Wilson is already 80, and after his death, Lucas will be left with 3 uncles and an aunt who will begin to tear Synthesis Group apart. And Vice Chairman Philip will wield the sword and try to monopolize the company. Then the family secrets that the assistant knows he will be able to sell for huge amounts of money. The assistant was angered by this and said that it was all nonsense. He did not understand what Lucas wanted to say. Jack decided there was no point in saying anything else. He just closed his eyes and asked to be woken up when they arrived at Lucas's house. In 1997, the company Stalinvest, which built the steel plant, went bankrupt and burst like a soap bubble. And the battle of the beasts began, aiming at the mortally wounded prey. In connection with this, the chairman of Syntez Group called an urgent meeting and, having become familiar with the sale price of the collapsed enterprise, asked whether this was the exact price. Vice Chairman and Richard Wilson's eldest son, Philip Wilson, responded that this was indeed the case. Richard suggested that Prestige would also want to acquire Stalinvest, offering the same amount as Syntez Group. And since Prestige has already accumulated experience in the field of steel, It will certainly gain more votes when purchasing than their company. The chairman asked those present how much, in their opinion, could be offered to buy out the company Stalinvest. But everyone remained silent. Kevin dared to speak out first and suggested a figure just under $2 trillion. Seeing the chairman's questioning look, he explained that this was the maximum amount that Synthes Group could offer. Richard said that then Prestige would win, to which Kevin replied that this was not something worth taking out a loan for and turning the purchase of the company into a money fight. The chairman decided to object and said that the sale of Stalinvest was taking place at an open auction, since Kevin was going to fight, if not with money. Kevin considered it necessary to emphasize the fact that, in the event of the acquisition of Stalinvest, the Synthes Group company will undergo an increase in operational efficiency and the development of a new industry. The chairman ordered that this issue be looked into and a corresponding report prepared, one that would impress the judges upon taking possession of the acquired company. Richard appointed Vice Chairman Philip to be responsible for this process and gave him 1 week to do it. The chairman then asked those present if there were any other suggestions other than what Kevin had put forward. And suddenly he heard a sum that was slightly, but still higher than the sale price of the company Stalinvest. Richard looked closely at the head of one of his companies and asked him to justify the stated amount. Barry Barton responded that it made no difference to the creditors who acquired the company and that the government would give its approval in any case. Richard said that if Barry offered such an amount, then where could he get the missing part to what Kevin offered? To which he replied that they could mortgage their lands intended for the construction of residential buildings. The chairman replied that it was impossible to build and sell apartments on mortgaged land, except that he was going to return the amount received from the mortgage. Barton replied that he could work it out during the construction process and that the chairman should not worry about it. Richard assumed that if Barry acted illegally, he would take full responsibility and the chairman would have nothing to do with it. He chuckled and said that it seemed that Barry had privatized a lot of his money if he spoke so confidently about it. Soon the chairman had information about the amount that Prestige was offering for the purchase of Stalinvest. It was more than Kevin's amount, but less than the amount offered by Barton. Philip stood in front of his father and asked if he was really going to spend the amount Barry Barton had mentioned. He warned the chairman that the management of their company's fund would be disrupted for some time. Richard looked at his grandson and asked what Lucas thought. Was there really no other way than money? Jack really wanted to know what was going on in this insidious man's head, and he asked for a hint. The chairman said that when a person sells a tree, he wants it to go to someone who has taken good care of it and grown it, not to someone who will cut it up and sell it as firewood. Philip interrupted their conversation and asked if the chairman really assumed that the Prestige company was buying Stalinvest for subsequent resale. Richard replied that no matter what the chairman of Prestige wanted to do, the one who grew and sold the tree should take care of it. He looked at his grandson and asked if that was enough of a hint for him. Jack replied that, upon taking over, Prestige would build and sell apartments on Stalinvest's land, and then sell the steel plant's equipment to foreign countries. In this scenario, Stalinvest will disappear completely, and if Synthes Group acquires this company and joins the Steel Group, it will do everything possible to revive and preserve Stalinvest. Grandfather smiled and replied that perhaps he had given too easy a hint. Jack will consider whether this will work because Prestige has strong enough connections that even if their goal is resale, there will be many people who will support Prestige's decision. Jack looked at the chairman and asked how much his grandfather planned to finance to acquire the Stalinvest company. Upon hearing the amount the chairman named, Philip was horrified and said that it was unthinkably more than they had planned and what Prestige could offer. Richard replied that he would give more if he had that amount of money. It is necessary to correctly scatter the bait for the fish so that the fishing would be successful. And then a brilliant idea came to Jack. He needed to involve the media. By using the press and radio, pressure can be put on judges by declaring that metallurgy, which is an important industry in the country, must be saved and preserved. Jack remembered the chairman's words, telling Lucas to keep his eyes open and look closely at what his grandfather was doing, and how to use the civil servants he has cultivated over the past few decades. The chairman checked with Lucas about tomorrow's entrance ceremony and said that he had already contacted the director and the dean of the university. He gave Lucas some helpful advice. Occasionally have a drink with helpful people and make sure they can help him later if needed. The chairman then added that a man was waiting outside for Lucas who would be responsible for his receipts from now on. The grandson thanked his grandfather and went outside. Jack saw a car parked near the porch and a tall, dark-haired young man who, upon seeing Lucas, bowed politely. He handed over his business card and introduced himself as Thomas Grieg, assistant to the head of the Strategic Group Department. Thomas walked up to the car, opened the rear passenger door, and said he would take Lucas home. A few minutes into the ride, Jack asked Thomas if Philip Wilson had hired him. Thomas replied that he was working on orders from the personal assistant of the chairman of Synthes Group. Jack knew this man. He was his grandfather's close assistant who served him until the very end. When Jack asked Thomas who he would be sending the reports to, the head of the strategy department or his grandfather, he was surprised. Jack continued. He said that wasn't Thomas supposed to report Lucas's every move, since it was a known fact. Thomas replied that he would personally inform his grandfather's close assistant, and then asked if there was anything Thomas should be careful about. Jack replied that Thomas should report everything as it is. Now it is his job, and he needs to follow the orders of the leader. One of the following days, Jack invited Larry and declared that they would also participate in the takeover of the Stahl Invest company. But Larry replied that it was beyond their capabilities. Even if he manages to win it over, Lucas won't take over its management, and in any case, everything will have to be broken up and sold, and there is no time for that now. Jack replied that he had not said that he wanted to take over Stahl Invest, but that he was simply stoking the takeover battle a little. Larry replied that he didn't know what Lucas was planning, but that this was a standoff between Synthes Group and Stahl Invest and they shouldn't interfere. And Jack replied that he would just help his grandfather a little and that Synthes Group would definitely get Stahl Invest. Larry said that if the shareholder wants it that way, the hired boss has no choice but to obey. Information leaked to the media that Fantasy Entertainment had also entered the race to acquire Stahl Invest. And in connection with this, Larry, as CEO, gave an interview on television. He stated that many companies appear and disappear. Stahl Invest is just one of them. There is no obligation to keep it forever. Larry reported that they had determined the exact price of Stahl Invest and were confident of acquiring it. Journalists asked what they planned to do with the company if they won the auction. Larry replied that Fantasy Entertainment was an investment company, not management, and that the steel mill would be handed over to whoever wanted to take it, while their land would be sold to a construction company. And then one of the journalists said that Larry's words sounded like speculation. Larry replied that he wouldn't call it speculation. What is important is that the bank, which is Stahl Invest's creditor, must itself select the bidder who offers the highest price. After watching Larry's interview, Philip didn't understand why Fantasy Entertainment got involved in this race and invited him to join them. Upon entering the office, Larry openly expressed his displeasure at being disturbed while he was busy. Philip got furious and shouted, "Don't they know who they are trying to put a spoke in the wheel of?" Larry calmly advised Philip to watch the interview again and calm down. He added that this idea came to him after he found out that Lucas wanted to help his grandfather in this way. Lucas explained that Synthes Group will only benefit, despite the fact that it will have to spend more money. Larry headed for the exit, announcing that he was expected at the shareholders' meeting. This information about Lucas's actions was big news for Philip. Fantasy Entertainment was a competitor who interfered, but Larry understood the intentions of the chairman of Synthes Group, which meant that this should play a significant role in strengthening public opinion. Philip sat down on the sofa and closed his eyes. He considered himself an unincited fool, and then his phone rang. It was Richard who called. He also watched the interview and was now saying that there was no need to be angry about this. This whole situation would become a good fire. Philip replied that he had just spoken to Larry and that his intentions were just that, firewood. He added that it was a collaboration that Lucas had created to help the chairman win the bid. Richard asked in surprise if his grandson Lucas had really come up with this to help his grandfather. While the idiot descendants are busy taking the chairman's money, his grandson creates an investment company to help his grandfather. Philip said that he is currently working on having articles critical of Fantasy Entertainment appear in the media tomorrow. He added that he would send his people to the discussion programs of each television company and be sure to mention the Prestige company there. This company has already seized enough steel mills, and the seizure of Stahl Invest will be seen as a desire for its land. Their hidden goal will be to build apartments there for sale. The rating will decrease. Their offer will be rejected. Richard replied that Prestige had been difficult to compete with from the start, but Lucas and Larry had opened the doors and given Synthes Group a chance. One of the following days, Jack was already approaching the doors of the university, where the welcoming ceremony for first-year students was taking place. Jack entered a large, spacious hall and saw a large number of students and tables set with a variety of food and drinks. But as soon as he appeared on the threshold, all eyes immediately turned in his direction. Jack walked into the hall and sat down on the edge of the table. He wondered how Lucas would feel now, being here, whether he was comfortable with all the attention from those around him. A few minutes later, professors and teachers came onto the stage, greeted the new students, and invited them to get acquainted. One of the boys stood up and said that he came from the village. The second one replied that he was going to defend the law for the sake of the country's future. One of the teachers said that it was very good that most of the students were from the provinces, and that this was not a world where children from rich families monopolized prestigious universities. At some point, it was Jack's turn, and the guy sitting next to him handed him the microphone. Most of the students turned towards him. They were very interested in listening to this student's speech. Jack stood up and asked permission to take a little longer than the other students. The rector responded positively, saying that everyone can speak at their own discretion. Jack said that most of the people here know who he is. His name is Lucas, and he was born into a wealthy family, and he is proud to be here now. Some smiled, some looked with prejudice, but everyone understood one thing. There was no way to get in here, even with a large sum of money. Jack continued. He said that he understood that making friends with the teachers and students would not be so easy, but if he gave each of those present small gifts, would it not be considered a bribe? The rector replied that a bribe must have some price, and that the students could currently give him their warm relationships in return. Jack asked if giving expensive gifts to teachers would be considered a bribe. One of the teachers laughed and replied, "It's a pity, but this is already a bribe." At that moment, Jack's assistants wheeled carts with many boxes into the hall. Jack learned this talent of buying favor with gifts from his grandfather. One by one, the students received gifts and opened the boxes. They were the latest model laptops. Jack put the microphone down. Everyone was busy with the gifts and didn't listen to the specs of the laptops. A few days earlier, Jack had been sitting in the chairman's office, surprised by his grandson's decision to give expensive gifts to the university students. Jack replied that he had done the math and that he would pay a little over $2,000 for 200 laptops. He told his grandfather that this was the only way to win the favor of the students and win them over to his side. Jack said that this would also be an advertisement. The chairman asked his grandson to explain how distributing laptops to students could be connected to advertising. Jack responded that if expensive laptops were available to more than just office workers or faculty, it would raise the university's prestige in the eyes of the public. Richard sipped his tea and listened as Lucas proposed launching a special event with discounts for students and filming an advert against the backdrop of the university. Noticing his grandfather's silence, Jack said that if he was sorry to spend money on all this, then he himself was able to pay all the expenses. Richard replied that he was simply wondering why there were only 200 laptops when 400 freshmen were enrolled. Jack replied that only half of the students were at the welcome party, and he was going to give gifts only to them. He saw the question in his grandfather's eyes and explained that those who were present and those who were not cannot be the same. The reward will make it clear that only those who follow him can receive it. Richard laughed and said a proverb. A carrot is much more effective than a stick at making a horse walk. The first-year students looked at their gifts, completely forgetting about food and drinks. At that moment, Thomas approached Jack and handed him a note. Jack unfolded a piece of paper. It was a list of those who had refused his gift. Jack thought that either these students were stupid or they wanted something more. In any case, he needed to take a closer look at them. From that day on, the atmosphere at the university changed dramatically. Not only first-year students, but also seniors greeted him. Jack walked into the classroom, and one of his classmates said that the laptop was just great. It was suitable not only for studying, but also for gaming. In response, Jack decided to joke, saying that this was a hidden goal to distract students from studying. The students who did not receive gifts kept their distance from Jack and looked at him with disdain. He thought about giving out more gifts at the festival in May. In the hall of the first floor of the university, one of the students was standing near the drink machine. Jack came closer to him. It was one of those students who refused his gifts. He decided to talk to the guy and asked why he didn't take his laptop. Maybe he just forgot. The student angrily replied that he didn't need handouts from the rich major. Jack replied that he had no intention of doing so and thought it must have been his pride. The student replied that he knew that Lucas was from a wealthy family, third generation, and would not be surprised if he gave money to the students. Jack replied that maybe the guy wouldn't refuse if Lucas bought him a plate of rice or coffee from the machine in the cafeteria. The student was furious. He was angry that Lucas could equate a plate of rice with a laptop, to which Jack replied that for him they were one and the same. He listened to the boy's screams and thought it was funny, and his pride was misplaced. Jack told him that what the guy counts in tens, hundreds, and thousands, Lucas counts in millions and billions. Anything worth less than $100 million is just pocket money for him, a laptop or a cup of coffee. All the same thing, Jack thought. Even if it was too much, if you were going to crush him, you had to do it for sure, so that in the future he wouldn't even be able to look in his direction. Jack said that if he treats a student in the cafeteria, he will thank him and eat it. If he finds a coin on the street, he will pick it up, and at that moment, pride disappears somewhere. But when he is offered an expensive gift, pride comes from somewhere. Finally, Jack said that it was very stupid to have such pride, and leaving the student perplexed, he left. Jack was sitting in the university square when a student approached him and said that it was definitely a bribe. This guy was also on the list of those who refused, and Jack asked him why he thought so. The student sat down next to him and said that a bribe is something that is given in advance, but doing someone a favor and receiving gratitude for it is a gift. Jack objected, saying that the guy was not a government employee and Lucas did not need anything from him. But the guy stood his ground and said that a bribe is always given before asking for something, and it often happens that it is given several years in advance. The student said that in a few years he would become a prosecutor, so it turns out that this was a bribe. He then asked if his grandfather had put him up to this. Jack replied that his grandfather had nothing to do with it. Perhaps he had taught it to Lucas's older cousins. Then the student said that since his grandfather does not share his experience with him, it means that Lucas is the most backward in their family. Jack decided to agree with him and added that his father had also been removed from business and was simply involved in film production. Then the guy said that Lucas was only formally a third-generation heir, and Jack replied that it was so. Here the student scratched the back of his head and said with disappointment that he should have accepted his gift. The guy asked if Lucas could lend him his laptop now, and Jack thought it was funny. Jack asked the student if he had even passed the entrance exams on the first try. It was clear that this had deeply affected the student, and Jack said that if he gave him the laptop, maybe the guy would forgive him. The student replied that he would forgive him for the first time. But he stood up and walked away. Surprised that the boy had again refused the gift, Jack asked him how old he was. The student told him to shut up and made an obscene middle finger gesture. Jack was sitting in the classroom before classes started, and his gaze fell on one of the students who was in his class. A student sitting next to her noticed this and said that her name was Olivia, the most beautiful girl in the university. Jack couldn't take his eyes off her. She really was a very sweet girl. The student advised Lucas not to bother her and leave this chance to others. He said that Lucas is from a wealthy family, third generation, and can even afford to date celebrities. Jack said he hadn't seen her at the welcome ceremony, and the student replied that she had been there, but not for long. Olivia had left before the gifts were handed out. Jack plucked up his courage, stood up from his seat, and walked over to Olivia. The girl asked what business he had with her, and apparently she knew who Lucas was. Jack asked why she didn't take the laptop he gave her at the ceremony. He asked her to state the reason. Olivia was a little embarrassed, but decided to answer honestly that she didn't know how to use it. She was apparently ashamed of this, but she answered, "Is there any point in taking something you can't use?" Jack was very surprised. He couldn't even imagine that this could be the reason. Olivia decided to change the awkward topic and asked Lucas not to look at him like that. Her heart flutters when such a handsome guy like Lucas looks at her. One of the following days, a meeting was to take place at the chairman's residence concerning the future of Lucas's grandson. A plump but pleasant woman stood before Richard and said that this time she had taken a more thorough approach to her search. The woman took out the forms and, placing them in front of the chairperson, said that this was the first candidate. She was 27 years old and currently worked in the Hong Kong branch of Boston Bank. The second candidate is the granddaughter of the chairman of the famous Daily News newspaper. She is 26 years old. The chairman said that these were excellent candidates and ordered that a date be set for a meeting with them. Richard added that everything needed to be organized so that rumors wouldn't spread that they were choosing a bride like they were in a store. At that moment, the woman reached into her bag and said that this was exactly what the chairman had asked for, but that this information was extremely difficult to find. The woman said the third candidate is the only daughter of the man appointed to the post on the Constitutional Court. She added that this is the granddaughter of the very same chief judge who died last year. The chairman said, "So, this is the girl from the family who declared that she would not practice law after the expiration of her term of office." The woman added that this is a highly respected family of lawyers who gather at the Supreme Court more often than at home. She continued by saying that the most interesting thing is that this year she entered the same university law school as his grandson. Richard was delighted with this news and said that it would be easy to bring them together without arousing suspicion. The woman confirmed that the current heirs do not like being brought together in coffee shops and hotels against their will. She will make it look like true love, and they will not notice the interference. The chairman asked what her family thought, to which she replied that no one would refuse the position of daughter-in-law of the Wilson family. Richard took another look at the third applicant's personal file and ordered her to get down to business. Philip said that the meeting time had been set, at lunchtime and in the evening, and in between they could have tea. Kevin was surprised. He didn't like the idea of having to meet 3 people in one day. Philip replied that he must see and get to know the bride before marriage. In any case, whoever he chose, all 3 would be useful. He added that this was his grandfather's order and these were his candidates, and that Philip personally preferred the bank president's daughter. Kevin replied that this was too much. How could you decide like that in one day, as if we were talking about crossing dogs? The father replied that his son shouldn't talk nonsense. Kevin would choose, live together, and then they would get used to each other. Kevin understood that he would hardly be able to influence their decision, and he would have to live not with the one he loved, but with the one who would give him the opportunity to manage Synthesis Group. Philip said that when his grandfather passes away, the heirs will not sit quietly. They will prepare to attack and target subsidiaries, by which time they need to secure the largest number of shares. But this costs a lot of money. Kevin replied that in the end, his father was not looking for a bride, but for collateral for a large loan. The father said that marriage was the best choice in any case, and asked his son if he knew why among ordinary people the most prestigious profession for wives was that of a teacher or lecturer. They are civil servants and receive a decent salary, a pension upon completion of their employment, vacation, and sick leave pay. But this is among ordinary people, and in their case there is no difference. Since after Philip receives Synthes Group, the company will definitely pass to Kevin. The son said that he was not very sure about this because he had brothers, to which Philip replied that Kevin would also tell his son to marry the daughter of the bank president. Classes were in full swing at the university, and the teacher said that he wanted to try something new this year. He announced that various incidents that had caused a public outcry would be divided between the groups. Many opinions have been expressed on these issues, including those that contradict constitutional values. New points of view need to be found. The deadline is the end of the semester. Jack studied the assignment carefully and did not understand how they could give this to first-year students. The teacher added that the task was difficult, so the students were divided into groups of 5. Jack opened the last page and saw that he and Olivia were put in the same group. When Thomas picked up Lucas from the university, Jack asked him to find out about 2 people he was interested in. The assistant took the note with the names and asked if he could contact the information department. Jack asked not to do this, to which Thomas replied that if only general information was needed, then he could handle it. The aide asked if he should exclude Lucas's request from the daily report. Jack wanted to understand whether Thomas was sucking up or wanting to show his loyalty to Lucas. Jack replied that Thomas could decide that for himself. He couldn't fully trust Thomas yet, since the assistant had only recently started working with him. Loyalty cannot be achieved through coercion or begging. It must be sincere and come from the heart. The results of the auction were broadcast live on television, with Synthes Group, Prestige, and Fantasy Entertainment participating in the bid to purchase Stahl Invest. The Prestige management team was assembled in full force and eagerly awaited the announcement of the results. And then Matthew Lee, the chairman of Prestige, heard that Synthes Group had won and that Stahl Invest would now belong to it. One of those present looked at the chairman with alarm, afraid to see his disappointment. But to everyone's surprise, Matthew Lee broke into a wide smile. Some of those who were in the know began to say that what they had planned had worked out and congratulated the chairman. Finally, Matthew said that Stahl Invest was a good acquisition target and, thanks to Synthes Group's victory, they are now experiencing a serious financial crisis, having spent all their funds on acquiring it. One of the subordinates said that Synthes Group did not lose anything in any case. They wanted to get the steel company. But Chairman Lee was tormented by the question. What kind of fantasy entertainment was it that made them look like villains in the eyes of those around them? The second said that it was all for the best, because it gave the judges a reason to exclude the Prestige company. The chairman was given information about fantasy entertainment. At first glance, nothing special, investing in film and pouring money into Japan. But the identity of the main investor is kept secret. Matthew ordered that they find out who this secret investor was, and his subordinates replied that they would do it as quickly as possible. Matthew Lee looked around at everyone present and said the game was about to begin. He took a folder out of his desk and said that if someone hadn't reported corruption in 1991, Synthes Group would have absorbed Motors Group. Matthew opened the folder and said that Richard Wilson even had developed this plan called The Need for Restructuring the Automotive Industry and a Government Support Plan. Matthew imagined Richard tearing his hair out as he watched Prestige swallow up his coveted Motors Group. One of the assistants correctly noted that Synthes Group was raising money and taking out a loan to buy Stalinvest. After these words, ridicule directed at the Synthes Group company spread throughout the office. The chairman of Prestige said that he congratulated everyone on the successful outcome of the matter and ordered that they begin putting their plan into practice tomorrow. The phone rang at Richard Wilson's residence, and he answered to say that only a few days had passed since their official meeting. It was Andrew Klaus, the chairman of the Daily News, calling to congratulate Richard on his acquisition of Stalinvest. The chairman replied that all credit for the victory went to his son Philip and grandson Kevin. Andrew replied that he had recently studied business abroad and had already taken on such a big case. Then he covered the receiver with his hand and quietly said that lately there had been strange rumors about a certain company. Richard, who hadn't been surprised by much lately, was interested in the information this time. Andrew told him that suddenly news began to appear regarding the Motors Group company, just like 6 years ago. The chairman asked if this meant that someone was targeting the car company again. Andrew replied that it was not yet certain, but the situation then and now were suspiciously similar. Richard asked if Andrew's editorial team was planning to publish articles on the matter, but Andrew replied that he had blocked the release for now and that Richard should check everything himself. The chairman called out, hoping that there was someone in the corridor who would bring him a bottle of water. His secretary quickly entered the office at his shout, holding a glass of water on a tray. The chairman shouted even louder. He ordered to bring a bottle of water, not a glass. He emptied the plastic bottle of water in one gulp and slammed it down on the table. He then returned to the conversation and asked the chairman of the Daily News to delay the publication of the articles. Andrew agreed, and Richard said that the wedding had not yet happened, and he was already asking the matchmaker to do him a favor. Andrew replied that it was okay, he would have done it anyway. He added that he would try to find out who was the source of this information. After hanging up the phone, Andrew thought that if he did everything as the chairman of Synthes Group asked, he would take care of his granddaughter, who would become his daughter-in-law. Early in the morning, Larry was already entering the office of his company, Invest Group. Suddenly, he saw Lucas, who had arrived before him and was already asking if he had heard the news about Motors Group. When asked why he wasn't at university, Jack replied that when there was unrest in the country, where would he find time for university and reading books? Larry asked what interested Lucas more, the financial crisis or whether he wanted to use this opportunity to exchange the local currency for dollars. When Jack replied that he was not interested in an exchange, Larry suggested that the issue was still about the currency crisis. It seemed Larry wasn't in the know, so Jack decided to give him a hint and see how he would take it. But then Jack decided not to waste time and asked directly if he had heard about the rumors that the Prestige company was targeting Motors Group. Larry replied that Motors Group was currently at rock bottom financially, and if several powerful people put pressure on it, it would suffocate. History hasn't changed. 6 years ago, his grandfather failed to take over the Motors Group, but now Jack must change that. Jack looked seriously at Larry and said, maybe they will absorb Motors Group. Richard Wilson called an emergency meeting and announced that Prestige was using the same strategy they had developed 6 years ago. They desperately wanted to get Stalinvest and got it, but now there is no money and Motors Group is an unaffordable luxury for them. The chairman crumpled the document and said that all this was part of the Prestige company's plan. Having calmed down a bit, he said that since this had happened, nothing could be done. He asked for suggestions on what would happen to Synthes Group if Prestige absorbed Motors Group. Wilson Motors CEO said their market share would plummet. The chairman said that they should already have taken some measures by tomorrow. When everyone had left, only Chairman Richard and Vice Chairman Philip remained in the office. Philip asked whether it was now necessary to urgently resell the 7% of Motors Group shares acquired in other people's names. Richard was not happy with this question and asked if he didn't even want to try to resist. Philip replied that if Prestige takes over the management of Motors Group, the latter's bankruptcy is only a matter of time. Seeing the silent question on his father's face, Philip explained that all this was because Prestige was doing everything according to their developed plan. Richard replied that if the corruption incident had not happened 6 years ago, they would have absorbed Motors Group. And then the chairman suggested that his son would like to use these shares to cause a bit of a stir, since one can't just sit back and do nothing. Richard looked at Philip intently and said that there was one person who could take matters into his own hands. Larry Baker. The chairman ordered that all the shares be given to him and that Larry be made their representative. The next day, Jack and Larry met again in the office, and Larry said that his grandfather seemed really angry. Jack assumed it was all because of prestige. Larry said that the chairman has 7% of the shares of the company Moto Raz Group, and he wants to sell them in order to slightly improve the financial situation of Synthes Group. He added that their company, Fantasy Entertainment, had some of the fund's money, and the chairman had told Larry to buy shares with it and start defending the rights of the main shareholder. Jack hoped that Larry had said no, because there was no reason to buy stocks that would fail. Larry asked if Lucas really wanted to take over Motors Group, and Jack said yes. Larry explained that the acquisition of Motors Group as a parent company means the acquisition of prestige. And if he manages to get Motors Group, what does Lucas plan to do next? Jack asked him the same question. Larry replied that if we think rationally, then we should close all 28 branches, throw out the unusable ones, evaluate and sell the scrap metal, and sell the good ones at cost. And if you act irrationally, then try to save the Motors Group, cut off the damaged part, and apply the medicine. But even so, Larry isn't sure they can manage it all. Jack said that we could try to get at least to this point, and then calmly think everything over. Larry replied that even if they were to break into this fight, their chances were slim, or rather, non-existent. Jack asked why Larry was interested in it then, since he was the type who wasn't interested in playing with low odds. Larry replied that if they had shares of the Motors Group company in their hands, they would be able to look inside. He added that the purchase price of Motors Group shares could be covered by Lucas's own money. But this was not a game that could be played with only bets. It takes power to direct judges, creditors, and politicians, and it is unlikely that anyone other than Synthes Group can stand up to prestige. Jack looked at Larry and realized that he agreed to Lucas's proposal. 28 subsidiaries, 50,000 employees. This is a huge stake, where the winner takes all. This is a war where money will be spilled instead of blood, and tens of thousands of people will lose their livelihood. Grandpa asked why Lucas wasn't in class, to which Jack replied that his goal was to get in, not graduate. He added that up until this point he had only been learning, but now it was time to play a little. Grandpa said that Lucas didn't have full attendance, and he had to give the university some money so that they would turn a blind eye to it for a while. Jack was already thinking about taking an academic leave after the first semester. Grandpa asked what Lucas was constantly doing at Larry's Invest Group office, and Jack thought Thomas was doing a great job of giving Grandpa his daily reports. He replied that he was learning a lot from Larry and was currently studying the situation at Motors Group. Jack said that no matter how you look at it, they would soon go bankrupt, and Grandpa asked why Lucas thought that. Jack replied that the financial sector had changed and that Motors Group's sales had declined due to good sales at another company. Naturally, the liquidity of the assets dried up, which is why prestige began to strangle them. And if Motors Group goes bankrupt, someone will quickly snatch it up. Grandpa said that Lucas's answer was worth 80 points, and if he guessed who exactly wanted to grab her, he would get 100. Jack replied that there had been many times when the situation had only worsened and the winner had failed, and it was difficult to be sure that prestige would take over until the Motors Group was in his hands. The chairman replied that Lucas himself knows that the current situation is alarming. There is a currency crisis, and it may be that there will simply be no one to buy Motors Group. He added that they also need to take care of themselves. Several concerns have already collapsed. Everyone is short of money, and if they have it, they are saving it. Grandfather added that Motors Group could only afford to buy Prestige or Synthes Group, but he had already spent the money on Stall Invest. Jack asked if the chairman thought anyone else might be hiding their financial abilities, and he was referring specifically to himself. Richard looked at Lucas in surprise and turned pale. Having come to his senses, the chairman ordered Lucas to repeat what he had said a minute ago. Jack looked at his grandfather intently and said seriously that he could take over Prestige. Suddenly, the chairman felt ill, and Jack said that he could bring him some water or medicine. The grandfather stopped his grandson, saying that he was not weak enough to swallow pills. When the chairman felt better, he asked if Lucas meant that instead of a car, he wanted to receive the Motors Group as a gift for joining. Jack replied that he would buy it with his own money. Grandpa looked Lucas straight in the eye and asked him what he thought the company was worth. Jack asked a counter question. If the chairman wanted to take over Prestige, how much would he be willing to give? Grandfather suddenly laughed. He understood what the catch was, because it was he who taught his grandson to first listen to the opponent's opinion. and this is a special privilege of the ruler. He said that this trick wouldn't work on him and that Lucas had to answer his question. Jack said they don't know all the variables, so they need to analyze the state of Motors Group first to know for sure. Jack named the amount for which he could acquire Motors Group, and this was not all of Jack's funds. The chairman considered the proposed sum, but seemed completely uninterested in where Lucas got such funds. When asked why his grandfather wasn't surprised, he answered what Lucas expected, a question about where he got the money or praise from his grandfather. Jack replied that the praise could wait, and that he really did have more funds than Synthes Group. The chairman replied that he knew Lucas wanted to boast that he had surpassed his company, but if his grandson wanted to get Motors Group, he would have to have much more than the stated amount. Jack asked his grandfather what amount he was thinking about. The chairman replied that he had no intention of acquiring Motors Group. He had not learned anything about it, and therefore could not name the amount. Jack asked if his grandfather could help him, and the chairman asked why Lucas wanted to buy Motors Group and whether it would help Synthes Group if the deal was pulled off. Jack looked at Richard and tried to understand what he was thinking about and how he was thinking, like a grandfather who loves his grandson or like a chairman who gives priority to Synthesis Group. A few minutes later, the chairman said, "Let's say the grandson becomes the owner of Motors Group, and then the grandfather's company, Wilson Motors and Motors Group, will go through a merger procedure, combining these two companies into one." Jack thought that Richard was thinking in the right direction, since the acquisition of Motors Group was only a step towards the takeover of Wilson Motors. The chairman said he would like to hear Lucas's opinion on the proposal. Jack asked why Grandpa thought Lucas was planning such a merger, and the chairman replied that it was unlikely that he would be able to save Motors Group on his own. Prestige would crush him within a year, or perhaps Lucas would be able to manage it properly. Jack replied that his grandfather shouldn't worry about managing things. He had someone to trust with it. The chairman said that in that case, either cancel the merger or find a solution that would suit everyone. If the conditions are not suitable, there is always the possibility of adjusting them. So he asked Lucas what he thought the merger percentage was and how much the chairman should put on the scale. Jack answered briefly, 20%. The chairman started to get angry, and Jack said that given market share, brand value, development of new cars, technologies, and so on, Wilson Motors is now at a level of no more than 20% of the Motors Group. He added that this is just the opinion of automotive experts, not Lucas. Richard replied that he was well aware of this, but reminded Lucas that there was also hidden value. Wilson Motors' stock price was twice the value because the shares of Synthes Group's subsidiaries were owned by Wilson Motors. Once Jack gains control of Wilson Motors, he will be able to control half of Synthesis Group, which is why he needed Motors Group. Jack clarified that the chairman wanted to put this hidden value on the scales as well. He replied that everything depended on Lucas. Jack revealed many secrets, one of which was to take over the Motors Group, but his grandfather also showed his desire to merge the companies. Of course, this was not the answer Jack wanted to hear, but it was enough for now. Finally, the chairman decided to satisfy his curiosity and asked where Lucas got such money. His grandson replied that, after selling the land, he invested in an IT company whose shares skyrocketed. The grandfather replied that, judging by the fact that they had increased 100-fold, Larry had an excellent sense of smell, and the grandson replied that he was simply very lucky. The chairman asked what place Lucas occupies in fantasy entertainment. Jack replied that he was the largest shareholder and owned 98% of the company's shares. And without giving the chairman a chance to ask another question, he immediately replied that Larry had 2% and was the company's CEO. Richard looked at his grandson in surprise. He had no more questions. The chairman reminded his grandson that a certain amount of Synthes Group was in Lucas's company. Jack replied that the money his grandfather had entrusted to him earlier had also brought in considerable profit, and his grandson intended to return it with interest from the investment in exchange for the 7% of Motors Group shares. Grandpa agreed, but Jack changed tactics and said he had hoped Grandpa would simply give them as an admissions gift. The chairman replied that if the grandson wanted an island worth $100 billion as a gift, he would get it. If he asks for a private jet, he will have it, but he can't just give money. Jack asked if it was because then he could have everything he wanted for himself. Richard replied that was exactly why. The chairman said that if Lucas's subordinates work well, they should be rewarded, but not with money, but say, with a good drink. This way, the employee can be tricked into thinking that he is paying for the drinks with his hard-earned money. Jack said it meant giving them hope that if they did a good job, they would get paid for their drinks. Jack had been through something similar once before. He was praised for his good work and allowed to spend millions on booze. Then he thought many times that it would be better if he was paid in money. The chairman advised Lucas not to reveal himself to anyone until he received Motors Group, to hide carefully so that only Larry would be in sight. Jack replied that that was exactly what he intended to do. The chairman asked how much money he would have left after Lucas took over Motors Group. Jack tactfully avoided the question, saying that it was wrong to openly go into someone else's wallet, but if his grandfather needed money, Lucas could lend it to him. The chairman rose abruptly from his chair. His face instantly changed. Jack thought he had gone too far and clenched his teeth. The next second, he became his old self again, put his hand on his grandson's shoulder and said that his grandson had grown up completely and had given the correct answer. Before the next meeting at the Wilson residence, the chairman told Philip to gather some smart guys to carefully study the accounting books of the Motors Group. Philip reported that Prestige would definitely send its own representative to the extraordinary shareholders meeting, and Synthes Group would also take measures to counter this. At the meeting, the chairman gave orders to collect data on Motors Group, as was done 6 years ago. Those present reminded that they do not have the funds if the chairman decided to acquire this company. Richard replied that they would simply prevent Prestige from doing so. One of those present asked if they prevent Prestige from doing this, then who will get Motors Group? The chairman became angry and shouted that they were not here to guess, but to focus on his assignment, and the deadline was a week. When everyone had left, the chairman told Philip to arrange a meeting with the chairman of the Motors Group. Richard had something to tell him. Philip replied that he would contact Mark Twinton immediately and asked where to arrange a meeting. The chairman replied that he would come to him himself. Philip was suspicious that the chairman, who had never acted for the sake of others, was going to personally visit Chairman Twinton, and he was interested in what they would talk about. While in his office, Larry asked Lucas if the conversation with the chairman had gone well. Jack opened a can of juice and said that Grandpa would give him his full support, and Larry could take over the shares and meet with the officials. Lucas replied that it sounded like Lucas wouldn't be involved. Jack said that this was true, because in the eyes of others he was still a child and could not be trusted. He added that many eyes are always on their family. There are also many enemies within the family. Larry agreed with Lucas. If he showed up, anyone with a brain would think it was his grandfather's money. Jack said that they had little time and they had to finish everything before the final bankruptcy of Motors Group. He noticed that Larry was more excited than usual. Jack was also uneasy. The trillions of dollars he had earned were enough to live like an emperor. But the nightmare that he had every night paralyzed him. Jack did all this not only because of nightmares. He used to dream about life, in pursuit of which he dreamed of money that would never run out. And in this body he craves more for life, in which he furiously wins every hour. By destroying his enemies and building his own empire, Jack wanted to see the end of it all. Even if this end will be just futility. Jack came to his senses when Larry asked why he was so quiet. He replied that he simply remembered his grandfather's words. He asked them to give him his money from Fantasy Entertainment after they received the shares of Motors Group. Larry replied that it was possible to give not everything, but only half. Jack apologized to Larry and said that he promised to give him everything because his grandfather would do his best to help, so there was no choice. Larry asked if the chairman knew that Lucas was the majority shareholder in Fantasy Entertainment, and Jack replied that he had told him. Larry was surprised that despite this, the chairman asked to give him all his money because this would be an excellent opportunity to legally inherit a certain amount. Jack replied that if his grandfather had been the man who had given away the secret fund in this way, Synthesis Group would have long since been in the hands of Philip Wilson, his eldest son. And inside this whole family snake pit, Jack must stay alive. Upon learning of the slow progress of the plan, Matthew Lee, the chairman of the Prestige Company, was angry that his subordinates were so calm. He shouted that it was just a witness subpoena and that it was difficult to obtain. One of those present replied that it was not difficult for an ordinary person, but he was a valuable witness. Matthew didn't seem to hear them, asking why the press was putting so little pressure on it, since Lee had told them to press it as if it were a celebrity drug scandal. The assistant replied that it seemed as if someone was helping with the protection of the Motors Group company. Every newspaper had published an article, but it looked weak and half-hearted. The second confirmed this, saying that everyone knows how much influence the Daily News editorial board has. Matthew became even more angry and was surprised that there was not a single article about it in their newspapers. The chairman sat down in his chair and suggested that the rumors about the reunification of Synthes Group and Daily News through the wedding of their children might be true. Those present expressed the opinion that if they absorb Motors Group, Synthes Group will suffer severe damage. Matthew knew that Richard Wilson was capable of a lot, and now it turns out that he can easily sell his own grandson to stop media propaganda. In April 1997, as Prestige's president claimed, Motors Group became the subject of a government-led bankruptcy deferment agreement to prevent insolvent companies from going bankrupt. To this end, Motors Group provided a memorandum of resignation from management, an agreement on wages and staff reductions, and an agreement to close the fund's management. During the 2-month grace period, the company began embezzling hidden funds for bribery. All of this was secretly controlled by 3 people, one of them being the chairman of Motors Group, Mark Twinton. Second was Larry Baker of Fantasy Entertainment. Well, and of course, the chairman of Synthes Group, Richard Wilson. Early in the morning, Richard invited Larry to his place to discuss current events. The chairman said that he had heard a lot about him, since it was he who had increased his grandson's capital 100-fold. Larry realized that Lucas hadn't told his grandfather everything. Firstly, not 100 times, but more. And secondly, it wasn't only his merit. He replied to the chairman that he was simply lucky. Larry always feels relieved when he manages to keep the original amount. Richard replied that Larry was very modest, and it would be good if he used his abilities working for Synthesis Group. After reviewing the documents provided by Larry, the chairman asked whether it was still possible to save these funds. Larry replied that it was only $270 billion, and that as soon as the bankruptcy deferment expired, the rights would come into force and that this money needed to be extracted before that. And if this became known, then not only the chairman of the Motors Group, but also other executives would not escape arrest. Richard asked if this meant that Larry was asking him to launder the money. Larry was silent for a moment, then apologized and replied that this was true. Jack intervened, saying that the money should be used as a pension fund for the Motors Group executives. Grandfather smiled and asked why Lucas should worry about their old age. The chairman handed Larry the documents and asked why not invest all this money in fantasy entertainment in America. Looking at Larry's surprise, Richard said that everything could be reinverted into Motors Group. They would simply use it to pay salaries, bonuses, and incentives to those who wanted to receive them. Larry assumed that all these people would want to receive these sums in one go, since most of them would have to retire and therefore would demand a share. But in response, he heard that one could come up with many excuses to delay payments. If we assume that they are paid immediately, then from that moment they will become strangers. And it is possible that they might even join the enemy and attack, because in their eyes they will be the villains who stole Motors Group and deprived them of work. Larry, who had dealt only with numbers all his life, now saw, as never before, the cowardly side of the man who ran from side to side. And the chairman continued that money is a carrot and a stick. Once you manage to tame people, you need to feed them little by little with money. And as soon as they find out that all these funds have been reinverted into Motors Group, they will start licking their feet. Jack understood that Larry had to learn his grandfather's true face because they would see each other more often in the future. And Jack decided to ask his grandfather a question, because they weren't actually going to give the money back. His grandson made him laugh a lot by making the chairman look like a money-grubbing and shameless old man. Richard asked Larry if he was really going to give the money away or if he was just bragging about it. Larry replied that if there was such an opportunity, he would never give them up. The chairman replied that this was correct. There was no person in the world who would give away money that could be kept for himself with impunity. Richard told Larry to try to convince Chairman Mark Twinton that this was the only way, and he would take care of the hidden money of the Motors Group. The chairman said he would launder the money before entering into legal rights and put it into fantasy entertainment. Jack asked permission to leave the office if they were finished, but the grandfather told him to stay. He had something to tell his grandson. When Larry came out, the chairman said that he had heard that Lucas had taken an academic leave. Jack tried to smile and replied that he had applied this morning. To his grandfather's questioning look, he replied that a big deal was coming up and there was no time to go to university now. The chairman angrily replied that no one had forced Lucas to attend all his classes diligently, and he withdrew his grandson's application. Jack tried to object, but his grandfather sternly told Lucas to do as the chairman said. He added that he knew what Lucas was going through. Jack listened as his grandfather said that he needed to avoid rumors and remain a student to everyone. Sooner or later, Lucas will have to face this, and he can't put it off any longer. The chairman continued that the time would come when student status would play a negative role, but not now. Jack asked why he was saying that, since he wasn't the one holding the handle of the knife. Grandfather replied that Synthes Group is not a supermarket, and even his knife cannot reach everywhere. If the majority of presidents vote for Vice Chairman Philip, Synthes Group will immediately split into two parts. Jack realized that his grandfather was right. After all, when the company's investigation begins, the executives will see Lucas as just a kid with a student ID, which will mean that Richard has passed away. At that moment, power will pass not to Lucas, but to his uncle Philip. Jack lowered his head guiltily and said that he would do everything as the chairman said. Jack thought that this was it. His grandfather's soul was definitely leaning towards him. Getting into the car, Jack told Thomas to follow him to Larry Baker's office at Invest Group. After some time, Thomas said that his suspicion that a suspicious car was constantly following them was confirmed. Thomas added that he noticed this a few days ago. Jack told me to tell him everything I knew and thought about it. Thomas replied that he hadn't seen any people and that perhaps they only needed their route. Jack remembered that Thomas said he worked in the guest room, so where did he get the experience to detect surveillance? Thomas said the group's commander warned that there had been a lot of surveillance lately and that it might just be reporters. Jack wondered if perhaps his uncle had assigned someone to watch over him. Thomas turned to Lucas and informed him that the car was still following them, and if he wasn't in too much of a hurry, Thomas would check it out. Jack chuckled and replied that he wouldn't mind going for a ride. Thomas told Lucas to buckle up and said they would speed up a little. The assistant pressed the gas pedal with all his might and the car immediately began to pick up speed. They were already racing along the highway, but the car behind them was not lagging behind. An informal meeting was taking place in the office of Andrew Klaus, the chairman of the Daily News editorial board, and a projector had even been set up for this purpose. The employee responsible for the report said that there was no need to worry too much about the third son, Nick, and the fourth, Henry. Nick constantly hangs around his elder brother like a dog, while Henry is focused on making films and has no interest in his father's company. Andrew asked if the problem might be with the second son, Erica Wilson. The assistant replied that it was quite possible that it was Eric who raised heavy chemistry to the top of the country's industry, and his reputation was good. Although he is lagging behind in the ranking of successors, he has the excellent reputation of his subordinates behind him, and he will be able to take over the heavy and chemical industries. The chairman asked, what about the only daughter, Caroline? Caroline is quite greedy and wants a lot, but she lacks ability and will most likely take the department store, golf courses, and cultural foundations. Olivia sharply objected that no one would allow her to do this, but her grandfather asked her to remain silent. The employee said that while conducting an investigation, he discovered an unexpected competitor. This grandson of the chairman is Lucas, who is the son of Henry, the fourth son of Richard. Andrew asked what was wrong with him. A typical nerd, a student at the Seoul University School of Law. The assistant replied that the number of days he visited could be counted on one hand, but that he was often at the Invest Group company and at the chairman's house. He appears to have had close ties to Fantasy Entertainment, a foreign investment company, and is also said to have quite a large fortune. The chairman heard a large sum from the assistant and became interested in it. He was surprised that Richard Wilson had entrusted such a large amount of money to a young man. Olivia also listened attentively to the fact that the chairman gave his grandson Lucas land for a ranch, which later ended up in the program for the future new city. Andrew replied that it was a strange, incredible stroke of luck to buy land for pennies and sell it for billions. Lucas then entrusted this money to Fantasy Entertainment and appointed Larry Baker, a classmate of his father's with whom Heinrich studied abroad, as CEO. The chairman concluded that Lucas was simply an incredibly lucky child. The assistant replied that Lucas was the only one who could visit the chairman's office, and that during the holidays he lived in his residence, which meant there was a special attachment. Olivia said that according to Kevin, Philip's son, even he can't easily get in there. It's not just an office, but the control tower of Synthes Group. The chairman receives the rest of his grandchildren in the living room, and only allows Lucas to be in his office so they can be alone there. The assistant confirmed Olivia's words and said that even Vice Chairman Philip was in his father's office along with the chairman's personal assistant. Until now, only Assistant Michael was allowed to be alone with the chairman. Andrew turned to his granddaughter Olivia and told her to ask her fiancé Kevin to check on the position of her grandson Lucas in the Wilson family. Olivia said she would do as her grandfather said. Finally, Andrew said that there would be no other chance until Richard gave everything into Kevin's hands, and that there was no time to relax. Jack asked Thomas if he was sure it was indeed surveillance. The assistant replied that this was indeed the case. It was the same car that was at the chairman's house, but still no one got out of the car. Jack thought that if they hired someone to follow him, it must be someone powerful from his family, most likely Uncle Philip. He looked closely at the cautious Thomas and wondered if the takeover of Syntez Group was really expected in the near future. Jack took an envelope from his inside jacket pocket and, handing it to Thomas, told him to use it as needed. The assistant opened the envelope and saw a thick wad of bills. Jack saw the surprised face and added that if there was no need, Thomas could spend them as he wished. He told his assistant that there are many people who do what they are told, many of them smart and educated. Thomas looked into his glass of coffee, and Jack asked when he came to Syntez Group if he had done anything on his own since then. When he didn't hear an answer, Jack said he wanted Thomas to choose what he wanted to do, choose his occupation and the people he needed. Jack threw the empty cup into the trash can and said it was time for them to go. The secretary entered the office and said that Mr. Larry had a visitor. Larry didn't immediately understand why she was so excited. The girl became embarrassed and replied that Matthew Lee, the chairman of the Prestige Company, wanted to see him. Jack and Larry exchanged quick glances. Neither of them expected that. Larry told her to ask Lee to wait a little. Jack said he would be next door in the conference room and asked Larry to turn on the microphone there so he could hear what they were talking about. Larry advised Jack to pull his hood tighter over his face so he could pass Matthew unnoticed. Stepping out into the corridor, Jack came face to face with the chairman of Prestige, but quickly lowered his head. Matthew couldn't help but turn around to watch the hooded man walk away. The chairman entered the office and Larry greeted him politely with a bow. Matthew extended his hand to Larry and said he was grateful to be greeted so warmly, asking if he was disturbing them. Larry replied that there was no place in Korea where the chairman would be treated as an uninvited guest. He said his office was a bit plain and pointed to a chair by the window. But Matthew sat down on the edge of the sofa and answered how a company that claims to be Motors Group could be simple. At first, Larry was speechless, and the chairman replied that there was no point in humiliating himself, since they were now sitting at the same table. Larry calmly asked if rumors really spread that quickly or if Prestige had strong informants. Matthew looked at Larry carefully, even if it was true. He hoped that he would try to hide it, but he was acting confident. The chairman turned to his assistant and ordered him to leave. Matthew turned to Larry and said that since he wasn't hiding anything, the conversation would go faster, and then asked what he wanted. Larry gave a simple and concise answer. Naturally, Motors Group. Matthew asked if he didn't have an investment company, and its purpose was to invest and reap. He just wanted to know how much Larry wanted so they could avoid a useless fight. Larry clarified that Matthew wanted to pay him to get out of this fight. Matthew responded that a fight in which prices rise without reason is burdensome. Larry replied that the chairman had misunderstood everything, that his investors had enough money and wanted to have some fun. They are all car enthusiasts, so they are only interested in car manufacturers. Matthew turned purple with rage. Buying a company as a hobby. It seemed Larry had no intention of negotiating if he was talking such nonsense. He said out loud that if one small article appeared about the outflow of national wealth due to foreign capital, Larry would have nothing to defend himself with. He added that the sense of patriotism of Koreans is unparalleled. Larry replied that looking at the bidding price, all Koreans would understand who was more patriotic. Matthew frowned and asked what Larry wanted. Larry suggested that he plug all the gaps with state funds and compete only on the acquisition price. This would be beneficial for both sides. Whoever wins, the damage will be minimal. The chairman asked again, meaning that they could unite, agree on the terms of debt write-off, and compete only on the price of purchasing the company. Larry replied that this is exactly what he was proposing. To do it in a simplified manner, Matthew replied that he had never made his name the easy way. It was built through hard fights in the mud, stood up and walked out of the office. Jack waited until the chairman was out of sight and then opened the door to Larry's office. Seeing Lucas, Larry asked him if he thought the chairman would accept his proposal. Jack replied that Matthew was the kind of person who would hardly refuse an offer to team up to save money. After telling his assistants about the results of the negotiations, the chairman heard a clear opinion that Larry's proposal should be accepted, since Motors Group's debt was too large. Matthew began to calculate the costs they would incur if they did not agree to Larry's terms. One of those present reminded that if they merged, they would not suffer such great losses. A few minutes later, he asked if any of them knew how much money Fantasy Entertainment had. The assistant replied that they did not have such information, just as Fantasy Entertainment did not know how much money Prestige had. He added that they have plenty of capital. Fantasy Entertainment is quite influential and well known in Hollywood. There's not a single popular film in which Fantasy Entertainment has not invested. Matthew became even more furious when he learned that none of their films had ever flopped. Matthew heard that a guy like Larry wouldn't get into a fight where he would lose money. The chairman was drinking tea and was extremely surprised that Matthew Lee himself had come. Jack replied that he had offered compensation if Lucas dropped out of the takeover race. Richard decided that this old man was hasty if he decided to take such a step and had so many worries, and now someone was putting a spoke in his wheel. Jack replied that he had offered him worthy competition only at the price of acquisition and was not going to take away the bread from others. Jack added that Matthew was going to think about it and intended to approach this confrontation seriously. The chairman laughed, joking that the old man's medicines had become more expensive and he was unable to take them. Jack asked what he thought Matthew Lee was going to do next. Richard asked if Lucas wanted to know what he would do if he received such an offer. Jack replied that his grandfather would probably accept such conditions, since the amount of the debt write-off was already a fixed amount. The chairman replied that Lucas was right. The biggest fear for a businessman is variables. Then Richard said that Lucas had used all his cards and Matthew had none, so maybe they should launch a more extensive attack. It is necessary to convince not only the media, but also creditors and the acquisition review team. Jack realized that this was where the chairman's help ended, no matter how much his grandfather himself did not want it. Richard explained that he had already prevented the arrest of Motors Group chairman Mark Twinton, which could have led everyone to think that the chairman had his eye on Motors Group. The arrest of Chairman Twinton was beneficial to them for taking office, so they kept silent. Richard added that civil servants working for the country cannot be forced into a position of coercion. They work like limbs. If he pulls his right hand, or Matthew Lee his left, they will simply tear them apart. The chairman didn't look like he regretted anything at all. He must have had something on his mind, but Jack couldn't guess it. Jack replied that he and Larry would think of something. The chairman looked at Lucas in bewilderment. Jack replied, "Did his grandfather really think that he would continue to beg him for help?" Richard asked if Larry could be trusted completely, to which Jack replied that he could. Henry's father trusted him too. He added that their work concerns money, but Larry is not the kind of person who would betray for their sake. The chairman gave Lucas some advice. There were two types of people he should keep around. The first, like Larry Baker, who can be trusted to do their job. The second ones are ready to make sacrifices for Lucas. Jack asked what could happen that would require sacrifice for him. Grandfather replied that such people gather nearby on their own, and there is no need to help them with this. The chairman stood up and said that the guests must have arrived by now and it was time for them to go. Many rich and important guests were invited to Kevin's engagement party. An expensive cake, custom-made from the best bakery in the city, was delivered for the event. Kevin and his bride tried to be friendly and kind when greeting guests. Jack, watching his brother, thought that their relationship looked tender from the outside, but as far as he knew, they had only met a couple of times. Then they approached Jack, and the girl exclaimed that the rumors were not lying and Lucas really was the most handsome in the family. Jack politely introduced himself and congratulated the newlyweds on their engagement. At that moment, someone called Kevin. He said that he would go away for a while and ask Lucas to entertain the girl in the meantime. But she was the one who started the conversation by saying that Lucas is the perfect guy for every girl. She added that he was handsome, tall, a genius in the top 1% of people, and the youngest member of the Wilson family, whom everyone envied. The girl explained that he did not need to inherit the group or participate in management. He could simply enjoy life by spending money. Jack replied that there was a problem. It was unknown whether the money would remain when it was his turn. She replied that he shouldn't worry about it, since he was the chairman's favorite grandson. Jack understood that the girl was clearly digging into him, because soon she would become the daughter-in-law of Sintez Group. He replied that his grandfather gave his other grandchildren shares or money, but he was given a racing car when he came of age, and he doesn't even have a driver's license. The girl assumed that in the future, her grandfather was going to give him an expensive gift. Besides, he is a diligent student, and people like him don't really use money. Jack replied that they don't use them because they don't exist. Otherwise, he would throw them away left and right. Jack smiled and thought that if she knew how much he spent, she wouldn't be able to stand. The girl replied that she would definitely provide him with pocket money in the future. Jack pretended to be very happy and said that they would see each other more often in the future. A minute later, he bowed politely and said that he needed to step away. As soon as Jack turned his back to her, the smile instantly slid off his face. The girl watched him go and thought that she would not believe that a man who visited the stock exchange district every day had no money. Kevin approached the bride and asked what she thought about Lucas. She replied that the guy did not look like a member of their family at all. Kevin replied that Lucas had always been outside the family and lived a quiet life. Kevin watched his brother leave and told his bride that he was going to make him his right-hand man. She smiled at her fiancé and said that she had promised Lucas to provide him with pocket money. Kevin smiled back at her and replied that an older brother should take care of the younger one and provide for him. Jack went into the toilet. He felt a little uncomfortable after the conversation that had taken place. Suddenly, someone called his name from behind, and Jack looked back. It was his assistant, Thomas. Jack was surprised by his appearance and reminded Thomas that he had given him the day off, and besides, it was a family event and he didn't have to be there. Thomas asked if Lucas could spare him a few minutes. There was something important he wanted to tell him. Jack said he would be down in a few minutes and asked Thomas to wait for him in the parking lot. Jack washed his hands and thought about what could have happened. The assistant's face was very worried. Walking out to the parking lot and getting into the car, Jack eagerly asked Thomas what had happened. Thomas asked for a little patience. Now the head of the strategic group, Mr. Sean, will explain everything to him. A couple of minutes later, a tall, dark-haired man was standing next to the car. Jack looked at Sean carefully, and it seemed to him that he had seen this face somewhere before. As the manager got into the car, Jack suggested that they had already met. Sean recalled that they met at Philip Wilson's villa and he drove Lucas home. Jack remembered how Kevin beat him up for failing to arrange for the stars to arrive. Sean said that time was short, so he would get straight to the point. Jack heard that recently someone had started to keep an eye on everyone from the third generation, all the grandchildren. Sean added that they are not doing anything yet, but are simply monitoring the movements. Jack thought it might be Philip, but if he was spying on his own son, that was going too far. Sean continued that they didn't have enough manpower to determine who was doing the surveillance, and the strategy department wasn't very strong in counter-surveillance. Jack asked why Sean was telling him all this. Sean replied that, according to the regulations, they should submit an application to the head of the strategic department, who, in turn, would forward it to Michael, the chairman's personal assistant, after which the Sintes Group task force would begin to operate. Jack said that if they knew everything themselves, then why did Lucas need this information? Sean clenched his fists and said that he wanted to grab hold of the thread. Their clothes had no future. No one had worked for more than a year. Even Sean, after years of endurance, still doesn't see the light. Jack said that he didn't understand why they were asking him for help, since he was just a junior who had no say in the company and how he could become their thread. Sean reminded Lucas of their old conversation and said that back then, Lucas was the first to extend his hand to him. Sean thinks that Lucas is the only one who can help. He added that among the chairman's grandchildren, there is no one more meticulous in management, sincere and intelligent than Lucas. Jack asked for a few minutes. He needed to think. He could have checked his uncle's actions himself, but he saw no reason to refuse Sean's offer. Sean and Thomas waited silently to see what decision Lucas would make. Finally, Lucas replied that he would help them, but it should look like it wasn't him who offered his hand. But the strategic team begged him to be their cover, and he agreed. Sean replied that he understood everything. Jack explained that it wasn't them who grabbed the outstretched hand, and that made a big difference. Sean replied that he understood that this roof could disappear at any moment. Thomas added that if at some point this thread breaks, they will not hold a grudge against Lucas. Jack replied that he was not asking for their loyalty. The strategic team would do what Lucas needed, and he would pay them for it. Jack had never received loyalty from anyone before, but there is nothing more dangerous than the loyalty of a stupid and incompetent person. Jack told Thomas that from tomorrow on he would be driving a taxi, and he had to follow his tail carefully and slowly. And Sean told him to send all the strategic group reports to him first. Lucas would highlight what needed to be excluded from the report before submitting it to the top. Jack added that he would cover all expenses and that if they needed funds for personal needs, they could contact Lucas. He will make sure that the strategic group that now works for him does not need money at all. He got a lot today. I recognized a woman to be wary of, and also got extra eyes and ears. All the news channels reported that information had emerged about the well-known company Fantasy Entertainment, which intended to acquire Motors Group, and that the source of its funds was Japan. Larry heard that Fantasy Entertainment might be pursuing the goal of promoting Japanese cars in Korea. He suggested to Lucas that they organize a press conference, because if they offended anti-Japanese sentiments, they would definitely have no chance of winning. Jack replied that there had to be very good reasons for making such a serious statement. Larry reminded Lucas of the Power Group, a company that was rapidly growing and attracting attention in Japan, and it was easy to find out that Fantasy Entertainment had invested heavily in it. Jack responded that if such statements continued to appear, they would need to speak out together with Mark Twinton, chairman of the Motors Group. Larry objected, because that was their secret weapon. Jack replied that there was no point in holding it back, and it was time to use it. Jack didn't think the media would broadcast a custom-written piece of news without checking it, and the Prestige company is really good at this type of fighting. Larry denied the rumors about the influx of Japanese money. Fantasy Entertainment did invest in Japan, but it was a short-term investment that they abandoned as soon as they made a profit. Larry stated that they are now planning to invest this money in the restoration of Motors Group. Some critics said they couldn't understand why Fantasy Entertainment, an investment company, would want to own a car company. The journalists suggested that Fantasy Entertainment was taking such a risk because it was acting as an agent for the Japanese automobile industry. Larry angrily shouted out where this information came from and who was the first to talk about it. Attacks were heard from the audience. The reporters wanted to hear a refutation of the fact that Fantasy Entertainment had no connection with the Japanese automobile industry. Jack stood in the corner of the conference room and saw that Larry was not at all used to this, but the next statement saved him. Mark Twinton, who was sitting next to Larry, said he was well aware of the movements of the Japanese auto industry. As the chairman of Motors Group, he does not hide the fact that his company collaborated with a Japanese technology company. Mark added that he was making an official statement that Japan had nothing to do with this acquisition. He is also supporting Fantasy Entertainment in their acquisition of Motors Group, and he is not alone. The entire Motors Group union has pledged a voluntary wage freeze until Fantasy Entertainment takes over the company. Twinton added that Fantasy Entertainment's CEO, Larry Baker, had promised them favorable terms. He promised to separate ownership and management, normalize operations without a single layoff, and invest in the company. The chairman of Motors Group added that corporations are companies that pursue only profit. But there is a human factor. These are jobs that ensure people's livelihoods. The Prestige company, under the pretext of restructuring, is throwing more than half of its employees out onto the street. Jack listened carefully to Twinton's speech. This was exactly the message he needed. By acquiring Motors Group, Prestige will gain control over 70% of the domestic auto market. Pursuing only profit, the people are relegated to last place. The chairman stated that the public and authorities should not allow rumors about Japanese capital to obscure the essence of the matter, given that so much state money has been invested in Motors Group. Therefore, the Motors Group company must grow to the size of a conglomerate and be reborn as a national company. Returning from the press conference, Jack asked Larry if Twinton's statement had affected the price of Prestige shares. Larry replied that it remained unchanged. He pointed to a stock chart and added that opinions were split down the middle. Jack was worried that this might mean that Motors Group would be taken over by Prestige. Larry was angry. He understood that businessmen were cruel and scary, but how could they control state television and newspapers? Jack replied that it wasn't how scary businessmen were, but that the media knew the taste of money. He added that this is what his grandfather says. If something unfavorable happens, he immediately deals with it first with the media. Jack reflected that if he had known it would turn out this way, he would not have interfered several years ago when he tried to take over the Motors Group. He told Larry that it had been a hard day and suggested they have a drink. Larry laughed and said that Lucas probably didn't even know how to drink. In his past life, Jack had to drink so much that if he had saved the money he spent on alcohol, he would have been able to buy several apartments. He replied to Larry that today they would test Lucas's tolerance to alcohol. Jack took out his bank card and, saying that it had no limit, asked Larry to take him to the most expensive place. He took the credit card and, seeing that it belonged to the Daily News Company, asked Lucas in surprise where he got it from. Jack replied that Wilson's future daughter-in-law, the granddaughter of Andrew Klaus, chairman of the Daily News, had given it to him and told him to use it as pocket money. He needs to show his future daughter-in-law how much Lucas can spend if he decides to do so. Larry jokingly made a submissive face and pretended to say that he would take his master to the best and most expensive place in the city. It was the most expensive restaurant in Seoul, and not everyone was destined to get in. Jack ordered the most excellent and high-quality food and alcohol that the restaurant had on the menu. Larry himself understood that after such a stressful day, he really needed to relax. Jack told Larry that he had some incredible idea and needed to leave immediately. But Larry understood that Jack had decided to thank him in this way by ordering a full table of treats. Jack knew it was late, but he urgently wanted to see his grandfather. He entered his grandfather's office and apologized for visiting so late. The chairman replied that he had not yet slept, so everything was fine. Richard asked if Lucas already felt like a loser if he smelled of alcohol today. Jack, replying that he had hardly drunk, said that it was not the end and the battle was not over. Richard replied that there was no point in holding on to a task that was finished, but that one needed to analyze one's defeat and prepare for the next battle. Jack said that if Motors Group goes to Prestige, doesn't that mean that Synthes Group will also suffer greatly? The chairman replied that it was his problem, and if nothing worked, then Lucas could simply give up. Jack couldn't believe his ears. His grandfather couldn't stand it if he wasn't first. And besides, this area of business evoked a lot of emotions in him. The chairman asked if Lucas had thought about what he had done wrong. Large corporations have a lot of influence, and Lucas didn't realize the full scale of it, only had a vague idea. Grandfather will answer that this is true. Before you hit, you need to know how strong your opponent's fist is. Jack continued and said that he had rushed and missed the right moment. He disregarded Prestige's meticulousness and attention to detail, not thinking that they would learn about the investment in Japan and use it to their advantage. I didn't know how ruthless the inability to do something was. The chairman asked if Lucas could correct any of the above. He replied that he had to do it one way or another. He must be more meticulous and ruthless, able to lie brazenly and skillfully in order to build a large conglomerate. The grandfather said that his grandson should never forget these feelings and determination. And now the chairman asked if Lucas had anything left in the fight. Jack replied that the last playing card was with the chairman, that is, with his grandfather. Richard was genuinely surprised and asked what Lucas meant. Jack replied that it was Wilson Motors, a company that could go under at any moment. Jack said that honey and water alone don't cure a hangover, but when you mix them, you get a completely different effect. The merger of Wilson Motors and Motors Group will definitely be able to immediately turn the tide of the battle. The chairman replied that he was so proud when his grandson bought a bowl of noodles with his own money, and his grandfather only added boiling water, and now he asks for a whole bowl of rice. Jack reminded his grandfather of the saying that every grain of rice that goes into his grandson's mouth is not a waste. He only asks for one bowl. Richard told Lucas to moderate his greed, otherwise he would burst from overeating. Jack replied that no matter how greedy it was, people would still point fingers at it, so what was the point of being half greedy? He decided that there was no point in guessing what his grandfather's intentions were. Now he had to show his will, strength, and the extent of his greed. The chairman said the merger is a combination of what both sides have. Grandfather continued, he has Wilson Motors, but what can Lucas offer since he doesn't have Motors Group yet? Jack replied that the announcement of the merger would be an opportunity to break the whole standoff. The process would be a little different, but it was the same in the end. Motors Group would fall into his hands. Richard responded that the merger he had once talked about was simply a test to identify potential opportunities, and that it was not something he wanted to make a reality. Jack said there was no deal to be had, and the scales could be adjusted. He would put more on the scale in exchange for announcing the merger. The chairman asked why Lucas was so confident that this merger would immediately turn the tide of the battle. Lucas replied that the announcement alone would create two powerful tools. One of them is the company Synthes Group, which has more weight than Prestige. Then the media, the government, creditors, and judges will put Synthes Group on the scales and will look at them, and not at fantasy entertainment. The second is the confidence that lies in balance, restraint, and justice. Then the image of possible speculation that has stuck to the investment company will disappear as if it never existed. Richard responded that Wilson Motors owns significant stakes in subsidiaries. Motors Group also owns most of the other 8 Auto Group subsidiaries, so the scales are not balanced. Jack suggested putting only the company itself on the scales. Then Lucas's side would tip the scales. The chairman asked in surprise if Lucas was proposing to break up Wilson Motors. Jack replied, 8 subsidiaries of Auto Group, Wilson Motors, and Motors Group. Thus, a new auto giant will be born. He looked at his grandfather carefully. Jack must understand what he wants for the negotiations to end successfully. Jack said that we need to announce the separation of Wilson Motors and its merger with Motors Group. Wilson Motors shares will fall sharply. When their price reaches the bottom, he will buy them himself under a false name. Following the takeover of Motors Group and the partial merger with Auto Group, for various reasons, the separation with subsidiaries will be canceled. The chairman responded with concern that then a multitude of investors would come running, like ants who had suffered losses. Jack said that when a large cart moves, ants naturally get under the wheels, and there is no point in going around each one. Richard replied that if Lucas bought Wilson Motors shares, He would become one of the main shareholders of Synthes Group. Wasn't that too expensive a gift for him? Jack replied that when the stock price rose again, the chairman would make money too and would not have to pay taxes. Richard chuckled and said that Lucas, although still a boy, had already become insolent and imbued with evil. Jack realized that he had passed the test. It was well past midnight when the chairman invited Michael's personal assistant and auto group chairman James Twain into his office. The chairman called James and summoned him in the middle of the night, which meant something important had happened. Michael reminded that Prestige still has the advantage. They don't have time to prepare, and they don't have enough money either. The chairman replied that jumping into a moving train was dangerous, but they would only get their feet caught. Then he looked at James and said that this leg would be him. Michael and James looked at each other, not fully understanding what the chairman had in mind. Richard added that if Fantasy Entertainment acquires Auto Group, Wilson Motors will merge with Motors Group. That will be James's job. The chairman said that they would separate only Wilson Motors from Auto Group and merge it with Motors Group. The two automobile companies would start a new life, and James Twine would become the director of this conglomerate. The assistant tried to object. No matter what the percentage of the merger would be, Fantasy Entertainment would still be the main shareholder. Richard replied that Larry Baker himself extended his hand to them. Larry also said that he wants to create a new, well-packaged automobile company and hand it over to Synthes Group. The chairman, seeing James's concern, said that he would find another worthy position for President Mark Twinton, and that it was time for James to get ready. Larry said that he doesn't see anything complicated in separating Wilson Motors and merging it with Motors Group and partially with Auto Group. Jack replied that the merger coefficient remains, and if the grandfather does not give in, the owner will change. Jack added that this is his grandfather, even after mixing things. He will not let go so easily. He's ready to share a little so that later he can take everything. Larry couldn't have known the chairman's true face. His greed took precedence over his pedigree. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to create Synthes Group. Jack said the merger ratio will be known after they get Auto Group. But Larry doesn't have to worry. Lucas will deal with this problem himself. By the time a buyer is identified and the process begins, a cold winter will have arrived. As a result, Synthes Group, Prestige, and even the government will run out of firewood, and the grandfather will have no choice but to accept his grandson's offer. And then Jack will serve the chairman a glass of alcohol, which he will have to accept with gratitude. Wilson Motors will become a separate, independent company through the spin-off of its subsidiaries. By merging with Motors Group, it will play a key role in the creation of a specialized automobile corporation. By this, Larry wanted to say that Fantasy Entertainment is not a speculative company, and that, by uniting, they will be able to take the Korean automobile industry to a new level. The journalists asked what the relationship was between Synthes Group and Fantasy Entertainment. The remote control flew to the floor and, upon impact, shattered into pieces. Matthew Lee was furious when he showed the press conference to his subordinates. He jumped up and screamed, "Didn't anyone know? Wasn't Larry Baker being watched?" The assistant replied that there had been no strange activity until last night, to which Matthew shouted that only a blind person could have failed to notice. It took a lot of phone calls and meetings for the three of them to come to an agreement, as if all this had gone unnoticed. The chairman said that it was time to stop these surprise attacks on their part and ordered them to express their opinions on how Prestige could fix this. But the assistants remained silent. Either they did not know what to answer the chairman or they were afraid of his anger. Matthew said that they were not only blind but also deaf and gave them 2 hours to come up with all possible solutions. The chairman ordered them to mobilize all their cousins and relatives, to use all their brains to solve the problem. In the morning, Philip burst into the chairman's office and shouted that this could not be done. Richard invited his son to sit down and offered him some tea. Philip resolutely asked how his father could give up the automotive industry and what he was missing. The chairman calmly replied that he had nothing to regret. He had summed up all the shortcomings that the company had, thrown them in there together, and shaken them off. Philip was angry. How could his father not tell him about this important aspect in the organization of the Synthes Group subsidiaries? So why should he learn about it from TV? He continued to shout, "Is he really worthy of this?" He is even ashamed to show his business card, which says that he is the vice chairman of Synthes Group. The president of Avto Group personally brought him the documents. It was he who announced the merger of Motors Group and Avto Group. While Philip was screaming and saying that he felt like a rag doll, the chairman calmly finished his tea. Then Richard said that if Philip had said everything, then maybe he could move on to the main point, because that's not what he came here for. The son wanted to continue his furious speech, but his father stopped him. He also flared up. Was Philip really ashamed of his business card? And what kind of comparisons with a rag doll were they? If his son is so ashamed of his position as vice president at Synthes Group, then he can leave it. And this calling card, which Philip is so ashamed of, any man in the country would fight for it like crazy. The son should be proud to be a descendant of the company and to have received this business card through luck. He does not understand its value at all. The chairman added that if he were not his son, he would not have been able to obtain even the executive director's business card. Philip stood in front of his father with his head down. He understood that he had said so much that it could affect his future career. The chairman said that the son was overdoing it and was truly behaving like a rag doll if he dared to make such a statement. He added that he understood his anger at learning about it from the media, since the press found out about it immediately. And since the chairman has made such a decision, the son should think about what additional preparations need to be made and what real benefits Synthes Group can receive after the merger. After all, it is Philip, as vice chairman, who should do this and not take out his anger on his father. The father put his hand on his son's shoulder and said, "Even if his skills are not as outstanding as others, this place is still his." Philip must not lose his composure, think about the future of the company, and spend his energy on its development and protection. One of the following days, the report he had requested lay on the desk of Eric, Richard's second son. 2 days ago, Lucas was spotted in a car with Larry, and shortly after, Richard met with the assistant to the chairman and president of the auto group company. Lucas left before those two arrived. Eric asked if they meant to say that Philip was not there at that moment. He was reported to have been seen running towards the chairman's house after the merger was announced on television. There was a conversation and raised voices in the office, but the meaning of the conversation is unknown. Aides speculated that Larry had proposed the merger first, but the odd thing was that the chairman quickly agreed to it. Eric thought that this could have been a scenario that his father had planned from the very beginning, and Larry began to interfere and catch his eye from the moment of the takeover of Stalinvest. At one point, Eric thought that fantasy entertainment was the chairman's secret safe. He mused that if the younger Lucas had been 30 years old, he might have been dangerous, and he considered Kevin to be a dumb idiot. Eric ordered that surveillance of Lucas be continued. He was already acting as a messenger between Larry and the chairman, as Lucas might already know about the merger. One of the aides suggested that Lucas would be the old man's successor. Eric said he wasn't sure, but even though the chairman had pampered his grandson since childhood, it hadn't stopped him from making his own choice of university. After all, the old man could easily afford a lawyer or a prosecutor. Besides, Lucas hardly goes to university, and the grandfather just wanted to have a flower to show off. If the chairman wanted to pass on Synthes Group to his grandson, he would have sent him to study at the Faculty of Business. The assistants expressed their confusion as to why the old man then entrusted Lucas to Larry Baker of Fantasy Entertainment. Eric replied that perhaps he had noticed some talent in his grandson, for example, money management. In any case, it was not worth worrying about. The fight would end in one shot. For Eric, building up his reputation was a priority right now. Assistants reminded that the stock price of Wilson Motors is currently falling, and smart people are already rubbing their hands. Eric told them to buy them when the stock hits bottom, because there would be no split between the subsidiaries. He thought that his father was not the kind of person who could throw away his brainchild. As soon as the stock price rose, Eric would have control of the company. One of the following days, Kevin invited Lucas over again and ordered lunch from a restaurant. They ate in silence for a while, but then Kevin wiped his mouth with a napkin and started talking first. He asked if Lucas had known in advance about the merger with Wilson Motors. Jack looked at Kevin, who was completely unable to control his emotions, and decided to attack head-on. He replied that he knew about this plan the day before the official disclosure of the information. Jack added that Larry Baker asked Lucas to ask his grandfather for advice and to convey to him the proposal with the merger plan. Kevin asked why they didn't meet in person. Jack replied that prestige was keeping an eye on every Larry and the chairman. He hoped that these words would be enough to divert suspicion from himself. But how did he find out about all this? Does this mean that Jack is being watched not by Vice Chairman Philip, but by Kevin himself? The brother decided to clarify whether Lucas was really just a messenger between Larry and his grandfather. Jack didn't understand Kevin's doubts, because he was sure that his father would become the owner of Synthes Group, and Kevin himself was born under a lucky star. Jack suggested that it was quite possible that Kevin's fiancée had provoked this conversation. Apparently, Kevin was irritated by Lucas's long silence and shouted at him to ask if he was going to answer directly. Jack replied that there was actually a secret contract between Grandpa and Larry, But he couldn't talk about it. He found out about it by accident and was advised not to disclose it until the official announcement. Kevin got angry and asked if he couldn't know about it too, if he was a stranger to Lucas. Jack didn't like Kevin's tone and decided to anger him. So when Kevin asked him if they were strangers, Jack replied that they were. And besides, he had no authority right now. Jack added that neither Philip nor his assistant Michael knew about this contract, and whether Kevin thought he had more rights than them. Kevin angrily asked Lucas if he had forgotten that his brother was going to make him his right-hand man. He added that these are not just words. By the time Lucas graduates from university, Kevin will already be the CEO, so it is better for Lucas to stay close to him. Jack replied that although he was the younger, he was not so stupid as to believe, like an idiot, in the promises of an unlikely future. It was no accident that Kevin's father was not informed about the upcoming merger, even though he is the vice chairman of the company. Jack added that Philip's inheritance procedure had not yet been completed, meaning his grandfather could change his mind at any moment. Kevin exploded. Was Lucas really giving up his right-hand man's position to cuddle up to his grandfather and wait for his chance, and was going to compete with Philip? Jack replied that there was no need to be so nervous. He was just observing the situation. In any case, Synthesis Group had nothing to do with Lucas. And Lucas has nothing to regret either. He can focus on his studies and pass the bar exams. Because he is good at studying, being a judge or prosecutor, he will simply enjoy life, have fun, and not worry about money. Plus, his father Henry is successful in the film industry, and he only has to reach out to get pretty actresses into it. Kevin asked if that meant Lucas was giving up his position at Synthesis Group, and Jack replied that he hadn't said that. And if the offer to become the right hand came from number one, then Lucas might have agreed, but Kevin is not number one. Kevin replied that when he becomes number one, he will no longer need Lucas. He added that his father could ensure that Lucas would not be able to obtain even one share of Synthes Group. Jack realized his pride had been hurt, so Kevin decided to try a threat, but it was unlikely to work. Jack repeated that he doesn't regret anything. Even with what his family has now, he can live for the rest of his life and enjoy it. He looked at Kevin and understood that he could end the conversation. He had given enough arguments for his independence. Jack decided that at the end, he needed to sow the seeds of mistrust and anxiety. He looked at his brother and said, "Grandfather's second and third sons, their wives and children. They are all greedy and not so simple. These people are not the kind of people who will sit back and watch as the entire Synthes Group company passes to Philip." Kevin exploded again and replied that he knew perfectly well about it, and his father would take care of it, because he was not so simple either. Jack replied that if he were Kevin, he wouldn't be so sure of that, especially not of his father's words and actions. Kevin reminded them of the secret agreement and asked if it had anything to do with the issue of inheritance. He explained his interest by saying that he is the eldest grandson and cannot stand aside and wait. Jack said that if the royal power is inherited by the eldest son and then by the father, then there will be order in the country. Only in this case, the family will not suffer. Jack decided to satisfy Kevin's curiosity a little and said that he saw the name of the secret contract. The next second, Kevin heard from Lucas that the contract was called the Synthesis Group Management Reorganization Plan. Jack said it was the biggest favor he could do for his brother, and from now on it was up to Kevin and his father. Because of Wilson Motors, the clause that each of them has been hiding will gradually begin to be exposed. Time will tell whose claws will be sharper. Larry opened the morning newspaper and saw an article about Fantasy Entertainment becoming the owner of Auto Group, but he was worried that Synthes Group would find an opportunity to take it away. Jack asked Larry when the payment for the takeover was due. Larry put down the newspaper and replied that they would have to pay $1 billion no earlier than next year. He added that it would be possible to ask the chairman. Perhaps he would want to speed up the merger process to do it before the end of the year. Jack did the math in his head and asked how much money they had on hand right now. Larry replied that the $600 million, as Jack had requested, remained in cash without any investments, plus another $600 million would be returned next year. That was enough. The money he invested using his memory came back 100-fold. And if it had not been him who did this, but some manager with a large financial fund had been able to transform himself in this way, he would have taken the place of the richest man in the world. Larry said he would transfer $1 billion so they could pay it at any time. Jack replied that it wasn't worth doing that yet, since the upcoming payment wouldn't be until the end of the year anyway. Larry asked Lucas in surprise if he had also noticed that the exchange rate had been rising a little strange lately. Jack replied that everyone had noticed this for a long time. They were just trying to close their eyes. It felt like the dollar was slipping away like water. He added that exchange rate fluctuations and the dollar's decline are two different things. Then Jack said that a box of bread on a desert island would cost a lot more than at the bakery around the corner. Larry understood Jack's metaphor. By bread, which was in short supply on the island, he meant the dollar. Larry thought for a moment, then asked Lucas what he thought. If the rate continued to rise, whether he was going to pay for the purchase in dollars. Jack said he had an idea to reduce the price by offering to pay for Auto Group in dollars. Larry laughed. He understood. Even if you have a gold nugget, what can you do with it? If it is useless on the threshold of death, it is better to exchange it for a life jacket. He understood Lucas's intentions. By the time the domestic foreign exchange reserves reached the bottom, he would become their savior. Jack corrected him. It wasn't he who would become the savior, but the CEO of fantasy entertainment, that is, Larry. Larry asked if Lucas still didn't want to show himself because he was young or if he had some secret motive for not revealing himself. Jack explained what people would say if they found out that he owned trillions of dollars. Rumors would start to circulate about illegal gifts, simplified inheritance, and so on. Everyone would start discussing it. Larry smiled and said that he was ready to become his riding horse, and all that remained for Lucas was to whip and hold the reins. When Larry reminded Lucas that he would soon be 50 and in 5 years the boy would be running on his own, Jack asked Lucas if he was planning to retire, and he replied that he was. He had enough money but not enough time to spend it. Larry smiled and said that he would give him 5 years. Otherwise, Lucas looked more like his nephew than the nephew himself. The very next day, Kevin reported to his father about their conversation with Lucas and assured him that he personally saw the folder with the documents. Philip clenched his fist, and Kevin thought about Lucas's words about the duplicity of all family members, including his father. Could he really pat his son on the shoulder and at the same time hide something like this from him? Kevin no longer knew who he could trust and who he couldn't. My father said that if part of the company separates, you just have to get through it. The whole structure will undoubtedly shake, but not so much that you have to worry about it. He told Kevin to focus on getting Stalinvest running smoothly and showing his grandfather what he could do. As soon as his son left the office, Philip immediately ordered the entire planning department to appear in the conference room. He knew he had to act quickly before the chairman made a strange decision. Eric rose from the table and apologized for distracting James Twain from his work. The president of Auto Group responded that he had indeed started working more recently, but he would always find time to talk with Eric. Eric asked James directly. He still doesn't understand who will benefit more if Auto Group and Synthes Group merge. The president replied that everything happened so quickly that he himself was a little confused. Eric looked at James carefully, wondering how long he could pretend he didn't know anything in advance. And he asked James a question. Now that the division with the branches has occurred and the president has no connection with Synthes Group, he is probably very upset. James looked at Eric with distrust. He immediately didn't like this conversation. It seemed like he was testing the waters. He responded briefly and reservedly that he was disappointed. James added that he had served the chairman for over 30 years, during which time he had only once expressed his protest to him. Eric remained silent and decided to listen to the president's story. When Chairman Richard first entered the oil business, war broke out in the Middle East and the oil supply was in crisis. So they flew to Texas to secure a crude oil contract as quickly as possible. They were driving along an endless highway, already exhausted, when suddenly they came across a steakhouse. The chairman ordered one steak and said that they would split it in half. The steaks were simply enormous, each weighing at least 600 grams. Eric noted that in the United States, steaks were always made in large portions. James replied that he was against it and told the chairman that he wanted a separate portion. Eric chuckled and asked if that was the only protest. The president responded positively. Eric looked at Eric with bewilderment. He hoped that he would say something important, or perhaps it was a joke. He thought that if the president had refused to share a piece of meat then, he would not support the division of the company now either. Eric replied that the president doesn't like to share, and Eric doesn't like to throw away, and if you take too much that you can eat, then you'll have to throw it away later. James said that he and the chairman choked, but they ate everything. Even though the portions were huge, they managed. Eric considered him an old-fashioned businessman who, for a salary, looked after a company like a family or a carriage whose owner might change and replace the horses and coachman. He mockingly said that the president ate a lot, and he replied that with age, the required portion size had greatly decreased. Eric thought he wasn't old yet if he could eat a 600-gram steak. James got tired of going around in circles and said outright that Philip was Eric's older brother and the chairman's eldest son, and Eric would not be able to take over the company. Eric lost his temper and said, "Doesn't the president know that his brother Philip is incompetent?" James calmly replied that Eric could always be with his brother and help him. Eric said it should be the other way around, and James replied that incompetent people can't be assistants. They are useless. Eric began to put pressure on the president and said that he would create several branches and hand them over to his brother for management. James replied that he was simply an employee of Synthes Group, but he would not get involved or support plans that would discredit the company. He did not want to see the redistribution of land. Eric decided that he couldn't just let things go and that he had to do everything he could to achieve his goals. He continued to press, saying that he would make these lands more fertile, clear all the unevenness, and make a wide and spacious plain. James replied that the chairman was not the type of person to groom and identify a successor in advance, so Eric could not even dream of it. He added that the chairman would keep an eye on and compare candidates until the time came to die and would announce a successor in his last will. Eric exclaimed that this couldn't be, that the inheritance had to be prepared in advance. Otherwise, he would have to pay astronomical taxes. James replied that the chairman was more concerned about the future of Synthes Group than about taxes. Eric couldn't stand it, jumped up and shouted why the president was telling him all this now, or did his words mean that Philip would inherit the company? James also stood up and replied that these were only his thoughts and desires. Eric seemed to be interested in his thoughts, and not the chairman's intentions. He noted that a change in the owner of a carriage does not necessarily mean a change in the coachman. With these words, James headed for the exit, and Eric thought that the opinions of people like the president played a big role in his father's decision. Eric said afterward that he would keep in mind that the confrontation had not even begun yet. One of the following days, Eric decided to visit the office of his younger brother Heinrich. Henry was extremely surprised, because during the 10 years of the film company's existence, Eric never visited his brother or showed any interest in his affairs. Eric said he heard that his brother had made a lot of money during this time. Genrich replied that these were just rumors. It was difficult to earn anything at the bottom. It wasn't even enough to cover the budget of one company department. Eric replied that he would send someone tomorrow to expand the office because he needed to live up to his position. But Heinrich replied that he still needed to pay off his debt. Eric was aware of the success of his brother's company and was very surprised to learn about the debt. Heinrich replied that he did not use a private loan and, as far as Eric knew, he received the startup capital from his son Lucas. He must return them to his son. Otherwise, it would be awkward to take money from a small child and not give it back. Eric replied that Heinrich earned a good income and would be able to repay the debt, then invited his brother to sit down. Henry sat down in a chair and said that he would like to finish the conversation quickly and asked why Eric came to him. Eric asked a direct question whether Genrich was going to continue down this path and whether film production was his last bet. Henry looked at his brother and asked if he wanted to tell Henry not to even stick his nose into his father's company. Eric replied that his brother was understanding and reminded him of the existence of his son Lucas. He added that he would really hate to lose his younger brother and nephew. Henry asked why there was such interest in him since his younger brother Nick also existed. Eric waved his hands and replied that Nick had not been his brother for a long time. He was only his brother in name in the company. He noticed Henry's thoughtful look and asked if he had been hiding his greed until now. Henry adjusted his glasses and replied that it wasn't greed. It was just that he hadn't been fulfilling his role as a father enough up until now, and now he would take care of that. Eric looked at his brother and realized that they were talking about his son Lucas. Heinrich said that his son dreams of becoming an entrepreneur like his grandfather, and he surprised his brother with this statement. Then Heinrich explained that Lucas was not so petty as to want to get several subsidiaries of his grandfather's company. He would achieve everything on his own. When he added that he would do everything to help his son with this, Eric asked what this had to do with Synthes Group. Henry replied that the blood of the chairman also flows in him, and if they give him something, he does not refuse. And if they do not give it to him, he takes his fair share himself. Eric was silent and thought about the words his brother had just said. Heinrich assumed that Eric had come here for a reason. Something must have happened to his older brother, apparently. The company's shares had been shaken up a lot because of Wilson Motors. Eric told Heinrich to stay back and support Eric, and if he won, he would give his brother a fair share, enough for Lucas to achieve his dream. Henry asked what would happen if the other brother won. Eric replied that then Henry would have to fight him to prove to his son that he was the father. As he was leaving the office, Eric noticed a movie poster on the door and asked his brother about it. My brother replied that it was Titanic and the company would release it early next year. But in the meantime, they were looking for cinemas. Eric replied that if the tickets didn't sell, he would buy them all. It was already late evening when uninvited guests appeared at Henry's house. In front of him sat his older sister Caroline and her husband Oliver. They came to ask him for money. Henry replied that today was a very strange day. First Eric's visit, now his sister. Could it be that something had happened in the family and he didn't know? And now the department store owner is asking the film company owner for money at a time when her weekly revenue can be compared to the profit from one film. Carolina replied that her father had invested all the money in Stall Invest and limited the department store's budget, and was also asking for daily income and expense reports. Henry asked if his sister had done anything wrong to their father. She blamed Oliver for everything, saying he had asked to be challenged for mayor of Seoul in the elections next year. The father blocked all funding and forbade the use of money from the department store. Henry was very surprised, although he knew that this was definitely his sister's idea. Carolina said that she heard that Henry had hit the jackpot this year with some film and received a lot of money. Genrik asked her how much money she thought a film could make in Korea, given the low ticket prices. If you calculate the amount of tickets sold, subtract from it the money for the cinema, distributors, and production costs, then how much is left in their opinion? Seeing that Carolyn and Oliver had nothing to say in response, Henry suggested ending this absurdity. Oliver stood up and asked Henry to consider this conversation as not having taken place. Having not received the expected financial support, Caroline and her husband left the house upset. Suddenly, they saw Lucas returning home. Lucas was surprised at what his aunt and her husband were doing there at such a late hour. The father was sitting on the sofa and drinking tea. He told his son that they needed to talk. Jack apologized for returning late and promised not to make his father worry in the future. Henry replied that he was not such an old-fashioned father as to control his grown son. They sat down to drink tea, and the father said that his brother Eric had come to see him during the day, and that his sister Caroline and her husband had just come. Jack tried to catch his father's mood and understand what the upcoming conversation might be about. Henry said that Lucas was definitely his son, but he was nothing like him. He prided himself on his artistic and aesthetic sense, but Lucas doesn't even listen to regular pop songs. He thinks counting money is boring, but Lucas is born with a wonderful sense of investing. How can the differences be so obvious? Jack was worried why his father started this conversation. Did he really realize that he was not his son? Dad said that he actually already knew everything from Larry Baker. This statement made Jack even more nervous. The father said he knew his son's fortune was enormous and that Lucas owned Auto Group and therefore effectively owned an investment company that controlled Hollywood. Jack knew that his father and Larry were best friends who had become close in their youth, and their friendship was based on trust. And it's strange that Larry didn't tell Henry his son's secrets for 10 years. Father laughed and said that Lucas had the same face he had when Larry told him everything about him. Jack apologized for not telling his father about it himself, but Henry replied that he was even grateful to Lucas for it. After all, Henry would never have believed that his son, a high school student with a billionaire's fortune, was negotiating in fluent English. He said he was surprised at first, but now he is proud of his son. Father's pride was not in the fact that Lucas made a lot of money, but in his great talent for doing it. And then my father asked a direct question: does Lucas want to take over Synthes Group? Jack replied that it was simply a means or instrument to achieve his goal, but not the goal itself. Henry asked then what Lucas's real dream was. Jack replied that his dream was to create a huge conglomerate that would surpass Synthes Group. To create one, you first need to build a company from scratch, then buy up a decent number of Synthes Group branches. Jack added that branches of other companies are also needed. It is not enough to limit oneself to just Synthes Group. Heinrich replied that Lucas was talking about Synthes Group as if it were some kind of stall or local store. Jack said he didn't say he wanted his grandfather's company. He wanted people to see him as more than just someone lucky enough to be born into the Wilson family. Then he looked thoughtfully at the ceiling and said that for now, it was all just a dream. The father replied that since it was just a dream, he no longer had to worry about his son. He thought about whether he could somehow help his son achieve his dream, and if necessary, he was even ready to defend his rights as one of the chairman's sons. Henry stood up and, placing his hand on his son's shoulder, said that he might have had intentions of starting a confrontation with his brothers, even at the risk of splitting their family. A sudden thought struck Jack. This was a completely new card that he hadn't even thought of. As he headed out, His father said he hated arguments and contentious negotiations and was glad Lucas didn't need his help. Jack jumped up and shouted after his father that everything was completely wrong, asked him to continue the conversation, but his father went to bed. Approaching his grandfather's house, Jack looked towards the parking lot, which was completely filled with cars that had arrived. Jack realized that the chairman had called a big emergency meeting. The chairman gave instructions that all foreign currency coming into the company should not be spent. It was also necessary to sort out foreign payments, which must be made, since banks are reluctant to share their dollar reserves. Due to the increase in the exchange rate, export earnings from the exchange rate difference increased and conversion into local currency was suspended. At this point, the chairman's assistant, Michael, approached him and said that at his request he had called the prime minister, but he was ignoring the calls. Richard replied that the bastard knew the call was from the chairman and ignored all calls from businessmen. The chairman asked Michael what the maximum amount they could get by collecting all the unclaimed money within the company was. The assistant replied that it would be a little over 400 billion, since the sum for Stalinvest was paid in one lump sum and money continues to flow there. Richard addressed everyone and ordered that the money not be given anywhere, and that any money that was to be received should be demanded right now and immediately converted into dollars. Someone present responded that even if they offered more than the market price, nothing would come of it. Everyone was whining and there were no dollars available. Michael reminded us about Wilson Motors and the purchase price. The chairman remembered that this was Fantasy Entertainment's money. They definitely have money in dollars. Michael continued that they could exchange currency with them and cover the missing amount with a bank loan. Someone added that they could take all the dollars that Fantasy Entertainment owns by issuing Synthes Group bonds, as long as it suits Fantasy Entertainment. The chairman replied that he would deal with this himself, since he was very close to the owner of Fantasy Entertainment. Michael reminded that CEO Larry Baker is not so simple and knows the value of his company's dollar. The chairman slyly replied that Larry was the owner of Fantasy Entertainment. Richard repeated that he was close to the owner, and Larry was just a manager. He then expressed his dissatisfaction that his subordinates had not been working particularly well lately. The chairman told everyone to get lost and not to talk about his instructions and to follow them carefully. Jack sat in the living room and saw the chairman's subordinates leave the office. He heard the topic of the meeting and expected to see gloomy, puzzled faces, but they were cheerful. Entering the office, Jack noticed that his grandfather was in a good mood. The chairman opened his arms wide for a hug and said he was glad to welcome the owner. Jack wondered with a grin if he had decided to appoint him as his successor at the meeting, although it was unlikely that his grandfather would have done that. The chairman noticed his grandson's surprised face and explained that he was the owner of Fantasy Entertainment. Sitting down at the table, the chairman said that today he wanted to talk to his grandson, as an owner to an owner. Jack replied that it was all so sudden and it even scared him a little. The grandfather told his grandson not to pretend, because curiosity was written on his face. The one with the advantage has the most fun, but everyone has a hidden card up their sleeve. Jack looked at the chairman's face. The currency crisis was approaching, and he was so calm. The chairman asked if Lucas had prepared the money for Wilson Motors. Jack replied that there was nothing to prepare there. Just transfer money from a foreign account to a domestic bank account. Richard asked if Lucas really had them in dollars. Jack understood his grandfather's interest, securing dollars in case of a currency crisis. The chairman asked his grandson to exchange currencies. After all, Lucas doesn't care what currency he pays for the purchase of Wilson Motors. Richard continued and asked if the exchange could be made tomorrow, and suddenly Jack replied that he didn't want to do it. The chairman looked questioningly at Lucas and did not understand the reason for the refusal. Jack replied that there was no need for such complications. He could transfer it straight to the creditor bank. The grandson added that he also has eyes and ears, and he knows that the dollar is growing every day. In any case, the merger of Synthes Group and Motors Group must be completed before the creditors sign off on the acquisition. Payment is made later, and this is beneficial for Lucas. Jack looked at the chairman. Grandfather probably thinks his grandson has gone too far. The chairman first burst out laughing, but then said that he did not expect any other answer from his grandson. The chairman burst into loud laughter and said that the game was getting more and more interesting. In his mind, Jack called his grandfather a snake in the grass, trying to buy time for a quick brainstorming session with laughter. The chairman began to bargain and offered his price for $1. But Jack didn't give up and suggested that his grandfather try again. Richard upped the ante again. Jack again refused and said that he was not interested. The grandfather decided to remind his grandson that all the dollars Lucas had originally came from the land he donated. Jack also reminded that it was a deal. A gift for his grandson's good studies. He replied that for the money spent on these lands, the grandfather received a sea of joy and considered it a completely equal deal. The chairman couldn't even imagine that Lucas would remember all of this down to the last detail. Jack replied that the chairman himself started this conversation about the events of 10 years ago. Grandfather said he had to give in and asked how much Lucas wanted. Jack replied that the scales were off balance because dollars, which would soon be worth more than gold, were not worth exchanging for local currency, which would be cheaper than toilet paper. The chairman was perplexed when Lucas suggested that he put something else on the scale. Richard asked again if Lucas really thought the exchange rate would rise so much that it would be comparable to toilet paper. Jack replied that the grandfather was turning to his grandson because he had no dollars and it was difficult to buy them, money that could not buy dollars, and there was toilet paper. The chairman looked at his grandson in surprise and understood that he was right in every sense of the conversation that had begun. Jack was worried that he had been too rude to his grandfather. Jack was always worried when he saw his grandfather upset. Maybe he would give him a small amount of dollars as support, but he immediately drove away the feeling of pity and decided that such a chance could not be missed. A minute later, the chairman asked how Lucas knew about the upcoming financial crisis, and his grandson replied that he knew from the press. He added that various articles had been published, and anyone who understood the situation would have tried to develop measures. The chairman said that the press often publishes provocative articles and often exaggerates. Jack thought that if his grandfather was saying that, sensing the full risk of the situation, then he wanted to know what was going on in his head. Jack replied that truth was like a book of poetry. New collections were constantly being published, but most people didn't read them. Moreover, many of the authors received Nobel Prizes in literature. The chairman did not quite understand what his grandson was talking about and asked what he should put on the scales to balance them. Jack decided not to do something stupid and not answer this question first. In any case, the synthesis group fell into the water, and Jack is the life jacket. When the water rises to your chest, and then to the tip of your nose, and when true fear is felt, when will the throwing of gold nuggets out of the pocket begin? That's when Jack will extend his hand and a life jacket. The chairman was noticeably nervous. His impatience was evident. He was waiting for an answer from Lucas. Jack looked shrewdly at his grandfather and suggested putting the merger ratio negotiations on the table. The chairman, hearing this, exclaimed that it turned out that Lucas had been hiding his dark soul from him. Jack's goal was to ensure that when merging a portion of the shares of Synthes Group and Motors Group, the merger ratio would be favorable to him. He replied to the chairman that this was not a dark soul, but a reasonable request that he wanted to bring to the negotiating table. Richard said Lucas was a greedy little fellow. He moved very smoothly, as if he had been greased with sesame oil. Jack replied that business is an enterprise that fulfills the desires of others, satisfying one's own greed. Greed will be criticized anyway, so it doesn't matter how greedy a person is. And suddenly the chairman said that Lucas was a real respectful grandson. Jack replied that that was true. He had brought his grandfather a lot of joy, making him happy with his grades in childhood, had grown up and even saved up a lot of money. And the chairman said that from the moment he united the branches of Synthes Group into one company and took over management, no one opposed him. Everyone bowed their heads, and Richard only received what was due to him, and there was no one who would dare to take it all away. Jack wondered if this old man, over 70, was really feeling the fire of rivalry, especially with his grandson. The chairman shouted that he never took what he had to share. He said that it was probably time to rekindle this fire, then we would see who would win. In response to his grandfather, Jack exclaimed that he was his grandson by blood. The chairman grinned maliciously and replied that it was even more interesting this way. A confrontation between grandfather and grandson. Jack was afraid that from now on he wouldn't be able to get anything from his grandfather unless he was in a good mood. Richard said he would be the first to make one of his offers to this impudent owner with a bunch of dollars. He himself will determine the merger ratio of the companies, and his grandson will have no choice but to accept this offer. Who knows? Maybe he will give Lucas much more than he expected, because a grandfather never skimps on his grandson. Jack didn't know what his grandfather was planning, or whether it would affect the achievement of his goals and plans that he had in mind. The chairman asked again if Lucas was ready to accept his proposal. Jack responded mockingly that how could a respectable grandson deprive his beloved grandfather of yet another joy? The chairman said that his grandson was not one to give up without a fight and seemed to reject the offer. Jack reminded him and asked what the second sentence would be. Richard replied that it was not really an offer, but more like a threat, and when he gets to that threat, Lucas will regret not accepting the first offer. Jack wondered what kind of threat this could be, because no one had ever threatened him before, at least in this life. And suddenly the chairman said that there would be no merger between Synthes Group and Avto Group. Tomorrow morning, Chairman James Twain will hold a press conference in which he will say that Fantasy Entertainment, the company that acquired Auto Group, made unreasonable demands so the merger will not take place. Jack looked at his grandfather with hatred and said that his statement was somehow weakly drawn to the level of a threat. Richard shouted out whether Lucas meant to say that he wouldn't care if the chairman stood in the way of the acquisition. Jack found it a little funny. Did his grandfather really think he could stop him from getting Auto Group by trying to stop him? He replied that the situation would undoubtedly change, since the merger was the first condition of the acquisition. Jack agreed with the chairman that there was now an emergency situation. Richard said there are some things that remain and will remain the same, and not just in this situation. And this is influence. He can call creditors, banks, the Blue House, the National Assembly, and there will be no decision to take possession. Until the chairman of Prestige contacted him and offered to have a drink, the chairman suggested that Lucas reconsider the rates. Does the grandson still think that he can take over the company without a merger? Jack replied that the country's available foreign exchange reserves were only $2 billion, and Korea was asking friendly countries to borrow money. Richard asked if Lucas meant by this that his influence had diminished because of the currency crisis. Jack said his grandfather's influence had not diminished, but simply disappeared. The chairman looked at Lucas in bewilderment. Jack explained that they themselves were having a hard time right now, as there was a chance they would have to answer the chairman's calls. He suggested that his grandfather take the current situation more seriously. And the fact that the chairman's influence no longer works doesn't matter to Jack. On the contrary, it's even better, because then no one will put forward bets, and Fantasy Entertainment will be the only one. Jack suggested that creditors would lean toward Fantasy Entertainment even if he decided to defer payment for the acquisition. The chairman of Prestige must be clutching his heart right now. He was planning to buy the company for local currency and could have been left without any money at all if that had happened. If the grandfather hopes that the situation will change soon, but this will not happen. Jack said the chairman himself knew the country could not avoid a financial crisis, and there is no point in hoping that a country-sized economy will not collapse so easily. All this is causing concern among everyone. The chairman asked if Lucas meant that Synthes Group would need Fantasy Entertainment dollars. Jack replied that the country's foreign exchange reserves were $2 billion, and he had half of that. And the moment this money arrives in Korea, all the banks and corporations will start lining up in front of Fantasy Entertainment. The chairman asked if he wanted to meet with him. As the owner of Fantasy Entertainment, he would have to take a ticket with the order of the queue. And Jack replied that Grandpa's ticket would be number 1. The chairman fell silent and thought. Jack realized that now the grandfather was listening to his grandson's words. A minute later, Jack, seeing his grandfather's silence, said that he was bored and needed to quickly complete the deal to acquire Auto Group. He still had a lot to do. The chairman got angry and said that it could be more important than this. Jack replied that they still needed to shake the dollars in their hands, find a company to put in the basket and negotiate a price. For the first time during the conversation, the chairman looked at his grandson with bewilderment. Jack considered his grandfather a phenomenal and legendary figure, and he could not imagine that he could surpass him even for a short time. And then Richard couldn't resist asking how many hell dollars he had. Jack replied that he wouldn't show his grandfather his wallet, but he could easily buy Trans Motors. Now Richard was truly stunned. Jack explained that he was planning to merge Auto Group and Trans Motors, and if he added Wilson Motors, he would have a company on par with Prestige. And at the entrance to the company, Jack will place a Wilson Motors sign. This will be another gift of respect to his grandfather from a respectful grandson. Jack told his grandfather that he would wait for a second proposal from him. He could hold a meeting, but there was little time left because the waiting list could grow. The chairman looked sternly at Lucas and repeated his own words, that this was too weak for a threat. Nothing is finished yet, and this is not the end. Jack recalled the chairman's words, that his grandfather had once said that you need to know when to back off. Richard burst into a fit of laughter and replied that it was complete nonsense now. Jack left the office, leaving his grandfather deep in thought. Apparently, Richard also felt the crisis, but the size and severity were different. Temporary difficulties due to the depletion of foreign currency are not uncommon. The government has always borrowed dollars from America, Europe, and Japan. Richard remembered that Lucas had said that this time everything would be different. Even the economic giants did not lend money or exchange currency. And if there were only $2 billion in foreign currency left, It was the equivalent of having plenty of food but no water. He was so busy with his thoughts that he didn't hear when all those he had invited to the meeting entered the office. Everyone present tried to guess what would be on the agenda this time. The first thing the chairman ordered to do was to notify all local production and electronics departments. As soon as import revenue comes in, store it in dollars and borrow money to pay it off. He ordered the construction department to offer a 20% discount on overseas projects, in exchange for requiring a quick down payment or interim payment. He then approached the insurance department and ordered the return of all money invested in foreign financial companies. And it doesn't matter what the fine for violating the contract is, you need to get as many dollars out of it as possible by canceling everything. One of the invited economists warned that the losses would be too great and would impact administrative profits. The chairman sternly ordered them to shut up and follow orders. Personal assistant Michael asked the chairman to calm down. He added that everyone was well prepared and that foreign exchange transactions at all branches were strictly controlled. Richard replied that careful preparation was not enough. One had to be prepared to lose a limb. Michael asked if the chairman had managed to speak with the owner of Fantasy Entertainment. Richard replied that no agreement could be reached. He then added that he made money during the Korean War, and even that didn't scare him. The chairman answered honestly that he was scared now. An uneasy silence fell at the negotiating table. The chairman continued by saying that whoever has the dollars is very powerful. He did not blink in front of Richard and even threatened. For the first time, he saw in front of him a person who was so stubborn than himself. Michael wondered who this owner was if the chairman felt his power was greater than his own. Richard simply slammed his fist on the table and shouted for everyone to get ready. In November 1997, Finance and Economy Minister Alex Wang announced that he would not turn to the International Monetary Fund. However, just 2 days later, he announced a request for financial assistance to improve the balance of payments, stabilize the value of the currency, and open the capital market. The following day, the president's official statement requesting such assistance was published. The stock index fell, as did the country's national credit rating. Some banks were ordered to suspend operations, and Baccara Group was among them and went bankrupt. Larry was indignant because according to the agreement, they had to pay for the takeover after the merger was completed. He was against payment being made in dollars and categorically stated that he would pay in local currency. Larry hung up, folded his arms across his chest, closed his eyes and said that there was chaos everywhere. A minute later, Larry asked Lucas what about the chairman and whether he had given his answer to his grandson's proposal. Jack replied that his grandfather was not going to give in to his grandson and was still just as stubborn. Larry said that then Wilson would not be such a famous rich man. Lucas, when he grows up, will do the same, because he already wants to get more than his grandfather. Reading the newspaper, Jack replied that if the exchange rate rose, he would have $5 trillion in local currency instead of 3. Larry chuckled and asked how a 20-year-old guy would feel with that amount of money. Jack advised Larry not to get too excited. He, too, would like to take the money and gamble with it somewhere in Europe. Larry replied that Lucas could easily afford it. Then Jack asked Larry who he thought would be better, the chairman of a Korean conglomerate or a rich European aristocrat. Larry replied that both were boring. Jack replied that the time would come when Lucas would become a Korean conglomerate and ensure that Larry would feel like a European aristocrat in retirement. Synthes Group was in full swing, with employees constantly reporting to the chairman what other sources they could get dollars from. One of these subordinates stood in Richard's office and listened to him explain how he needed these $2 million. Michael asked if the chairman could tell him the name of the owner of Fantasy Entertainment so he could try to talk to him and agree on cooperation. Richard replied that he would take care of it himself and ordered his assistant to visit the opposition camp. O ordered that several packages of vitamins be delivered to them and that if they gave them $2 billion, the Federation of Korean Industries would actively cooperate with the next administration. After the assistant left, Richard opened the folder lying on the desk and began looking through the documents. He saw the numbers. The maximum share that could be allocated in Wilson Motors was almost 18%. He needs to give up that percentage to get a favorable exchange rate, not to get $1 billion. Moreover, Lucas promised to give them away after the merger, but this is unlikely to happen. After all, Lucas puts everything that falls into his hands into his pocket. Richard didn't mind if he distributed the company's shares among his 5 children, so he could give each of them 20%. Richard sometimes felt that when he looked at his grandson, it was as if he were looking in a mirror. After all, Lucas is one of those people who never loses anything that falls into his hands, and who will gladly take things from others. If a guy was born with a temperament, more calculating than others, and set his sights on Synthesis Group, the rest of his children and grandchildren will simply be driven away. He will definitely make Synthesis Group a huge and majestic company, but he will never allow anyone to enter it. But judging by the way he cares for his father, he has a big heart. Lucas is smart enough to fulfill his father's dream at a young age. But now is not the time to think about this. Now, first and foremost, you need to worry about the company, not your grandson. Even if the company is taken away, it will not be done by a stranger. Richard had no choice but to console himself with the fact that his grandson was a predator. Larry explained to Lucas that these companies are the most reliable at the moment. If they overcome this crisis, there will be no problems. Jack looked at the list and asked, from a financial accounting perspective, which of the options were the best. Larry replied that those at the top of the list have good profitability and technology. But Lucas looks at more than just those parameters. Jack replied that only Synthesis Group and Prestige could overcome this crisis on their own. Larry said that Contour Group also needs a little government support to survive. Jack stood up and replied that time would tell and put everything in its place. He walked out into the underground parking lot and headed towards his car. Sitting in the back seat of the car, Jack told Thomas to go to the chairman's house. He thought about Larry's opinion. Contour Group really was a reliable company. It was her reliability that made Jack want to buy her. Until now, this world was divided into predators and herbivores, in which everyone coexisted and no one hid. But an era has arrived where predators bare their fangs and mercilessly tear herbivores to pieces. And if Jack has decided to become the king of this place, there is nothing left to do but resort to rough actions. Thomas said he found out who tailed their car, and it was Daily News. Jack was surprised and asked if the Wilson family was planning to intermarry with them. He thought the enemy would be someone from within, but he never expected it to be someone from outside. Thomas said the information service reported it to the chairman, but they were told to pretend they didn't notice. Jack tried to figure out why the Daily News was doing this and couldn't figure out what they were up to. Apparently, the chairman thinks that the Daily News is an insignificant newspaper and shouldn't be paid attention to, or he is being cautious, since they are almost relatives. Jack needs to understand all of his grandfather's decisions, analyze, evaluate, and use them. This is Jack's strategy and tactics. Finally, the car stopped at the porch of Richard Wilson's residence. Jack handed Thomas a credit card and told him to arrange a joint dinner with the strategy department staff. Thomas thanked them and took the card, and Jack told them not to worry about money and to take the most expensive things. Getting out of the car, Jack smiled slyly. His sister-in-law's card had come in handy. Richard and Jack were sitting in the living room. There was an envelope on the table, and the chairman said that that should be enough. Jack took the envelope and carefully examined the documents. There was a sum of almost 18%. If this amount and the 8 auto group companies are combined, that company becomes his property. Jack put the documents in an envelope and asked his grandfather if this was a deal or an inheritance. Richard laughed and exclaimed, "If this is the limit of Lucas's greed." Then he added why he should give his grandson any inheritance. He decided to give everything to his children, and Lucas will already receive the inheritance from his parents. Jack replied that his father was not as rich as his grandfather, and he could not count on much. The chairman replied that this was his good. Jack thought that if his grandfather was going to divide the inheritance between his children, then his father would also get his piece. Richard said that this was the second and final offer and told Lucas to put his seal on it and wire him $1 billion. Jack thought that if he continued to play push-pull, his grandfather would refuse to negotiate at all. He needed to be careful with his words or it wouldn't end well. After all, even one drop creates ripples across the entire lake. And even a strong attachment turns into thin ice with just one insult. Jack said that he would transfer this amount to him at a rate higher than the current one. Seeing his grandfather's surprised look, Jack explained that he was always on his side and he would not be greedy in this situation. The chairman asked what Lucas was up to, and whether he really looked so simple as to believe his grandson's flattery. Jack was convinced that the old man had an incredibly intelligent mind. Jack replied that his grandfather was taking this amount from him at a rate much higher than the current one. So what was the ulterior motive? The chairman replied that he could raise the rate higher than Lucas had proposed, but by then his grandson would have lost a lot. Richard added that the probability of an appreciation is almost 90%, according to the Economic Research Department. He asked his grandson if he regretted such an exchange after learning about such a possible increase in the rate. Jack replied that he had also expected such a raise, but he was not so greedy as to cause losses to his grandfather with his greed. The chairman said he knew his grandson was not petty, but he would not do anything to harm himself. So Richard told me to tell Lucas what other additional conditions he was going to put forward. Jack knew that if he continued to beat around the bush, he would arouse suspicion, so he said he had 2 requests. Richard replied that he knew it and said that we would see if these requests would cover his loss, and maybe even Lucas would get more. Jack laid out a map of Seoul on the table and asked his grandfather to look at the places circled in red. The chairman took the card and, still not understanding what they meant, asked Lucas for clarification. Jack explained that this was Seoul's state land and he wanted to buy it cheap. Richard asked if this was known to him, that his grandson had asked his grandfather to influence the mayor of the city. Jack replied that it wasn't quite so. There were 6 months left before the current mayor's term ended, and they should try to ask the next mayor about it. The chairman replied that if the grandson meant his uncle, he would categorically not allow this. Jack said that he would pay for his uncle's election campaign, and when he became mayor, he would sell off the state lands, and his grandfather only needed to put pressure on the members of parliament. The chairman became angry and shouted that he would repeat again that he would not allow this. Jack was indignant and said that it was a good idea in the midst of an economic crisis. If the city sold land not intended for business to raise funds, no one would object. The chairman angrily replied that he didn't want to listen to this nonsense anymore. Jack asked his grandfather to tell him why he was so categorically against Lucas's proposal. The chairman replied that he was against it because Oliver was not a blood member of their family. He continued, saying that all of Oliver's ambitions were his wife Caroline's idea, and that he was merely a puppet in her hands. Jack thought that his grandfather realized that his daughter Caroline was using political power to hide her disadvantageous position as the daughter of a conglomerate. Grandfather knew that with the help of this power, Carolina could demand her share of Sintez Group, and maybe even more. Even without looking through a microscope, one could see the illegal actions that were taking place in the company. And then the chairman was surprised when he heard from his grandson the proposal to make Oliver a puppet of Sintez Group. Jack said that by the time Oliver got to the mayor's chair, he would have a lot of dirt stuck to him, and if you used it correctly, you could make him your puppet. The chairman replied that all this dirt would come from Sintez Group, and then the company would also suffer. Jack replied that he would throw his dirt and dust on his uncle and then grab him tightly by the collar, so that his grandfather would have nothing to worry about. Jack continued, saying that he would also provide the money himself, and that his grandfather could also use it if necessary. The chairman replied that if Lucas himself was going to provide the funds for this event, then why did he ask his grandfather's permission and not act independently? And Jack said that if Grandpa made one call to the leader of the opposition party, Uncle wouldn't even be nominated for the elections. He asked the chairman to take just 2 steps to allow his uncle to remain in office for 8 years. During this time, they would have time to take everything they needed. The chairman asked with interest what his second step would be. Jack replied that the second step for his grandfather would be to block government subsidies to Contour Group. Richard looked at Lucas with bewilderment. He did not fully understand how the Contour Group company could be tied to the planned scheme. Jack replied that the government was not planning to give up state land to build a parking lot. Something else would obviously be needed, and that would require a small construction company. The chairman objected, saying that Contour Group is not such a small company. It is in 5th place in terms of the number of subcontractors. Jack replied that he was the owner of Avto Group and Motors Group, and that Contour Group, in comparison to him, was an ordinary rural kiosk. Richard said he could see that his grandson was serious about running his own company. After all, the grandson is not asking to give him Wilson Construction, but is thinking about taking over Contour Group himself. Jack replied that one would think that if he had asked, then his grandfather would have given him the company, to which Richard replied that who knows, maybe he would have given it to him. The chairman stood up and replied that this conversation was pointless since Lucas had decided to take over Contour Group. Jack was angry because he knew perfectly well that his grandfather was just teasing him now. He told his grandfather that no company could avoid the current crisis, and Contour Group also needed dollars, and if the government did not give them a subsidy, they would go bankrupt. Then Jack will take her for himself. And the grandfather, leaving, replied that just a few aid packages and Contour Group would be fine. The chairman turned around and said that it turns out that Oliver's son-in-law becoming mayor of Seoul and Contour Group are interconnected. Jack confirmed this, adding that he would give the company blood and Uncle Oliver would become fertilizer. He added that after this, the Contour Group company would flourish, and Jack would name it Wilson Contour. Richard replied that it was nice to hear that. It seemed that Lucas was the only one who intended to increase the number of Syntez Group subsidiaries. Jack felt some kind of discomfort, and his grandfather's smile did not look joyful. The chairman said that he had to think about it, and their conversation was over. He reminded his grandson of the $1 billion promised to the chairman and said that his employees would calm down when they saw this amount in the Syntez Group account. Jack replied that he would do so and left the office. He was not entirely happy with today's negotiations. Left alone, Richard began to analyze everything that his grandson Lucas had said. The mayor, who is helping the country overcome the crisis, is very successfully selling state land to raise funds. Creating a mayor with his own hands, seizing land, acquiring a construction company that will turn the land into a pile of money. The picture is not bad. On top of all that, $1 billion on the cheap, despite the exorbitant exchange rate. This suggests that Lucas has enough confidence to find hundreds of billions more dollars. As Lucas explained everything, the chairman could hardly restrain himself from immediately agreeing to his proposals. He held back because he couldn't show his grandson that he could so easily use his power. And at that moment, the chairman felt fear. His grandson hides the temperament of the most ferocious beast under the cute and beautiful face of a kitten. He promised to put the name Wilson Conter on Avto Group and Conter Group. This guy will probably take over Wilson Motors and Wilson Construction. Richard felt strange. He liked the actions of his grandson, who simply takes and takes, more than children who are simply trying with all their might to get their piece. After some time, Aunt Caroline and Uncle Oliver were already sitting in Lucas's house. Uncle said that the total amount needed was 40 billion won, the local currency. Jack thought he was surprised that they were asking for such a large sum, but without details and only briefly talking about its purpose. Jack made a surprised face and said that it was a very huge amount of money. Carolina became worried and asked if Lucas really didn't have that amount. Jack replied that he didn't have enough and that he had to save money to build a theater for his father. Caroline exclaimed that she could raise 15 billion won, and Lucas only had to add 25. Jack replied that in that case he could help. Carolina clarified that she would not be able to obtain the promised sum so quickly, but that she needed to pay a party fee, and asked to give her 3 billion immediately. Jack felt they were completely out of touch with reality, so calmly asking his 12-year-old nephew for billions. He replied that he would try to prepare the sum as quickly as possible and offered to sign the contract. Caroline and Oliver looked at each other stupidly. They didn't understand why an agreement was needed between relatives. Oliver told Lucas that he was still very young and didn't understand how it works. No one signs a contract when donating money to an election campaign. Then Carolina intervened and said that Lucas was only involved in investments, so he didn't understand, because this money just disappears. It's not like with investments. Jack found this situation amusing. They see him as just a kid with a lot of money. He replied that he had forgotten to tell them something, because he had someone who would do everything properly. Jack turned and shouted for someone to come into the room. It was Larry. He said he was very pleased to meet Lucas's uncle and aunt. Lucas sat in the office, rubbing his neck and saying that everything turned out to be much more complicated than he thought. He added that once they found out it was also a business, the atmosphere changed dramatically. Jack replied that, be that as it may, Caroline was of the same blood as her grandfather. Larry put the package on the table and said that Lucas was going to use this contract when, but he asked to do it after Larry retired. He didn't really want to go to jail. Jack looked at the contents of the package and said that this contract was confidential. Lucas replied that it looked like pure evil was sitting in front of him. Did Lucas realize what kind of bomb he had in his hands now? And Jack replied that he was going to give it to his grandfather. Larry screamed that Lucas had gone crazy and the chairman would immediately grab his grandson by the throat. Jack replied that his grandfather wasn't interested in professional management. He already kept everyone on a leash. The chairman simply wants to use the contract in such a way that the uncle and auntie will not make any rash or thoughtless decisions. Grandpa will let Oliver run for mayor after he's convinced he's not going to make any moves. Larry rubbed his eyes and said that Lucas's grandfather was very cruel since he didn't trust his own children. A minute later, Larry said that, as far as he understood, almost 18% is the controlling stake in Syntez Group. He added that Lucas must receive at least 80% to become the owner of the office of the chairman of Syntez Group. Even if Lucas had those 80%, it would still only be 10% of the company's total shares. Jack said that his grandfather was ready to give him everything with his head, but nothing with his soul. Lucas didn't understand anything and asked Lucas to explain what was said. Jack replied that his grandfather knew that he was the only worthy manager in Syntez Group, but he saw no one but himself. The chairman will not want to give up what belongs to him. If he could bury Cintas Group in his coffin, he would do so. Larry said he wasn't asking about greed, but about how Lucas himself felt about his chances. Jack replied that he couldn't answer. When the mind and the soul fight, the mind does not always win. In any case, he's not upset yet and regards this share as a bonus. After all, a greedy grandson with excellent abilities and a son named Henry who is not interested in his father's wealth are a surefire way to get a significant bonus from his grandfather. Jack held the envelope up to the light and thought that, in any case, this contract would play a big role. The first stage was completed, and it was time to move on to the second. Jack asked Larry if they had exchanged $1 billion for his grandfather. Then they still had a little more than 2 left, to which he asked what Lucas was going to do with them. Jack replied that they needed to change the money when the rate was at its peak, and after the elections were over, the government would change and Lucas would give them as a gift for winning the elections. Larry exploded and shouted that Lucas was trying to imitate famous rich people since such unhealthy thoughts came to his mind. Jack asked Larry's opinion on why Media City should be created if there were no migrants to the city. He continued that they would create companies that would be suitable for Media City status, such as broadcasting. Larry objected and said that there was no point in it. Jack continued, "Now everyone uses public television, but there is also cable. After all, the broadcasting project isn't bad at all from the government's perspective. Building new infrastructure will not only help create employment, but also revitalize the economy." Larry stood his ground, arguing that giving away those $2+ billion was crazy. Jack replied that he had no intention of giving all his money to the government. He was simply exchanging dollars for one. He offered Larry to imagine that an investor who had invested over $2 billion in the creation of a huge media infrastructure, when the entire country was in a severe crisis due to a lack of currency, and Lucas would be welcomed with open arms. Larry wondered if he could team up with the government and Seoul to secure government funding. Jack added that if that happens, there's nothing more to expect. Larry called Lucas a clone of his grandfather, since he could come up with that. Jack chuckled and said he was just a dutiful grandson. He will turn such a company into a huge media empire and give it to his father. Larry jumped up from his seat. Cinema, broadcast content production, cable television, and in the future, internet broadcasting. Jack replied that Henry was the chairman's son and his father, and he needed to be given enough to save face. After all, the American branch of fantasy entertainment already has deep relationships with major film companies. And if done correctly, a global media company could be born. The chairman sat comfortably in his chair and read the very same contract that had been signed by Caroline and Oliver. He was extremely surprised that Lucas eventually managed to get it. Jack replied that if his uncle became mayor, he would not dare to disobey his grandfather. As soon as this document became public, he would be brought to trial for violating the political fund law, and his career would be ruined in an instant. The chairman clarified that all Lucas wanted was just a few acres of land. Jack replied that that was true, and that Grandpa could take the rest for himself. Jack added that Aunt Caroline immediately understood the value of public land and even tried to refuse such an exchange regarding campaign financing. The chairman asked Lucas if he thought that Grandpa should now take it all and give it to him. Jack happily thought that everything worked out. These words of his grandfather meant that Lucas could take everything for himself. He replied that making money by building apartments was not his business. The chairman said he thought the whole thing was reckless, and that even if son-in-law Oliver took part in the election, there was no guarantee he would win. Jack replied that Oliver had a much better chance now because his grandfather was thinking positively. Richard smiled and said that he couldn't keep up with his grandson's intelligence. Jack chuckled and said that he didn't know who his uncle's opponent would be, but he already felt sorry for the man. The information team will dig up his entire past. He won't be able to stand it when all the dirt about his life is made public by all the known media. Richard was proud of his grandson, who spent a lot of money to hand the mayor straight into his grandfather's hands. He did not want to be left out. Jack thanked his grandfather when he said he would also provide his assistance during the elections. The chairman replied that he also wanted to thank Lucas, and he asked what his grandson wanted. Jack replied that he was thinking of starting a new business, but he would tell his grandfather about it after the elections. Richard decided to guess that if this was a business that needed government help, then it was something big. He told Lucas to be careful when politicians come into the picture. There are a lot of variables. Their interests are much more complex than those of a grandson or grandfather. They don't ask for payment for their help. They put a spoke in the wheel and want to get something in return for their silence. Jack replied that as soon as his plan was ready, His grandfather would be the first to know about it and would be able to evaluate it with his wise eye. And if Grandpa tells him to stop, Lucas will immediately obey him. The chairman replied that this was his grandson's business and money, and he did not need to receive advice, permissions, or orders. Jack still couldn't understand what was on the chairman's mind, and what is hidden in this look and words. In December of that year, the name of the new president was announced on all channels: Ronald Duke of the Second National Convention, who had teamed up with Joseph Schultz and Billy O'Hari of the Democratic Party. Across the street from the university where Lucas studied, there was a small cafe where students often gathered for a drink. One of the students reminded Lucas that he had promised to buy himself a big drink after the exams. The second asked what Lucas wanted to order, and the third added that the guy was unlikely to have visited such establishments, so they would order themselves. Jack had been to places like this countless times, just not in this life. There were times when he didn't have enough money and he ordered alcohol without snacks. Jack motioned to the waiter. He wanted to feed the boys something he had once been unable to afford. The first thing Jack ordered was bottled beer, which stunned everyone, as it was tens of times more expensive than draft beer. He added that he had been meaning to have a drink for a long time and it was time to relax. They hadn't come here to make small talk. Jack continued to shock the freshmen in attendance by ordering fried sausages, clam salad, and fish noodles. The guys sitting at the table, seeing that he was not joking, began shouting at each other for Lucas to order more fried chicken with spices. For a second, Jack wondered if his cousins, like Kevin, visited places like this. And did they order the local soup served in small restaurants, having a glass of it? Jack answered the guys. Did they really think that his family only went to restaurants at expensive hotels every day? If they think his home-cooked meal consists of 12 dishes, it is not so. Just soup and a side dish of rice. At that moment, 3 older boys approached the table from behind. One apologized for interrupting their conversation so unceremoniously. They gave up their seat, and the one who sat down next to him asked Lucas if he could ask him something. Jack agreed. 3 of them were hired by financial companies, but one of them went bankrupt and the other 2 sent out notices of revocation, saying they could not hire employees this year. My classmates stood nearby and just blinked their eyes. They didn't understand at all what was being discussed. The first one asked Lucas what he thought would happen to the International Monetary Fund, since he knew a lot more than they did. The guy asked if everything was the same in a year. Should he prepare for the bar exam or look for a job? Jack looked at his interlocutor and thought about how to answer him. The truth, or just comfort him? If he tells them the whole truth about the future situation, will they understand its seriousness? Jack took a sip of beer from his glass and replied that it was better to study for exams than to look for a job. The guy asked again. Lucas wanted to say that it would be difficult to find a job next year too. Jack replied that those currently working would not be fired next year or in the near future. Most corporations will shed at least a third of their workforce under the pretext of restructuring their businesses. A crisis is a lack of liquid funds. The country is in a state of economic bankruptcy. You can be fired at any time, and the concept of a temporary freelance employee will appear. Jack pointed to the waitress and said that she was working part-time and was unlikely to receive any severance pay. At that moment, the waitress came to the table and brought the ordered bottled beer. As he opened the bottle, Jack added that this isn't just used by small businesses. Large corporations are also switching to this system. It'll take a long time for the economy to return to normal, and if they're going to find a job instead of studying for exams, they'd be better off joining the army to avoid a heavy downpour. Jack understood that those who had barely finished their first year were not yet capable of understanding this. But from next year onwards, a real icy wind will blow, and people will understand what Jack meant when he said to avoid a big downpour. The guy thanked him and said that thanks to Lucas, he came to his senses. Jack looked at the guy. The 4th year was very different from the first years. The guy apologized for ruining the atmosphere and offered to have a drink. He raised his glass and shouted to someone in the room that they still had enough time to escape the downpour and take shelter. At that moment, someone slowly approached the table where the company with Lucas was sitting and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. It was a girl. Her face seemed very familiar, but Jack couldn't remember her name. And then a 4th-year guy asked Olivia where she was from. Jack heard her name and remembered that Olivia was the most beautiful girl in the university. The girl said that she would only drink half a glass. She still wanted to have time to return to the library. Jack sat opposite, drinking beer and silently looking at Olivia. The 4th-year student noticed that the girl was not like the other students. She was studying on vacation, and where did she find the time to sit here like this? Olivia replied that they didn't have time to sit around here, since preparing for the management exam takes about 2 years. The guy sitting next to her asked what she was talking about. The girl replied that such busy students had definitely gathered there to chat with Lucas and find out how long the crisis would last and what state the businesses were in. Jack had thought Olivia was a model student who was just studying for the job of judge, but now he saw that she had a perfect understanding of how the world works. The girl finished her glass of beer in one gulp and put it on the table. Olivia said that now even graduates have no prospects. They are practically in tears because a harsh wind is blowing outside the university walls. But fortunately, they are lucky, they are studying law, and the civil servant exam is not that difficult. A fourth-year student asked if she was Lucas's friend, and maybe they discussed the country's economic problems during their dates. Jack's classmate replied that Lucas was an alien from another planet and that he and Olivia could not date. He turned to the girl and added that she had once said that people who are proud of their strength are losers, and those who are proud of their money are wimps and weaklings. The guy then pointed his finger at Lucas and added that he had both power and money and would date some celebrity or a girl from a rich family. Olivia interrupted the guy and replied that they were overdoing it. She had only seen Lucas 3 times since she entered university. The fourth-year student added that they simply don't have the opportunity to meet. One doesn't go to university, and the other never leaves the library. The boys laughed merrily. They found the grown-up guy's expression funny. Jack envied them a little, because as a middle-aged man, he no longer had any desire for love affairs, and the hormones that were starting to rage immediately subsided due to the stress of work. Olivia adjusted her scarf, buttoned her jacket, saying that she had to go, and asked Lucas to come out with her. She wanted to tell him something. Going outside without a jacket, he wanted to quickly find out why the girl called him. She said she was ashamed to say it now, but asked Lucas to think carefully before giving an answer. Olivia added that her goal and duty is to pass the bar exam before graduation. Jack replied that it was clear about the goal, but why did she call exams a duty? The girl replied that everyone in her family was a lawyer and had passed their exams ahead of schedule, and that if she didn't do the same, her family would start putting pressure on her. She added that she would be busier than she was in her senior year of school, so she didn't have time. Olivia came closer and explained that she wouldn't have time to date Lucas. Jack was surprised and silent, not knowing how to react to the girl's words. Olivia said she just confessed her feelings to Lucas and he had this reaction. Jack replied that she herself had said that she despised people with power, strength, and money. The girl said that Lucas is handsome and she likes him. Olivia added that he doesn't go to university and she doesn't have time, so they might meet a couple of times a month for lunch. Jack still didn't fully understand the situation, but he replied that if she called, he would send a car for her and gave her his phone number. When she asked why he needed a car, Jack replied that they couldn't go on dates like ordinary people, reminding her that he was from a wealthy family. Jack headed towards the cafe and the girl asked him to keep it a secret. Let everyone think that they were just doing a group assignment. When the guys asked what they were talking about, Jack told them that they were talking about a group assignment that he was shirking. At that moment, Olivia ran into the cafe and shouted loudly that from today on she and Lucas were dating. Everyone was shocked, but Jack was the most surprised, not understanding Olivia's actions. A very serious and unpleasant conversation was taking place at the chairman's residence, in which Caroline and Oliver were present. Richard reproachfully listed that she owned a department store, a resort, and a golf course, unlike others. The chairman said that it is not for nothing that they say that a daughter who gets married becomes a stranger. Carolina replied that this is precisely why she is in politics, because she wants to make up for the lack of power. Oliver intervened here and added that the chairman had nothing to worry about. He would build his political career without regard for the company. Richard chuckled at the idea that a guy who was tangled up in his wife's skirt and couldn't even move was going to build a political career. Carolina replied that she was not so much afraid of the opposition party as she was of her father. At that moment, several company employees entered the chairman's office. The chairman told Caroline and Oliver that from now on these people would be helping them with the elections. He added that since they had decided to take such a step, they must certainly win. Oliver stood up, bowed respectfully and thanked the chairman, saying that he would definitely win and thank him. One of the employees approached Oliver and placed 2 folders in front of him. The chairman said one of them was a list of those who could be used for the position of deputy mayor, and the other was a list of heads of organizations related to Seoul. Special people were selected to take up positions in the Department of Urban Infrastructure, the Industrial Management Association, and the Housing and Construction Department. Carolina tried to object to her father, but he didn't even listen to her. The chairman added that he had prepared a couple of lines for Oliver that he could use as promises during the election campaign. Oliver wondered if the public promise was coming not from the mayoral candidate, but from the synthesis group, and whether that meant the chairman's people would take over Seoul. He felt that they were going to make a puppet out of him. Oliver told the chairman that he already had people to take care of and his party would recommend someone. Richard replied that he would make it so that there would be no need to take care of anyone. Or Oliver had changed his mind and wanted to work in the company office. Oliver gritted his teeth and clenched his fists, but he realized it was best to obey now. He will be able to counterattack only when he has power. One of the following days, Jack and Larry headed to the Auto Group office for a scheduled meeting. They were met in the office by a friendly man. It was Neil Houston, the chairman of the company's admissions committee. Larry shook his hand, introduced himself, and thanked Neil for taking the time to see them despite his busy schedule. Neil replied that he had to somehow thank the man who had saved the shaky economy of Auto Group. Jack looked at the chairman. He was impressed by Neil's career. From the file his grandfather gave him, Jack learned that Neil was a graduate of the military academy and worked for the Central Intelligence Bureau. At that moment, Neil looked at Jack and asked Larry who this young guy was. Larry replied that Lucas was his employee and there were no secrets between them. Neil replied that everything was fine and he had nothing to hide from them and allowed Jack to stay. He said the chairman of Synthes Group had already told him that Larry was planning to transfer Fantasy Entertainment's $2 billion from its New York headquarters to Korea. Larry replied that that was what they were going to do, to which Neil asked if there would be any conditions. Jack watched Neil carefully. He was not at all surprised by the announced amount and was calm. Larry placed a folder in front of Neil that had a plan for the creation of a unified broadcasting system and media group written on it. Neil asked why Larry decided to do this, since construction and finance don't really go together. Larry replied that the business plan was not only about construction, but would be a separate enterprise. Neil said, let's say they invested and make a huge profit, but then they'll return that money to the U.S. Jack knew that this was an obvious order. Auto Group would not be able to avoid it. After stabilization, it would be divided and sold, and the profits would go to the USA. But Jack replied that it was the other way around. Their company is engaged in the transfer of money earned in the USA to Korea. Until now, Fantasy Entertainment has made profits by investing in Hollywood films, IT companies, the Japanese Bank Power Group, and with the money earned, they acquired Auto Group. Jack added that somehow this turns out to be an export. Neil was surprised that Lucas compared it to exporting and said that the guy was playing with words. Jack countered by saying that exporting was any activity that generated foreign currency profit. Even though they weren't selling their own goods, they were still earning foreign currency. Neil replied that perhaps that was the case now, but that it was a calculation for the future. Larry replied that if they were only thinking about making money, they would not have to bear the costs associated with the exchange rate difference due to double conversion. Larry added that it was very difficult to double the profit from the plan he was proposing and asked to look at the documents again. Neil, looking over the plan, replied that it would be quite good to create a mecca of the Korean media industry. He put the folder down and asked if Larry was really going to invest all $2 billion in it. He replied that he was going to invest not only in the media industry, they planned to invest in various fields and become managing managers in Korea. Neil inquired about the IT industry, since, judging by their huge profits from investments in this area, Larry is a clear-headed person. Larry was confused for a second, and there was a reason for that. After all, Jack was in charge of all the IT investments, and he himself decided to answer Neil. He said that the government, in order to revive the economy, has focused all its efforts on supporting companies related to the IT industry. And if you remove the American Investment Company label from Fantasy Entertainment, it would perfectly suit the government's current goals of creating a media network. Neil responded enthusiastically that he knew the youth would understand this better and that he completely agreed with Lucas. Jack knew that government officials and politicians needed to be told only what they wanted to hear, and Neil heard about a bright future for IT. And Neil asked if they were currently considering investing in the IT industry. Jack replied that their company wasn't thinking about it yet. Larry and Neil looked at Lucas questioningly and asked for clarification. Jack replied that the IT industry must develop thanks to fresh ideas and new technologies. If private capital intervenes, ideas and technologies will be leveled out. Neil then asked whether the business should be made a government entity. Jack replied that the government should plant this flower bed and watch how young entrepreneurs are born. If you maintain your IT infrastructure, it will bear good fruit. Ultimately, Chairman Neal said that they would carefully review their plan and contact Larry and Lucas. But now Neal would like to know more about their $2 billion investment plan so that it can be considered at the government level. Jack heard what he wanted, because the words of the chairman of the admissions committee about careful consideration meant approval of the rest of its members. Although Lucas told him about the plan, Neal shook Larry's hand in order to show his status. When they went outside, Larry asked if Lucas was really not interested in IT investments. Jack replied that it was. Larry was indignant, because this is a gold mine if it is supported at the state level. Jack replied that they were now the owners of a company that was competing for supremacy with prestige, and that they had no place among small companies. They had moved into the big leagues. Larry said that one shouldn't be so self-confident, because one day they will grow and they won't be able to be ignored. Jack replied that when the semiconductor industry was booming a few years ago, Wilson Electronics was making a lot of money and these small companies would never reach its level. Larry heard that Lucas was attracted by many companies, but he didn't have time to pay attention to IT firms that would only increase their sales in 20 years. Larry replied that Lucas must know the value of every penny in order to be able to save money. Jack replied that Larry could invest wherever he wanted and earn some pocket money. Larry responded sharply that Lucas was mistaken in thinking that, having encountered an influential figure and received several $100 billion, he had already become the chairman of a conglomerate. Jack looked at Larry, who was so angry for the first time in 10 years. Larry said that Lucas's grandfather only runs businesses that make money, and he dines with powerful politicians and gets to keep the profits. Jack looked at Larry in surprise and did not understand what he had done to make Larry so angry. Larry continued, saying that such people have thousands of farmhands who earn pocket money for them, and it was with the pennies they earned that the grandfather bought a steel mill in China. Jack heard that without these farmhands there would be no chairman, just as without farmers there would be no landowner, just as without the people there would be no king. And Lucas has no farmhands, no farmers, no people, no one who could earn him money. But Lucas still acts like the chairman of all the rich people. Larry was right. Jack would never have thought that for the first time in 10 years he would behave not like a farmhand, but like a rich man, becoming so arrogant. Jack bowed to Larry, saying that he had been too narrow-minded and asked for forgiveness. At this point, Larry felt awkward and replied that everything was fine, as Lucas had realized everything so quickly. Larry added that they could discuss again where Lucas would like to invest. Jack replied that Larry could decide that himself, to which he replied that he could decide on a direction, but Lucas had a better developed intuition. Then Jack suggested investing in online games. He offered to invest $1 billion in 2 places that he would name, and Larry could distribute the rest himself. They decided to use only $10 billion. Lucas would name 2 places, and Larry would scatter the remaining $8 billion at his own discretion. Larry winked and said that Lucas had just heard that the government was going to support the IT sector. They walked down the street, and Jack thought that in 5 years Larry would retire, which was a great pity. Winter this year was surprisingly very cold. For the first time, no Christmas carols were heard on the city streets. The people who held the largest amount of money in the world sat calmly in the comfort of a bank, unfazed by the icy wind blowing in their faces. One of those present stated that he had heard that the discussions regarding the merger with Wilson Motors had been fully completed and that it was possible to begin the takeover process. Larry replied that the agreement had not yet been signed. They were in the process of adjusting Synthes Group's share. When asked when this would be finished, Larry replied that this question should be asked not to them, but to Synthes Group. One of those present added that its chairman, Richard Wilson, had given his word. An agreement had already been reached, and all that remained was to go through the procedure. And then Jack said that that was not all. Larry was asked who the young man was sitting next to him. He replied that he had been called from the head office in the U.S. and that he would be responsible for this merger and acquisition. A tense silence reigned in the office. Jack, realizing that they were probably interested in his position or status, handed them his business cards. Jack said his name is Howard Jin. He is a second-generation Korean, so he uses an English name. Whispers began to circulate that this young U.S.-born Korean was running the investment system at Fantasy Entertainment's U.S. headquarters. After a minute, everyone calmed down and Jack was given permission to say what he wanted. Jack said their investment research team is currently thoroughly reviewing the acquisition. One of those present exclaimed that this was a completely unnecessary procedure and there was no point in double-checking anything. Larry replied that Lucas was very smart and was a guarantor of the implementation of the decisions of their American investors, and asked to listen to the end. Jack continued by saying that the original plan was that Syntez Group planned to acquire Motors Group, but spent all its money on acquiring Stahl Invest. That's when they appeared. Fantasy Entertainment. They wanted to hold on to Motors Group until Syntez Group collected enough money to sell the company at a higher price. Jack recalled that by that time, a currency crisis had broken out in Korea and the purchase amount had increased significantly. The exchange rate is now so high that the purchase price could rise to $480 million. The attendee stated that the International Monetary Fund has already begun to provide its support. $2 billion have already been injected. The exchange rate will rise to 2,000 and stabilize. Jack replied that $55 billion had been promised, but only 2 had arrived, that the promised sum would not arrive, and besides, the government had changed and they would have to negotiate again with the new government. He added that in 2 days the year 1998 would begin, and it was necessary to sort out the reports as quickly as possible. The new government would begin consolidating the banks. So if they want to survive, the money needs to reach Fantasy Entertainment by the end of this year. Everyone has heard that the Korean market is currently unstable. It is not known whether the country's economy will be able to rise or fall to the level of Southeast Asia. The interlocutor asked what Lucas wanted to say with all this. Jack responded that although their company was the first acquirer, they wanted to give up that right. This unexpected statement shocked everyone present. Jack said it would mean ruin for them. He added that if they refused to acquire Motors Group, Prestige will immediately intervene. Jack asked those present to come to an agreement with them. They needed to hurry to put out the fire under their feet. Jack sat in the chairman's office and reported on how today's negotiations had gone. Grandfather chuckled and said that Jack had used his knife to force the rat to remain quiet in the corner and make a choice. At the meeting, Jack announced the acquisition price of $400 million. That is 800 billion won at the rate of 2,001 per dollar. Jack told them that if they agreed, he would deposit $400 million into the account they specified that very day. They won't be able to refuse Lucas's offer so easily. The chairman said that Lucas was a good man for not giving them time to come to their senses. Jack replied that it wouldn't work next year. The chairman asked if they would agree to Lucas's condition that he should drive his wedge. Jack replied that his grandfather's help was needed and asked that a position be prepared for a consultant at Syntez Group and that he would pay all associated expenses. The grandfather looked at his grandson and said that he learns bad things very quickly. The chairman pointed to an envelope lying on the table and asked Lucas to look at its contents. Jack picked up the documents and saw that it was a list of banks that would be sold or merged. Grandfather said that he had been thinking about how he could use this information, and it turned out that it was for Lucas. Jack looked at his grandfather in surprise and asked if the bank that was lending money to Auto Group would really be sold, and whether the bank itself had seen the list. The chairman replied that he would really talk about a list that everyone and their dog knew about, and only Prestige knew about it. Jack realized that he could actually use this list very effectively. Grandpa said that Lucas should consider himself lucky, because when they find out they will be out of work, they will grab Lucas. And it is quite possible that they will even bow their heads in gratitude. The chairman added that Syntez Group also plans to announce the start of a large-scale restructuring at the beginning of next year. Jack thought that the chairman had only sold subsidiaries so far, but had never restructured the branches. He looked at his grandfather and asked, "This must be a very difficult decision." He replied that there was nothing he could do, and he made that decision. The chairman added that it was necessary to put in order the branches that had lost their competitiveness and were simply gobbling up money. But at least there won't be people who will scream about unfair dismissal. Jack recalled that the companies that survived the crisis had a chance, since that was when the monopolization of large enterprises began. The chairman said that he now intends to do what he had long put off. After all, a grandfather must give his grandson a gift for his 20th birthday. Jack looked at the chairman in surprise. The chairman said that Lucas would get a stake in the company. He would include it in the restructuring plan so that his grandson would get it cheap. The grandfather, looking at his grandson, laughed, wondering if the guy who got Wilson Motors was really happy about a couple of extra shares. That same day, Larry Baker contacted the American office of Fantasy Entertainment in New York, and $400 million were deposited into the creditor's account. The next morning, dozens of lawyers reviewed the AFTO Group sales contract, which included the amended terms, and by the afternoon, the contract was signed. On this day, Jack became the owner of the second-largest automobile company in Korea. The first day of '98 arrived, and Grandpa was throwing a Christmas party. His son Henry was invited along with his entire family. Grandpa called out to Jimmy, Lucas's older brother and his grandson. He asked Jimmy if he was really studying music and wanted to become a singer, and he replied that he was studying production. Jimmy added that his future profession will be related to the release of music albums. He asked if Grandpa was okay with Jimmy changing his major of his own free will. The chairman replied that he should excel at what he liked, like his father. He then turned to his son Heinrich and said that he had heard that he was the president of the largest film company in Korea. Henry replied that he was still far from that, to which Richard replied that if his son had grown the company from a small one to one of the largest in 10 years, that said a lot. Heinrich replied that next year his company would become one of the largest. The chairman advised Jimmy not to fool around like his father, but to finish his studies quickly and become the best in his field in 10 years. Jimmy bowed to his grandfather and promised that he would definitely become the best. The first news to appear in the media this year was the sale of 2 banks, both of which were listed as targets for foreign sale. The people's anger knew no bounds, as banks were considered to be a place for storing the nation's wealth. The International Monetary Fund did not provide support for nothing. It was a loan with the condition that the bank be sold. Judging by his past life, this happened in the midst of his student years, and he was not interested in economic news. Jack was haunted by the thought of buying the bank, whether he had known about it earlier, and whether it was possible now. A new prey loomed before his eyes. He wondered how much it would cost to buy 2 banks. Jack was already determined to get this loot. A huge number of guests gathered at the residence of the chairman of Synthes Group. It was the day of his grandson Kevin's wedding. The bride's friends surrounded her, asking where the newlyweds would live. The girl replied that at first they would live with her husband's family. She added that if she were offered another place, she would insist on it. After all, the prince must live within the kingdom. Her friends listened to her and told her that she wouldn't have to wash, cook, or clean. The main thing that was required of her was to smile sweetly at lunches and dinners together. At the same moment, a conversation was going on outside between Kevin and his friends. One of the friends said that Kevin would continue to hang out with them, since his marriage was just a formality. Kevin replied that he was the last of them to get married, and their marital status did not prevent them from spending time together. He added that now his fun is over. His grandfather wants Kevin to take the company seriously. Kevin said they might ignore their wives, but not their old men, everything in moderation. The next moment, Kevin called one of the guys over and asked if the supporting actress had been at the party yesterday. The guy replied that she was. Then Kevin told the guy to put her on a plane in 2 days. The guy will have to book a hotel room for her, which Kevin will tell him to do. As he was leaving, Kevin said that the honeymoon was 10 days long and he wasn't going to spend it with a wife he barely knew and wanted to have a good time. The chairman entered the hall, and greetings and congratulations addressed to him were heard from all sides. Daily News editorial president Andrew Klaus approached him and greeted the matchmaker, saying that the hall was perfect for a wedding ceremony. Richard replied that Andrew need not worry about his granddaughter. She would be happy in his house. The chairman suggested moving to another place since they had something to talk about. When they were brought tea, the chairman said that since Andrew had become a member of his family, he should stop. Andrew smiled and said he didn't understand what they were talking about. Richard reiterated that for the sake of their children, they needed to leave everything behind and stop. The chairman said that he understood the matchmaker's anxiety perfectly well, because his beloved granddaughter was moving into her husband's house, and he wanted to know everything about her relatives. The friendliness disappeared from the chairman's face, and he said menacingly that enough was enough. Andrew tried to object, but the chairman told him to shut up and listen. Richard said that Kevin may not be very smart, and although he is already 30, he likes to play like a little boy. He said that he didn't know what exactly Andrew had planned. Perhaps he was planning to take control of such a slob of a husband. Andrew tried to say something again, muttering that it wasn't what Richard thought. The chairman continued by saying that it didn't matter what mistakes Kevin made because he was his grandson. He forbade Andrew to invite Kevin to his place. As his son-in-law, he will not have contact with his wife's relatives. And if he wants to meet his granddaughter, then let him call her directly. Richard looked into Andrew's eyes and said that today was the last day he would see his wife's relatives, and that all questions would be business-related, meaning advertising-related. He added that if Andrew disobeyed him, Synthes Group's money would easily break Daily News. As he left the office, Richard advised Andrew not to take his words lightly. Left alone, Andrew wondered if the ban meant that the chairman thought of Kevin as his successor. In any case, both he and the chairman don't have much time left. A bright future awaits the young people, both Kevin and his granddaughter Jessica. Andrew knew it was normal to be concerned that Sintez Group would fall into the wrong hands, but time was not on the chairman's side. Late in the evening, the chairman invited his son Heinrich into his office. He asked his son if his business was really progressing without problems. Henry replied that this industry was the least affected by the currency crisis. Richard asked if it was probably not easy to attract foreign investors, and Henry replied that it was not easy for anyone these days. Then the father asked if his son needed his help. Henry replied that he was not so young as to follow his father's words, and he added that if the father wants to say something, then let him say it directly. The chairman replied that he wanted to transfer the Wilson Medical Foundation and Development Center to Heinrich. Henry realized that hospitals like the one run by the Wilson Medical Foundation could be counted on one hand. The Development Center, however, cannot be called a full-fledged enterprise, although it is an independent legal entity. However, it does provide internships for graduates, train new managers, and conduct development training. Richard asked why his son had such a face, or if it wasn't enough for him. Henry replied that he hadn't expected it, but since they were giving it to him, he could take it. But Lucas was worrying him. Here he could not stand it any longer, jumped up and shouted that all this was not enough. The chairman asked where such greed came from, since Heinrich didn't even look in the direction of the company. Henry replied that he was also a father and must do his duty. Richard said that his son should ask Lucas what the cost of this hospital and center is, what it provides. He is sure that his grandson will accept it all with open hands. He added that Heinrich should save what they were giving him now and then pass it on to his son. In addition, the chairman would take care of his grandson separately. It would not be for free, but it would be much cheaper. Henry was shocked that his grandfather wanted to get money from his grandson. The chairman replied that Lucas would understand everything. He was much smarter than his father. Richard added that many here have eyes and ears, but only Henry knows about it so far. Henry stood up, thanked his father, and bowed respectfully. Sitting on the plane, Jessica asked Kevin why they were flying together or if it was a private charter flight. Kevin replied that it was a regular flight. He had just bought all the seats, and only 6 employees accompanying them were flying in business class. Jessica thought that this was the life of the rich, because neither her grandfather nor her father could afford it. Then she took out some folder from her bag and handed it to Kevin. Kevin opened the folder and was in complete shock. It looked like these were dossiers on all members of his family. Kevin understood that creating such detailed reports required time without breaks for sleep and food. Jessica said the people he would be most interested in are his uncle Eric Wilson and his brother Lucas. It was clear from the report that Eric frequently meets with branch managers, as well as Lucas, who is the president of Fantasy Entertainment. Kevin got mad and called Jessica a fucking bitch. He tore up the papers sharply and said that he suspected her of spying on his younger brother, but she was spying on his entire family. He was furious and shouted at her, how dare she pretend to be the boss? She had really ruined his mood now. He jumped up from his seat and scraps of paper scattered across the floor. He looked angrily at his wife and asked how she dared to spy on the elders of his family. She should live in silence and be grateful that the woman from the cheap newspaper was taken into her family. All that is required of her is to give birth to a boy who will become Kevin's successor. If she does anything like that again, she will spend the rest of her life in a small room. Kevin shouted, and an assistant secretary instantly appeared in the passage. The guy shouted at him that he would be living separately upon arrival and ordered him to find another hotel for him, and also to keep an eye on his wife. Kevin let her just go shopping and not do anything stupid. He moved to another row, and the more he thought about it, the more she irritated him. But it was even for the better. But now he has an excuse why they will spend their honeymoon apart. Kevin put on his sleeping mask and dreamed that now he could confidently call the girl he met at the party a couple of days ago and spend time with her. After learning about the conversation between his father and grandfather, Jack said that his father also got the people he needed. After all, the hospital is known for its large number of VIP clients, including officials and politicians who fear that their health and condition will become known. Therefore, it is ideal for keeping such secrets. Now, everyone who wants to get a promotion will have to get his permission, and this will give him more connections. Heinrich asked, "Then what about the development center, because there are people there too?" Jack replied that all job candidates must complete courses at the development center, and that assessment plays a huge role in their progression and qualifications. This development center is an ideal place for internships, which conducts courses, seminars, exams, and trainings. Anyone who wants to get closer to the company's core must go through the development center. So Genrich faces a barrage of calls from clients asking him to take care of them. Father realized that he would have human resources in his hands, both within the company and outside of it. Henry was surprised at how Lucas could understand his grandfather's intentions. He heard that Lucas could find out the shareholder structure of the development center and its branches. Jack added that he felt it wasn't just about building his own network of connections. Otherwise, why would his grandfather keep the transfer of the companies a secret? Henry replied that there was something that his brothers and sister might not like. Jack replied that Grandpa was a man with many secrets, and it was not always clear what he was thinking. Henry closed his eyes and said that he still didn't understand why Lucas looked more like his grandfather than his father. He then added that although it would not be easy, he would fulfill his fatherly duties as expected. Employees went to work even without receiving wages, just to avoid losing their jobs. They don't know that the company is close to bankruptcy and continue to hope for the best. Delayed wages forced them to go to work. They hoped to get at least a little. With each morning, they realized that there was less and less hope. That this hope still flickered somewhere in the corners of their consciousness. Jack looked at the crowd going to work and asked Larry, what about all these people? Larry replied that Lucas should be their savior. Give them a salary and a special bonus to lift their spirits. They were met in the office by Peter Abrams, executive director of Contour Group. Jack thought it was a bit funny. The director wasn't in his office, but the butler was. Fantasy Entertainment had bought 5% of their shares, and the main shareholder had immediately contacted them to meet. After all, it's impossible not to pay attention to a person who buys shares in a company that is close to bankruptcy, especially if he is from a company that has acquired Avto Group. Peter said he was confused because they had bought shares in their company so suddenly. He added that their company was not one that would interest such a large investor as Fantasy Entertainment, and asked to explain the reason for their decision. Larry replied that there was only one reason: money. Peter replied that they were well aware of the current state of the company and could lose their money. And then one of the company's employees said that it would be safer to put the money in a bank, where the interest rate is high. Larry asked the man how much higher his position was than that of the executive director, and the man asked again what Larry meant. Larry said how dare he interfere in a conversation between a major shareholder and an executive director, not even the CEO. The man closed his mouth. He had apparently never attended a meeting of this level before. Peter apologized for the CEO's absence, saying that he was currently looking for funds to save their company. Larry replied that he was not used to negotiations that resembled a bazaar and would like to talk in a quieter environment. The two immediately left the office, leaving only Peter, Larry, and Jack. Peter asked the same question about why their company decided to acquire shares of Contour Group. Larry asked a counter-question to find out why Peter had invited them to the company's office. It was the first time Jack had seen Larry like this. He was usually polite, but now he was rude and aggressive. Is he really convinced that management is stealing the company's money? Peter replied that the reason for their invitation was that very question, and it seemed to him that Fantasy Entertainment wanted something from them. Larry replied that he just wanted to make money since he was an investor. Peter said that then, as an investor, he should have known that profit could be made by selling shares at a price higher than the one purchased. But is that even possible now? Larry replied that he was confident that someone would be found who would buy their shares for more than they were currently worth. Peter said that perhaps there are people who believe in the revival of Contour Group and are ready to buy shares. Larry replied that it was for this kind of answer that they had come here today. Having said that the talking was over, Larry stood up and added that he would go. They would see each other tomorrow. But Peter replied that tomorrow it would be even more difficult. Larry responded that he was demanding that an extraordinary meeting of shareholders be held the day after tomorrow. Sitting in the car, Larry called them self-righteous psychos. Jack replied that they would attack them tomorrow as soon as they had access to their records, checked their assets and ledgers. Larry dialed some number and ordered that all the appraisers be gathered immediately. Contact the audit company and send their accountants. Jack listened as Larry ordered the investigation team to be present and the meeting would take place in 10 minutes. Jack stood in the chairman's office and his grandfather was surprised that something so urgent had happened that his grandson couldn't live without him for even 5 minutes. Jack replied that he needed his grandfather's help. He said that this concerns the Contour Group company, and this company is needed to launch a media project this year. Grandfather said that the introduction was too long and ordered to move on to the essence of his request. Jack replied that the company's management was sucking the last of the company's value dry and that before the company went bankrupt, Jack intended to attack and take over the management. Grandfather burst out laughing. From his reaction, Jack realized that everything was okay because Grandpa understood what would happen next. The chairman began to remember who the current director of the company was. Jack replied that Tony Abrams is the CEO and his younger brother Peter Abrams is the COO. He added that he had recently met with the executive director. Grandfather asked if it was definitely verified that they were stealing the company's money. Jack replied that they contacted him themselves when Fantasy Entertainment acquired 5% of their shares and said they would buy them back. The chairman replied that there are currently many such hyenas on the stock market who are biting into companies to suck the maximum out of them. Jack said it was Larry's idea when the Contour Corporation collapsed and Contour Group shares began to fall rapidly, and rumors of bankruptcy also helped. The chairman said that they were probably scared, and if they demanded a shareholders' meeting, they would probably get nervous. Jack replied that instead of a meeting, he would demand that they provide the accounting books to prove the embezzlement of funds. Grandfather asked what the ultimate goal was, whether Lucas was planning to put them behind bars. Jack replied that they had to return the stolen assets, clean up the company, and start over. Jack looked hard at the chairman and asked if this would be the best solution in this situation. The chairman said that the director's relatives probably had a lot of shares, and Jack would like to appropriate them in order to gain management rights. Jack replied that if they were to recoup the money or goods they had spent using the company's shares owned by relatives, the required percentage of shares to qualify would be small. Grandfather said that the CEO doesn't control the company's shares, and Jack replied that that's true. The chairman said that this is a long road, and there is no time. The absorption process and normalization of work must be completed by June. Only then will it be possible to move the project forward. Jack replied that that was exactly what he wanted to ask for. Time. Grandfather replied that time is such a valuable thing that it cannot be bought with money. Jack said that money won't buy you an extra year of life, but it will help you live it with dignity. Besides, didn't Grandpa buy the lives of 100,000 employees with money, which is called a salary? The chairman said that, to begin with, Director Tony Abrams and his relatives should be banned from leaving the country. They have probably already transferred a lot of money abroad. The Justice Department should launch an investigation. Jack took his grandfather by the shoulders and asked him to facilitate this travel ban. The chairman immediately picked up the phone and was connected with the Attorney General. He asked how his health was and said that it would be unforgivable to allow individuals who were trying to line their pockets at the expense of a collapsing company to leave the country. Apparently, the prosecutor said something funny, because the grandfather laughed and said that for now, it would be enough to simply ban them from leaving the country. The chairman added that he would give him the names a little later, then said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time and suggested that they stop by for lunch sometime. The grandfather hung up and asked if his grandson Lucas was happy. Jack almost started stuttering with joy. He only said that his grandfather was a wizard. The chairman advised Lucas to find at least one piece of compelling evidence in the documents, and then file a lawsuit against management for embezzlement. Grandfather asked what the purpose of acquiring the Contour Group company was. Jack replied that he wanted to launch a media project. The chairman advised to concentrate on this and think about the rest later. He added that if Lucas wants to work with Larry after the June elections, then Contour Group needs to be stabilized and strengthened within 6 months. The chairman said that if the prosecutor's office begins an investigation, it will take years to return the money. He added that during this time, Contour Group will finally go bankrupt and be torn apart by creditors. Then the company will fall into Lucas's hands in 2 years at best. Jack asked if the chairman meant that they needed to prepare a way to escape. Grandfather said that it is so. The investigation and the prosecutor's office should only be used for intimidation. They need to be faced with a choice, either prison and poverty in 2 years, or put everything up for sale now so as not to go hungry and leave for another country. Jack understood the power of the chairman, who could use the connections and authority of the prosecutor's office to start or stop an investigation at will. How frivolous he was when he thought that he could buy everything with money. Jack asked what would happen if he gave in, but the prosecutor's office and the tax office continued to put pressure on them. The chairman replied that everything would depend on Lucas from now on. Jack thanked his grandfather, to which he replied that you can't put thanks in your pocket. Jack asked what his grandfather wanted. The chairman replied that when Lucas received Contour Group, he would put people into management positions, the list of whom she would give him. Jack wondered if these positions were filled by his grandfather's people. Then whose company would Contour Group become? The chairman explained that Lucas didn't have any people anyway, or that he did have someone in mind. Jack replied that many people had already left the Contour Corporation, and that almost all the managers at Contour Group wanted to advance to director positions. It would be good to freshen up the atmosphere. He asked if Grandpa would mind if Lucas thought about the idea. The chairman responded that, of course, he was against it, because when it came to heads of construction companies, there had to be those who had risen from the construction site to the top. These are the ones who can handle the laborers and survive a sandstorm. Those who are willing to evict people and demolish a house, drink with the workers but remain sober. Jack knew that people in construction companies were rude, but he thought they changed as they rose to management. The chairman said that if Lucas thinks that his grandfather is giving him a cup of poison, then it is not so. It is medicine. He asked if Lucas might be worried that in the future, Synthes Group would take over Contour Group, which would be full of his people. Jack replied that, as he had said earlier, Contour Group would be transferred to Synthes Group. The chairman said he would never believe that a greedy man like Lucas would give up the company so easily. He paused, then added that Lucas only had money, no time, no strength, no people. The chairman said that if his grandson refuses, then both Contour Group and the media project will disappear. In his heart, Jack knew that his grandfather was right, and that such worries on his part were a luxury since he had no choice. He had to trust in the consistency his grandfather had given him so far, but Jack didn't like him forcing his people on him. And then Jack replied that there would be no accounting audit, and Larry Baker would take over as director. The chairman stood up and replied that the builders had no equal in terms of embezzling money. They can do this with their eyes closed. Will Larry be able to notice the substitution of expensive wood for cheap? Builders can cheat with the weight of metal and steal food from the cafeteria. Will Lucas Laurie, who has spent his entire life pressing calculator buttons, be able to defend himself against such opponents? Jack remained silent. His grandfather's arguments were too plausible to be contradicted. The chairman asked if Lucas fully understood everything he was telling him now. Has it dawned on him that the biggest breeding grounds for corruption in Korea are construction companies? Jack asked if Grandpa meant that the essence of things could only be seen by diving into dirty water. The chairman replied that if Lucas wanted to control the board of construction companies, he needed to learn how to handle the farmhands. Only then would they earn the money they needed. He added that when it comes to spending money from an unknown source, there is nothing better than keeping it in construction companies. Jack thought that if he could get his hands on Contour Group, instead of diving into dirty waters, he would open a window into the lubrication fund. The chairman said that tomorrow he would send people from his audit. Larry's people would not be able to cope with these cunning types. They will be the ones to dig up all the necessary papers that Larry and Lucas might have missed. Jack thought that if after all this help he couldn't absorb Contour Group, then it would all be due to his incompetence. He bowed to his grandfather and thanked him for his wise advice. The chairman replied that he would thank Lucas later, since he himself had said that all this was being done for the sake of Synthes Group. The grandfather added that his grandson should not even think of whining if his grandfather hit him in the back, and burst out laughing. Jack heard everything he needed to hear. The next morning, Larry, Jack, and a team of auditors entered the Contour Group office building. The receptionist was in a panic. The directors had not scheduled any meetings that day. The group approached the girl and asked her to call the director of Contour Group to them. A minute later, CEO Peter Abrams was running down the corridor towards them, shouting what they were doing there and what they were up to. Larry replied that if everyone present heard the true purpose of their visit, the director might find himself in an awkward position. The director suggested that we quickly go to the conference room. As soon as they entered the office, Peter immediately became indignant at why they were acting so persistently, since it was impossible to find a buyer overnight. Larry briefly replied that they would decide everything within a day. He sat down in the chair and said that he would exercise his rights as the largest shareholder. Peter didn't understand what law Larry was talking about, but one of the auditors explained that it was the law on external audits of limited liability companies, Article 14, as well as the storage and publication of accounting reports. Point 5, that is, shareholders and creditors can review the documentation at any time and request reports on costs and expenses. Larry ordered that all the documents and reports that the auditors are now requiring be brought here. He added that this is due to the fact that shareholders doubt the abilities of the company's management. They want to see with their own eyes how the company got to this state. The director stood in the doorway and did not move, apparently thinking that the problem would resolve itself. Jack repeated Larry's instructions to him and advised him to do it as quickly as possible if Peter did not want the situation to get worse. Instead of bringing the documents straight away, Peter rushed to the office of his brother Tony, the company's CEO. Tony asked how it happened, because Peter said the meeting went well. The brother replied that Larry returned after he announced his desire to resell the shares. Tony quickly called the accounting department and found out that Larry's people were already there. Peter was openly panicking. wondering if they had already occupied the accounting department. Tony was furious. He didn't expect such swift actions. Peter suggested that maybe it was just a ploy to boost the stock price. He explained that he saw Larry's expression and look yesterday. He won't do anything just like that. His goal is money. He is a broker. Tony wondered if maybe it was all just a show. Peter decided to calm his brother down and said that an external audit would not be of any use. He added that he would bring Larry. They would expose his plan and send him back. Tony yelled at his brother because yesterday he had said with his mouth that there was nothing special about the meeting. Peter replied that, in any case, it was necessary to finish this before there was a fuss. Tony told Peter to quickly stop the lorry and bring it to the office. Peter ran into the conference room and told Larry that the CEO had something to tell him and invited him to his office. Larry replied that he did not advise wasting time and bringing the reports here. Peter returned to the office and informed Tony that Larry was not in the mood for negotiations and continued to demand reports. He asked his brother not to worry, because how would people who invest in large companies know what they were hiding? After all, these people don't even know what to look for. Peter will simply contact them when they find themselves under a pile of documents. But at that time, an audit was in full swing in the accounting department. Jack, along with everyone else, took an active part, reading each letter and number. One of the auditors approached Larry and, showing him the documents, said that it looked like currency fraud. He added that, apparently, the money from the last transfer never reached Korea. The auditor explained that they stole money under the guise of importing raw materials and carried out currency fraud. He pointed to the numbers on the invoice and said that they listed expensive chandeliers. And judging by the total, there should be at least 6 containers of them since the goods are bulky. But the invoice only listed 1 container, which means they fooled customs too. Larry asked if the auditor was absolutely sure of his assumptions. The employee replied that they had dealt with similar goods many times, and they might not know how many bowls of rice they had at home, but they were confident in the size and cost of these goods. Hearing this, Larry stood up from his chair and said that the show was about to start, but Lucas stopped him and said that he needed to call first. Jack dialed the number and said that he was grateful for sending him wonderful people. It didn't take them 2 hours to hit the jackpot for Lucas, and at this rate, he will definitely get his license. The chairman replied that these guys were real hard workers. He would call the prosecutor, and by the end of the day, they would have a search and seizure. A minute later, the audit team entered the CEO's office. Peter said they came back quickly. Perhaps after sorting through a few pieces of paper, their eyes were tired. Jack told them that he understood why the company was in total trouble. Did they really think that Larry and the auditors were the kind of people who would spit on the ceiling for 2 hours? Tony asked if he was really that smart or if he just had no manners. Jack replied that he had manners, which is why he reported the management of Contour Group and the owner's entire family to the prosecutor's office. Or is this not enough for the directors to show manners and deign to talk? Tony jumped up from his seat, and Peter was simply shocked by what he heard. At that moment, Peter received a call and ran out of the office. And Tony was shouting what the hell they were doing. Or were they going to go down with the company? If it fell apart, then their shares would turn into just pieces of paper. Then Peter ran into the office and said that the Financial Investigation Department had issued a search warrant. Tony realized, judging by how quickly events were developing, that someone was putting pressure on the controls. At this point, Jack said that after the takeover of Auto Group and Wilson Motors, they had a couple of lifelines so they could step up and help each other. He added that all executives and their families are currently prohibited from traveling abroad, so there is no point in thinking about escaping, and it is better to contribute to the investigation. With these words, Jack headed towards the exit and said that they had nothing more to do here. Larry added that if they became scared in the interrogation room, they could always call him at any time. Later in the evening, the chairman held a meeting to appoint his people to the Contour Group company, but no one except him yet knew what issue they had gathered at the residence for that evening. The chairman asked those present who was the youngest here. Barry Barton, director of Wilson Construction, replied that it was Paul McConchie, director of the Construction Support Office. Paul stood up and bowed to the chairman, who said he had been promoted to executive director last spring. Richard replied that he would be promoted again in a year. The chairman's assistant replied that everyone present would soon transfer to another company, and their rank would rise a couple of notches higher than at Wilson Construction. Everyone looked in surprise. First at the assistant, then at the chairman. The fact that the position and salary would increase was not as important as moving to another company. Someone even said that moving to another branch or subsidiary is already a demotion. Michael responded that Director Artur Pelescu would take over as CEO. Director Carl Correns will be appointed deputy president, and executive director Paul McConchie will become director of administration headquarters. But everyone present was united by one question. Where exactly were they being transferred to, and whether the future company was comparable to Wilson Construction? Michael said that their new company is Contour Group. Artur Polescu exclaimed, "Shouldn't it go bankrupt? Besides, it has nothing to do with Synthes Group." The chairman replied that he saw the employees' concerns and was ready to explain everything to them. Richard said that the Contour Group company would soon be taken over by Fantasy Entertainment, as they were already familiar with it. The chairman added that they are currently working on this and in a couple of months will become the largest shareholder of Contour Group. As for the bankruptcy rumors, they will get it before bankruptcy and bring it to the top. Richard told none of them to worry, but to just do as the chairman said. He added that they all already know what to do and must bring Contour Group back to normal as quickly as possible. Richard said that after Contour Group stabilizes, it will become a branch of Synthes Group. This will not be a merger, as it will reduce the number of jobs. Those present began to understand that Contour Group would become another construction company within Synthes Group. Barry Barton asked what the relationship was between Synthes Group and Fantasy Entertainment, and whether the chairman was the founder of this company. The chairman smiled and replied that it would be great if Fantasy Entertainment were his company, but they said that its owner was a real money bag. Assistant Michael also wanted to know the answer to the question about the owner of Fantasy Entertainment. Maybe he would hear it today. The chairman simply told everyone that the main shareholder was a person he trusted as much as he trusted them. Michael began to go over in his memory all the chairman's meetings and the circle of his acquaintances who visited his office. He began to suspect that the owner might be Lucas. The puzzle began to come together in Michael's head. The chairman was not the type to send his people to help a simple relative. This must be a person he trusts as much as the key figures of Synthes Group. This is precisely why Fantasy Entertainment was supported during the hunt for a domestic company. Perhaps the inheritance is intended not for the son, but for the grandson. While the investigative committee was on break, Jack and Larry decided to talk to Tony Abrams. Jack approached Tony and said that they would be given money, they would not have to flee the country, and they could return here at any time. Larry added that they could stay in Korea, but if they did not accept the terms, the money paid to their children as salaries would be returned to the company as an illegal gift. Tony was silent. Either he was thinking about what was said, or he wasn't listening at all. Jack couldn't stand it and shouted, "Didn't he approve of it and put the seal on it?" Jack advised Tony to remember everything. Jack shouted that the country was on the brink of destruction, and all he could think about was how to grab money to line his pockets and get out of here. Tony angrily asked how the prosecutor's office could do this to him. He shouted whether there could be anyone in Korea who was taller than him. Larry replied that now in the country, the king is the one who gives dollars. He added that Fantasy Entertainment currently has dollars in hand, so they are calmly negotiating with the government, promising to pay in dollars if they acquire Contour Group. Moreover, there is evidence that the company's management stole money and there are employee testimonies. Tony screamed, "So he is being charged." Larry replied that if they want to avoid this, they know who to grease the palms of. Tony knew who they were talking about and asked Lucas what he wanted. Jack offered to give him back all the stolen money. Then they would buy out the shares of the company owned by his family, and they would no longer have to worry about anything. Tony asked about the investigation. Jack replied that the investigation would be closed. Tony bowed his head and replied that he would cooperate and asked them to keep their word. Already sitting in the car, Larry said that, roughly speaking, it comes to 80 billion. Jack replied that even if it was half, there must be at least 150 billion. Larry said that 80 is just for last year, so that's how much has been stolen throughout his life. Jack replied that he needed to find everything and tell this old man to exchange the rest of his life for money. Larry said that even if everything went as planned, it made his blood boil that such a piece of trash would enjoy life on the money from selling shares. Jack replied that there was nothing to be done. He had to pay for all the shares to enter the company. That evening, Jack visited the chairman's house. Grandpa took a cup of hot tea and asked Lucas if Tony Abrams had given back everything he had stolen. Jack replied that he had only disclosed information on 80 billion. The inspectorate, with the support of the prosecutor's office, was reviewing all the documents for 10 years, and even more would be revealed. The chairman asked if Lucas was going to pay him once he got all the shares, since the sum would not be small. Jack replied that the theft had been discovered, so he would return the money for the shares on the condition that he avoid real prison time. Grandpa laughed and said it looked like Lucas was going to fleece Tony. Jack replied that he simply could not forgive the director. The chairman asked what had made Lucas so angry. Jack said that if he had taken care of the employees' overdue wages, he would have given him enough money. But the people had been without wages for more than 3 months. At this time, banks are reluctant to issue loans, but many were forced to take them out simply to cover living expenses. Jack wants Tony Abrams to feel the same way they do. The chairman asked how Lucas could know what the workers were feeling. Jack remembered that he, too, had once been a hired hand. He knew that if his already small salary was delayed for a month, the whole family would plunge into a hopeless debt hole. But he replied to the chairman that he simply could not forget the darkened faces of the employees when he first came to Contour Group. The grandfather advised his grandson to never forget this. He must feed the employees. There is nothing worse than hunger. Jack looked at the chairman. Was it really true that his grandfather was hiding this side of himself? Wasn't he the kind of man who thought that workers who died on a construction site were just expendable material? The chairman added that when people are hungry, they begin to betray. The offended employees of Contour Group betrayed the director when they did everything to find the money he spent. He said that there are 2 types of people who are capable of betrayal: those who are hungry and cannot bear it any longer, and those who cannot be satisfied no matter how much they eat. Jack replied that in the first case, the management was to blame for not feeding the workers. Grandfather added that in the second case, the one who did not look after the person sufficiently was to blame. The chairman said that Lucas must remember all this, and it is not sympathy, but vigilance. In February 1998, the inauguration of a new president took place in the Republic of Korea. Jack and Larry discussed issues regarding Contour Group and other important matters with investors. Larry stated that if creditors show a little understanding, then innocent Contour Group employees will not be thrown out onto the street. Investors asked what understanding was being discussed. Larry pushed the folder towards them, and they began to study it with interest. Larry continued, "As can be seen from the organizational structure, Fantasy Entertainment has a fairly close connection with Synthes Group." Larry added that this should be enough to dispel investors' doubts about how the construction company will be managed. The investors looked at each other, and one of them said that they recognized that this was an effective management scheme and asked to answer what Fantasy Entertainment wanted from them. Larry replied that he was asking them to extend the loan repayment terms for at least 1 year. He asked to write off debts and reduce interest on overdue payments, as well as to grant them the voting rights that banks in Contour Group hold. One of them said that shares are the only means of controlling the debtor's management process. Does Fantasy Entertainment really want to take it away? Larry replied that he was not sure that control would help a sick company like Contour Group. When they restore the company, they will return their voting rights. The investors responded that this issue requires time to discuss and whether there is anything else for them. Jack, without giving Larry a chance to answer, said that he knew that they were going to put 2 banks up for sale. He continued that from the point of view of financial stability, Grossbank could recover. Larry looked at Lucas in surprise, because they hadn't discussed such a question. Investors responded that there were far more dangerous businesses than Grossbank, but that the bank had little scope, so it was put up for sale. Jack said the government is pushing overseas sales, and this is a great opportunity. Investors were surprised to ask if they were planning to acquire Grossbank. Jack replied that he was offering to use them, because if they got this bank, then the investors wouldn't be left out in the cold. They could even create a business with Fantasy Entertainment. The investors looked at each other but did not give any answer. Jack stood up and suggested that they finish for today. He hoped to hear their response to the chairman's proposal as soon as possible. Without giving the investors time to come to their senses, Jack quickly left the office, followed by Larry. He caught up with Lucas in the hallway and asked what the proposal about the bank was. Jack replied that when you have a whale in front of you, the rest of the fish seem like small fry. Jack added that since he had offered to buy Grossbank, the other demands would seem minor to them and easier to fulfill. Larry replied that when it comes to numbers, Lucas is a copy of his grandfather, and his tactics are truly excellent. Jack wondered how Larry would react if he knew that this so-called tactic was a sincere offer. Philip watched the report from his subordinate and was indignant that the heads of the construction branch were resigning en masse, without even telling him the reason. The employees suggested that Director Barry Barton had received instructions from the chairman, to which Philip replied that the chairman himself had hired these people, starting with Artur Palescu. Philip heard that they were all moving to Fantasy Entertainment, to Larry Baker. The aide added that there was no doubt that Larry and the chairman had a trusting relationship. Philip thought that Fantasy Entertainment couldn't possibly be his father's personal wallet. If the company were his property, he would never have opened it up for public viewing. Philip asked what else he had found out. and the assistant said that all these directors were keeping their mouths shut and nothing more could be found out. The aide added that it would be better if they came and spoke to the vice chairman in person. Philip replied that they were all his father's men and not the kind to talk nonsense. The aide asked, "What about Paul McConchy? He is the youngest of the chairman's men. Paul has recently become a manager, and it is quite possible that he will drop everything and happily run to meet Philip." Philip ordered that he be invited to dinner, but that it be done as quietly as possible. In the evening, a sumptuous dinner was served at the vice chairman's house. Philip offered Paul a drink and said that, although belated, he congratulated the director on his promotion. Paul held out his drink cup with a smile and a little embarrassment. He apologized and replied that everything happened in a great hurry, so the vice chairman was not aware of it. Philip said that everything was fine, because he knew that Paul was the chairman's man, who was constantly thinking about work. He looked closely at the director and asked if he found Larry Baker difficult to work with. Paul replied that Larry had lived abroad for a long time, so he was a very open person. Philip made sure that Paul was not wary of him at all and decided to move on to further action. He asked if things were looking up there, to which Paul replied that Contour Group was about to be bought out. He added that the concept for the media city has already been defined and has a fairly detailed plan. The calculation of the time frame and total cost of construction should be completed in the first half of the year. Philip still didn't understand what media city they were talking about and what the buyout of Contour Group had to do with it. Paul said that the head of the department, Lucas Wilson, is also an incredible person. Even Paul has a lot to learn from him. For Philip, everything became even more incomprehensible. It was unclear what his nephew Lucas had to do with it. He replied to Paul that this was the first time he had heard that Lucas Wilson was the head of the department. Paul said that was what was on Lucas's business card when Larry Baker brought him in. Philip assumed that Larry took him everywhere with him on purpose to teach him. He said again with bewilderment that this was the first time he had heard that his youngest nephew was studying with Larry. Philip noticed that Paul was fidgeting at that moment, and so as not to frighten him, Philip said that he could speak calmly. He added that he had simply been so busy that he had not asked his nephew how he was doing, as he usually did. Paul replied that even if the chairman hadn't said so, Philip would have guessed anyway that his target was investment specialists and mergers and acquisition specialists. Philip suggested that if Lucas was in charge of investments and mergers and acquisitions, but was not part of Synthes Group, then he was not a contender for the throne. Out loud, he said that he would like his nephew to become a prosecutor, but apparently you can't lie to blood. Philip added that he would like to hear Paul's thoughts on whether everything is going smoothly with the Contour Group project. He heard that it is on a large scale, but he did not pay attention to it since it is an external project. Paul replied that there was no need to worry and that everything was going smoothly, since this was a project worth several trillion won, so mistakes were not acceptable. Philip was shocked that in this country, companies fail all the time, but they managed to successfully promote their business to such a huge amount. Moreover, such a large project is not being carried out by Wilson Construction, but by some other company. Philip would very much like to know what his father was planning. After pouring more alcohol, Philip said that even if the project ended without problems, it wouldn't be difficult to reunite with Synthes Group and Fantasy Entertainment would have the advantage. Philip saw Paul's confusion again and quickly decided to change the subject. He smiled and said that he hadn't really intended to talk about work and had simply suggested having a drink and dinner. Philip decided that he had probably pushed too hard because, judging by the expression on Paul's face, he suspected something. He took a piece of fish and realized that it would be difficult to dig further. Eric Wilson sat in his office and waited for his brother. He already knew that Philip wanted to talk to him. Philip sat down on the sofa and said that he wanted to discuss something with Eric, if it was convenient for him now. Eric replied that his brother had simply never visited him before, despite the fact that their offices were located next to each other. Philip asked if Eric was aware that Wilson construction executives were leaving en masse. Eric replied that he knew about their departure. But Philip interrupted him with a question about whether his brother knew the reason for their departure. Eric replied that he had only heard a few rumors. Philip asked if Eric meant that he was talking about Larry Baker and Fantasy Entertainment. The brother replied that this was indeed the case. All the directors had transferred to work there. Philip asked if Eric might know what connects their father with Larry from Fantasy Entertainment. The brother asked why Philip was so worried about it. Philip asked him the same question. Eric replied that perhaps it was all because of Heinrich, since the chairman loved Lucas very much and therefore wanted Heinrich to look good, since it would be logical to leave him something as an inheritance as well. Philip clarified whether he was talking about fantasy entertainment. Eric heard that Larry and Heinrich were good friends, so his father invested some money in that company, teaching Heinrich to buy their shares. He added that it was quite obvious that if Genrich received something from Synthes Group, he and Philip would take it back. Philip answered whether Wilson Motors and Contour Group were too much for Genrich. Eric said that the scale of Contour Group is half that of Synthes Group, and it doesn't look like his father was handing over part of Wilson Construction. Philip couldn't stand it any longer and told his brother that Fantasy Entertainment was taking over Contour Group and a contract worth several trillion won. Hearing this huge sum, Eric jumped up from his seat. Philip added that if their business succeeded, they would be on par with Wilson Construction, so it was worth checking why they were giving such a gold mine to an outsider. Eric asked if Philip had misunderstood something, like how a country that was running out of money could have a project worth several trillion won, and Contour Group was on the verge of bankruptcy. Philip also understood that this was not a very profitable undertaking. But what if their father was in charge of all this? He said that Heinrich had already received Wilson Motors, but that would not give them the opportunity to take on such an expensive project. And Eric assumed it was just a gift. He asked his brother what he was going to do and what he wanted from Eric. Philip suggested asking his father about everything to find out who was behind all this. Eric exclaimed that Philip always had some kind of problems, and at the slightest thing he ran to his daddy like a capricious son. The brother replied that if he went alone, it would indeed look like whining. But this way they would come together to find out about the current state of the business and offer to help. Philip added that if they say they will do everything possible to acquire Contour Group and ensure the project's success, then this won't be whining, but a matter-of-fact conversation. Eric said that before, Heinrich was only satisfied with one thing, but perhaps he changed his mind and wants to leave something for Lucas. He added that Genrich is also a father, and if he's drooling over Synthes Group, he won't say so, but it would be nice to get a piece. Although Lucas seems a more likely person than Henry, and he never failed his grandfather's expectations. Philip replied that it wasn't Lucas because his father was raising him as a financial expert, and here we were talking about investments, mergers, and acquisitions. He added that Larry Baker teaches Lucas everything. Eric thought that no one else was suitable then. Their brother Nick had dropped out earlier, and Caroline had no reason to interfere. That evening, Philip and Eric stood before the chairman and asked if their father was connected with Fantasy Entertainment. He turned to his sons and replied that they didn't think they had the right to make such a fuss, calling themselves heirs. Here, the father reminded Philip how, several months earlier, he had offered to exchange Wilson Motors' profits for one, charging a commission for the exchange rate. He added angrily that he had never seen such a robber in his life. Philip had only one thing left to do: listen and remain silent. Eric asked if the chairman had nothing to do with Fantasy Entertainment. Then why was it so unfair? Father looked sternly at Eric and told him that just a few days ago he was in despair and thought that he would not be able to avoid his first bankruptcy, and he had to accept additional conditions. These words also shut Eric's mouth. His father reminded him that he had survived the crisis thanks to the shares he had given him, so it was not for him to speak about injustice. Philip said that perhaps his father needed some help, to which the chairman replied that before sticking his nose into his affairs, shouldn't he first think about why he did it? The father added that it was all like a Trojan horse in which soldiers hid to get into enemy territory. Philip exclaimed, "So that's why my father sent his people there." The chairman answered in the affirmative, because he had to give back what belonged to him. Hearing this plan, the brothers stood and were silent in amazement, but their father had not yet said anything about Contour Group or Lucas. "My father said that Fantasy Entertainment is now using him to absorb Contour Group and promote a big project. Fantasy Entertainment has grown a lot." The brothers heard that after Contour Group joined Avto Group, their father was going to absorb it. He has already lost Wilson Motors, so Contour Group and Avto Group will become interest for him. The chairman told his sons that perhaps they would have to take on the job. Philip said happily that he and his brother would keep this in mind. But Eric was thinking that his father still hadn't told them the most important thing and needed to explain. And he told the chairman that Contour Group and Avto Group would be restored, but the owner would not be Synthes Group. Seeing his father's surprised face, Eric continued, saying that since Wilson Motors had split off, why not give it to Heinrich after they took over Auto Group? The chairman looked questioningly at his son. Eric clarified that he meant Lucas, because among his grandchildren there was no one smarter than him. He expressed the opinion that Henry would not be able to give a chance to his son Lucas. Philip was furious, because now his brother was trying to crush his eldest grandson, or rather his son Kevin. The chairman looked at his sons with sadness. One son can barely contain his anger, and the second one pretends to care about someone else's child. He felt a special affection for the elder one, but the second one was his own man and quietly settled his affairs. For both of them, taking the company away from their greenhorn nephew is like taking candy from a child. The chairman looked at Eric and asked when he learned to take advantage of his kindness. The son apologized and admitted that it was very impudent of him. It was just a shame to lose such a capable person as Lucas. The father had no intention of talking to them anymore, and if they had heard what they wanted, they could go. He told them to think about his words and how they could return what was stolen. The chairman added that at the end of the month, the creation of a second auto group company will be announced. Both should come and congratulate Larry Baker and not forget to support James Twain, the director of Auto Group. He told his sons to keep a close eye on Wilson Motors so that it did not fall into the wrong hands. After listening to their father's instructions, the brothers left the office. Richard threw his head back and closed his eyes. It was not easy to protect his grandson from the wolves, even at the cost of lies. Soon, the second ceremony of founding the Auto Group and inauguration of the chairman took place. James Twain stood at the podium and said that he had already put the company in danger once. He said that Auto Group is an eternally young company, challenging the impossible and striving to realize its plans. James added that from today onwards, the Auto Group company will proudly bear a new name and will be reborn. The company will be named Chrome Wilson and will never disappear. There was thunderous applause in the hall, but Larry Baker was the most pleased of all. The day was drawing to a close, and a banquet was being held at the chairman's residence to celebrate today's ceremony. During the day, the chairman was very tired and wanted to be in his office completely alone. And then Lucas appeared on the threshold. The grandfather was surprised and asked why his grandson was not present at the banquet. Jack showed the package and replied that, thanks to the chairman, he became the owner of Auto Group and did not want to celebrate without him. He put one of the bottles of alcohol he had brought on the table. The chairman saw the branded label on the bottle and asked why he had brought the branded alcohol of a bankrupt company. Jack replied that this was an alcohol with a 70-year history. It was unlikely that the company's founder thought that his alcohol would last so many years. Grandfather took the bottle in his hand and said that this alcohol will not disappear, even if the owner changes. The chairman smiled at his grandson and agreed to have one glass. He took the glass and, congratulating Lucas, said that he had done an excellent job. At 20 years old, his grandson had achieved what the chairman had only achieved at 40. Jack replied that none of this would have happened if his grandfather hadn't given him a ranch when he was 10 years old. The chairman said that there were quite a few children who received ranches at that age and were now 30 years old. But Lucas is the only one who multiplied the received amount by tens of thousands of times. Everything Lucas has is only thanks to his strength, and he can be proud of himself. The chairman finished his glass and said that the taste of this alcohol was no longer the same. Jack, taking a sip, asked his grandfather how things were going with the Contour Group company. The chairman replied that the bank had made some small concessions and that the staff had already received a certain amount. Jack added that the prosecutor's office also did an excellent job and also received a reward. He put down the glass and added that Tony Abrams was not going to hand over the proceeds from the stock sales, even though they had threatened to arrest his children and grandchildren. Looking at how Tony didn't want to back down even under threats, you understand how scary money is. But the chairman said the proceeds from the share sale were his last weapon, and he decided it was not yet time to take it up. But one day he will use it. Jack replied that Director Abrams had no chance. His entire family had been arrested and convicted, and the money from the shares must go towards paying fines, so he has no options. The chairman said Tony would make sure Lucas wouldn't touch the money. It would go into the state treasury. Jack didn't quite understand what his grandfather wanted to say. If the director does not return the money from the proceeds from the shares, then he and his family will not be able to avoid imprisonment. And if he resists, the money will go to the treasury, but he and his family will still not be able to avoid punishment. The chairman said that Lucas is now captivated by his emotions and has forgotten about the businessman's heart. Jack countered that he constantly thinks about money and that this helps him normalize the work of Contour Group. Grandfather replied that Lucas was angry because he felt unfairly they stole money and did not pay wages. Surely his family didn't do this just to live high on the hog. The chairman added that the director sees Lucas as a businessman and therefore expects him to make another offer. And then Abrams will be able to put a few cents in his pocket. If the director manages to hold out long enough, Lucas won't even get a single one. The chairman added that it is funny when a businessman criticizes others. What difference does it make how others live and what they think? After all, the main thing for a businessman is to put other people's money into his own pocket. The anger Jack felt towards Director Abrams was not without reason. It was connected with the fact that Jack saw himself in every employee of Contour Group. The grandfather suggested that his grandson consider offering to split the money from his pocket with Tony. The chairman was confident that Director Abrams would accept the proposal. So, the grandfather offered to leave the director some money so that his family could avoid prison. Grandfather replied that if the director gave up half the value of the company's shares, then it could be said that he repented. Then Abrams will only be able to count on a suspended sentence, and his family will avoid punishment. The chairman said that money should come first, and feelings of injustice and emotions would not play any role. Jack replied that he remembered his grandfather's words and would act like a real businessman. The next day, having received permission to meet with Tony Abrams, Jack arrived at the detention center. He sat down opposite the director and asked how he liked the food here. Tony replied that it was okay to eat, but that was the price you had to pay for looking down on fantasy entertainment. He acted relaxed, which meant, as Grandpa said, he thought he still had the sword. Jack said that visiting hours were limited and he would immediately convey Larry Baker's words to the director. If Tony gives up all the proceeds from the sale of shares, or gives up all the shares of the company? The director interrupted him and replied that, apparently, Lucas did not want this and asked to get down to business quickly. Jack continued, saying that the investigation would then be completed and Tony would receive a suspended sentence, but he would retain his position as an advisor to Contour Group. The advisor's salary will be very generous. It would be good if the director agreed to cooperate. Jack said that everything that happened with the company was a misunderstanding, and when everything settled down, they would hire him for the position he had promised. Tony listened without saying a word. Jack said that the media would wrap everything up beautifully and present it to the public because reputation must be valued. Tony replied that Director Larry was very meticulous. The money he received would go towards the company's expenses. Isn't that too expensive for a simple advisor? Jack said that in return, the director would receive a larger salary. Tony stood up, extended his hand to Jack and asked him to take care of him. Jack shook his hand and said he would prepare a contract for the position of advisor. Larry was very surprised when he heard this. Jack said that this way they could get all the shares and Abrams would only get an advisor's salary. He added that the director agreed only so that his family would not go to prison and the money would not go into the state treasury. Larry asked how much Lucas was thinking of giving Abrams. Jack replied that Tony wanted 30% of the value of all shares within 10 years. Larry thought about it and replied that Tony would then receive a pretty good salary. Jack said that in the beginning, yes. Larry asked what in the beginning meant. Jack replied that he planned to cut his salary 2 months after he took office, so that he too would experience the horror of not getting what he was promised. He added that the country is going through turbulent times, and until Contour Group reaches a stable level, belts need to be tightened. That's exactly what Director Abrams told employees when he delayed payments. As soon as the plane gained altitude, Jack took out the book and continued reading. He told Thomas that he could order drinks and food if he wanted. They had plenty of time so they could relax. Thomas said he would like to talk about Kevin's appointment as director of Contour Group. He added that Kevin wanted to go to Wilson Electronics, but the chairman ignored his wishes and sent him there. Jack replied that Contour Group currently has many new vacancies. He asked where, in Thomas's opinion, he had more influence, being the manager of Wilson Electronics or the director of Contour Group. Jack added that any of the 1,000 employees can drive a car, run small errands, and report on changes in the company. He was referring to the business relationship between Thomas and Lucas and between Thomas and his boss. In order for a relationship to become trusting, you need to judge the situation correctly. It is necessary to understand why this or that event happened and what may change in the future. A business partner can always be replaced, but when the relationship is based on trust, there is no substitute for them. Thomas replied that he would remember it. Jack saw Thomas's slump and said he wasn't going to judge or reprimand him. Thomas replied that he still couldn't shake off the errand boy mentality and thanked Lucas for the warning. Jack looked towards Thomas and thought that he would really remember everything that was said. There are many people who make decisions, but only a few of them put them into practice. Upon arriving in Israel, Jack immediately headed to Huxley University. Entering Stuart Munn's office, he had difficulty finding a place among the piles of books and scientific collections. Without looking up from his computer, Stuart asked why the Hollywood wizard wanted to meet with a simple scientist. Jack replied that Hollywood is just part of their investment projects. They always pay attention to new technologies with great potential. Stewart looked at Lucas and asked if he was referring to NeuroIntel. Jack asked for more explanation. Stewart replied that NeuroIntel is an optical 3D solution for determining the accuracy of parts or assemblies. This method is the name of the company itself. Jack didn't quite understand what Stewart was saying, but he replied that he would add their company to his list. He added that he is interested in technologies that will provide users with information collected by cameras with minimal error. Jack said he had read an article about artificial intelligence and computer image recognition systems, although he only understood the gist of it in general terms. Stewart was surprised that Larry was willing to cross the ocean for this concept. Jack replied that it all depended on where the technology would be applied, and perhaps the professor had already thought of some area. Stewart said he had options, but he wanted to hear Lucas's thoughts. Jack replied that this technology could be used in cars. The camera will collect surrounding information and transmit information to the driver about the situation. For example, the distance to contact with objects outside. Or a camera mounted on the rear bumper will display an image of what's behind the car on the interior monitor, which is convenient when reversing and parking, reducing the number of accidents. Stewart heard about installing a sensor that would slow down a car when the traffic light turned red. The professor added that lane recognition could also be added to prevent driving into oncoming traffic. He exclaimed that by converting analog data into digital, it could be incorporated into the car's electronic system. Jack replied that the ultimate goal is a self-driving car that drives itself. Now that they had come to a common understanding, Jack suggested moving on to the purpose for which he had crossed the ocean. Stewart guessed that the conversation should turn to investing in this idea. He said the likelihood of such a car being built was slim. It sounded like science fiction. Of course, in theory this is possible, but it is unknown when it will be possible to implement it in reality. Jack replied that there is nothing more wonderful than making a dream come true. He pointed out to Stewart that their company was called Fantasy Entertainment for a reason. As he left the office, Jack gave the address where he was staying, and that when the professor sorted out his thoughts, he could call him. Stewart shouted after him that he would definitely call Lucas. Jack saw the professor's interest and understood that he would soon become the main shareholder of a large company that possessed autopilot technology. For this, Jack was ready to accept any conditions in order to subsequently increase the Motors Group's share in the Korean market. After this, they will be able to compete with advanced foreign systems. Returning to Korea, Jack visited the chairman's residence to reassure his grandfather about his recent trip. Upon hearing that Lucas had flown to Israel, his grandfather scolded him for being in such a dangerous place. Jack replied that it had been quite quiet there lately. The chairman said he had been trying to resist calling him, to which Lucas replied that he had simply flown out for some fresh air. Seeing that his grandson didn't want to tell, he said that he wouldn't ask. At that moment, Caroline, the chairman's daughter, looked into the office and was a little surprised to see Lucas in the office. The chairman told his daughter and Oliver to sit down. He had something to tell them. The first thing he did was ask his son-in-law if there were any problems with running for mayor of Seoul. Oliver replied that everything was going smoothly. Jack saw their happy faces, because the first step to the position had been completed. The chairman informed them that Jacques Bolden had also been nominated for the post of mayor by the ruling party. He ran in 2 national elections for the government and for mayor of Seoul. For Oliver, Jacques was an incredibly strong opponent. The chairman looked at his grandson and said that it looked like he had thrown his money away. Jack asked how his grandfather knew this, since there was no such information in the news. The chairman replied that Bolden himself had called him in the morning and said that the ruling party wanted to recruit him and asked for advice. Jack asked why Jacques Bolden was asking the chairman for permission. He replied that Bolden had once taken his place thanks to his money, and that was why he had asked permission to become a rival to his son-in-law. Oliver stood up from the sofa and pleaded for help from the chairman. The chairman pretended not to understand, saying that he had really put forward his candidacy without being confident of winning. Oliver replied that he simply didn't expect his opponent to be Jacques Bolden. At this point, Caroline intervened and said that all her father needed to do was say one word for Bolden to get out of the way. The chairman became angry and shouted that she really thought that this was the end of it, and that if another rival appeared, he too would need to be eliminated. He called them pathetic. If they thought there was a flowery road waiting for them, then it was better to give up right now. Jack knew that these words didn't just apply to his aunt and uncle. Perhaps this was another way to test him. The chairman said that instead of whining, it would be better to go and discuss everything with the responsible persons. He continued to shout that such an important position as mayor cannot be missed. They must take action immediately. Oliver and Caroline instantly left the office as if scalded. The chairman turned to Lucas and asked if he knew who Jacques Bolden was. Jack knew very well the man who had achieved everything while serving as mayor in the past. But he told his grandfather that he had never heard the name before. The chairman said he was from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, had been ambassador to the United States, and then held other government posts. Jack regretted that he had ignored politics. He did not remember any elections or anyone who was Jacques Bolden's opponent. He asked if his grandfather would help his uncle with the elections, and he replied that he would not do that. Grandfather didn't care who won the election, and neither his son-in-law nor Jacques refused his requests. He added that he wins in any case, but Lucas will lose. Now it seemed to Jack that the chairman was not even hiding his joy. Grandfather said that without the Media City project, Contour Group would become a money guzzler and bring only headaches. He sent people there who might have to starve. The grandfather was testing his grandson. If he asks for help, he will be no different from his uncle and aunt. Jack said that Jacques, like any person, has weaknesses, and if you find them, there will be a chance to win. The chairman replied that being the son-in-law of a rich family was a weak point. But how could this be turned into an advantage? Jack replied that this was not a weakness, but an advantage, because his son-in-law was also rich and would not turn a blind eye to tax evasion, thereby being able to sell out his grandfather. He added that his son-in-law could promise that the chairman of Synthes Group would do a lot for Seoul, for example, build apartments. Grandfather said that he had no need to deal with this construction. Jack replied that these were just words, because everyone knows that the candidates' campaign speeches are all just lies and deception. The chairman objected that any promises could not guarantee victory. Jack replied that elections were one battle after another, so he wanted to talk to Jacques Bolden. When his grandfather asked him what he was going to talk about, Jack replied that who knows, maybe a mutual understanding would arise, and then they could change horses. The chairman reminded his grandson that he had already invested a lot of money in his uncle's elections, and that changing horses would mean giving them up. It was about a business that could bring in tens of times more than 40 billion, so he doesn't throw away 40, but earns 400. Grandfather responded by reminding them that his uncle had raised a fuss in the city's media about whether it was right for Jacques Bolden to fulfill the campaign promise of a loser. Jack replied that this was precisely why he was asking to arrange a meeting for him. A few days later, Jack had documents in front of him regarding Jacques Bolden's weak spot, which he asked Larry to get. Larry explained that Jacques himself, his older brother, and one of his sons were exempted from military service. Jack said that the first thing to do was to report this to the army. In fact, the election campaign began even before it was officially announced. Jacques' only weakness was his exemption from the army, and his uncle's was that he came from a famously wealthy family. It was at this point that Grandpa introduced Lucas to a man, Jacques Bolden's assistant, who would take over as deputy mayor for political affairs if his boss won. The chairman was able to arrange a meeting with him, believing that Lucas would succeed. Bolden's aide said he was told there would be someone hard to refuse. He added that he did not think it would be a person from the company that took over Avto Group. Jack thanked him for his time and replied that he would try to explain the purpose of the visit as briefly as possible. Sitting down at the table, Jacques' assistant handed over his business card. It was Rudy Collins. He added that he would immediately refuse anything that Jack did not want to discuss, especially a request to meet with the candidate. Jack, looking at Rudy, thought that either it was just his temperament or he was ignoring Jack because of his age. Only Jack knows how to serve his elders. Jack replied that he wanted to meet not the candidate, but him. He knew he would make this man listen. Jack said there would be no reason to meet with the candidate in the future. Rudy chuckled and asked if the foreign investor knew how to stir up a Korean politician. Jack replied that he had no complaints against Jacques Bolden. Rudy said the businessman insisted on meeting, although he had no complaints. After finishing his glass of alcohol, Rudy said that he was ready to listen to him and did not want to waste his time. Jack asked if there had ever been cases where a second person had inherited the first person's business. Rudy didn't quite understand what Lucas wanted to say, but he didn't show it. Jack continued, "The second face remains in the background for the rest of his life, and the right hand gradually descends, turning into a tail, the fate of which is ultimately to be cut off from the powerful body." Rudy told him to continue. Jack said that these concepts of right hand and second face were created to prevent the masses from glorifying these people. And when all the dots are placed, where the owner is and where the limbs are, These limbs were not offended when they were simply thrown away after use. Jack was once such a limb, too. He took responsibility for a crime he did not commit. Everything was taken for granted. Jack was convinced that Rudy had experienced something similar. He just helped Rudy wake up. Jack said that the candidate's life was really in Rudy's hands. After all, it is his actions that determine whether his political life will be filled with joy or sorrow. Rudy replied that, as the man who had arranged their meeting had said, Lucas was young but cunning. He advised Lucas to stop beating around the bush and say what he wanted. Jack replied that he wanted to buy the rest of Rudy Collins's life. He is the right hand of a man who has little chance of making it from mayor to the Blue House, because even becoming a mayor is not easy. It is unlikely that he will be able to inherit this position. The chances are zero. Jack said that instead of holding on to this slim chance, Rudy could sell his future for a very good price. Rudy couldn't stand it any longer and said through his teeth that Lucas was talking complete nonsense. Jack calmly added that he would also take responsibility for his children. His children will not need anything and will live as they want without having to work. Jack doesn't demand anything supernatural from Rudy, just one word. Rudy asked angrily, was he really going to have to part with Jacques Bolden for that word? Jack replied that it was true, and if Rudy was truly his right-hand man, he wouldn't abandon him because of one mistake. Jack continued, saying that this was a great chance to test whether he was a farmhand or a right-hand man. He added that Rudy would only have to say the word that would cause the candidate to lose the election. And then Jack said that he would give Rudy $20 billion. He will transfer them wherever Rudy wants. In addition, he will appoint him as the director of the fantasy entertainment branch. Rudy will be able to enjoy all the benefits of his position. He was silent and did not at all resemble the self-confident man Jack had seen at the beginning of the meeting. Jack stood up and said that he was not throwing words to the wind and hoped that everything said here would remain. Putting on his jacket, Jack said that he expected an answer tomorrow at the same time. Otherwise, he would find someone else. One way or another, there will be someone who will reveal Jacques Bolden's weakness. Finally, Jack said that in our time, many would sell their souls for $20 billion. Grandpa said he didn't know the name Rudy Collins. He just asked to be put in touch with one of Jacques Bolden's close associates. He asked if Lucas had told him he was going to change horses and if he had taken the sponsorship bait. Jack replied that he had offered to betray the candidate. The chairman said that his grandson could simply boss Jacques around, rather than act through his subordinates. Jack replied that his grandfather and Jacques were of the same generation and would not thank him for promoting the media city. He would be doing him a favor. The message is different, but the result is the same. But people like Oliver and Rudy Collins will work and think about how to repay the service rendered to them. Jack added that these people come at the first call and bow at your feet. Grandfather laughed and said that Lucas was trying to discriminate against the older generation. Then he said that Lucas was his grandson after all. The chairman realized that Lucas had initially been counting on the candidate's assistant. The grandfather could not even imagine that his grandson would surpass him. Jack finally heard what he had long wanted to hear. Rudy waited for the candidate to arrive and couldn't get Lucas's recent conversation and proposal out of his head. He thought about the position offered to him and the $20 billion. Just one word and all this can become his. At that moment, Jacques Bolden entered the office. As always, he was preoccupied with something. Jacques was indignant that the party leader called him to his office and pulled him when he felt sad. Jacques said he had been informed that MPS needed money for branches in the constituency. Rudy heard that some of the campaign funds would be donated to them. The assistant informed the candidate that he would have to leave for about a week due to family circumstances. Jacques objected that there was no question of that, since Rudy knew what an important time it was. He added that he himself had been living in the hotel for 2 weeks and did not really remember what his children looked like. Jacques ordered Rudy to organize a dinner with the sole constituency members. As he left the office, he asked what the approval ratings were for the past week. Rudy replied that Jacques was ahead. The gap would only widen, and the results could be even better. The candidate said it was a good job and left the office. Rudy assumed that Jacques would inquire about the reason for his desire to leave and ask what had happened to him. Until now, Rudy had only cared about the personal affairs of his superiors and not about his own family. He served Jacques for 10 years, and during this time, he never upset his boss. Rudy didn't want to jump to conclusions. Perhaps tomorrow, when everything had calmed down, he would ask about his problem. But a week passed, and Rudy still hadn't heard what he wanted to hear from the candidate. He crumpled the cigarette pack and dialed Lucas's number. That evening at the meeting, Rudy asked if it was true that Fantasy Entertainment was closely connected with Synthesis Group. Jack replied that they had already absorbed Wilson Motors. Rudy clarified his connection with the owner, who wants to make his son-in-law mayor of Seoul. Jack replied that it had nothing to do with him, and that Synthesis Group had no reason to create such a complicated plan. Rudy paused, then suggested they talk frankly. Rudy asked why they wanted to put the Wilson son-in-law in the mayor's chair of Seoul. Jack replied that it was a trade secret and he could not reveal it to an outsider. Rudy exploded, saying that he was thinking of becoming a traitor, and they called him an outsider, so whose side should he take? Jack repeated his offer. If candidate Jacques failed, then Rudy would get his money and become their man. Until then, Rudy must stick to the border strip and be in neutral territory. Rudy suggested that he would become human when the bridge he could use to return collapsed completely, and that was probably how it should be. Jack said that when relationships between friends break down, it can also be called betrayal. But a violation of a trusting relationship with an employer is not betrayal, but the end of a business relationship. Jack asked if Rudy and the candidate really had a trusting relationship, if he really served Jacques with all his heart. There can be no talk of loyalty when a boss treats a subordinate like a dog. Rudy paused again, then said frankly that he was simply very hungry for money. Jack replied that most people are the same, but more often than not, they are losers who cannot earn enough. Rudy said the only difference was that he would get a bigger sum. Jack replied that with the money, Rudy would be able to pursue his dream of becoming a member of the National Assembly, not someone else's hand. And Fantasy Entertainment will help with this. Rudy looked at Lucas. He really had such a dream. Jack added that there were 2 years left until the next elections. No matter which party Rudy wanted to run for, they had enough money and time for everything. Rudy was silent and Jack waited. A couple of minutes later, Rudy told them to transfer the money, contact him 2 days before the election of candidate Jacques, and invite journalists. A dejected Caroline sat across from Larry. 10 days remained until the elections, and Jacques Bolden's rating continued to rise. Larry said that there were still 10 days and they were already giving up. Carolina replied that they did not want to give up, but that there was nothing they could do about this trend either. And to turn the situation around, something big is needed. Larry recalled that the company allocated them $40 billion, and the chairman was holding the contract. He added that he did not know what the chairman could do if they did not win or simply gave up. Carolina replied that they had done everything they could on their own. Larry looked at Caroline intently and asked with a grin if she wanted him to turn everything upside down. A few days later, Larry booked a fancy table at a Seoul cafe and invited several reporters and journalists to dinner. There was a common envelope prepared for them on the table. Reporter Paul took the envelope and said that if you eat something like that, you can get indigestion. Larry replied that it was pocket money and there was no point in arguing if it was given by an elder. Paul sniffed the envelope and smiled. Larry said that in return, he asks that they stop slandering the fact that the future of Contour Group is covered in dark clouds. With these words, he offered everyone a drink. At that moment, they heard someone in the next booth of the cafe loudly raise a toast to the fact that the day after tomorrow, candidate Jacques Bolden would become mayor of Seoul. The reporters exchanged glances upon hearing the name of the candidate that had been on everyone's lips lately. Larry said that it looked like the candidate's allies were there. He drank slowly and sighed with relief. He had come after all, as he had promised. The reporters fell silent and began to listen attentively to the conversations in the neighboring booth. Larry pretended not to be interested and offered everyone a drink. One of the reporters politely asked President Larry to keep quiet. They wanted to check something. Someone in the booth asked if the chief of staff was sure he would become deputy mayor. Another voice answered him. Did they really think that he, Rudy Collins, and the candidate's right-hand man was obsessed with this position? One of the reporters, realizing who was in the next booth, discreetly turned on his recorder, hoping that it might turn out to be an excellent special report. Someone in the next booth said that Rudy should inherit the position and become the next mayor. Rudy replied that he was the one who would make candidate Jacques mayor and there could be no talk of succession. He continued that it was now the candidate's turn to help him become a member of the National Assembly. He was asked whether the suspicions about his exemption from military service were justified. Rudy replied that such a high-ranking official as Jacques Bolden would really send his son to the army. He added that only people like them go to serve. The reporters listened attentively and took note. Rudy said that he himself had to make dozens of fake certificates. He added that, for example, one of the official's children was born while he was in the United States, and since the son is a citizen of another country, That is why he did not serve. He was told that if the son was a U.S. citizen, he should have voluntarily joined the army while his father was running for mayor. Rudy replied that he only said what he knew. Then he was asked why his third son was not exempted from the army and served in the defense forces. Rudy replied that the whole reason was that he was not Jacques Bolden's son. Shouts of surprise were heard in the booth that the candidate had an illegitimate child. The reporters who heard everything were also in complete shock. Rudy suggested that this could have happened when Jacques was working alone in Japan, since it is difficult for a man to go several years without a woman. He added that, as far as he knew, the candidate had an affair with an employee of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Rudy said Jacques was grateful to his wife for agreeing to include their illegitimate son in their family register, and after that, he was simply sent to the army. Rudy was asked why he ended up in defense, to which he replied that his son's eyesight was so poor that he wouldn't have been accepted anywhere else. The reporters listened, and Larry thought that Rudy had done an even better job than he should have. Apparently, Lucas had done a good job with him. Larry addressed the reporters and asked everyone to calm down. The reporter, who was smoking one cigarette after another, asked Larry how he himself could be calm after hearing this. Larry asked reporters not to spread this news, because if this news explodes in the media tomorrow, then on election day, everything will be turned upside down. They replied that they were talking about two things at once that were unacceptable in their country. Larry said that we can forget about exempting children from the army, but having an illegitimate child will affect the female votes that will go against it, and that will be the end of the game. He added that based on his abilities, candidate Bolden was much better than candidate Oliver, who was the son-in-law of a wealthy family, and asked everyone to forget about it. But the reporter did not relent. He objected that they did not do that, and everything should be done to help voters make the right choice. Larry asked if they might want to do a special report for the prize if candidate Oliver wins instead of candidate Bolden. Larry continued that if the article came out, and the newspaper that did it first would definitely make the biggest contribution to the victory of candidate Oliver, so would Syntez Group ignore it? Larry said that they could even place their advertisement in it, or even buy the publishing house as a thank you. He looked at these naive reporters. He handed everything to them on a silver platter, and even told them how to persuade the editors to print the article. One of the reporters jumped up and said that he suddenly remembered some urgent matter and needed to run. At that very moment, they all had urgent problems and jumped up from the table. Left alone, Larry slowly poured himself a drink. Now he was very proud of himself, Lucas, and, of course, Rudy. The next morning was a tense one for the entire office of candidate Jacques Bolden. All the morning news and newspapers carried the same information about candidate Bolden's exemption from the army and his illegitimate child. The approval rating dropped by 10%. Jacques ordered 3 of his closest employees to enter his office and shouted from the doorway. Who could have allowed such information to leak? Rudy fell to his knees and said that for the first time in a long time he had drunk, celebrating Jacques' expected victory, and allowed himself to say too much. Tears appeared in his eyes. He said that it was his fault and asked the candidate to kill him. Bolden threw his head back and breathed heavily, completely enraged. And Rudy was on his knees and thinking, he's not a traitor, he just made a mistake when he was drunk. Election day arrived and campaign teams were working throughout the city, calling for people to vote for one of the candidates. The chairman, driving past the crowds of activists, did not pay attention to them. His thoughts were occupied with something completely different. He wondered how Lucas had managed to win over Rudy Collins, what methods he had used. The car stopped, and the driver informed the chairman that they were there. The door swung open, and Larry and Lucas turned around instantly, frozen in surprise. The chairman of Syntez Group, Richard Wilson, stood at the threshold. Jack was very happy about his grandfather's arrival, and Larry said that they even had time to have a cup of tea. The chairman looked at Larry and said that he began to look a little different, somehow more presentable. He told Lucas that he saw the news today, and in the end, everything turned out as he said, then asked him how he managed it. Jack replied that Rudy was not the type of person to be content with being a right-hand man, that his ambitions were great, and that Lucas had simply given him the opportunity to express them. Larry approached the chairman and asked if he had any forecast materials regarding the elections. Richard replied that according to his information, the difference was 7%. But doesn't Larry have his own sources of information? Jack replied that their polls showed a 10% difference, but both predictions were winning, and unless something unexpected happened, Uncle Oliver would win. The chairman replied that it was unlikely that anything could happen, since there were only a couple of hours left and there would be no problems. He approached Lucas and said that the project he was working on had already passed the 5th stage. Lucas was too careless in thinking that he was already at stage 7. The chairman replied, "Does the grandson really think that the person who sets the table and the one who sits at it are the same person? More than one person can come with their own spoon." He added that when they can't take care of their own plate, they will try to overturn the entire table. Jack took these words as prejudice because his grandfather was the best at construction. The chairman turned to Larry and Lucas and said that he had a proposal for them. He asked how they felt about entrusting him with the construction of a media city. Jack was shocked that the first person to reach his spoon to the table was his grandfather. The chairman looked at the dissatisfied faces and asked what they were not happy with. Larry was the first to lose his composure and asked what the chairman meant. He replied that the company that signed the contract with the Seoul government would be Wilson Construction, and Contour Group would also play a major role. Larry said that if he understood correctly, Wilson Construction would be the contractor and Contour Group would be the subcontractor. The chairman replied that Contour Group is not a subcontractor, he would call it cooperation. Larry thought, no matter how greedy the old man was, how could he try to steal from his grandson the chance that Lucas had spent tens of billions to create? Jack looked at the chairman and asked if he was really serious about what he was saying. He replied that he never jokes about such topics. After all, he told them that this was beyond their capabilities, and besides, many construction companies were currently on the verge of collapse. Jack wondered if his grandfather meant that it would be difficult for them alone to carry out this project. He added that if this was the case, he would not refuse help, but he did not understand why everything had to be taken away from them. The chairman replied that this was not exactly help, and that if he did not take a step towards them, they would simply be torn to shreds. Larry said that most of the management team is from his company. Is this cooperation not enough? Is it really necessary to take all the initiative on yourself? The chairman made a dissatisfied face and said that they were apparently still too young to understand what he was talking about. Finally, he couldn't take it anymore and shouted that he wasn't trying to help, and if they were finding it difficult to run the business without his advice and help, then he was the real owner. Jack couldn't understand how a person could be so greedy and not think about family ties when it came to a profitable business. He told his grandfather that the number of companies dependent on Synthes Group was constantly growing, and everyone was coming to him for advice, so he didn't even need to leave his office. But now he took a difficult step for himself and came to them himself. The chairman replied that he also sometimes goes outside when the weather is good. Jack said that once his uncle took office, he would continue to implement the project. He confidently added that they would not let other organizations extend their spoon to it. Jack said that his grandfather also understood that if he didn't take on this project now, there wouldn't be another chance, which is why the chairman came running here. He understood that even if this was just another test, now he had to show his grandfather his will. Jack said he never refused the chairman's help, but he wasn't ready to give him everything. He proposed the only solution. They would take the initiative, and Synthes Group would be their reliable partner. That's the maximum. The grandfather replied that if you covet something you can't swallow, you can tear your mouth. The grandson overestimates his abilities and will ultimately disgrace himself. Jack replied that all children grow up with trauma. The chairman said that his grandson had just made him his enemy. Jack replied that he always believed that there was no better partner than Synthes Group. The chairman gripped the arm of his chair and said that if Lucas was going against him, then they were enemies. He told his grandson to think everything over carefully. They would talk tomorrow after the vote. As he was leaving, the chairman suggested that Larry also think about it. It wouldn't be easy for them without him. Richard sat in the car and knew that now the time had come. The new mayor of Seoul was announced on all the channels. Oliver Bong, and Jack heard the phone ring. It was Oliver calling. He said that he was grateful for the help and that he hoped for long-term cooperation. Jack replied that it was enough for him that he could call his uncle the mayor of Seoul. Larry said that even though they won, for some reason he wasn't happy about it at all. Larry asked Jack what he intended to do next. Try his solution or do as his grandfather said. Jack replied that he would try to wheedle and flatter, and if that didn't work, then he would go ahead. Larry said that they approached the chairman because they trusted him, but he decided to betray Contour Group. Jack replied that Larry was wrong. Without his people from Wilson Construction, they would not have been able to take control of everything. Thanks to these people, they were able to return the hidden funds and avoid unnecessary fraud. Jack added that there was no point in regretting the past. In the worst case, they would have to hand over the Media Gorod project and, together with Contour Group, join Synthes Group. Larry replied that he was glad that Lucas had learned something, but it was a stab in the back. Jack said that Larry also learned not to trust anyone. Jack still believed his grandfather, even though it was a huge business. He was not so greedy as to snatch it from his grandson's hands. Jack told Larry that he needed to visit the chairman and headed for the exit. As he closed the door, he wondered if he would really have to become the first grandson to hand over the table he had worked so hard to set to his grandfather. Sitting in the chairman's office, Jack told him that his uncle had contacted him half an hour after the election results were announced. Grandfather replied that not even a minute had passed when his son-in-law also called him and said that he had won thanks to him. Jack thought Oliver was just thanking the chairman for not interfering. He told his grandfather that his uncle was scared enough and would follow his will even without an order. The chairman was the first to ask whether Lucas would do as he told him. Jack replied that he would first like to know whether his grandfather really had his eye on his project or whether there was another meaning to his proposal. The chairman replied that Lucas should not think that everything was so confusing and that there were no other meanings. He added that due to the International Monetary Fund, Synthes Group's cash flows have dried up, and they are forced to grab whatever comes their way. Jack exclaimed, "It turns out that the grandfather wants to steal a plate of rice from his beloved grandson." He replied that wasn't it, Lucas, who took over a car company and wasn't even lenient with the exchange rate, committing a daylight robbery. Jack looked at his grandfather, wondering if he really wanted to pay him back in the same coin now. He looked at the chairman in surprise and asked if he was really serious about all this. The chairman responded that this was a serious loss for his controlling stake and that he needed to make up for lost time. Jack was in complete shock and still couldn't believe what he heard from his own grandfather. The chairman asked not to hold a grudge against him. When he becomes the owner of the business, he will also take good care of Lucas. Jack asked how his grandfather was going to take care of him after all this. The chairman responded that Contour Group would be able to repay the loans and pay the overdue wages to the company's employees. He added that Contour Group will undertake at least 30% of the construction work. The overall scale was already clear. 30%, maybe it's not such a colossal amount of money, but it's not such a small amount. Jack thought that, judging by the appropriate percentage his grandfather had voiced, the management of Contour Group regularly reported to the chairman. He had no intention of kicking them out. They would be needed when Jack was again in control of Contour Group. Jack asked his grandfather if he could offer more, to which he replied that he wanted his grandson not to be so greedy. Jack understood that if he backed down, the entire media empire created by his father would collapse in an instant. The goal is not to make money. That's not the offer he needs. The chairman put pressure on Lucas, saying that he should think carefully before answering. Jack replied that nothing had changed since yesterday's conversation and he would not back down. The chairman, not accustomed to being refused, was extremely surprised by Lucas's answer. Jack added that he intended to try it himself, even if his decision was completely contrary to his grandfather's. The chairman became furious and shouted that Lucas would regret such a decision. Jack replied that he would not regret it. Even if he did not receive a penny of profit from this project, he would not blame anyone because, thanks to his grandfather, he had already come very far. The chairman was silent. He felt anger, greed, and hatred at the same time. Jack added that if his grandfather stole everything from him, Lucas would not contact him for a week and would be offended. The chairman replied that it was too weak to be a threat. Jack had no intention of discussing it any further, stood up, bowed, and said that he had to go. As Jack left the office, he thought that he would have to work hard to destroy all the aunts and uncles. The chairman called out to Lucas and told him to come in the morning. He needed to get some fresh air before fighting. Larry looked at the report and asked if he really owned the majority of the company's shares. The directors replied that this was indeed the case, except for the chairman. Larry asked what about the investors' shares, whether they could stand up to the chairman. They responded that if Larry couldn't inherit the chairman's shares, then he wouldn't be able to obtain management rights either. Larry asked what would happen to the shares if he died. The directors were stunned by this question and were at a loss for an answer. Larry told them that they needed to think about his age. No one would be surprised even if the chairman died tomorrow, and there were no arrangements for succession and transfer of rights. One of them replied that 23% of the shares would go to his wife and about 15% each to the children. Larry asked if there was any kind of chairman's will. The directors said none of the company's lawyers had received any instructions, but the chairman's personal lawyer might have them. One said that there would be no will, but that was just his thought. Larry asked for clarification. The directors said that the inheritance tax on shares would be huge, but until now the chairman had tried to avoid it. And if a will does exist, It only specifies personal property, land redistribution, and not company shares. Larry thought that with a normal inheritance of shares, he would have to pay a huge tax. That's why most magnates try to transfer management rights as a gift during their lifetime. The chairman is clearly not the kind of person who would want such a tax to be written off from his property in good faith. The director said that if there is no will and the inheritance is equal, the situation will become more complicated. Depending on how everything turns out, the owner of the chairman's office may change. Larry wondered what would happen if his wife took his side. The director asked if the chairman's son, Nick Wilson, wasn't his man, and if Larry had a wife and son on his side, there wouldn't be any problems with the chairman's position. Larry replied that this was something, but it would be better to sort out the succession rights before the chairman died. The director said there was another problem. When Wilson Motors was transferred, almost 18% of the shares were given away. He added that he heard that Larry was friends with director Genrich. Larry replied that Genrich loved movies and wasn't interested in family squabbles, so everything would be fine. He said that the directors could go. Everything needed to be thought through carefully. Left alone, Larry thought that he had to worry about his younger brother, whom he hadn't paid attention to before. He walked over to the window, lit a cigarette, and wondered how much longer the chairman had left to live. Everyone goes to the next world empty-handed. Why leave a piece of coal that will cause complete chaos in the family? He couldn't believe that he was now worried about his youngest son. He hoped that the children wouldn't interfere in family squabbles. Larry was most worried about his older brother not doing anything stupid. The next morning at dawn, the chairman's car was already racing along the country road. Jack looked at his grandfather, who was looking thoughtfully out the window. Finally, the chairman turned and asked Lucas if he was interested in where they were going. Jack replied that he was going crazy with curiosity. But his grandfather was so serious that he did not dare ask about it himself. The chairman replied that they were going to where the history of Syntez Group began. Jack realized they were going to Gunsan City. He knew the company's history and remembered it when he was preparing for an interview in his past life. In Gunsan, there was a rice warehouse abandoned by the Japanese after the liberation of Korea. Grandfather secretly hid the rice, which was the most valuable item in the warehouse, and resold it. This became the starting capital for the creation of Syntez Group. Jack asked in surprise if that rice warehouse was still standing. The chairman looked at Lucas in amazement and asked how he knew about this warehouse. Jack realized that he had said too much and had to somehow get out of it. He said that this warehouse was often mentioned in interviews with his grandfather. All the company employees know about it since his grandson does not know. The chairman laughed and replied that all his 10 grandchildren knew was how to spend his money, and only Lucas knew how it was earned. Grandfather said that during the war he was given to American soldiers, and after the war he was returned back. Now it is a historical museum. The chairman wanted to preserve it and therefore donated it to the state. Then the grandfather laughed again and said that he couldn't leave it on himself with the notes that he had once stolen. He added that minor thefts are criticized and punished, but for major ones you will get away with almost nothing. The chairman turned to Lucas and asked if he knew why this was happening. Jack replied that it was not so easy to touch a big shot because the truly big thieves were in power. The chairman added that this is indeed the case. If you give them a bribe of some of the stolen money, they will simply turn a blind eye to it. At that time, that's what he did. He shared with the right people, and with the rest, he built a factory and founded a company. At that time, the chairman didn't even have time to calculate how much money it brought in. He invested everything into expanding the company. The number of buildings increased, and Syntez Group grew. Grandfather sighed heavily and said that now was the time when he himself had to defend himself from thieves. Jack asked if that was the reason he parted ways with his brother and protected his company. The chairman replied that he stabbed Teddy's brother in the back to survive. Jack looked at his grandfather. Did he really think that it was okay to betray his brother for the sake of his own survival? The chairman said that at that time the military had seized power and was pressuring businessmen, and his brother was the director of the factory and knew nothing about running a company. Then Syntez Group became the target of the regime, and either he or his brother would have been destroyed by that government. If Richard had been captured, the company would have simply disappeared. The chairman had shown cruelty and sold out his brother. At that moment, the grandfather asked Lucas if he was willing to sell his family to protect what was his. Jack wondered what to answer. The truth or what he wanted to hear. When Jack came to, his body was in severe pain. His head was spinning and he could not understand what had happened. Gradually, reality began to return. He was in a hospital room and thought only about the fact that he was still alive. Suddenly, Jack heard a female voice nearby and turned his head. It was a nurse who said that she was glad that the guy had woken up and she would call the doctor. The doctor immediately came into the room and began performing manipulations to understand the patient's condition. Jack pushed the doctor's hand aside and asked how his grandfather was, whether he was alive and how badly he was hurt. From this conversation, the doctor realized that the elderly man who was brought in with Lucas was his grandfather. The doctor reassured Jack that he was fine and would wake up soon. Only 1 in 5 would need surgery. Jack's eyes widened in surprise at how many people were injured in this accident. He jumped up in bed and said that his grandfather was the chairman of Synthes Group, and they had to take all measures before the hospital became too noisy. The doctor replied that it would be worth calling the police first to find out the circumstances of the accident. Jack replied that when his grandfather woke up, he would start looking for him, and therefore he should be near him. The doctor said Lucas needed urgent examination to rule out any hidden injuries to his body. But Jack stood his ground. He insisted that he needed to see his grandfather. Jack said that all this might be a simple matter for the average person, but his grandfather's accident could cause fluctuations in the stock market of the entire country. With this, Jack suggested that the doctor avoid publicizing for now what happened to the chairman of Synthes Group. Having received permission from the doctor, Jack quickly found his grandfather's room and immediately went in to see him. The chairman asked him how Lucas was feeling and if he was in any pain. Jack replied that he just had scratches and asked about his grandfather's health. The grandfather said that according to the doctor, everything was fine with him too, and he was glad to see his grandson. Jack asked why he was in intensive care if everything was okay, and his grandfather replied that he wanted to spend a couple of days quietly. The chairman added that he had taken appropriate measures and Lucas need not worry about the accident. Jack thought that, in any case, he and his grandfather were very lucky that they were both alive. He remembered the moment when the truck was rushing towards them and Jack made an attempt to protect his grandfather. It was automatic. Only now did Jack understand what he felt. The time when he only pretended to be a good grandson in order to take over Synthes Group was over. Richard Wilson is his grandfather, and he is his grandson. At that moment, there was a knock on the door of the ward, and the doctor entered. He asked if he had disturbed their rest. The chairman replied that everything was fine and the doctor could come in. The doctor said that they found the wallet of the man who is currently undergoing surgery. Perhaps they know him. Jack began to sort through the man's bank cards and business cards, and then he saw a document confirming the man's name. It was Thomas Grieg. But why is a person who should now be resting comfortably lying on the operating table? The chairman looked at Lucas and asked if he knew this man. Jack replied that it was Thomas Grieg, his driver, who had brought him to his grandfather's residence in the morning. But Jack let him go, saying that he was free for today. Apparently, Thomas ignored Jack's words and showed maximum responsibility by accompanying Lucas until he returned. The chairman asked if the doctors could save him, and the doctor replied that they were doing everything possible to do so. The chairman said that this man should live. Perhaps he saved their lives. When the doctor left, the chairman said that Lucas was a good guy and had met someone like him. Jack thought the same thing about Thomas. He sacrificed his life for him, and it seemed unreal. The chairman said that many had gone to prison for him, but no one had ever sacrificed their lives. The grandfather smiled and said that now he and his grandson were in an unpayable debt to this brave guy. Jack suggested that the chairman get some sleep. It was unlikely that they would be able to do anything here before the operation was completed. Grandpa agreed with Lucas and closed his eyes, and Jack carefully covered him with a warm blanket. It was midday, and the chairman's personal assistant, Michael, was sitting in the chief inspector's office. He asked if they had thoroughly sorted out this situation. The inspector replied that further investigation was necessary, but the road service employees already had their own version. He began to draw a diagram, saying that the chairman's car was stopped at a traffic light and a truck pulled out from the left, but lost control, and the truck was supposed to crash into the chairman's car. Michael looked at the drawings and assumed that the chairman must have suffered greatly back then. The inspector added that at that moment there was another passenger car parked behind the chairman's car, and judging by the tire tracks of the second car, it suddenly stepped on the gas and thereby blocked the truck's path, taking the entire impact on itself. The inspector assumed that the driver of the second person who was sitting in the chairman's car was in this car. The inspector added that no matter how reliable the German car was, its driver would not have survived a collision with an 8-ton truck. Michael realized that the chairman's car had been in a secondary accident and asked if the identity of the driver was known. The inspector replied that it was Kim Grieg, the manager of the strategy department of the Synthes Group company. The chairman's assistant asked what was wrong with the truck driver. The inspector said that he was also injured and was undergoing treatment. A police officer was assigned to him, and he would not escape. Seeing Michael's thoughtful face, the inspector asked him if he thought the matter was strange. The assistant replied that he didn't see anything unusual. It was early morning, and the truck driver had simply dozed off, which happens often. The inspector said they were of the same opinion, but a more thorough inspection was needed. Michael asked if the inspector could give all the information about the driver of this truck. The inspector agreed and placed a folder with the relevant documents in front of Michael. Michael said that they would contact him soon and asked to close the case for now. He saw the inspector's surprised face and said that information about the chairman's accident would negatively impact many areas, and the injured driver was their employee, so there shouldn't be any problems. The inspector replied that if Synthes Group itself took up the matter, he would close it. Michael thought, one problem solved, all that's left is to go to the hospital and shut everyone's mouths there. He reported to the chairman that the police would hush up the matter and reminded the hospital director not to disclose the details of the incident. He also ordered a covert investigation of the truck driver and is confident they will find something on him. The chairman asked the assistant why this was necessary, what it could give, and in general what Michael was thinking about. The assistant asked a counter question, if there were no concerns. Why had the chairman not yet informed his family? He replied that no one knew that the chairman was going to Gunsan, and that it was definitely because the driver had simply fallen asleep at the wheel. The aide suggested that the chairman had taken Lucas with him on the trip. Michael knew that no more than 10 people knew about the warehouse in Kunsan, that the warehouse had been turned into the chairman's family museum. It was a storehouse of little things that were dear to the chairman and awakened his fond memories. It was there that his sons Philip and Eric received the status of heirs. Perhaps the chairman wanted to give the same status to Lucas there. The chairman asked if Michael thought Lucas was missing something. The assistant replied that despite his grandson's young age, everyone knew what an outstanding person he was. The chairman said his sons were overjoyed when he told them to run the company well. He wanted to see what Lucas's reaction would be, but that didn't happen. Michael replied that Lucas was very serious and the reaction would have been appropriate, or he would have refused it altogether. The chairman said that this was unlikely. Lucas was an excellent intriguer. He added that his 20-year-old grandson had a subordinate who was willing to sacrifice his life for him, and asked if Michael would be able to do the same for him. Michael replied that he had a wife and 3 children who were waiting for him to die so they could spend all their money, and it would be extremely sad to die in such a situation. The chairman looked at Michael and quietly said that he too had grown old, and it seemed that even he was afraid of death. He added that he would always remember that Michael spent 3 years in prison instead of the chairman and was grateful to him for that. The assistant replied that there was no need to thank him since he had already received a sufficient amount of money. At that moment, the doctor looked into the room and told Michael that they were looking for him. Before leaving, the assistant said that he had contacted security and suggested that the chairman take a rest, but he needed to go on business. Michael went out into the corridor and told the chairman's children that after the operation, the chairman had been transferred to intensive care and the results would be known tomorrow. His youngest son, Henry, was glad his father had undergone surgery, but was upset that the results would only be available tomorrow. Philip said that his father could not stay here. He needed to be placed in a family clinic and the best doctors needed to be called. Michael replied that the chairman could not be transported yet. His condition needed to be monitored. Eric asked Michael what the doctors thought, to which the assistant replied that they couldn't guarantee anything either. Philip rudely asked if Michael knew about the incident, why he didn't tell them about it right away, but only half a day later. The assistant adjusted his glasses and replied that it was the chairman's order. He was simply following his instructions in case something happened to him. While in the ward, Michael suggested to the chairman that they should nevertheless inform the children about the incident. Richard realized that the assistant wanted to observe their reaction to this. Michael added that if this accident was not an accident, then one of them would move. The chairman said that Michael didn't seem to think it was a simple accident, to which the assistant replied that that was exactly why the chairman had asked to be transferred to intensive care. Michael said that he would tell Lucas everything, he was smart and would understand everything. Then Henry asked how his son was feeling. Michael replied that Lucas was recovering. Michael added that he needed to check the situation, and if anything happened, he would definitely let them know. When the assistant left, Philip told Eric that he had a couple of questions for him. Heinrich was indignant and said that they were really going to discuss anything at a time when their father was lying in intensive care. Eric patted his brother on the shoulder and said that it was not what he thought and that there was no point in thinking about all sorts of nonsense. With these words, Philip and Eric left the hospital, leaving Heinrich alone in the hospital corridor. Coming out into the hospital courtyard, Philip said that he too knew that the accident had occurred on the road to Gunsan. Eric asked his brother what he thought about it. Philip replied that due to his brother's interest in his thoughts, perhaps Eric himself wanted to express his assumptions. Eric said that his brother was showing an unhealthy curiosity about his opinion. Philip replied that he didn't care what Eric thought. Philip added that his brother didn't think that he was the cause of the accident, because if their father died without distributing the shares, then Philip would have the advantage, if we don't take Lucas into account. Eric replied that he was not sure of his advantage, since it would take 6 months to make changes to the shareholder structure. Philip shouted that he was the eldest son, and in the event of his father's death, his face would appear in the news and newspapers. Everyone was sure that he would become chairman, and the shareholders and branches were on his side. Eric turned to Philip and asked him directly if he really had done it. Philip replied that his brother already knew what he would answer, but Eric insisted that Philip not dodge the question. Philip replied that he would be sorry if his father never woke up, but for him the situation was not bad even now. Eric said that no matter how much of an idiot his brother was, he wouldn't have caused such a stupid accident. But why did Lucas end up like this? Philip looked at the hospital windows and replied that if he was interested, he could find out about it himself. Eric asked his brother to promise that he would not touch the child, to which Philip asked why his brother had started pretending to be so kind. Philip added that if Lucas became a threat, he would be the first to take action, not Eric. Jack was in his grandfather's room watching TV together when there was a knock on the door. 2 doctors entered the room and seemed to be sad about something. The chairman asked what had happened, whether Thomas Grieg's condition had worsened. One of the doctors replied that everything was fine. Thomas was recovering and would soon regain consciousness. The chairman asked what happened to their faces then, if everything was fine. The doctor replied that the results of his examination had come in and a small tumor had been discovered. Jack exclaimed, "What kind of tumor are they talking about? Do they mean to say that they discovered cancer in grandfather?" The second doctor said that, judging by the size, it was an early stage and could be removed surgically. The chairman continued to insist and wanted to know why they were so pale if the situation was fixable. The doctors replied that the tumor originated in the brain, which is a very complex and delicate area. Jack was never able to find out why the real Lucas Wilson died in the past. It was only known that he died in an accident, so he does everything to stay alive. But my grandfather's brain tumor is a completely different matter. In Jack's past life, the chairman of Synthes Group died at 78, that is, the following year, but died of illness. Jack wondered if this brain tumor was the disease. The doctor said that at this time the tumor is so small that they cannot yet determine whether it is malignant or not. The chairman replied that he had undergone a full examination last month and there was no tumor. The doctor said that if it was growing so quickly, it was most likely malignant and surgery to remove it would be necessary as soon as possible. The chairman ordered to prepare everything for the operation. He will tell them when it is ready. The second doctor replied that they were just a local government clinic. They didn't have the proper equipment, and it would be difficult to provide ideal care. Both doctors said they had no experience working with VIP clients and that the risk of error was very high. The chairman asked the doctors who was the best surgeon in Korea. He turned to Lucas and said that he must live long to see him get married. Then the grandfather turned to the doctors again and told them to contact his personal assistant Michael and resolve all issues. The chairman took Lucas by the hand and said that he was his treasure, that he brought good luck because his grandson had saved him so many times. Jack looked at his grandfather with surprise and love, and the chairman said that it was his assistant who saved them, and Lucas himself hugged his grandfather during the collision to protect him. He added that he was lucky that the accident allowed the disease to be detected before it became irreversible. Jack looked at his grandfather and said that he had a long life ahead of him and that the operation would go well. At that moment, Assistant Michael ran into the room. He learned about the results and was very excited. The chairman replied that everything was fine. It was just an operation, and it was good that it was discovered early. He ordered Michael to take all necessary measures. Michael replied that the doctors had recommended Professor Charles Muller and that he would meet with him personally to discuss the date of the operation. The chairman said Michael might tell the children that further surgery would be needed, which would likely surprise or frighten them. And knowing this information, one of them will make a mistake. Carolina sat down opposite Larry and asked if it wasn't too impolite for her to visit so late. Larry replied that everything was fine. He was working late anyway. He asked why she was without Oliver. Larry would like to congratulate him on his victory. Carolina replied that he was currently at a meeting to select candidates for the Seoul government. Larry decided to get straight to the point and asked what brought her out at such a late hour. Carolina said she was contacted and told that her father had been in an accident. Larry noticed that her face did not express the state that would correspond to the words spoken, and asked if everything was okay with him. Carolina replied that after the operation he was transferred to intensive care, and even if she had rushed to him as fast as she could, she would not have been able to see him. Larry was surprised. Her father was in intensive care in serious condition, and she didn't even bat an eyelid. Caroline looked at Larry and asked if she should make a fuss about it. Larry was in no hurry to answer. He wanted to fully understand what was in Caroline's soul and mind. She said that if her father died, she would be more worried than upset, since she did not have many shares in Synthes Group. Larry replied that he understood her. Caroline was born into the Wilson family, and she had to give up the emotions of ordinary life. He added that since she was so calm, he would answer her honestly that the chairman was eager to receive the Media City project and was asking her to give in to him. Caroline giggled and replied that she found it funny to watch Larry worry about it for no reason. She added that her father had no such thoughts. He was going to make Lucas his heir and would not take anything away from the child. Larry was surprised by what he heard and asked why Caroline decided so. She replied that her father had been in an accident with Lucas, and it was no accident that they were traveling somewhere together in the same car. Larry screamed. He had only just learned from her that Lucas had been in the same accident with the chairman and asked if he was seriously injured. Carolina responded sharply that Larry would be able to show his humanity and concern later. But now she did not have time for such conversations. Larry pulled himself together to listen to Caroline to the end. She smiled and asked if the chairman and Lucas did not wake up, then what would happen to him, to Larry? Larry couldn't resist and loudly asked what all this meant and how she could say such a thing. Carolina asked Larry to calm down and not get upset, because she came to him with a proposal. Larry tried his best to listen to Caroline, but he was overcome by thoughts about Lucas's condition. And Caroline, as if nothing had happened, declared that if her father died without naming an heir to the shares, then she and her brother Heinrich would receive 11% each, a total of 22. Larry listened as she counted the shares, saying that her older brothers already had a little more, but for a controlling stake they needed at least 15. Carolina reminded that Wilson Motors is now called Chrome Wilson and owns a controlling stake of 17%, which, if you add it all up, comes to almost 30. She looked meaningfully at Larry and added that 30% was a sufficient base to take the place of the company's chairman. Larry already understood where she was leading, but he still continued to listen to her in order to understand the ultimate purpose of her visit. Finally, she said that if Larry helped her become the captain of the ship, then she would give him at least 10 branches, and if he joined them to Chrome Wilson, then he would become the head of the corporation. Larry knew he would surprise her with his answer, but he said that she had miscalculated. Carolina thought she had figured it all out and asked in surprise what it meant. Larry replied that Henry was his close friend, although they were not related, and if he united with Caroline, Henry's share would become insignificant, but it should be the other way around. Carolina still didn't understand what Larry wanted to say. He added that she should help Heinrich become the captain of Synthes Group, and then he would give her 15 branches, and that would be right. Caroline chuckled and said that Larry was an amazing person, but since it came down to it, she had to reveal one secret. She added that when her father died, their mother would inherit most of the shares, and she would never give them to Henry. Larry asked what Caroline meant by Lucas becoming the heir. She replied that although Lucas was not the only heir, his father singled him out among all of them, to which Larry replied that if Lucas became the heir, then there was no need for him to unite with her at all since she had no shares. Carolina replied that even if Lucas became the heir, he would not be able to save Synthes Group because he did not have the true strength of the company. Larry suggested she was referring to the company's extensive connections. Carolina replied that Larry was smart, because one call from his father was enough for the Prime Minister to come running. But would he come running at the call of a 20-year-old boy? In response, Larry asked if she really thought that without a call from her father, the Prime Minister would come running to her. Carolina made a dissatisfied face. She had nothing to say to Larry. The door to Jack's room swung open and his alarmed father and Larry ran in. The father ran up to his son and asked how he was. If he was badly hurt, Jack replied that he was fine, just bruises and abrasions. He added that he was examined from head to toe and no injuries were found, so there was no need to worry. Larry asked how Lucas ended up there, To which Jack replied that he and his grandfather were on their way to the warehouse in Kunsan. When Jack told the details and purpose of the trip, Larry realized that it was just a stupid ritual. Henry said that he had no idea what ritual they were talking about. Larry explained to him that the chairman had decided to make Lucas his successor, although not his only one. Hearing this, Jack also realized that they had not just gone to the museum to get some fresh air. Jack was on his way to becoming the third heir to the Sintes Group company. Larry looked at Lucas and said, "Is this really how a person who has received long-awaited news should look?" Jack asked Larry how he knew all this. Larry replied that he had met his Aunt Caroline before coming here. He thought she came to talk about Media City, but instead Larry heard from her about the accident. Larry turned to Heinrich and asked if he still didn't understand what had happened. Heinrich replied that he shouldn't expect much. He knew perfectly well about the simple ritual. His grandfather was supposed to tell the history of the company, and then add that he would continue all of this. Larry looked at Heinrich in surprise, not understanding how he knew this. Henry replied that his elder brother had told him about it, and that he had been terribly happy when he heard that he had become the heir. Larry asked why Heinrich said that Lucas shouldn't expect much. Didn't that mean he became the third successor and would get a third of the company? Heinrich said that the eldest and middle brothers inherited less than 10 shares, and 20 years had passed and nothing had changed. The father turned to his son and said that the chairman was terribly greedy and hated to give his own to others, even if they were his children. In some ways, Jack agreed with his father, but not 100%, because the grandfather that my father knew and the grandfather that Jack knew were different people. Although the father called the chairman greedy, he had a desire stronger than greed, the prosperity of the company. That's why Philip and Eric received only 10% each. Grandfather didn't expect prosperity under their leadership. Jack said that he was not destined to become the heir to the company. The accident was a sign, but he would be grateful if he received at least a small share of the shares. Larry looked at Lucas. He knew all his dark intentions, and he said such things without blinking an eye. The father patted Lucas on the shoulder and said that he was glad that his son thought that way and was not chasing other people's money. Michael told the chairman that word of the accident had spread like wildfire, and his children were frantically assessing the state of affairs at the company's branches. The chairman smiled and said that now there was a chance to understand who was behind his two sons. He asked if anyone had sought outside investment. Michael replied that not yet, everyone was acting cautiously. The assistant added that it appeared that both his sons had nothing to do with the accident. The chairman looked at Michael carefully and asked why he thought so. The assistant replied that he had overheard their conversation and that they were well aware that if the chairman died, the structure would be shaken. The chairman was glad that his sons were not fools and understood that the company's structure was in danger. Michael said that although there were some suspicious elements to the accident, it looked more like an accident, and the chairman ordered further digging. At that moment, the head of the hospital, which belonged to Sintes Group, burst into the chairman's room. He was immediately transported to their hospital, where Professor Charles Miller was ready to operate on him. The chairman replied, "Does he really think he is here because he does not trust his own hospital?" The chairman asked the head of the hospital where the tumor came from, since a month ago he had assured that everything was fine. The leader hesitated. If he gave the wrong answer now, it would be the end for him. And he said that a month ago the tumor could not be identified because of its size. The head added that they were probably talking about a rapidly developing entity, and they couldn't say anything for sure without the tomography results. The chairman asked if the head could assure him that at the time of the examination, this tumor was not there. The head replied that all the results had been carefully checked dozens of times and everything was in order. The chairman told him to go. He wanted to rest a little. The chairman then told him to make sure that the operation took place in this hospital and hoped that the head understood what he was asked to do. The chairman asked Michael if he thought his hospital had hidden something from him during his examination, to which the aide replied that the doctors at this hospital had said the same thing. And yet, it seemed to the chairman that the concealment of the diagnosis and the accident were all happening according to someone's scenario. He lay down more comfortably and told Michael to assign someone to keep an eye on the committee chairman. The assistant replied that he had already taken all measures to find out who he had been in contact with recently. The chairman added that a board meeting would be held in a couple of months, at which he would be fired. Entering Thomas's room and seeing that he had come to, Jack bowed and thanked him. Thomas, completely traumatized, lay and silently looked at Lucas as he entered. Jack was a little scared and asked if Thomas had any problems with his speech. Thomas replied that everything was fine. He was just a little surprised by Lucas's arrival and words. Jack said that he had a few questions for Thomas and asked him to answer them without worrying or rushing. Thomas replied that he also wanted to talk, because his tongue had been itching for 10 days. Jack asked Thomas to remember and tell what happened on the day the accident happened. Thomas said he thought the chairman's car would be accompanied by a secretary, but he went alone. Although Lucas had allowed him to rest, Thomas thought it was a bit strange to leave work at dawn. Besides, Lucas changed the car and Thomas wanted to test it out because it was morning and the roads were clear. Jack said that the genie changed the car in time, although she was damaged, but Thomas survived. And then Thomas said that he was sure that the truck had not turned around on the road by accident. Jack was surprised and asked what Thomas meant. Thomas replied that he had noticed the truck in advance while assessing the situation on the road. The truck was standing and waiting for them. Hearing this, Jack could not say a word, but he also could not help but believe Thomas. Thomas added that at least that's what it seemed like to him at the time. But Jack didn't listen to him at that moment. If this accident was planned by someone, then who was the target? Did Grandpa really understand this and hide it from Lucas, saying that everything was fine? Jack told Thomas that he was not going to interrogate him or question his words. Jack just wanted to know why such a sacrifice was necessary, because Thomas could have died. Thomas replied that he made the lightning decision at that moment, thinking that it was a great chance to make a profitable deal. Jack asked what deal Thomas was talking about. Thomas reminded Lucas that when he and Sean first met Lucas, he offered to be his men. Jack replied that loyalty was not required from them. It was a simple deal. He gives them money, and in return, they do something for him. Thomas said that when he woke up from his coma, he thought about how much this deal was worth. What needed to be written in the contract field for it to be successful if the life of his boss was at stake? He added that now it was Lucas's turn to fill out his contract column. There had to be something worthy of exchange for his life. Jack asked Thomas what he wanted, a lump sum payment or a lifetime benefit. Thomas replied that he would receive a lump sum payment from the chairman. Jack said that he could also pay him a huge lump sum. Thomas replied that he had already decided and was ready to pay in installments. He added that he still doesn't know where to spend a large sum of money. He only knows that the pleasure from it quickly passes. And if he can continue working with Lucas, he can get more enjoyment out of the money. Jack asked if Thomas remembered the words that Lucas had once said to him. He himself answered that if Thomas did not have the skills, then he would not be able to stay with him. Thomas opened his eyes in surprise and was afraid to hear what he didn't want to hear. Jack said that he knew that nothing could compare to saving his life. He had money, and that was the only thing he could use to express his feelings. But moving forward together has a different meaning. Thomas pleaded, saying that he would continue to develop his skill to work alongside Lucas, and if that wasn't enough, he would simply resign as soon as Lucas said the word. Jack held up 3 fingers and said that no matter what mistake Thomas made, Lucas would give him 3 chances. But the 4th mistake will end their relationship once and for all. Thomas replied that he would try to make sure that he never needed these 3 chances. Jack told Thomas to take care of his health and return to Seoul. As soon as Jack left, the chairman's assistant, Michael, entered the room. Suddenly, the chairman himself followed Michael into the chamber. Thomas wanted to get out of bed, but the chairman stopped him with a gesture, saying that in the hospital, the one with the most injuries is the senior. Approaching Thomas's bed, the chairman gently squeezed his hand and said, "Thank you." He added that not everyone is ready to throw a young life into hell to save the life of an old person. Thomas asked the chairman not to worry. There were young people better than him. Then the chairman asked, "So Thomas did it for Lucas?" Thomas replied that he had sacrificed his life for Lucas, but everything worked out. Without letting go of Thomas's hand, the chairman said he was much more grateful for his grandson's rescue than for his own. The chairman sat down on a nearby chair and said that he wanted to reward Thomas generously for his actions, and he could ask for anything he wanted. The chairman warned that it was not worth mentioning things like housing or the cost of educating children. His family had already moved into expensive apartments, and the chairman had taken on all the costs of educating the children. Thomas heard that the chairman was ready to pay for school and all the clubs that his children wanted to attend. Richard thought to himself that now that the housing and education problems were sorted out, Thomas could show all his greed. Out loud, he said that he was just an old man and could only give thanks with money. Thomas looked at the chairman and replied that he didn't need money. He added that all people at his level worry about is housing and their children's education. And since he has nothing to worry about now, he couldn't wish for more. The chairman thought that if Thomas asked for billions, he would give it. But Thomas doesn't want to, refusing to take the chance to change his life. He said that there are many greedy people in the world, but he doesn't want anything from an old man who only has money. Thomas admitted that he doesn't really know what he wants. The chairman replied that he could not know what Thomas wanted. After thinking for a moment, he asked Thomas if he knew that a person is given 3 chances, and he had already missed 2. Thomas looked at the chairman in surprise, not understanding how he had missed 2 chances at once. The chairman explained that the first chance is to be born into a successful family. If you are rich, then half of your dream has already come true. He asked if Thomas's parents were rich, and he replied that they were not, which meant the first chance had already been missed. The chairman said the second chance was the university, where connections were already beginning to be established. And if you use these connections correctly in the future, you can change or adjust your future. Thomas didn't have such connections, so it turns out he only had 1 chance left. The chairman said that this last chance was now right in front of him. He added that he would give him such a sum that no rich man born to good parents had ever held in his hands. The chairman exchanged glances with Michael and said that Thomas had spoken from the heart when he said he had rushed to save Lucas, not him. Thomas replied that this was exactly the case because he was Lucas's man. With these words, Thomas wanted to say that he wanted to be as close to the leader as possible and not completely give his life into his hands. The chairman wanted to know why Thomas wanted to stay with his grandson, since he only had 1 life. Thomas replied that he also wanted to stand in front, since he had to remain invisible, like a shadow. He was embarrassed by his role, and when Lucas asked him what he wanted, Thomas replied that he wanted to not be embarrassed by his role, but to be proud of it. This answer angered the chairman, and he shouted, "How dare he? Did he really think of using his worthless body to then stick to his grandson like a leech and suck his blood forever?" Thomas nervously replied that he hadn't even thought about it. If the chairman felt that Lucas didn't need Thomas, then he would resign himself. The chairman told him to shut up because now Thomas was throwing away the 3rd chance with his own hands. He added that people like him were always like this, unable to distinguish between a pile of manure and soybean paste. Heading towards the exit, the chairman said that he would not take away from Thomas what he had already given, but as soon as he got stronger, he would be thrown out into the street. Turning around, he added that if he found out that Thomas was hanging around his grandson again, he would take his worthless life away from him. Jack had already fully recovered and even brought some spiced chicken from a nearby restaurant to please the chairman. The chairman said he had called him to ask if Lucas knew that a man had appeared who wanted to become his lapdog. Jack replied that perhaps Grandpa meant Thomas Grieg. The chairman said that he offered him a lot of money, but he refused, just to stay close to Lucas. Maybe his grandson himself allowed him to do this. Jack replied that he gave him a chance, but on the condition that he would forgive him 3 times if he messed things up for him. He added that since the assistant had saved his life, he in return would give him 3 chances, since that was enough to pay off the debt. The chairman agreed with his grandson and asked if he knew what the dignity of a dog was. Jack suggested that it was loyalty, because even among people there is an expression, faithful as a dog. Grandfather said that this is not true. Loyalty comes from honesty, because it is not the loyalty of a dog that makes a person move in the right direction, but appropriate criticism of his dog. When a person goes in the wrong direction, a true faithful dog must stand in his way and make him change direction. Jack objected. Isn't it loyalty that makes a dog follow its owner, even if he is wrong? The chairman replied that the dog's virtue is selflessness. By giving their body and mind, they do not hesitate to sacrifice themselves, unlike devotion. The chairman looked at Lucas and asked if he was confident in Thomas's dedication. Jack replied that it had been like that until now, and he did not hide his true feelings. He understood everything with 1 word. The chairman said Thomas had already made 1 mistake by saying he wanted to serve Lucas. Grandfather added that a dog should not ask anyone's permission to choose its owner. Grandpa said that Thomas was simply making it clear that the chairman was higher than Lucas. Jack thought that he was his grandfather and the chairman of the company. That should be enough. But now we are talking not just about the worker, but about what will become his arms and legs. Although this is not enough. Jack wondered if Thomas had made another mistake. The chairman said that the man who decided to become a mutt said that he wanted to be a self-confident person. But does a dog have self-respect? Jack heard that even if the owner hit her with a stick, she would still come running at the first call. And this is the second mistake. Jack asked if there was a 3rd mistake he had made, and Grandpa asked if Lucas still wanted to give him a chance. Jack replied that there was a contract between them, and he was not one to go back on his promises like a worn-out shoe. The chairman responded sharply that there were many talented people in the company, and Lucas could choose anyone he wanted. Jack replied that he didn't have that kind of connection with them. He could always make them his people, but he needed something more. The chairman got out of bed and told Lucas to follow him. Now, before his eyes, Thomas would make a third mistake. He will add that now Lucas will see who Thomas is afraid of and who he is keeping an eye on. Jack understood what his grandfather wanted to check. If Thomas decides to become his person, then he will not pay attention to the chairman who is nearby. The dog's gaze should be directed only at the owner. But it's not easy, because this is the chairman of Synthes Group, who, moreover, is much older than Jack. Jack was sure that this was why Thomas would pay more attention to the chairman. They entered Thomas's room, and Jack began to look at whom his subordinate's gaze would be directed. Who will he talk to first, and who will he ignore? Thomas bowed his head and asked Jack for forgiveness. The chairman's face expressed strong bewilderment. Thomas continued to tell Jack that their partnership was over. Thomas was lacking too much and would only disappoint him. The chairman was in shock and could not say a word. Jack, on the other hand, was very pleased with the test his grandfather had given him. He told Thomas he didn't know what happened, but Thomas gave up too quickly. Thomas replied that he realized only now, during their rescue, that he had been guided by a selfish desire to gain something more. Jack said that a person always wants something, and when a chance appears, he tries to grab it. Thomas replied that he lacked the ability and that his skills were at rock bottom, and he admitted that he had been too greedy. He added that he was grateful to the chairman for showing him the boundaries. Jack thought, although the chairman was nearby, Thomas addressed him first. Jack wondered what his grandfather would do in this situation. The chairman quietly told Lucas to leave the room and leave him alone with Thomas. When Jack left, the chairman sat down in a chair and told Thomas that he had saved 2 lives, and in return received only an apartment and education for his children. He asked if Thomas thought the exchange was unfair. Thomas replied that he had no choice but to be content with a short but colorful dream. The chairman said that there was something about Thomas's obedient surrender, that he would give him so much money that he would not need anything. Thomas replied that he was still too young to spend his life idly spending money as the chairman suggested. The chairman reminded him of the proverb, "If they give you something, take it. If they hit you, run. So this is a chance to live with everything ready." Thomas smiled slightly and said that it was his dream to come to everything prepared and not need anything. He added that when he met Lucas, he realized how stupid and immature he had been. Thomas said he worked in the planning department, so he heard rumors about how Lucas's cousins were living. They all have unlimited cards that never run out of money no matter how much you spend. Thomas added that Lucas was in the same category of people, but he never wasted his time like they did. Every morning at 7 o'clock, Lucas goes to work, reading the morning newspapers. Every day, he has a quick lunch at one of the nearby restaurants and then returns to the office. Thomas said that he couldn't live the same way if he had money and would simply waste it and his life. But he didn't want that. The chairman replied that no matter how much Thomas shouted that he was trying, no one would hear him. There were many working people in the world, but they were having a hard time making ends meet. Thomas replied that it was better to suffer hard than to simply waste away life. The chairman said he knew about the 3 chances Lucas had given him and asked what would happen if he failed. Thomas replied that he was already grateful to Lucas for his work, and he had nothing more to say. The chairman asked why Thomas hadn't asked him about it, since just one word and he would have become Lucas's man. Thomas replied that the chairman had a point and that Thomas didn't want to drag Lucas down, he wanted to be different. The chairman smiled and said that he could still be useful since he had realized the situation so quickly. He will add that he will not throw Thomas out. He will find him a suitable vacancy and he will continue to work in the company. Thomas said there was no point in feeling sorry for him. Having decided to leave, the chairman remembered that he wanted to ask Thomas about that truck. Could this have been just an accident or a planned staged accident? Thomas replied that he had already told Lucas everything he thought about the situation. The chairman was surprised that Thomas told Lucas about this before him. When the chairman returned, Jack asked eagerly what they had been talking about for so long. The chairman said Thomas admitted to reporting the accident to Lucas, and the chairman wanted to know what exactly. Jack realized that Thomas hadn't told him anything, and that made him happy. He replied that Thomas didn't want to say anything because he wasn't entirely sure, but perhaps it wasn't an accident. The chairman was very surprised, or pretended to be very surprised. Jack explained that Thomas felt as if the truck wasn't just moving, but was standing there and waiting for them. He saw that his grandfather was upset and decided to calm him down, saying that all this was not yet certain, but only an assumption. A minute later, the chairman replied that he would take care of it himself. On his way to his chambers, Jack asked what about Thomas's assistant? Was it really all to end like this? The chairman replied that he wanted to make a man out of him, but if he didn't see any abilities in him, there was no need to worry. He would still only be a hindrance to him. He added that the most important condition is that the subordinate wants to follow his superior, and Thomas respects Lucas. The chairman said that overall, Thomas has everything he needs to master the job. Grandpa told Lucas that if Thomas couldn't handle it, it didn't matter whether he was suitable or not. In the morning, Philip Wilson gathered the directors at his country house. He apologized for the inconvenience, but a lot of eyes have been on them lately. Philip looked around at everyone present and asked if they had checked everything properly. One of the directors replied that they had checked with the hospital. The operation had been successful and he was healthy enough to be discharged. Philip asked what kind of operation it was and was told that they removed a malignant tumor from the brain. There was silence and a long pause at the table. Philip approached the head of the hospital and asked what the chances were that the tumor would not come back. He replied that the brain is the most complex area, and that malignant tumors are called that because of the high probability of recurrence. Philip looked closely at the chapter and asked what the chances were that this would not happen to his father again. He replied that for older people the chance is usually 50%. The head added that the reason for this half is that the remaining half simply do not survive, dying of old age. Philip told him that they should take better care of him. The chairman should live a long time. The head of the hospital bowed and replied that he would try to do everything possible to achieve this. Philip said that he didn't have time to sit around and ordered them to go and get down to business immediately. Taking a sip of tea, Philip said that the directors understood perfectly well what the Warehouse Museum in Gunsan meant. He explained that the chairman had recently taken his grandson there. The directors reacted to the message with surprise. This event meant only one thing. The system of two suns was destroyed and divided into 3 parts. Philip said no one knows when the chairman will die, and dark clouds continue to gather over the company and the management situation worsens. He expressed his concern that this grandson could take over most of the company, if not the entire one. Philip began to get nervous and added that it was all because his grandfather was too attached to him and did not see what was right and what was wrong. At that moment, a man entered the office. It seemed to be one of the company's lawyers. He took some folders with documents out of his briefcase and placed them in front of the directors. When the directors opened the folders, they saw a list of all the shares owned by their companies. Philip said that they only needed to put their signatures and the seals of their companies. He continued, adding that all the shares would then be collected together to be sold later to Wilson Mechanicum. The directors were surprised, because Phelan was the largest shareholder of Wilson Mechanicum, which would give him the power to shake up the entire Synthes Group company. Philip reminded them that they are CEOs, which means they have the right to sell all the shares owned by their companies. One of the directors responded that, according to the contract, this would be an abuse of authority. Philip replied that he looked at it a little differently. He simply let them know what power they had and was not forcing them to do anything right now. He added sharply that when a 20-year-old boy plays the role of chairman, this will lead to the split of Synthes Group and its complete destruction. Philip suggested that the directors use this power to avoid the complete collapse of the company. Later, Philip visited the home of his son Kevin and his daughter-in-law Jessica to discuss a certain situation. After listening to his father, Kevin said that he would meet with Lucas, find out what he thought, and try to persuade him to surrender. Father replied that Kevin should not do anything stupid. The accident happened on the way to Gunsan, so Lucas might not be aware of it. Kevin said that Lucas had saved up enough money that he could have been idle his whole life. Maybe it was just his grandfather's wish, and Lucas didn't care about Synthesis Group at all. Jessica said that Kevin was right. Lucas always carries fantasy entertainment business cards with him. Director Larry Baker takes Lucas everywhere with him, teaching him the business of mergers and acquisitions. Jessica added that Lucas is continuing to study at the law school because he is interested in mergers and acquisitions. It is unlikely that he is interested in the Synthes Group company. Philip looked at his son and asked him if he thought his attempt to persuade Lucas to surrender would be successful. Kevin replied that they had already had a conversation, so maybe it would be better for him to become the second person in the company than to inherit a worthless branch. He added that Lucas was smart and would be a great fit as an advisor to the company. Kevin said that younger children would always prefer to relax in the shadow of older children rather than overcome all the difficulties themselves. Philip knew there was no harm in finding out what was on Lucas's mind and trying to win him over to their side. In any case, Lucas is the most diligent and conscientious in their entire family. Using him as an advisor would be just perfect. The father gave his son permission to meet Lucas, under the pretext that he came to inquire about his health, since Lucas had been in an accident. Philip warned his son that this was a very delicate conversation, so he should be careful and not go too far. As soon as his father left, Kevin sharply asked Jessica what right she had to interrupt their conversation. He haughtily reminded his wife that she should keep a low profile and not poke her nose into their family affairs. Sitting on the soft sofa, Jack looked with interest at the service staff and the furnishings. After some time, Kevin appeared, and Jack expressed his admiration for the huge area of the villa. Kevin replied that he bought the house thinking it would be perfect for thinking about business and enjoying cocktails alone. But Jack knew his cousin very well and his interests, which had nothing to do with thoughts about business. He understood that this luxurious place with strict security was ideal for inviting girls here and having fun. It was obvious that Kevin had bought the house with company money, and the cost of the luxurious interior had also been paid for from the same piggy bank. Kevin probably didn't think about it being an illegal embezzlement and easily spent the money that many people earn by working late into the night. Jack looked at Kevin and tried to understand why he invited him here. He knew that Kevin clearly understood the meaning of his trip to Kunsan, so what did his brother want to find out from him? Kevin poured Jack a glass of alcohol with ice and asked him about his health and whether there were any complications after the accident. Jack knew Kevin wasn't really interested in the answer, but he said the accident hadn't been that bad for him and he'd only gotten off with some bruises. Kevin replied that he was very glad, because he thought it was something serious, because he had been in the hospital for so long. Jack said he would have been discharged earlier if the chairman's assistant, Michael, hadn't kicked up a fuss. He told how Michael brought in the staff, blocked access to the wards, then secretly transported them to Seoul, even controlling the media so that they wouldn't find out anything. Kevin replied that it was good that the media didn't find out. Otherwise, the stock price would have fallen sharply, and asked how his grandfather was doing and how the operation went. Jack replied that he hadn't seen him for a long time since he was transferred to another hospital, and Jack was discharged almost immediately. Kevin wondered if he could ask how he and his grandfather ended up so far from home, or if it was their shared secret. Jack didn't want to answer right away, and, deciding to tease Kevin, he asked if his grandfather had any secrets with his other grandchildren. Kevin replied that he personally had no secrets with his grandfather since the chairman didn't like him. He added that he had not met his grandfather since his wedding. His father advised him to focus on work. Maybe then his grandfather would look at him differently. Kevin asked Lucas again what he and his grandfather were doing in that area early in the morning. Jack replied that his grandfather had suddenly called him and said that they were going together to Gunsan, to the museum that was the origin of the synthesis group. Kevin exclaimed that his grandfather had really taken him to that very warehouse, to which Jack replied that, apparently, with age, his grandfather was increasingly overcome by memories. When his brother asked if there was anything special, Jack realized that Kevin was going crazy with curiosity about whether Lucas had been appointed successor or not. He asked what could be so special about some nearly abandoned warehouse in Gunsan. Kevin quickly replied that everything was fine, he was just asking. Jack asked if Kevin wanted to tell him something, as this was all feeling a bit awkward. Kevin replied that Lucas was very insightful and asked if Lucas would like to work with him. It all became clear to Jack that his brother was trying to win him over to his side before Lucas became the chairman's successor. Kevin said that when he was a manager, he had a hard time finding someone like Lucas. He added that the people who work for him have good positions and status, but Kevin feels some regret. Jack replied that his brother's proposal was, of course, interesting, but it didn't suit him. Kevin asked what exactly he was unhappy with. His brother himself, or some circumstances. Jack replied that he didn't like working with people. He liked to act alone and study and work. Kevin asked if this was the reason he took a job at an investment firm. Jack replied that this was true. He collected information, compiled databases, and made decisions independently and did not need to adapt to anyone. Having said this, Jack made it clear to Kevin that he was not interested in the Synthes Group company, and it seems he succeeded. Kevin replied that hearing all this made him want to get Lucas even more. He explained that he was weak in matters such as planning and analysis. He was good at managing people but not numbers. Jack was surprised because if Kevin admitted that he couldn't plan and analyze, it meant that he couldn't do his job. He told his brother out loud that in that case he could hire smart people who would do this task for him. When his brother replied that they were only shiny on the outside, Jack realized that he had almost swallowed the first bait, and if he took the bait, he would throw the second one. Jack said that if he really decided to do something other than investing, he would have to work at Synthes Group. After receiving an affirmative answer, Jack continued by asking what Kevin meant by suggesting they work together. Kevin replied that Jack would become just like Assistant Chairman Michael, but would have more authority than him. The brother added that Michael was an outsider, but Lucas was a member of the family and would be able to manage the company's affairs. Kevin said that the third generation would take over the company, and Lucas would be the second in command, because he was the chairman's favorite grandson and no one would complain. The brother continued to persuade Lucas, promising that he would receive power, while Kevin would be able to stand on his feet. Jack replied that then he would automatically become an ordinary employee and would not have a single share of the company. He slammed his glass down on the table and said sharply that he was just another member of the family, and Kevin was asking him to become an ordinary farmhand, without any rights or shares. When Kevin jumped up and shouted, "Does Lucas really think his brother is such a jerk?" Kevin probably already knew what Lucas would answer. Kevin reminded his brother that neither of them owned any shares right now, and what they were talking about now was all for the future. He added that his grandfather would first hand over the company to his father, and only after 10 years would Kevin take over. Jack understood that his brother did not trust him completely, but he also should not act in such a way that he was not interested in the company's shares. He jumped up and shouted at Kevin whether he should really wait 10 years for the shares to become his brother's property and work for him, simply believing in the future. With a heavy sigh, Kevin collapsed into a chair and said that he promised to share the company's shares with his brother in the future. Jack looked at this whole circus put on by his brother and thought that he would have made a good actor. Kevin said that if it comes down to it, he wants Lucas to answer directly how much he wants. Jack needed to give the right answer so that his brother would not doubt Lucas's greed, but would also understand that he had no need for company. Jack replied that he wanted to own a quarter of the shares that Kevin would receive in the future. He saw that his brother had nothing to say in response. He was so pitiful now, even though we were talking about the distant future. Jack understood that his brother wasn't going to share even such a sum. He had to stand his ground and not give him time to think. He told his brother that these 25% would be a guarantee of their friendship and the protection of the rights of government. And then Jack suddenly added that when Kevin hands over control to his son, Lucas will not hesitate to give all these shares to his nephew. Kevin laughed, saying that it could be given even to an unconceived child, but Lucas would be better off leaving these shares to his future son. Jack thought that if his grandfather could hear them now, he would faint, watching his two grandsons discussing and dividing the company's shares. He told Kevin that they had gone too far with these promotions, since Lucas hadn't even agreed to work together yet. Kevin replied that Lucas could simply think of all this as a plan for the future, which he could remember at any moment. Jack decided to adjust the situation a little and thanked his brother for taking care of Lucas, and at the same time throw out a second bait. He told Kevin that they should support each other and that if he were to work with his brother, it would only be as an ally. Jack drank his glass and decided that now was the time to cast the bait. He put down the glass and asked his brother if he had any money. Kevin, not hiding his surprise, asked if Lucas really needed money. Jack replied that it wasn't exactly like that. He just wanted to show his brother that he was completely on his side. He added whether Kevin knew that Larry Baker had invested a lot of money to make their uncle Oliver mayor. Judging by his brother's reaction, Jack realized that Kevin was completely unaware of what Lucas knew. Jack explained that at first their Aunt Caroline came to Lucas for help, but since all his money was in fantasy entertainment, Lucas introduced her to Larry and they made a deal. Kevin asked if Lucas knew what Larry got in return. Jack was silent for a moment, then pointed his brother's gaze at the two guards who had been standing in the doorway the whole time. Kevin turned sharply to them and told them to go out the door. He would call them when he needed them. Left alone, Kevin asked what his uncle had promised him and whether it concerned Media City. Jack said that this is why Larry took over Contour Group and the directors moved to that company. He added that Larry has a good relationship with his grandfather and they are both hiding some information. Kevin listened with his mouth open, absorbing every word Lucas said like a sponge. Jack said that they are both hiding the location of the future Media City, which is why it has not been announced yet. Kevin knew that once the location of such a large property became known, prices there would skyrocket. Jack added that advertising, permitting, and selecting subcontractors for construction are ideal options for hiding extra money. Finally, Kevin couldn't take it anymore and shouted out if Lucas knew where this place was. Jack paused, then replied that it was in the south of Korea, and the area was called Sanam. He said that most of the land is not national but municipal property. Kevin was so surprised that he could hardly say that it was just a wasteland. Jack replied that this was not entirely true. Although the area was separated from civilization by only a narrow street, and real estate could be bought there for next to nothing. Kevin understood that when land and property prices rose there, it would impact the surrounding areas. Jack replied that their uncle was the mayor and he would not miss the chance to gain the support of this area and part of the surrounding area. Kevin instantly decided that he needed to urgently buy some land there using his pocket money. Jack replied that this was true, but advised his brother to use only part of the funds, since it was unknown exactly what part of the civilized region would be included in this project. Kevin had already started making plans that he would earn a lot in some places, nothing in others. But in the end, he would still make a profit, so he needed to buy as much as possible. Jack replied that the risks were high, to which his brother said that it was hard to miss when there were a lot of bullets, meaning money. At that moment, the doors opened and two young, beautiful girls entered the room. Jack immediately got up from the table and said that he needed to go urgently. He wanted to see a girl he hadn't seen for a long time. Eric sat opposite his brother Heinrich in his house and asked if Heinrich now understood what their father was thinking. Henry replied that his father was already old and that he had probably gone to Gunsan to give a gift to his beloved grandson. Eric replied that the cause was more important to the company than the result, and that Lucas was still young, so people would be drawn to Heinrich instead. Henry replied that Eric should already state the purpose of his visit, since he was not interested in his brother's opinion anyway. Without waiting for an answer, Heinrich said that if Lucas dreams of becoming the chairman of Syntez Group, would Eric really fight with his nephew? He added that if Eric went along with this, Henry would no longer be his younger brother. He would simply be his father's son. Eric replied that all this was just a vain dream, so Henry would have to intervene and stop his son. Henry replied that he was not going to be a father who would stop his son from dreaming and pursuing his goals. He added that Eric should work his way up to the chairman position by fighting with his older brother. Henry said that he would not allow Lucas to make unconditional concessions to him and give in to Eric's pressure. Eric understood that Henry was not very happy with the situation in which his son was drawn into a struggle for the inheritance, but he was not going to give it up either. He told his brother that he would talk to Lucas himself, and that would be the first step towards solving this problem. Henry replied that he would be present at this conversation, and Eric agreed. After some time, Lucas returned and shouted from the doorway that he was already home. Jack saw that his uncle Eric was visiting them and greeted him politely. Jack thought that both uncles were lined up, but he understood why they both wanted to talk to him. Eric invited Lucas to have a drink with them and his father. Jack handed him a glass. Eric immediately asked whether Lucas wanted to become the chairman of the company, and whether it would be impudent to skip a generation. Henry asked his brother to behave more politely, to which he replied that his son was not a brat like his other nephews, and that he would treat him as an equal. He added that he just wanted to hear about Lucas's plans as an independent adult. Jack said he was aware of the significance of the warehouse in Kunsan, but he understood that it was impossible at the moment. He added that if his uncle wanted to know about his plans, Lucas was ready to take everything his grandfather gave him and then resell it to the highest bidder. Eric was surprised by his nephew's answer, which means Lucas's goal is only money. Jack replied that his plans did not include the goal of receiving money for any goods. He added that it was difficult to talk about it until he got his hands on something. Jack hoped that this answer was enough for Eric to understand what Lucas meant. Uncle chuckled and said that Lucas was very careful and smart. Eric said it looked like Lucas wanted to put both uncles on the scales and see whose side would tip. He added that if neither cup outweighed the other, then Lucas's product would skyrocket in price. Jack replied that it was too much work for him and that he intended to sell everything at the very beginning. Eric stood up and said that Lucas was the youngest in their family, and if not for this shortcoming, he could have become the third-generation chairman. Jack took Eric's hint that Lucas would never become the second chairman. All this indicated that Eric had not lost hope of becoming the company's second chairman. After Eric left, Heinrich asked his son if Lucas had really given up on the chairman's chair. Jack, clearing the table, replied that for now that was the case. Father asked if this meant that Lucas could change his mind at any moment. Jack said that everything would depend on what exactly and how much his grandfather would offer him. Henry replied that Lucas should let him know if he needed help, as it was his parental duty. Assistant Chairman Michael informed Richard that Philip had held breakfast with the directors of the secondary branches. The chairman asked if Michael knew exactly what was said at that meeting. The assistant replied that he had some guesses, but there was no point in calling and asking everyone present. He added that this would raise concerns, and if Deputy Chairman Felipe became more vigilant and began to carry out secret activities, it would become more difficult to monitor him. The aide suggested that Philip had asked the directors to support him with shares owned by the branches, and promised that he would henceforth treat them as major investors. He said he knew that Philip had asked his son Kevin to meet Lucas, and that Eric had personally visited his grandson Lucas later. The chairman understood that if this was the work of the eldest son, then the middle one was also involved in this. Everyone wanted to pull Lucas over to their side. The aides suggested that they were all hoping that Lucas would have the final say. The chairman called them idiots, that they were not even sure that if everything went according to their plan, there would be no problems. The chairman asked Michael what he thought, to which he replied that the chairman wanted to avoid the risk of splitting the entire group of companies, and whether it would be possible to give the final vote to Lucas. The chairman said that one person should get that right, but as Michael said, Lucas could not be included in the list of candidates. The assistant replied that he only wanted to say that Lucas's age cannot be ignored or disregarded. The chairman said that the boy with the deciding vote would stir things up, and the other two would not be able to help but notice. He added that the question is who is stronger, the one who rocks the boat or the one who notices it. Michael wondered if Lucas had enough power to shake up the board, how much the chairman thought he would inherit. He asked if the chairman intended to make Lucas a balancing force in this situation. The chairman replied that they first needed to figure out how to increase the controlling stake, and then find a way to transfer the chairman's share. The assistant replied that he would prepare everything. The chairman asked what was known about the accident. Michael replied that he had assigned a man to the truck driver. He added that he was being constantly watched, and sooner or later, it would become known who was behind all this. Kevin's men came and reported that there was practically no land for sale in the Sanam area. They explained that someone had already bought everything up. They checked the property register, and it turned out that all the transactions took place last spring. Kevin clenched his fists and thought that this was definitely the work of Larry Baker and his Uncle Henry. Kevin asked, "What about the part of the civilized area adjacent to Sanam? Was it really all sold out there too?" The aides replied that there were almost no deals in that part of the area, and Kevin would be able to buy as much real estate and land there as he wanted. Kevin replied that as soon as he gave the appropriate instructions, they should immediately proceed with the deal. As soon as the assistants left, Kevin called another person and found out from him that he could get a loan from the bank without collateral of only up to 2 billion won. Kevin shouted into the phone asking why it was so low, and they told him it was due to special bank restrictions. He was told that if he took out a loan on behalf of 2 Synthes Group companies supplying materials, he could get much more, but there were conditions. The company's property as collateral. Kevin responded that they should do so and asked Wilson Construction for an advance of about 10 billion for materials for his company. He was told that such an operation would require the approval of CEO Barry Barton. Kevin shouted at them to ask Barry to make concessions. He should understand and help. He told me to tell Barry that he was going to buy the land and then use it as collateral to get a loan if there were any problems. Kevin would simply return the advance. Kevin hung up. He still needed to collect some money from other branches, because at least 100 billion was needed. He thought that if he had married the daughter of the head of the bank, he wouldn't have had such problems getting a loan now. Oliver sat opposite Larry and said that the National Assembly and the government had completed the settlement, and that the matter was completely in line with the country's current cultural policy. Larry replied that this was great news and asked when the mayor was going to make an announcement about it. Oliver replied that he simply wanted to issue an unofficial announcement in order to quietly conclude a lucrative contract with Contour Group. He added that he was worried that he still couldn't meet his father-in-law. If Wilson Construction intervened, he wouldn't be able to do anything. Larry agreed that if the chairman intervened, the project could fall through, and only Lucas could help. Jack, who was sitting next to Oliver, replied that his grandfather was in the hospital now and was unlikely to be greedy, but he would talk to him anyway. Oliver thanked Lucas and asked to leave him and Larry alone. He wanted to discuss something with him. Larry replied that he had nothing to hide from Lucas. He would have told him everything anyway. Oliver said his term ends in June of 2022. He reminded that presidential elections will be held at the same time. Jack knew that Oliver wouldn't be satisfied and that he wanted to run for president. Jack couldn't have known exactly how greedy his Uncle Oliver was, but it seemed like it wasn't just his idea. But what he could know for sure was that his Aunt Caroline's influence had something to do with it. Oliver said he has been a prosecutor, a member of parliament and the mayor of Seoul, so if he becomes president, hardly anyone will say he lacks experience. Larry smiled faintly and told Oliver that he was indeed quite qualified. He added that if his position as mayor plays into his hands, the people are unlikely to accept the president, knowing his status as a man from a tycoon's family. Oliver replied that he had 4 years ahead of him. He just needed to do something good in exchange. And besides, he was a son-in-law, not the son of a rich family. Larry said they would leave this problem for later. Then he asked if Oliver had anything else to say, since he hadn't come here just for this news. Jack looked with a smile at Larry, who was pushing his uncle to squeeze out this unpleasant truth. Oliver said that since he was going to clear his image as a man from a tycoon's family, he wouldn't be able to ask Sintez Group for money during the presidential elections, and a captain was needed for the elections. Larry asked if Oliver thought Fantasy Entertainment should provide it for him. He replied that he was not asking to take responsibility for the entire election fund, but that the magnates could also become assistants. Oliver presented the advantage of Sintez Group if he gets into the government, so he plans to accept money from other tycoons, letting them know that he is not their enemy. Jack thought that these were his uncle's own thoughts, and he would only be able to aim his sword at Synthesis Group if he could identify his grandfather's weaknesses and, using his power, remove his sons and hand the company over to Caroline. Realizing that this was a great opportunity for him, Jack suggested that Oliver get rid of the image of the tycoon's family. He explained to Oliver that the solution was obvious, but it was not so easy to implement, because you will have to stain your hands with blood. Oliver replied that he had already been the sword of the prosecutor's office and was not one to be afraid of something like that. Larry told Lucas that this was too strange a proposal and asked him to stop. But Jack continued, saying that this was the man with whom Grandpa was most displeased and whose exposure would not harm Synthesis Group and whose elimination would seem deserved. When Lucas suggested that his uncle choose such a person, he seriously thought about it. Jack said that, given the losses Sintez Group could suffer, it would be better not to touch the second generation. The only choice left was the third. Oliver thought for a few minutes, going over the candidates in his head, and replied that, in his opinion, only Kevin was suitable. He explained that Kevin is now married and more careful, but he was the one who brought the most shame on the family. Scandals with celebrities, drunk driving, violence. Jack calmly replied that the one whose blood would be shed had been determined. He added that in order to build an honest soul, Oliver would have to give up his nephew and the Wilsons' eldest grandson. But Jack understood that his uncle was not the person who would make this decision. Only Aunt Caroline could do it. Oliver said that even if Kevin got into an accident with a celebrity while drunk, there was nothing the mayor of Seoul could do. Jack answered him that he himself had to come up with a way to do this. He suggested that Oliver simply hand everything over to his aunt, and she would be smart enough to finish everything for him. Oliver stood up and said he needed time to think things over. Caroline greeted Jack with open arms and a sweet smile. She told Jack that he was becoming more and more like his mother every year. Caroline said she invited Lucas because she heard something interesting from his uncle. Jack replied that he was simply offering his uncle a way to shed his label as a son-in-law in a tycoon's family. The aunt replied that Lucas was very cunning. Didn't he know how easily his uncle believed everything? Caroline took the tea and said that, as she understood it, Lucas suggested that his uncle abandon his relative. Jack replied that if his aunt could survive such a loss, then they could come up with a plan together. Caroline said she assumed Lucas really didn't like Kevin. Jack answered honestly that he didn't like it. He was always putting on airs and showing with his whole appearance how cool he was. He added that Kevin thinks he's better than everyone because he was born the first grandson and treats everyone as if they are below him. Caroline said that even if Kevin was scolded, her father would not be very angry. She would endure it. Jack replied that the people of this family did not care about the harsh law. They were only afraid of their grandfather's condemnation. He understood that his aunt thought that since Kevin was the eldest grandson, he would simply be scolded. But he is not sure that this time everything will be resolved so simply. Jack said that he would confide in his aunt and asked to tell his uncle that during the announcement of the construction of Media City, he added another district to the ad. Jack asked his uncle to say Sanam and part of Susek District instead of Sanam District. He added that he just had something on his mind. Carolina replied that Lucas wasn't trying to come up with a plan, he already had one. Jack replied that there might be a plan, but only in general outline for now. Carolina replied that this was probably why his grandfather was so crazy about his grandson. Jack replied, "It's just that he's the youngest." Caroline said that when she had power, Lucas could give her what he had and get half. None of her brothers would offer him that much. Jack asked what power she was talking about. Carolina said she was referring to the power his uncle would gain by becoming president. Jack responded that even if he became president, his uncle wouldn't be able to do anything with Synthesis Group. Aunt replied that he would have control over the tax office, intelligence, the prosecutor's office, the audit chamber, the trade commission, and much more. She added that they won't be able to do anything with the Synthes Group company, but they can do anything with the people. Jack asked if by people she meant both uncles. Carolina replied that if you knock out all the dirt that has stuck to their hands, then only she will remain, and then the shareholders themselves will understand that there is not much choice. She added that Lucas, as a shareholder, could also side with her, in exchange for which she would give him half. Jack thought, one will make Lucas the second person. The second one is ready to buy it at a high price. The third one is ready to give him half. Jack said out loud that all this would happen in about 10 years, so they were in no hurry. He added, moreover, that just one whim of his grandfather and Lucas would forever remain his last child. Carolina replied that everything could happen sooner, before the chairman changed his mind. The chairman looked at Lucas and asked if he wouldn't give at least half. Jack replied that this was already going beyond all bounds. If he gave half, what would be left for him? He added that Wilson Construction could survive without this project, but Contour Group would go under without it. Finally, Jack told his grandfather that he would give him 30%. The chairman said that Lucas spoke as if he made his living in construction alone and suggested that he and Larry were up to something. He added that he meant Sanam and its surroundings, since they probably made good money there. Jack replied that there was no speculation with the land. It just so happened that at that time his uncle became the mayor of Seoul. To reassure his grandfather, Jack added that this was the first project since they took over the management of Contour Group, so he wouldn't want to get involved in a scandal. The chairman said he was willing to settle at 30%, but Lucas would be in his debt. Jack understood. Although in his grandfather's understanding, this was not a very profitable agreement, but rather a concession on his part, so Lucas remained in debt. Philip called his son and asked what Kevin had been doing lately, to which Kevin replied that he had been doing nothing. Philip said that he heard that he was going to buy land. Kevin looked at his father and wondered who could have leaked this information to him. The father got angry and asked his son to give a clear answer. Was it true or just rumors? Philip said that he would listen to all of his son's explanations and then make a decision. Kevin reminded his father that when he met Lucas, they had a good talk. Philip remembered that his son had said that he and Lucas had found common ground back then. Kevin relayed to his father every detail of his conversation with Lucas. Philip clarified that it turns out that Kevin is pouring money into the ground only because he believed Lucas's words. Kevin replied that he had checked everything beforehand, and that Uncle Oliver, upon taking office, had confirmed the same thing. He added that, ultimately, the land development plan was confirmed by the authorities. Philip asked his daughter-in-law, and when she found out, she also began to prepare money to buy land. Jessica answered positively. He pointed to his son and asked her if his daughter-in-law believed his words. Jessica replied that she had also checked everything, the information was confirmed, and prices there were starting to slowly rise. Philip sharply asked her where she got the money, whether she borrowed it from her parents. Jessica replied fearfully that it was. Philip sighed and said that it turned out that they too were aware of this plan and, perhaps, also bought a huge amount of land. He added that this is tantamount to stealing money from the husband's parents and giving it to his own family, since now is the time when information becomes money. Philip said that his son and daughter-in-law are the perfect couple. Kevin couldn't stand it any longer and shouted that the information was 100% correct. Isn't it a fresh idea to make money with information? He continued to yell at his father, not understanding what he was so unhappy about. The father couldn't take it anymore and hit his son in the face. He shouted at his son, reminding him of the money he used to buy the land. Philip continued by saying that if Kevin took out a loan against his property, he wouldn't care whether prices went up or not. But the son extracted money from the branches, having received a deposit from Wilson Construction. Does the son really think this was a sensible move? Kevin didn't understand the problem, because when prices rise, everything can be compensated by profits from sales. Philip said that he knew perfectly well what was on his son's mind, and that he was confident that he would be able to repay the debt. He added, "Does Kevin really think his grandfather doesn't know what Philip knows?" Father asked Kevin why the chairman didn't say a word, even though he was well aware of everything, but he just didn't interfere if the problem resolved itself. Philip said that what was lost cannot be returned. If Kevin screws up, then he should not dare crawl to him. He added that since his son started all this on his own, he should take full responsibility. Kevin told his father not to worry, because the ending would be great. As soon as the chairman was discharged from the hospital, he was immediately invited to a restaurant by the chairman of the Prestige Company, Matthew Lee. The chairman said he had undergone brain surgery and Matthew had never visited him, but he called immediately when the matter turned to money. Matthew replied that the chairman would outlive everyone, although it would be sad if he kicked the bucket right on the operating table. The chairman replied that if he had died first, Matthew would have been lonely living out his days. But at least this way, it wouldn't be boring. Matthew asked about the accident and whether the real culprit had been caught. The chairman didn't answer, so Matthew said that if he were him, he would split it and give half. The chairman replied that he had many sons, they were his pride, and they were in the same boat. Then he added that if they were to divide, then when he went to the next world, his sons would start fighting and each would want to get everything. Therefore, in order for the father's heart to be at peace, it is necessary that they point knives at each other now. Matthew replied that it was their problem. He would not look down on the chairman from the other world. What difference did it make whether they would fight or not? They had a drink, and the chairman told Matthew not to pay attention to his son-in-law. It had nothing to do with them. He added that Matthew should pay attention to the government's plans. This time, it was time for business, and they would be able to make money without Oliver. The chairman suggested not to fuss and wait calmly. He would take care of everything. Matthew smiled and replied that he was paying today then. Matthew then said that there were rumors that after his mayoral post, Oliver was going to run for president of the country. The chairman exploded, asking what kind of presidential elections could there be if his son-in-law was just a puppet in the hands of his wife. Matthew replied that he didn't see any difference. It was the people who voted anyway, and if the media supported him, his dream could come true. The chairman replied that this would never happen. 4 years in the mayor's chair would end his political career. He looked closely at Matthew and asked why the chairman was interested in the affairs of someone else's family. Matthew laughed and replied that he was just asking just in case his son-in-law became president and started putting spokes in the wheels of his company. There was nothing he could do. The chairman thought that if Oliver became president, the prestige company would fade into the background, and the Synthesis Group would become the first company in Korea. Matthew said he had no idea his daughter was so greedy. The chairman replied that Caroline had grown up like that because she was his only daughter. Matthew replied that he still suggested that the chairman divide and distribute everything as quickly as possible. At this point, they decided to end the conversation and go their separate ways. Matthew said he would be late. He had another meeting. Finally, the chairman said that if he gave everything away, he would be left as a simple old man in an empty apartment. As soon as the chairman left, Matthew walked to the door that led to the next booth. He apologized to Mayor Oliver Bong for keeping him waiting so long. Oliver replied that he had been there long enough to be hungry. Sitting down at the table, Oliver said that if Matthew had something to say, then there was no point in wasting time. Matthew replied that he had only asked for a meeting to congratulate him on his election victory. Oliver replied that the congratulations were accepted, and then ordered that the Sanam area be abandoned. As the chairman had already said, he adheres to a policy of excluding large corporations such as Prestige and Syntes Group from business. As planned, Mayor Oliver Bong was able to overhear the entire conversation with the chairman from the next room. Matthew said the mayor had made an excellent decision to revive construction companies that were in crisis, and he would follow that policy. Oliver wanted to leave, but Matthew said that there was no need to rush a man capable of great things. He added that, as Oliver already knows, getting along with his wife's relatives is not that difficult. Matthew continued by saying that living with the thought of his wife is something most men in Korea face. But the mayor also has to accommodate his father-in-law and mother-in-law and even his nephew. Oliver said that there was no point in hurting his pride now. It wasn't that hard to tie Prestige's hands and feet with just a permit at the Seoul construction market. Matthew laughed, saying that men who live with an eye on their in-laws can only shout loudly when they leave the house. He added that he would help Oliver get rid of these relatives. Matthew said he would even order a carriage to take him straight to the government house. He reminded the mayor that his father-in-law had already drawn a line and was ready to stone the road leading to the government house. The chairman is one of those people who will resist to the last, so as not to give up what is his even to his relatives, let alone his son-in-law. Oliver asked why Matthew was telling him all this. Matthew replied that it was natural for him to invest in people. The current regime would fall and a new era would begin. He continued that the new era needs a new character, which could be Oliver Bong. The mayor replied that he was a man of the Synthesis Group, to which Matthew replied that a politician's roots are here today and there tomorrow. Matthew added that couldn't the one who pushes and supports him be the root? He said that it doesn't matter if he's a mayor or a president. He must have a big heart that can accommodate not only Syntes Group but also Prestige. And then Oliver will become a force for 2 companies at once. Matthew asked permission to give the mayor some advice, to which he replied that he was listening carefully. Matthew said he had 3 wives and only 2 were listed in the family register. Nowadays, there is nothing shameful about getting divorced and remarrying, and you can add more than 1 wife to the registry. Oliver waved his hands and said that things had gone too far and he was not going to divorce his wife. Matthew replied that no one was telling them to break up right now. They could live together and decide for themselves when to cry for help. He looked closely at the mayor and added that, to tell the truth, when he became mayor of Seoul, the knife had already appeared in his hands. Oliver thought that Caroline wouldn't have been able to get the department store without him, and that, as mayor, he could make a run for the presidency. And if Oliver becomes president, Carolina won't be able to use him. He will use her to get Synthesis Group. Oliver asked if they would bring the fornication soon. He had developed a ravenous appetite. Matthew laughed in response as it sounded ambiguous. Caroline sat in her husband, Mayor Oliver's office, and asked him how much Kevin had managed to collect. Oliver replied that after the development plan was announced, various speculators began buying up land like crazy. Jack said Kevin had intended to buy the land for twice the market price, but the price had risen so sharply that he had to put in 5 times more. Carolina expressed her concern that everything might change now. Jack replied that it would be a huge blow for him then, and it would be difficult to recover. Oliver sat down in the mayor's chair and said it was time to detonate this bomb. Caroline asked her husband to be calm, because after Kevin realized the scale of it, he would go crazy. Oliver said he had another idea. If they dealt with Kevin right away, they could be in big trouble. Oliver suggested removing Kevin from Grandpa's sight, thereby changing their original goal. Caroline reminded Oliver that in order to shed his label as the son-in-law of a family of magnates, he must personally condemn Kevin. Oliver replied that he would do so, but if the first shot was fired elsewhere, he would simply have to step on Kevin, who had been mown down by the shot. Jack was surprised. The man who always did what his aunt told him suddenly came up with his own plan. Oliver continued by saying that he had been a prosecutor for so many years, that he knew that an investigation always starts at the edges. You can't act openly. The tax office will be his bullets, and the prosecutor's office will be his knife. Jack wondered if Oliver had some hidden intentions that he wasn't telling anyone about. At a press conference, Oliver said that to overcome the crisis, ordinary people began to take out old rings that they had been saving for a rainy day. But when the price of the precious metals stabilized, the rich began to buy gold, land, buildings, and shares for next to nothing. To ensure that the construction company does not lose its last strength during these difficult times, a cultural and construction project was developed. But it was discovered that there was speculation in real estate for the purpose of personal and unfair enrichment. An investigation was conducted, which confirmed the fact of speculation in the Susek area. The mayor drank a glass of water and said that the development plan had been revised in connection with this. At that point, he announced that the Susek district was excluded from the new city's development plan and that the scope would be limited to the Sanam district only. Oliver added that as long as he is mayor of Seoul, he will carefully monitor that speculators do not make a penny of profit. Jack heard all this and understood that there was no money in the country and that there was land speculation going on here, and an investigation would definitely begin. Larry thought that Oliver was a former prosecutor after all, and when he sets a goal for himself and deals with it, his true colors come out. He said out loud that Oliver did have a head on his shoulders after all. He caught Kevin and didn't even get his hands dirty and didn't upset the chairman. Jack asked Larry if he had noticed that Oliver had changed a lot, and Larry agreed with Lucas's suspicion. Jack assumed that Oliver was planning to escape from his wife's oppression. Larry replied that this position could change Oliver so much. That's why confidence is pouring out of him. He added that he even heard that Oliver had already moved out from his wife and was living in a hotel, having abandoned Caroline. Something told Jack that Kevin and Jessica would have a conflict before the Seoul mayor's family did. Jessica walked around the room, restless, because she had invested the $5 billion she received from her parents, but the value had fallen by half. But a much bigger problem was the money that the parents themselves invested. Even though they didn't know the exact amount, the atmosphere was as if someone had died. And then she was informed that the deputy chairman was looking for her. Jessica was scared. She imagined the conversation she was about to have. When she got to the hotel, she saw Kevin sitting in a chair with a hangover, and Philip said that she looked absolutely terrible. He looked at his daughter-in-law and said that she looked like she had been drinking too, and Jessica replied that she just didn't feel well. He asked if she was so ill that she even skipped breakfast. She knew that he himself understood the situation perfectly well, but he continued to put pressure on her. Philip looked at Jessica and said that now she would listen to everything he said and then pass it on to her parents. The girl replied that she would do everything as he said. Philip said she should stick to the tactic that she never bought the land. He then added that no matter how much land was purchased, she knew nothing about it. Philip said that either her father or someone else from her family had bought land in her name, but without her knowledge, and that she knew nothing and had nothing to do with the matter. Jessica looked at her father and said that unfortunately this option might not work. After all, she personally went to that area together with real estate agents. She's also the daughter of a media mogul family, and even the greenest reporter, after visiting a couple of real estate offices, would easily find out that she actually personally inspected and purchased the land there. Philip replied irritably that it seemed she still didn't understand what he was talking about, since it was unknown what might happen if people found out that Sintez Group's daughter-in-law had been involved in a land speculation case immediately after the wedding. He then added that if an article were published that even a single line would update the fact that she had a hand in it, then not only she, but also her parents would pay a high price for it. Jessica meekly lowered her head and told Philip that she would do as they had agreed. The father looked at his dejected son and told him to raise his head. Then at least he'll be able to slap him. Although, where have you ever seen such a grown guy get slapped on the back of the head? He's already mentally ill, and it's only going to get worse. Kevin looked at his father and said that he could solve all these problems. Philip looked at his son and, smiling, asked how he was going to do it. Kevin replied that he had sold all the land registered in his name to a legal entity and that everything could be left as is for now until the fuss died down. Philip indignantly responded that how could they leave everything in such a situation when land prices were falling every day? Kevin said that there was nothing that could be done now, and even if the land were put up for sale, no one would buy it anyway. He added that once Sanam's development begins, land problems will resolve themselves, as the distance between these areas is only one road and prices will definitely rise. The father said that developing the land would take at least 10 years, and only then would his son be able to earn anything. And then Philip couldn't take it anymore and exploded, calling his son a bastard. The father swung his arm with all his might to hit his son, but Jessica stood up for him. She screamed that if they met with their aunt, they might be able to solve everything. Kevin yelled back at her and told her not to interfere. Jessica's words stopped Philip, and he said that since she had such a good plan, she asked her to share it with them. The girl said that although her uncle had already made an official statement, it would take time to sort out the additional paperwork. During this time, she will spread rumors among the businessmen, and this respite will provide an opportunity to cool down the heat on the speculation and advance their plan. At the end, Jessica added that then they would be able to sell everything in an instant. Philip grinned and said that now he saw that his daughter-in-law's head was not only for wearing a hat, but she could also come up with such a brilliant plan. He ordered his daughter-in-law to go to her parents' house right away and not to return until she had completely erased all traces of her involvement in this matter. Jessica didn't answer, but just bowed and headed towards the exit. Jack sat in his room and thought about the fact that his uncle, who had previously followed the script, suddenly began to plot something of his own. Although he said that the result would be the same, one mistake and everything would end without any fuss and, accordingly, without any benefit. Therefore, Jack constantly needed to watch and monitor his uncle's actions. Besides, he had another plan to put into action, and it looked like it would be much more difficult this time. Because this time, the future he knows won't help him defeat the enemy. Jack had to whet the appetite of a man who had absolutely no ambition. The father sitting opposite said he was frightened by the expression on his son's face, and then asked what he was thinking about. Now the man, who had absolutely no ambition, smiled as he looked at him. The father added that when something good happens, shouldn't a son smile? And Jack replied that there was a problem. He added that this concerns a piece of the puzzle that will be put together in 10 or maybe even 20 years. The father listened to the story of how his son had prepared both the puzzle pieces and the frame in which he would place it. But there was no one to put it together. And then the father answered that perhaps he was the very man Jack was looking for. The young man said that his father already knows that his uncle has announced the creation of a new soul, or more precisely, a media city. The father replied that he remembered very well that Jack and Larry Baker had started this business. The son replied that he did not see this project as solely a construction project, and that there was something else. Jack added that it's all in the name, and he's planning to create more than just a media city. Father Henry asked in surprise what it meant that it would not just be a shell, but also a core. Jack nodded his head and said that in the current era, analog technology is moving towards digital, and this is a symbol of the new millennium. He wants to fill Sanam with new media companies. Henry looked at his son in amazement. He was surprised by Jack's plan. My father was silent for a moment and then said that there are many businesses related to media, such as film production, independent producers, and recording studios. But at the same time, there is a clear division of labor, and it is impossible to cover this entire industry. Jack chuckled and replied that one doesn't have to look far for an example and suggested remembering Synthes Group. After all, they deal with almost everything from electronics to food products. Henry listened attentively to his son because he completely agreed with him. Jack said that he now talks not only about films, TV series, and music, but also plans to open his own channel. The father asked in surprise whether his son meant the television broadcast. Jack replied that it was, but realized that his father needed some clarification. He said that when it comes to a channel or TV broadcast, everyone thinks of broadcasting, but cable is still at a very low level. He then added that this is not exactly television and radio broadcasting. It would be better to start with cable. It is always better to start with something simple. The father replied, "Does his son really think that the cable broadcasting business is so simple, since it's not even easy to apply for opening a business? And now most of these companies are losing money." Jack said he agreed with his father, but he could start by acquiring a company that was losing money. He then added that we need to check to see if there is such a company up for sale. The NTK company immediately came to my father's mind. Despite the fact that this company's broadcast was free, it was incurring gigantic losses due to investments in foreign currency. Now that the company has entered the multiplex cinema business, it is on the brink of collapse due to the currency crisis. Jack said that cable channels will take over the airwaves not sometime in the distant future and cited America as an example. After all, it's not just the basic channels that are popular there, but also the paid ones, which not only rerun programs but also produce original series. The father thought for a moment and then said that they were not in the US, and most of the content came from 3 broadcasting companies. Jack nodded and said that this way they would be able to compete with unique programming and high-quality dramas. After all, even if a restaurant with delicious food is located in a secluded place, customers find it themselves. Ultimately, the key to a channel's success lies in quality content. Jack reminded his father that the market was just beginning to develop, and his father said that in theory that was true. Henry then said that there would be many people who would agree that Jack's plan was entirely feasible. But most of these people are scammers. It was clear to Jack that his father still didn't understand that his son was referring specifically to him. Henry shrugged and said that building a viable business was a tall order, and his son needed someone who could last for at least 10 years. And all those who declare profit from the very beginning are real scammers. Jack pretended to think about it, and then said that there was only one person he could trust. The father irritably replied, asking why his son was asking his opinion when he himself had someone in mind. Jack said that no matter how much he thought about it, he couldn't come up with a better candidate, and he simply came to clarify whether his father had any options of his own. Henry looked at his son in surprise and asked who this man was and if he knew him. At first, he thought about Larry, but then he remembered that he was already up to his ears in work. Jack said the man he was thinking of studied economics and management in England and also worked in the media industry for 10 years. Then he looked closely at his father and said that now this man is in charge of the street on which the largest number of cinemas is concentrated. Henry looked at Jack in surprise and then asked if he meant him. The next day, Philip visited the Synthes Group residence. Sitting in the living room, he was silent for a while, not knowing how to start this conversation. Richard Wilson also remained silent and waited patiently for Philip to state the reason for his visit. Finally, the vice president said that Kevin had borrowed some money from the branches. The father replied that he had already heard about this, and since his son had raised the topic, Kevin had probably lost the money. Philip lowered his head and asked for forgiveness for his son, who had made such a mistake. The president was silent for a moment, and then simply said that the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. After a short silence, Richard asked if Kevin was obsessed with making money and why he suddenly rushed into buying real estate. Philip looked at the president in surprise. It turned out that he knew everything about everything that was happening. The father said that if he remained silent, it did not mean that he did not know that the area would be included in the development plan. He then added that the country was in total chaos, and this was Oliver's son-in-law's first case. So he was careful not to cause unnecessary gossip. So why the hell would Kevin go there? Philip replied that Kevin was the first to receive information about the development of the site, and the president asked who told him about it, Oliver or Caroline. Philip thought that it really could have been Caroline, that she had influenced Kevin to buy the property. And then her husband Oliver took it and cold-bloodedly stabbed her in the back. But there was no way he could tell his father that he had been fooled by his younger sister. So he said that Lucas had accidentally seen the development plan and apparently told Kevin about it while they were drinking together. And so his son had simply used those words as a hint. Richard was extremely surprised to hear that Lucas might have told Kevin about this information, but he said nothing. Philip corrected himself, saying that Lucas had merely mentioned it in passing, and that the real reason was Kevin's greed. The father said gloomily that it was too late to delve into the past, and now the problem was in the future. Then he looked at Philip and said that he didn't want to see his older son being bullied by his younger sister. Philip exclaimed that this would not happen, and he would definitely sort everything out. After these words, Philip stood up and, going to the door, bowed to his father and left. Left alone, Richard thought that perhaps it was all for the best, because at that age it was becoming increasingly difficult to guess where the arrow was aimed from. He realized that Lucas was slowly starting to show his claws, and if this is his plan, then it won't end so easily. So Richard sat in his chair, lost in thought until sunset. At a meeting in the mayor's office, someone mentioned that the third generation was no longer the same, and they had swept away literally everything. One of the assistants said that Kevin registered everything not in his own name, but in the name of two companies in which he is the main shareholder. Oliver thoughtfully asked where Kevin got the money to buy the property. The assistant suggested that Kevin could only have taken such a sum from Synthes Group. The second assistant stated that the regional prosecutor's office was silent for now. But if they dug deeper, they could accuse him of embezzlement or abuse of office. But as soon as they learned that the name of Synthes Group had surfaced, the case was immediately hushed up. The mayor replied that it was all because all these bastards were eating from their trough, and in order to get a bonus, you had to return the favor. The second mate replied that they also received money from this company through Oliver, so how could they fleece them with the same hands? The mayor replied that they had to do this, otherwise they would inevitably drag them all down with them. He then added that his father-in-law is not one of those people who shouts about handing out bribes here and there, and they should draw the line and stop taking this money. Oliver stood up and said that this time they needed to get both of them, Kevin and the one covering him, and they had to do it. The assistant replied that an investigation into Kevin would soon begin, and that would be the end of him. The mayor said he reminds everyone that when he picks up the microphone, all media and broadcasters become his mouthpiece. He then added that the prosecutor's office is now on the side of the ruling party, so he will join the opposition and demand a thorough investigation. It is possible that his nephew will hire a lawyer to avoid responsibility, not for embezzlement, but for purchasing land for commercial purposes. And now their goal is to eliminate the ruling party and the prosecutor's office, which are engaged in concealing information and incompetent investigations. Oliver added that this would form the basis for the prosecutor's office to support him when his term as mayor ends and he launches a bid for the presidency. Aides began vying with each other to ask whether the mayor was really planning to run for president. Oliver confirmed his words and said that the first step to the presidency is to step on his wife's family and remove their guys from the prosecutor's office. At the next conference, the mayor stated that he knew nothing about his family's involvement in this unpleasant incident. In front of the watchful eyes of reporters, he bowed and apologized. Oliver then stated that he had announced an update to the plan a few days earlier to prevent excessive real estate speculation. Following this, numerous reports were received of illegal circumstances surrounding the purchase of real estate. The Seoul government immediately handed over all information to the prosecutor's office for investigation. However, there is still no indication that they have launched an investigation. The mayor continued to say that, on the contrary, suspicious individuals had begun to flock to the area and demand that all recordings be removed. And then Oliver said that he stated with complete confidence that his wife's family had incited real estate speculation, and that the prosecutor's office, knowing about it, had covered it up. As the mayor of Seoul, he cannot turn a blind eye to such things, so he asks for a national assembly. Since the prosecutor's office is not moving forward with the case, it is the National Assembly that must do so. At that moment, Philip was closely following the conference, the topic of which was that the company Synthes Group was involved in real estate speculation. He called Oliver a son of a bitch through his teeth and angrily turned off the TV. Jack sat in the president's office and couldn't understand why the investigation had begun. He caught the intent gaze of his grandfather, who looked at his grandson and did not say a word. All Jack could think about now was that the president had gotten it all wrong. Perhaps he believes that it was Lucas who did something to get both sides into trouble. Finally, Jack said that his uncle wanted to get rid of the label of the son-in-law of a family of magnates, and he only told him about a way to do it as painlessly as possible. The president looked closely at his grandson and asked if he meant Kevin. Jack replied that that was exactly it, and all it took was to exclude the area from the development plan. He never imagined that his uncle would target the prosecutor's office. The president looked at his grandson again and said that he was surprised that Lucas was no longer even trying to hide it. Jack replied that there was no point in beating around the bush, and that his grandfather probably knew all of this himself, and he thought that at such moments he needed to confidently take a step forward. If he had revealed his plan, he would probably have been even more upset. The president asked his grandson what he was going to do now, and Jack replied that there was hardly any way to intervene. They could take care of themselves. Grandpa frowned and asked if Lucas really thought Mayor Oliver was dancing to his tune. Jack replied that, despite the fact that they had a contract to finance the elections in the amount of $40 billion, he considered it just insurance. The president said, "Did Lucas really think that since he had the reins in his hands, there would be no problems?" Jack replied that to some extent he thought so. The president chuckled and replied that it turned out to be quite different. In the end, the foal broke the reins, was unable to grow normally, and died. Jack thought that by these words his grandfather meant that from now on he had to rein in his uncle and raise him to be a useful horse. Or, on the contrary, the grandfather was going to intervene in everything that was happening. Jack asked the president to explain everything to him in a way he could understand. Grandfather replied that his uncle considered the matter too simple. Jack asked if his grandfather was referring to the prosecutor's office, and he replied that his uncle was from there himself, so he could communicate with them practically on an equal footing. But right now, he's referring to Kevin's wife's family. Naturally, Jack remembered who Jessica's parents were. The president added that at the moment she is very upset, because their family has suffered quite a bit of damage. Then he looked at Lucas and said that his uncle was the cause of everything. The president added that journalists are most afraid of companies like Synthes Group because they give them money. But there is one place they cannot ignore, and that is politics, because that is where they can abuse their power. The president asked Lucas what he thought would happen to the Daily News editorial staff if word got out that it was under the thumb of the mayor of Seoul. In that case, she will be branded as a powerless, cheap newspaper. And it is unlikely that they will be able to bear such shame then. Jack never imagined that the largest media company would start to sharpen its teeth on the mayor of Seoul and would bite him for the next 4 years. Not only will Uncle Oliver be unable to become president, but he won't even be able to run for mayor of Seoul again. Moreover, it is unknown how public opinion will change if Daily News encroaches on the media city. At this point, the president turned to Lucas and asked him if he thought his grandfather was a bad person. Jack was surprised and asked why his grandfather was asking about this. The president replied that he does not forbid children to fight with each other, but on the contrary encourages it, and what's more, they are happy that their grandson got into trouble. Jack thought and replied that he accepted his grandfather as he was. The president smiled and said that since his grandson did not hide his intentions, then he certainly understood the meaning of their trip to Gunsan. Jack replied that he realized this because his uncles and aunts tried to pull him over to their side. Grandfather folded his arms across his chest and said that whoever wins this fight will get everything. Among those who receive everything for granted, he does not see anyone who properly protects what they receive. Then the grandfather added that a lot of company had disappeared over the last 50 years, and all because they got everything for free. Jack replied that perhaps Grandpa was wondering if he would join the fight. The president said Lucas had done it a long time ago, and he was just wondering how much more he should give him. Jack asked what his grandfather meant. Did he get anything from him? The president asked if Lucas had forgotten how he got 17% of the shares when he stole Wilson Motors, to which Jack replied that he had received them as a loan and had already returned them with interest, and that this interest was in dollars. Grandfather laughed and said, "When was that? Perhaps he forgot." Jack looked seriously at the president and replied that there were things he should never forget. The president looked at his grandson and asked what he meant. Jack reminded his grandfather that he saved his life when they had an accident. The president replied that his grandson was acting so self-confident because he himself had not received a single scratch. Then he paused and said that he was giving the crying child another piece of pie. Jack looked at his grandfather with bewilderment and did not understand why he said that expression. The president said that's what he thinks about when he looks at his poor children, and Lucas will cope even if he gets much less. But if he gives his grandson the same as the others, they won't have a chance to resist him. Jack looked at his grandfather and understood what he was feeling. His children are first-generation relatives, and he is related through a generation, so he is more closely connected with his uncles. Jack couldn't say for sure if it was because of their relationship, but he understood the pride they held in them that couldn't just be thrown away. He told his grandfather that from tomorrow he too would start crying and appearing pitiful. The president looked at his grandson in surprise, and Jack added that today he would be a good grandson. Then he bowed and said that everything would be as his grandfather wanted. After reading the latest newspaper, Larry said he didn't understand why so much wasted effort was going on. Although if it continued like this, the city's media project would face a headwind. Jack responded that, if you exclude the issue of land speculation, the city's media project itself looks like a hotbed of corruption. Larry said Lucas sounded like he was watching a fire across the river, and shouldn't the Daily News be stopped? He added that today this is only in this editorial office, but tomorrow all the other newspapers will pick up the rumor. Jack replied that if Larry had a plan that involved the president, he should forget about it, because Grandpa had already drawn a line beyond which he would not act. Larry replied that in that case he already had a suspicion that the city media project would fail. Jack went to the window and said that this wouldn't happen because Syntez Group accounts for more than 30% of the project, so Grandpa wouldn't let things slide. Then he turned to Larry and said that the Daily News could attack his uncle as much as they wanted, but if they touched the project, they themselves would go down. Larry sighed and said that then maybe everything was okay, and Jack looked out the window and could not understand what was happening to Uncle Oliver. After all, only a few days have passed since he took office as mayor of Seoul, and instead of doing what his wife told him, as always, he suddenly seemed to go off the rails. Wasn't it because Grandfather was categorically against his uncle's political career that he knew about his fickle nature? Jack turned to Larry and suggested that he meet his aunt before the two uncles got into a fight and caused trouble. Larry agreed, saying that he was still stressed out and couldn't work, and would return to business when the city's media project got back on track. Carolina screamed into the phone at Oliver that this needed to stop, because what could he get if he fought with the prosecutor's office? At that moment, Lucas and Larry entered the office, and Caroline told her husband that she would talk to him later. Carolina got up from the table and, trying to make a sweet face, asked why such dear guests had come to see her. Jack replied that she herself understood perfectly well that they had come to her because of her grandfather. He then reminded her that she had left first that day and that her grandfather had scolded him for several hours after that. Carolina looked at Lucas with a frightened look. Jack said he was not a fool and did not say anything about her, but only insisted that it was just an accident. Caroline offered to sit down and said that she was very sorry that the president had to worry. Larry sat down opposite and said that since this is how it happened, they should finish everything properly. He then added that he had overheard her telephone conversation and asked if there were any other problems. It was noticeable that Carolina hesitated and wanted to say something. Larry reminded her that they were in the same boat and therefore had to solve all problems together. Caroline bowed her head and finally said that Oliver had decided to visit the Central District Prosecutor's office to protest the sluggish investigation, and it looked like this news would become a hot topic. Larry looked at Carolina with great surprise, and Jack thought about how Oliver was going to start a fight with the prosecutor's office when he sent them a signal of reconciliation. The next second, Jack imagined Oliver's unpleasant, laughing face. Then he looked closely at his aunt and asked if she had assigned any person to her husband. Carolina looked at Lucas in surprise and asked what he meant, and then she realized that she had instructed her people to monitor the actions of her brothers, but had completely forgotten about her husband. Jack looked at his aunt with concern. He hoped that she would think of this. Larry informed Caroline that something had most likely changed in Mayor Oliver's circle. He then added that Seoul's budget had exceeded 10 trillion won for the first time, a figure that would surely attract vultures. Carolina was afraid that someone from his circle was really eager to get their hands on this money. Larry replied that it was quite possible and he did not rule it out. Jack thought, his aunt firmly believed that his uncle wouldn't hurt a fly and now they all have to pay for it. He wondered who it could be. Perhaps the one who could completely finance his uncle so that he could not even pay attention to his wife. Then Jack turned to his aunt and said that the first thing he needed to do was stop grumbling at his uncle. It seems like he's letting out everything that's accumulated, and now there's no stopping him. Carolina responded indignantly that everything was fine in their relationship, and she didn't understand what Lucas was getting at. Jack decided that this was the place to end the conversation, since he was unlikely to be able to bring his aunt to her senses. Later, Larry read the latest edition of the newspaper and was extremely surprised by what it reported. Jack sat across from him and listened as all the newspapers, including the Daily News, praised Mayor Oliver's courage. All the articles said that as the son-in-law of the Wilson family, he had the courage to expose his relatives' land speculation. Jack picked up the newspaper and, reading the headlines, thought that such an act required a lot of courage, which not everyone is capable of. And then Larry suggested that perhaps Richard Wilson himself might have had a hand in this. Jack replied that this couldn't be, because Grandpa wasn't one to go back on his word. He then added that for some reason he wasn't at all surprised that the Daily News was trying to suck up to his uncle. Jack looked at Larry and said that it seemed like his uncle had found a great sponsor. He added that the sponsor probably has so much money that he can promise to fill the entire daily newspaper with advertising. Larry agreed with Lucas and said that only with a reliable source of money could he afford to ignore his wife's opinion. Suddenly, Jack crumpled the newspaper and said that it was not his uncle's frivolity that irritated him, but his own short-sightedness. He wanted to make such a man his partner and even president. He looked at Larry, and there was some hopelessness in his eyes. Then Jack stood up and decided to apologize to Larry for showing his weakness. Larry replied that everything was fine, because he had also been wrong about Oliver. Jack said that the Media City would have to settle for what it got, and who knows what would have happened if they had continued to work with him. Larry replied that he didn't know who this sponsor might be, but he was sure that he was simply using the mayor. Jack said that since they were thinking about the same thing, they should leave this man, and their uncle was no longer their helper. Philip and Kevin sat in the Sintes Group residence and were ready to hear anything from the president. The grandfather looked at his grandson with a serious expression and asked how much he had lost. Kevin, hoping he could sell the land and get his money back, told his grandfather he hadn't lost anything. The president could not stand it, and with anger in his voice, repeated his question. Kevin realized that he couldn't get out of it anymore and named the sum of $60 billion. The president replied that the amount was not that big, but Kevin was unable to solve the problem. Then he turned to his son Eric and said that he would have a small and important task to carry out. He told him to find a small apartment, check if it needed any renovations, and install all the necessary appliances. And then Eric and everyone present heard that from tomorrow the eldest nephew would be living there, so they needed to take care of that. Kevin looked at his grandfather and understood that he would not be able to beg for forgiveness or change the president's mind. Richard then added that the shipyard's warehouse manager needed to be transferred to another company, and Kevin appointed in his place. After these words, the president looked at his grandson and asked why he was still there when he should already be running and packing his things. Somewhere deep down, Kevin still had a glimmer of hope that his grandfather would change his mind and cancel such a punishment. Philip couldn't stand it any longer and shouted at his son to get out, lie low, and not make any unnecessary movements until he was given the order to do so. As Kevin walked out of the office with his head bowed, the president told Eric to watch him and that his grandson could return when he became human. The president turned to his eldest son, Philip, and said that he too had something to tell him. He added that his son was in trouble, so Philip should clean up after him, since the investigation would most likely continue. If prosecutors find evidence of embezzlement or abuse of power, Kevin will end up in prison. And if Philip doesn't want his son to end up behind bars, then he must sort things out himself. The president sat with his eyes closed for a minute, and then his gaze fell on Caroline. He looked at his daughter for a while and then said that she should divorce Oliver. To say that Caroline was horrified by what she heard would be an understatement. And the president added that if Oliver wants to get rid of the label of Wilson's son-in-law, then they will make it happen. Oliver will get what he wanted. Carolina tried to object to this idea, otherwise she would be called a divorcee. The president told his daughter that if she did this, he would give her a department store, a hotel, apartments, and a golf course. He explained that he would completely separate them from the main company so that no one could steal them. The president was silent for a moment, and then said that he was not forcing anyone, and that he did not want to become a father who pushed his daughter into divorce. When he added that the choice was up to Carolina, the girl hung her head and understood that something needed to be decided. The president looked at Eric and said that he had been wrong so far before. He wanted to get a capable guy who would take care of Synthesis Group. Philip looked at his father and understood that his son had dug his own grave with his own hands. The president looked around at everyone present and said that it was time to get rid of this incompetent person. One of the following days, Jack flew to America. He planned to visit the main office of Fantasy Entertainment. Jack had his own idea about money. The more you earn, the more you should use. He arrived at the office just as a meeting was taking place there. After one of the employees finished his report, Jack said that from now on, investments in internet companies would be prohibited. The employees looked at the manager in amazement and waited for further instructions. Jack added that despite the pretty packaging, they should not be trusted. The same goes for intuition. Whispers began in the office due to the employees' anxiety. Jack saw their confusion because now the place where all the money in the world revolves is Silicon Valley in the USA. He then added that by investing directly, they would not be able to choose when to exit. Jack said that this is exactly what they should have learned when they played computer games as children. And now they must take control of the game, because direct investment is the game that the creators of internet companies play. By this game, Jack meant the American Stock Exchange, which specializes in shares of high-tech companies. Rachel looked at the manager and said that making a profit through direct investment just before the admission of securities and shares to the stock exchange, after all, that was his specialty. She looked at Jack and asked if he was so cautious now. Of course, he couldn't tell her that he had personally seen the internet bubble burst, and with it, a huge amount of money vanish into thin air. Jack stood up and asked what they would call the process of wrapping something unreal in a wrapper of beautiful words to charm people into paying money for it. One of those present stated that this was a scam. Jack replied that he agreed with him, but now these actions are called differently. He added that this is called a venture fund. That is, a risky enterprise for investing in innovative companies. Even if it's just 1 cent, it should be invested in companies with real sales, even if they are not high, but offer specific services. Jack added that he could cite the online bookstore Azon as an example. One of the employees said that if the manager was referring to Azon, which was founded in 1994, then its investment value was zero. He added that last year, before the listing, their shares were valued at $18 apiece. But on the day of the issue on the stock exchange, the price fell to almost $2. Jack looked at him in surprise and asked how he knew so well about it. At this point, his colleagues laughed because they knew that he was involved in the sale and purchase of these shares. Jack smiled and asked the employee how much he ended up losing. He sighed and, lowering his head, named the sum of $50,000. Rachel said they all tried to talk him out of it, saying the company wasn't worth it, but he invested anyway. Jack replied with a serious expression that in his place he would have invested 100 times more. This answer caused great surprise among everyone present. Jack explained that Azon takes orders and delivers books, albeit small ones, but there are sales. He added that the concept is simple, but it is different from internet companies that only make noise. After this, Jack said that before time runs out, it is necessary to return all the money invested in such internet companies. He told me to come up with a suitable excuse and withdraw the money, even if there was some loss. From now on, they will only invest in companies that have entered a certain stock exchange, and that is the first rule. The girl asked what the second rule would be. Jack replied that no matter how big the exchange grew, they had to get out of there before the first quarter of 2000. Rachel asked to explain the reason for such actions. Jack replied that by then everyone would know that venture capital firms were a complete scam. After these words, a short break was announced so that the employees could rest and have a cup of coffee. Jack felt a little awkward because Rachel was practically glaring at him. Since she remained silent, Jack was the first to say that it seemed like she wanted to tell him something. And then the girl suggested going to Los Angeles. She explained that the premiere screening of the film Saving Private Duke will take place next month. Rachel added that they are always invited to such events because, as he said, they have invested in every film since the founding of the Dreams Company. Jack replied that if the reason for the trip was this movie, then he didn't want to go. It was tiring for him to watch this film several times in the cinema and then on television. The employees said that the company Dreamspell had made an offer, since they were practically partners. Rachel added that once they learned that Fantasy's capital was coming from Korea, they offered the rights to distribute their films in Asia. Jack became interested and asked what their terms were. The employee replied that Dream started with $1 million, and the first offer was 25% of the shares, as well as the rights to distribute the films in Asia for $500 million. Jack asked if they had received any answer, and the girl replied that she had just checked. That was all she could do. Jack said he wasn't personally interested, but he knew someone who was licking their lips at the possibility. Rachel looked at the manager with surprised eyes and asked who this man was. Jack put the mug on the table and said that it was his father. Upon returning to Korea, Jack immediately met with his father. He told him in detail about the offer from the Dreams Company. Henry listened carefully to his son and asked if he was really serious now. Jack reminded his father that he never worked at a loss. The father replied that, as Rachel had said, the deal would require $500 million, and the only question was whether it was worth it or not. Jack looked at his father and replied that it was his dream, and you should never skimp on a dream. He added that what can be bought with money, of course, cannot be called a dream, but money is a tool for achieving it, and tools are meant to be used and thrown away. Henry was silent for a moment, then said that he thought he was the son of a ruthless conglomerate chairman, but turned out to be the father of a wise business owner. Jack laughed and then said that he had already made an agreement with Rachel and they were moving out together. After this, Jack stood up and told his father that he needed to visit the university. If you combine the companies of all the entrepreneurs that the university has produced and will produce, their economic power will be greater than that of all of Korea. Everyone thinks that graduates or students on gap years go to Silicon Valley because it is located close to the university, but it is the other way around. Stanford University actively supported its graduate startups, and this led to a venture capital boom. Students gathered to prepare to start their own companies nearby, and that's how Silicon Valley emerged near the university. Jack thought they were still at Stanford, but it turns out they've already moved to Silicon Valley, and their startup may have already received investment. But, approaching the open garage, he realized that they hadn't left yet, which meant that there most likely had been no major investment either. But before Jack could enter the empty garage, someone called out to him. There were two students, and one of them asked him what he was doing in front of someone else's office. Jack recognized them. They were two of the best students, Larry Green and Serge Robin. One of them was surprised that the guy knew their names and asked who he was. Jack replied that he was the man behind whose back the angel's wings had already spread. The second student asked with disbelief, wondering if he was extolling himself too highly. Jack thought that these two still had no idea what a chance they had been given, and they could not even imagine that such a young Asian could become their angel investor. He told the guys that maybe they should stop being surprised and maybe they could invite him inside and buy him a beer. Sitting on the sofa, Jack offered them his investment, but they didn't really trust him. One of the students asked if he was really an investor and how he could prove it. Jack saw a landline telephone on the table and told the students that they would now see for themselves. After a few rings, the line answered that it was Bill Martin. Jack introduced himself as Howard Wilson, the name Bill knew him by, and Bill said he was very glad to hear from him. Jack said that he was in California now and would visit Bill if possible, but right now he had a favor to ask of him. He then added that two other people he wants to invest in are listening to this conversation, but they continued to doubt him. The answer came from the receiver that if he found them, then Bill would also be happy to invest in them. Jack turned to the students and said that if they didn't understand him, he was telling them that Billy Martin was on the other end of the line. The students were shocked and couldn't believe they were really hearing the voice of that same Martin. Jack said he would step away for a moment and that the two could talk to Bill Martin. He drank beer and, standing on the porch, heard the enthusiastic cries of the students. After a while, one of the students waved and said that they had had a great conversation. Jack answered the phone and said that he would be staying in the U.S. for some time, and they might meet, to which Bill replied that if he did not find time for him, he would fly to California himself. After that, Jack looked at the students and finally saw the look in their eyes that he wanted to see. Later, while chatting over beer, the students asked if Howard had really invested $9 million in Bill's company when he was only 10 years old. Jack replied that they had heard everything themselves from the telephone conversation. So how could Bill have lied to them? One of the students said they were glad to have met Howard Wilson. The second student added that Bill said that since Howard found them, their business would definitely be successful. And then Jack said that they should forget about Bill Martin because he had already become a successful billionaire. He added that Bill still won't tell the secret of his success. Jack then said that Martin only uses online services, but his business itself is a distribution one. He looked at the students and said that they seemed to be missing something. Jack added, "Did they really think he was less influential than Bill Martin now?" Jack waited until the students' surprise had passed and said that they could now get down to business. He asked them to think in what they needed most: an office, employees, or something else. The students looked at each other and both answered in unison that they needed a server. One of them added that the search engine they developed has already been launched. It is already being successfully used at the Institute and in Silicon Valley, and the indexation is considerable. But the server they are currently using does not have enough communication lines to ensure optimal performance. Jack asked if they had any estimates yet on the costs of purchasing such a server. And when the student replied that they had already calculated everything, Jack suggested that they do everything at once. His answer again caused genuine surprise among the students. Jack added that they should expand the server, move to a proper office, hire more employees, and change their machine. Because if they crash this wreck, he won't be able to get his investment back. Jack was willing to help them comfortably so they could focus on developing the project, as he did not consider them to be scammers who were simply wasting investments without producing any results. He clearly saw the goal that the students wanted to achieve. They dreamed of getting rich on stocks worth trillions of won, so they were creating a new world in this garage. Finally, Jack asked the main question: how much money they needed to grow their business. He waited for a while the students conferred among themselves. Finally, one of the students said that they needed $200,000. Jack replied that he would invest $1 million to start with, and if he showed good results, he would invest another 10 next time. At that moment, the students jumped up. Their joy and surprise knew no bounds. They immediately picked up Jack in their arms and began tossing him into the air, accompanied by joyful cries. Knowing how other students navigate their way to success, they were thrilled with the opportunity that had come their way. Finally, they calmed down, and one of the students said he would like to hear from Howard his terms. He added that he had heard from Martin that Howard was a fantastic investor, which meant that perhaps some kind of contract would be signed. Jack thought that the guys were worrying in vain about the conditions he could offer them. He understood what might happen if he tried to grab a piece of a company whose corporate value would soon be estimated in the tens of trillions. So he gave up the idea of controlling these students who would change the world simply because he knew what the future held for them. And while they are changing the world, he will try to change the future of Synthes Group. If he wanted more, his only weapon might disappear, so he decided to be only so greedy as not to change the future he already knew. Jack told them that they were lucky, but this time he would be greedy. He added that he would gradually invest up to $30 million in them. If further investment is needed after this, it will mean that either the company has already grown to a huge size or they have wasted their money. In the first case, they will have many other investors who will give them additional capital. And then one of the students asked, if the company grows to such a huge size, why might it happen that investment stops? Jack replied that making money from multiple projects is exactly what people with a lot of investing experience do. Jack reminded them of the successes and failures of many Silicon Valley projects, and that additional funding meant the need for additional advice. So don't keep your distance from those who express their dissatisfaction, because it is in their dissatisfied words that you can find real pearls. Jack then added that one should not forget about one's own values. As the company grows, their values may change, but it is better not to do anything that goes against their values. And then the student asked what would happen if the second option happened, and how Howard was going to get the money back if their business failed. Jack calmly replied that then they would start all over again, and he would invest until they succeeded. And then the student said that Howard really believed in their success if he was ready to take such risks. Jack smiled discreetly and said that was how it should be. Then one of the students said that investing based solely on one's beliefs was irrational and asked for specific figures. Jack replied that he had no intention of taking away the deciding vote, and so they would use it jointly. He added that therefore, in exchange for a future investment of $30 million, he wanted approximately the same number of shares as each of them had. The student asked what it meant that they would start by dividing the shares into 3 equal parts. He then added that Howard might end up losing out, because given how much he was investing, they could easily agree to half. And Jack answered them that in that case he had a request, simply to protect his shares in the future. At this point, the student extended his hand to Jack and said that they could make a deal before he changed his mind. Jack replied that he would prepare a contract and $1 million by tomorrow. All 3 shook hands and each seemed satisfied with the outcome of the negotiations. Then the second student asked if Howard was really 20 years old. Jack didn't answer this question, but only laughed slightly. The next day, a contract was successfully signed with 2 founders of the new technologies company. Jack later returned to New York and ensured that all capital invested in the internet company was withdrawn. He chose stable and long-term projects for investment and listened attentively to explanations from experts regarding the released product. Later, I watched the U.S. President's address with an apology regarding the unpleasant scandal in which I was involved. Then I watched and cheered for the Women's Professional Golf Association team live. Time passed, and on September 4th, the day came when the company called New Technologic was officially opened. And when Christmas trees appeared on the streets, symbolizing the beginning of the Christmas holidays and the festive season, Jack got on a plane and went to Korea. The people who were most happy about his return were not his parents, or even his grandfather, but Aunt Caroline. He was surprised to hear from her that she had been ordered to file for divorce. Carolina said that she was looking forward to meeting him. She wanted to go to the United States immediately, but the president did not allow her to do so. Jack tried to understand what purpose his grandfather was pursuing by pushing her towards divorce. Perhaps he was trying to rein in his uncle. Jack said that Grandpa was apparently very angry, and he didn't know how to help Caroline in this situation. Aunt replied that Lucas could talk to his grandfather because he doesn't care about the opinions of others, and he only listens to his words. Henry asked his sister if Oliver knew what their father had told him to do. Carolina burst into tears and said that she still can't talk to her husband about it because she doesn't even know how to start this conversation about divorce. Jack understood that under her mask his aunt was an ordinary woman, but she couldn't show it to anyone. Her older brothers were not really family to her, but rivals with whom she was in constant conflict. And even when she was alone with her aunt, she would never show her weakness. She tried to maintain her composure while talking about her problems. But once she saw Henry and his wife, her hidden side came out because they were the only ones who weren't her rivals. Jack asked his aunt what stage the investigation was at and whether Oliver was still putting pressure on the prosecutor's office. Carolina replied that everything ended with his appointment as chief prosecutor, thanks to the fact that his grandfather sorted everything out. The aunt started crying, and Jack and his father decided to go outside. When Jack approached his father, Henry briefly told his son not to interfere in this matter. Then my father paused and said that Larry Baker had done some digging and found out that his uncle had conspired with the Prestige Company. He added that the Daily News quickly hushed everything up at Prestige's request. The thought immediately flashed through Jack's mind that Oliver's secret sponsor was the Prestige Company. Henry told his son that the president could not help but know about this, which is why he was insisting on a divorce. After all, in business circles, the Prestige Company was the only competitor of Synthes Group, and the president could not forgive this. Father said that as soon as Lucas mentioned this matter, his grandfather's anger could spread to him. Jack knew full well what this meant, and promised his father that he would keep his mouth shut, as if he knew nothing about it. Henry patted his son on the shoulder and said that in that case he would go and calm his aunt down, and Lucas would quietly go to his room so that she wouldn't see. Left on the street, Jack thought that perhaps his grandfather would now separate the department store and the hotel and give them to his daughter. A golf course is all well and good, but to wrest a hotel and a department store from the web-like control system would require a massive investment of shares. Perhaps this is a chance for him to take over the hotel and department store. The next day, Carolina said that she looked terrible yesterday and that she had overdone it with alcohol. Jack smiled and said that on the contrary, he really liked his aunt from yesterday. Caroline replied that it was all nonsense and then asked what Lucas thought about all this. When Jack said he didn't understand what they were talking about, his aunt sharply told him to stop prevaricating, as it was too late to deny it, and it was clear to everyone that he would inherit part of the company instead of his father. And the size of that part depends only on how good Lucas is. Jack looked at his aunt and wanted to understand what exactly she was asking for. Help or an alliance? Jack replied that he would not deny it and had guessed it too. Caroline angrily replied that this was a fight between adults, and no matter how much he inherited, his uncles would not leave him alone. She added that he understood perfectly well that the brothers were trying to steal everything by any means necessary, and if they were lucky, they would simply buy everything at a high price. Jack looked at his aunt and asked, "What about her then?" Carolina replied that he still had nothing, and that was why she was suffering. Jack said that a department store, a hotel, a golf course, and apartments. Does it really mean nothing? Carolina looked at her nephew in surprise and asked if he was really offering her a divorce. Jack replied that the choice was his aunt's, either her husband or their Wilson family, but he didn't think she was the type of person who would give up her family for her husband. Caroline looked at Lucas and said that he thought the choice was simple. Jack looked at his aunt in surprise and asked what she meant. Carolina said how he views joining forces to protect what both she and he will have, and then getting something more. And when he asked what would happen if they united, his aunt said that everything they got would be divided in half. She added that she would gather people who would help them, since half of Wilson's power is in the hands of board members, including branch directors. Jack thought for a moment, and Caroline waited for Lucas to answer. After a short silence, Jack said that first it was necessary to take what grandfather gave. He then added that one should not try to grab a big piece at once, but should do everything gradually. The aunt said that from his conversation she understood that Lucas was also insisting on a divorce. Jack replied that she had to be ready for that. Otherwise, he couldn't go after her. Caroline, not understanding what her nephew was getting at, asked how her divorce could help her prepare for everything. Jack replied that he didn't mean the divorce itself, but just the divorce papers. He added that the aunt should hand over the divorce papers to her husband, and he would immediately fall at her feet. Then Jack said that Oliver, as a politician, although he claims that being Wilson's son-in-law is his weakness, without this family he is nobody, and his aunt must make him realize this. Caroline looked at her nephew and said that she now understood that the divorce papers would become a sword that both parties could use. Jack replied that with just one document, one could take control of a department store, a hotel, a golf course, and even the mayor of Seoul. Anne said that Lucas speaks with great confidence, and apparently that's what his grandfather appreciates about him. Jack replied that it would take more than just intelligence to pull this off. He added that true geniuses do not try to become kings, but will stop only at his right hand. Jack looked at his aunt and knew that all he had to do was make her see him as a man who could be put to good use, not as a competitor. Carolina said that Lucas is too modest. In fact, he is much stronger. Then she asked about the divorce papers and how best to use them. Jack replied that first she just had to prepare the divorce papers and take what her grandfather offered. Then he looked at his aunt and added that she should ask for one more thing. Carolina looked at her nephew in surprise and asked what he meant. Jack mentioned the Wilson Distribution hypermarket, which she should focus on and prepare for its opening. He added that this company is not currently listed, but it should be made a parent company and the shares of the department store and hotel transferred to it. Jack said that then it would be possible to say that the aunt had taken control of the securities trading. That is, she would be no different from the bank. He added that this would not be difficult to do, since the hypermarket and department store have almost the same structure, and the only difference is the number of goods in circulation. Jack said that she had already achieved significant results in managing the department store, so she should get the hypermarket from the divorce. Caroline began to understand her nephew and said that if Wilson Distribution, as the parent company, were separated from the main business, then it could be said that it would take over the foundation. The aunt added that then the shares would be in her hands, and it would be possible to cleanly and accurately transfer the excess funds into her own shares. Jack replied that it was true. It was like moving money from one pocket to another without any loss. This way, the aunt will be able to kill two birds with one stone. Carolina threw herself on her nephew's neck and exclaimed who he took after as so smart. Larry was sitting in the mayor's office. He said that they say that he plans to continue to do business with bad cards in his hands. Oliver rolled his eyes and said he didn't understand what they were talking about. Larry replied that he had heard that he had been frequently talking privately with the chairman of the Prestige Company lately. Oliver replied that he only met him because of the start of construction of the new city next year. He then told Larry that he would also benefit from this, because if he was not mistaken, the Media City project was already completed. Larry replied that there was a lot of talk about the contract being signed with the Prestige Company. He then added that their company had no interest in apartments, and that Motors Group chairman Mark Twinton thought the same. Oliver said he thought Larry had come to ask for a piece of the new city. Larry replied that when he talked about the need to get rid of the Synthes Group label, he meant getting rid of that image, and was not asking to move to Prestige. Oliver said that if Larry continued to talk so arrogantly, they should finish the conversation and the mayor would be able to take care of himself. Larry noticed that Oliver wasn't even trying to hide the dislike on his face, and probably thought he was strong on his own. At this point, he could not stand it any longer and told Oliver that the mayor was just a toy in the hands of Prestige, which they would play with and then throw away. Oliver jumped up and screamed. How could he say such a thing? Larry calmly continued to talk about how Matthew Lee was just for fun, stirring him up and rocking him in all directions so that he would get angry at his father-in-law and the chairman. In reality, Mayor Oliver Bong is just a toy for an old man with a bad temper who has been bored with life lately. Oliver was so furious that he screamed at Larry to shut his mouth. Larry asked him if he really thought Prestige Chairman Matthew Lee was interested in redeveloping the neighborhood, because if his father-in-law abandoned him, then Prestige Chairman would do the same. And then Oliver said how Larry could say and claim such things if he still didn't know that his father-in-law and President Richard Wilson had already abandoned him. Larry looked at the mayor with great surprise. And Oliver repeated that the president abandoned him back when he was running for mayor of Seoul. And in fact, they are already complete strangers to the old man, although on paper they are still considered father-in-law and son-in-law. Larry was surprised and asked if Oliver and Richard Wilson were still connected by documents, meaning that by breaking this connection, the president could abandon him twice. And if he breaks that connection, it will truly be the end for the mayor. Larry added that in that case, the mayor himself should understand that a hunt will begin for him. And instead of the money of businessmen who bring in money, arrows will fly at him. Larry then paused and said that he had come to the mayor because he was worried that he would get into trouble. But since he had decided to end his life this way, there was no way to stop him. And if the moment comes when Oliver goes down, let him do it quietly and alone. Because if Larry gets caught in a hot spark, he won't let the mayor get away with it. The president sat in his office chair and, holding an envelope in his hands, asked what it was. Carolina firmly replied that these were divorce papers. The father said that this should have happened a long time ago. He does not understand why his daughter thought for so long before getting rid of this bungler. Caroline screamed that they had 3 sons and she had to think about them. He looked at his daughter and said that it was unlikely that this would bother grown-up children. They didn't care at all what their parents did. Opening the envelope, the president said that the children were only busy stealing brands from the department store to give to their sluts. After looking at the documents, he asked Carolina why there was no date. The daughter replied that she would do everything on the last day of his term in office, because the news of the sole mayor's divorce would spread across the newspapers, and then both the family and the children would suffer. The president put the documents on the table in front of him, and I told my daughter not to even think about trying to hush it up. He added that Oliver should already be grateful that he was able to become a member of parliament thanks to the electoral votes of the electronics plant. The father looked menacingly at his daughter and said that the mere thought of her sharing with him what he gave made him incredibly angry. Carolina replied that she hadn't even thought about it. She added that she had brought a stupid man into the family, and now she had completely lost hope, looking at his actions. So in the future, she would try to live, looking after only the children. Without raising his head, the father said that their children were a copy of their dad. Carolina screamed that the children looked like her, but their father had never been interested in them and therefore didn't know anything. Then she looked at her father and asked if he would continue the division as he had promised her. Richard looked at his daughter, and seeing that she was behaving like a child at that age, he understood that it was only his fault. He told Caroline that he would keep his word, but it would take some time to sort out the stocks. Caroline pouted a little when she heard that her father would start doing this as soon as her son-in-law put his stamp on the divorce papers. Then she remembered her conversation with Lucas and asked if her father could add Wilson Distribution Supermarket to this list. The president replied that his daughter should not be so greedy and that she should not touch this. Caroline said her father was aware that management efficiency had improved significantly since she took over the department store. She added that a hypermarket has the same structure as a department store, and the only difference is in the quality of the products sold. The father replied that it was too complicated to tie everything together and that a merger was needed to transfer the shares. But the daughter argued that it was enough to make this company a parent company, and then it would be much easier to transfer the controlling stake in the department store and hotel to Wilson Distribution, and for her, the controlling stake. She tried to explain to her father that this would be beneficial not only for protecting management rights, but also for tax evasion. Moreover, the enterprises were similar, and their merger would not arouse suspicion. The president looked at his daughter in silence for a while, and then asked when she became so smart. Carolina replied that her father himself had said that she was doing several times better than her brothers, and asked him to believe in her a little more. Oliver read the text and, with surprise, realized that it was a divorce document. Carolina, without looking at her husband, simply asked him to put his stamp on it and to be grateful that, given his situation, she would send the document to court only after the next elections. She added that she knows very well that officials are not welcome to divorce, and that divorce is a fatal blow to elections. She added that they would start living separately right now, so he should pack his things and get out within this month. Caroline said that all he had contributed since their wedding was his body. Even the house was registered in her name, but he didn't bring in a single penny during their life together, and it's unlikely that he will fight for alimony. Oliver asked his wife why she had made such a decision, since they had been married for 15 years, and why they needed a divorce. Carolina told her husband that it was too late to discuss anything now and that they had to do everything as she said right away. But he was intoxicated by the little bit of power he had received and crossed a line that should not have been crossed. And does Oliver still think that he was able to become the mayor of Seoul thanks to his powers? She recalled that she personally found 40 billion won for the election campaign fund. And Larry was able to spread the news about the second candidate's illegitimate son. So, did Oliver really think he was just lucky? Carolina looked at her husband and added that there is no such thing as luck. Everything is the result of someone's actions, conscious or not. After this, she said that she no longer wanted to talk to her husband and suggested ending the conversation there, and if he continued to pester her, she would file for divorce the very next day. Carolina left the office, leaving her husband alone with his thoughts. Oliver sat with the document in his hands and thought about what he should do now. The fact that Carolina dumped him will definitely be revealed by their information team. This will be followed by rumors that the mayor of Seoul and his wife are living separately. Most of the law firms run by his family are connected to Synthes Group, so their dismissal is only a matter of time. And the most important thing is the next elections, in which the party will under no circumstances nominate a person who does not have support as a candidate. Later, the president shared with his assistant Michael a proposal from his daughter Caroline that it would be easier to merge these enterprises rather than split them up. Michael replied that the idea was indeed not bad, if he was going to give it all away, and that was exactly what the president wanted. Richard said Caroline had the brains to take care of it, but he didn't believe she came up with the idea herself. Jack, heading towards the house with Larry, said that since his father was home, they would discuss everything together. Suddenly, Jack heard his father talking to someone in the living room. Father tried to calm Oliver down, but he only said one thing, that he urgently needed to talk to his sister, Caroline. He kept saying that he wouldn't be able to calm down until he talked to her. Henry said once again that he didn't know where his sister was, and in general, he wouldn't like to interfere in the relationship between the spouses if possible. Then Oliver turned around and saw Lucas and Larry enter the room. The mayor, without even saying hello, rushed to Larry and said that he had foreseen everything. After all, it was he who told him to be careful, and right after that, everything happened. Larry replied that Oliver didn't seem to fully understand that he shouldn't be making excuses to his wife. First of all the must beg forgiveness from the president of Synthes Group. After all this is the result of the fact that he turned his back on the president and shook hands with the chairman of Prestige. Jack thought that it couldn't be that his uncle didn't know about the consequences. He was just trying to solve the problem by finding an easier opponent. He thought it would be easier to persuade his aunt than his grandfather, so he decided to use his father as an intermediary. The mayor lowered his head and asked if the president was now trying to get revenge on him for this with problems on the personal front. Then he couldn't stand it anymore and, exploding, said that his father-in-law wasn't taking on too much. Henry looked at Oliver and asked if he hadn't known this when he got married. After all, he married Carolina not because his father-in-law has a wonderful character, but because he is the president of Synthes Group. Hearing this, the mayor looked at Henry in surprise, and he continued to say that even if this was too much, Oliver should just shut up, because it was only possible to scold his father if Synthes Group went bankrupt and he was no longer the chairman of the conglomerate. And then Larry intervened, saying that they could only talk if Oliver admitted the essence of the problem. Then he turned to Henry and told him to calm down too. Jack watched as his father didn't say a word and headed for the exit. When the mayor calmed down, Larry told him that first he had to calm the president's anger and he could talk to his wife later. Oliver said that since we were talking about divorce, would his father-in-law really meet with him? Jack asked his uncle if he wasn't the type to shake hands even if the chairman tried to snatch it away. He added that his uncle should still try to meet with the president no matter what. Jack had no desire whatsoever to prevent his aunt and uncle from divorcing, and that would have been the end of their relationship. But first it would be nice to get something from him, and since he couldn't keep the man, he would at least try to get back the money invested in him. Jack advised his uncle to prepare a gift and go to his grandfather. At least he would definitely be able to go into his office. Seeing the silent question in Oliver's gaze, Jack asked if he was really going to go empty-handed. The mayor scratched his head and said that he simply couldn't imagine what he could give his father-in-law. Larry added that in order for the president to accept him again, he needs to give something magnificent. At that moment, Jack couldn't tell if Larry was trying to give him a hint or was making fun of the mayor. Oliver thought deeply, going over in his head the options of what exactly he could give the president. Jack said that he would bring his uncle some water and he could sit down for now. As he left the room, he noticed Larry's gaze and realized that he wanted to talk about something. Jack poured the drink and quietly asked Larry if he had any opinions on the matter. He smiled and quietly replied that he was thinking that they too should get involved in building a residential area. Jack replied that they had no experience in this industry. But did Larry really have an idea? Larry didn't answer, but just winked slyly. The mayor, apparently thinking about the gift all this time, shouted to them that the two of them had met with their father-in-law more often and should know him better. When Larry and Jack returned to the living room, Larry said that Mr. Mayor should first loudly announce the severance of relations with the chairman of Prestige. Jack sat silently opposite. The thought of what Larry had planned haunted him. And then Larry said that when he sees the mayor in such a state, he can no longer say anything. What is the point of making an effort if he will not get anything out of it anyway? And suggested that the mayor sort it out himself. Then he stood up and said that he had his own conversation with Henry, and so he would probably go. Oliver grabbed Larry's hand and asked if he did what they said. Would his father-in-law forgive him? Larry replied that this was just his opinion and he couldn't be sure of anything. And anyway, he was busy. With these words, he, like Henry, left the room. The mayor looked after him, and his eyes showed complete despair. The uncle turned to his nephew and asked pleadingly if perhaps he could answer him something. Jack said he had heard that Seoul's development plan for next year included the development of a new city, and the fact that his uncle had secretly promoted Prestige was a fatal blow. He added that they say that when his grandfather heard about this, he turned over the table in his office. My uncle's gaze was such as if he not only did not see a way out of the situation, but also the meaning of life. Jack knew that all he could do now was watch with pleasure what choice his uncle would make. The 1st of January of '99 arrived. President Richard Wilson gathered all the children at his residence. He stated that he had an important announcement to make today and asked him to listen carefully and not complain. He looked at his youngest son, Henry, and said that the conversation would now be about him. The father said that starting this year, he will become the official general director of the medical center and director of the development center. Eldest son Philip listened attentively as the legal procedures were completed, and Henry would take office as soon as the official announcement was made. Second son Eric also listened attentively as each branch would allocate enough money to the development center so that Henry could manage everything wisely. Then the president looked closely at his son and told him not to think about making a profit, but to take just enough so that there would be no shortage. The father was silent for a moment and added that he did not plan to leave him anything else. But when the president asked if his son was happy, Henry thought about it. And then he asked his father if he was suddenly dissatisfied, then would his father give him more? Neither Philip nor Eric expected their younger brother Henry to respond to their father in such a way. The president replied that he would not give it, and his son had no choice. Henry chuckled and asked why he had even asked his opinion then. The father replied that he was sure that he would not be greedy anyway, and besides, if not with his help, then with the help of his wonderful son, he would be able to do everything he wanted. He looked at Henry again and said that he was the luckiest of all. Philip listened silently to their conversation and felt his palms begin to sweat. After a brief pause, the president said he planned to spin off the department store, hotel, and golf course to form Wilson Distribution. He added that the controlling stake would be removed from the management cycle, and the difference in value from the share exchange would be dealt with by converting them into bonds. After these words, he looked at his daughter Carolina and said that this would be her share. Eric felt a cold trickle of sweat run down his temple. Only he and his older brother Philip remained. Caroline finally swallowed the lump in her throat and thanked her father. The president replied that there was nothing to be grateful for, since a large debt had accrued during the separation process. And when her father said that she would have to earn money quickly and return the money to Synthes Group, the smile instantly disappeared from her face. The president turned to his son Eric and said that from this year on he would be vice chairman. The father added that his son would have to take over branches of the heavy and chemical industries. Up until now, everything has been going smoothly there, so there won't be any problems. Finally, the president looked at Philip and said that he would continue to manage the electronics and food processing division as he had before. The father looked at both older brothers and said that they would both serve as vice chairman. Eric understood that from the outside this all sounded great, but in fact, all responsibility for the branches would lie with them only formally. And Philip thought that even if you add something else to this, it will not make it either hot or cold. The president advised them not to allow the branch general managers to look for him because they did not trust them. He added that if something similar happens, he will transfer all branches to a professional management system. The eldest sons understood that this meant that what he gave, he could take away at any moment. For some time, there was dead silence in the office. Eric thought that the only area his father hadn't mentioned was finance, insurance, securities, cards, as well as assets opened this year. The father did not mention any of this. Eric felt that his father should give this sphere only to him. And when the president once again turned to him, he was ready to hear this good news. My father said that all nonprofit organizations would be there. A university, a cultural and charitable center, and also a research center. Eric didn't understand his father's decision. Did he really mean that he should step away from managing the group altogether? And the president continued, saying that he should assemble a team of professionals there. Eric couldn't resist and tried to express his bewilderment. The father asked what his son was unhappy with, or whether he was aiming for the financial sector. Eric immediately drooped and said that he was quite pleased with his father's decision. Then Philip decided to ask who would be responsible for the finances. The president replied that for now he himself is able to oversee this area. Philip immediately fell silent and realized that it was better not to say anything more on this topic. The father chuckled and asked if they were really that eager to throw the old man overboard. Philip exclaimed that no way, and already regretted asking that question. The president paused, and then thoughtfully replied that he actually wanted to break up this industry, but that it would take a long time, since it would be necessary to carefully sort out the shares. It occurred to Philip that the head of the financial sector was simply not in this room. He even wondered if it could be Lucas, but then the father said that that was all, and the children headed for the exit. Richard sighed and said that they are given it, and they are still unhappy. Michael approached the president and said that the children simply knew that they had not received everything. Richard replied that if they just sat back and did nothing, nothing would fall from the sky. Now he had clearly defined everyone's territory, and whoever was greedier would snatch a piece from the other. The aide replied that he knew the president did not want to split the group. The president responded that business in Korea could only survive if it united. He cited the example of Wilson Electronics, where semiconductors, home appliances, and telephones are all pushing and pulling each other to survive. The same goes for the heavy industry that supports the shipping sector. Without insurance, a lot of companies would close due to financial constraints. Michael said, wouldn't it be better to just pick one person and give them everything? Leaving the presidential residence, Philip said that he suspected that Henry had made arrangements with his father in advance. When his brother replied that he didn't understand what he was talking about, Philip explained that he meant the financial sector. Henry replied that he had only heard about him for the first time today, but about his sister it was really unexpected. Philip looked slyly at his brother and asked if his father's decision had really come as a surprise to him. Henry looked at his brother seriously and asked what he meant by that. And then Philip asked a direct question. Would his father really give this sector to Lucas? Henry felt uncomfortable with this question and told his brother that he thought so too. He added that Lucas is young, but has already demonstrated a strong sense of the investment industry, and it will probably be difficult to find someone more suitable than him. Philip couldn't stand it and shouted that he could also give him the bank account. He added that Henry really meant to say that he didn't know what share this unfortunate fellow had in the subsidiary branches. Henry replied that food industry subsidiaries also have a high share of income. Even an unremarkable high-precision equipment company has a fairly large stake in the group, although the actual number of shares is not that important. Philip looked at his brother and said that everything was united into one system. Maybe now, having gotten his hands on the shares of the financial sector branch, he also wanted to get a place in Synthes Group. He added that Henry had been as quiet as a mouse, and now, for the sake of his son, he decided to show his claws. Henry replied that his maximum was a hospital and a center, as his father had said. Philip got wound up again and said that his brother was now saying that he should consider this 20-year-old brat separately. Henry replied that if he were given control of the financial sector, he would step aside, as he was not interested in it. But if his son gets it, he will never ask him to give in. Philip threw away his cigarette butt and, suggesting they talk frankly, asked his brother how much longer their father thought he would live. And what's the point of Lucas heading the financial sector when he's not even 25? Henry remained silent. He really didn't want to answer this question. And Philip continued, saying that if Lucas rises up when the company is so divided, then those devils will definitely come and try to take over the insurance branches. Will Henry then be able to protect his son? The brother smiled and replied that they looked funny now as they were dividing the skin of a bear that had not been killed. Henry didn't want to talk to his brother anymore, and turning around without saying goodbye, he went home. And then one day, my father hosted a dinner at the house for all the employees of the companies that his father had handed over to him. Many of them were glad to meet because, while working in the same company, they might not see each other as they were sitting in different offices. Father gradually began to get to know the people with whom he would have to work. Jack watched with alarm as the guests continued to arrive, as he didn't know how many employees his father had. For the first time, he began to think that their house was too small to host such events. After all, right now there were only people from the medical fund here, but soon people connected with the film industry will come too. Jack thought that he needed to solve this problem urgently and took out his phone. He called his aunt and asked if she could quickly free up one of the banquet rooms at the Gangnam Hotel and prepare drinks and snacks. He added that there would be at least 100 people and they would arrive in about 30 minutes. Auntie, of course, agreed to help her nephew, and Jack noticed that she sounded very happy. Perhaps it was because she had been able to get so much from her grandfather. He then made his way through the crowd to his father and suggested that the managers and directors greet the rest of the family as well. People who had now become his employees constantly approached my father and congratulated him on his new position. The father prepared a little surprise and hoped that the guests would like it. And then a girl of incredible beauty entered the living room, accompanied by her retinue. She was one of the most famous film actresses in Seoul. She greeted Henry politely and smiled sweetly at the guests. And when Henry saw the employees' reaction, he realized that the surprise had been a success. The men immediately surrounded the girl, and each one tried to get her autograph. Father was very pleased that the banquet was going smoothly and in a very friendly atmosphere. Jack, seeing his happy father, understood how much more work he would now have. Finally, the party came to an end and the guests began to leave. And only when the last guest left did Jack breathe a sigh of relief. The father thanked the actress for taking the time to attend their event. When Henry and Jack were alone in the yard, their father said the cool wind helped him sober up a little. Then he turned to his son and said that he would like to talk to him. He asked Lucas what he thought about the financial industry. He then added that there was a possibility that his grandfather would give him the financial sector. Jack nodded his head and said that he didn't rule out that possibility. Henry thought that if his uncles didn't interfere, everything would go on as usual. Jack added that it would take time to sort out the divisional shares and their interrelationships. Henry said that the father took good care of his daughter Caroline. He was also able to protect the management rights of his two older brothers. But no one can predict what will come into the old man's head. Jack said that no one knows and cannot say exactly how everything will change. His father asked Lucas not to try to do anything alone, and if he needed help, he should just tell him about it. Then he smiled and clenched his fist, saying that for Lucas's sake he would grab his brothers. Jack chuckled and replied that his uncles would most likely be the first to pin him down. Henry laughed, and Jack thought that the alcohol was still playing in his father's head. And then he remembered Carolina, who was ready to give him half. I wonder if she will keep her word and give him half of the shares. Oliver stood in front of the president's residence and was afraid to go inside, but he knew it had to be done. Richard, seeing his father-in-law, smiled and said that he shouldn't have bothered himself so much with New Year's greetings. To say that the mayor was very surprised by his father-in-law's reaction would be to say nothing at all. The president took his hand and, smiling, began to shake it. Oliver, having come to his senses and remembering why he had come here, leaned over the president and began to ask him for forgiveness and mutter that he should have come earlier. The president smiled and said that he understood perfectly well that state affairs took a lot of time. Oliver could not understand the president's behavior. Either the old man had gone crazy, or he simply no longer saw him as a son-in-law. Perhaps his father-in-law is now talking to him as if he were just the mayor of Seoul. Oliver fell on his knees before him, asking for forgiveness once again, and also to give him another chance, because for some time the power had intoxicated him, and he had lost his mind. The smile immediately disappeared from the president's face, and he ordered the mayor to stand up. He looked at his son-in-law and said that it was already too late. Oliver understood that once the president said those words, there was no turning back, and it was definitely the end. He continued to kneel and thought that in order to keep the politician's business card, he had to at least part with the president on a good note. Because if the old man just wants it, his life will turn into a living hell. Oliver knew his chances of forgiveness were slim to none, but he still continued to kneel and beg for forgiveness. The mayor said that the plan to build a new city that he had promised had been canceled, and if the president gave you one last chance, he would create a new project for a new city. The president looked silently at his father-in-law, who continued to crawl at his feet. Then he repeated that Oliver should stop making this circus. The president sat down in the chair and told the mayor to say everything clearly and briefly. Oliver replied that he would do absolutely anything the president asked. The president asked if the mayor was ready to do everything, even if nothing changed. Finally, Oliver rose from his knees and said that indeed he was ready for anything. The president paused and then said that there was no talk of canceling the divorce, and Caroline, although reluctant to follow his words, nevertheless made this decision. He looked at Oliver and said that all this meant only one thing, that he would never be able to enter their family again. The mayor bowed and said for the third time that he was ready to do anything the president asked. Richard sat proudly in his chair, smiling as he looked at the mayor. Then he paused and told him to forget everything he had seen and heard while he had been a member of his family for the last 20 years. The president looked at his son-in-law and said that he was now a complete stranger to their family, and he personally will also treat him as a stranger. Oliver thought the president meant that if he kept his mouth shut, the most he would get out of his way in the future was that he would be out of his way. The mayor said he was ready to forget everything. The president replied that he was glad that he understood everything and told him to go because they would not see each other again. Oliver said that this couldn't be true because he was still the mayor of Seoul, and couldn't he meet with him as mayor? The president replied, "Does Oliver really think that he is so free and has a lot of time to meet with him personally?" He then added that the only meeting might be the occasion for which the Blue House would contact him after the elections, and if he had any work-related questions, he knew who to contact. Having apologized for his rudeness, the mayor realized that there would be no further conversation. The president said that he didn't want to see him anymore and ordered him to go out. Oliver knew that while his political career was intact, the doors to the law firm that had been the family's mainstay were definitely closed. Larry entered the office and, smiling, congratulated Carolina on her new position. Jack joined in the congratulations and said that she could now confidently be called the chairman of the Wilson Department Store Group. A genuine smile appeared on Caroline's face because she was so happy to see Larry and her nephew. Still smiling, she shook Larry's hand and thanked him for making Lucas such a smart guy. After all, she trusted him, his advice, and did not regret it at all. When they were brought tea, Caroline said that she had long wanted to talk to them about working together and hoped that they would not refuse. Larry replied that working with her department store group was a great opportunity for him. Auntie pointed to a pile of folders lying on the table and said that this was an inventory of debts, and the department store group should pay Sintez Group after the separation. She added that board members had said it would be difficult to manage them until the largest discounter began to make a profit. Without delay, Larry and Jack began to carefully study the documents. Carolina was nervous and silently watched her nephew and Larry work. Finally, after a couple of hours, all the documents were examined. Larry delivered his verdict, saying that the costs of acquiring the land and building the hypermarket were considerable, and that the profit margins from the hotel and department store were slightly overstated. Jack added that due to the recent economic stagnation, it is not worth counting on large sales, and therefore opening several more stores would be overkill. It would only increase the financial burden. The aunt replied that she had planned to do this first. She cannot postpone the development of the hypermarket chain. Perhaps the problem lies in the incompetent people who work for the group. It occurred to Jack that his aunt intended to change her creditor. The president's eldest son, Philip, considers every brick of Sintez Group his own. And the second son, Eric, was sure that he was the only one worthy of taking the post of chairman. And they both quietly watch and wait for the chance to show their claws and take away their younger sister's share. Carolina said that she knew very well what her brothers were capable of, and that was why she turned to Larry and her nephew for help. And suddenly my aunt asked if their company, Contour Group, could take on the construction of the hypermarket. Jack was very surprised to hear that his aunt had come up with such an idea, and it seemed that she was determined not to miss this chance and gain a foothold in the territory. Larry smiled at first, and then thought for a moment. Carolina looked at Larry with hope and said that it shouldn't be difficult, and he replied that he should bow his head in gratitude for this chance. Then he looked at Carolina and said that she wasn't making such an offer for nothing. Jack glanced at Larry and saw that he was acting very confidently. It seemed like he had already figured out the situation and just wanted to show whose side had the real advantage. Carolina added that her proposal would be followed by a rather generous reward. Larry replied that it all sounded too good and therefore even more suspicious. Jack smiled discreetly. He understood that Larry was simply pretending not to understand and continuing to ask questions. Perhaps he wants to hear something specific from his aunt. Carolina looked at Larry hopefully and said that she was asking him for a favor. Larry looked thoughtful and asked if she meant they should do everything on credit. Carolina replied that she would pay back with interest as soon as the business was up and running. Larry asked his aunt, since it was a loan, what she could offer as collateral. Caroline replied that she thought they had a trusting relationship and that the question of bail had left her a little stumped. Larry answered her that when someone borrows money, they usually repay the debt only to the bank, forgetting about their friends. This answer left my aunt at a loss, and she did not know what to say. Here, Jack reminded Larry that it was time for him to go, and he could look at the document later. He looked closely at Lucas and began to collect the documents into a bag. Then he bowed to Caroline and said that in order not to upset each other, they needed to find the right line of doing business. After these words, Larry went out, leaving his aunt in complete bewilderment. Carolina looked at her nephew and asked why the hell he was behaving like that, pushing her away and suddenly leaving. Jack chuckled and replied that Larry simply knew what her weakness was. He added that he only needed to look at the accounting books to understand the state of the company. Jack sat down opposite and added that Larry simply realized that his aunt's share of the department store could be stolen before his grandfather gave it to her. Carolina asked with concern if things were really that bad. The nephew nodded his head and said that the board members responsible for the financial department were probably also aware and that the situation was dire. The aunt screamed that this was starting to irritate her and called the father a damn old man. Jack looked at her calmly and asked if she still didn't understand anything. Noticing his aunt's surprised look, he added that her grandfather had given her a test, and only if she successfully passed through all this would the department store be in her hands. Seeing that she didn't understand anything, he explained again that her business was based on turnover, and therefore was extremely sensitive to capital, turnover, and economics. So, in other words, her grandfather gave her a test. Finally, Carolina understood the whole point and asked what she should do now. Jack looked closely at his aunt and decided to check how greedy she was. He asked how she felt about postponing plans to build a hypermarket. The aunt replied that she had already said that this could not be done. Then Jack suggested she start a radical reorganization, sell a couple of golf courses, and sort out the unprofitable apartments. He added that the department store and hotel are a symbol and should remain as is. My aunt replied that it would be impossible to start selling, as it would look like a lack of ability. Jack thought she was mistaken, because in times when companies lack funds, selling to accumulate cash is a priority. Jack asked if his aunt was going to get money only from their company. Carolina exclaimed that this was the simplest option. The simpler, the better. She asked her nephew to talk to Larry, because if everything worked out for her, then they wouldn't be the losers either. But when his aunt added that they were in the same boat, Jack smiled sarcastically. The next moment he decided to test his aunt's trust and suggested that they be honest. Jack asked if the promise she made when they got into the same boat was still valid. Here Caroline remembered with horror that she had promised to give Jack half. He looked at his aunt and said that, judging by her reaction, she might not answer. He understood everything. The aunt asked what was wrong with her reaction, which he understood. Jack replied that he wasn't sure she would actually split the branches off for him to become a co-owner this year, and there was no guarantee he would get a job in finance. The aunt tried to justify herself by saying that he shouldn't misunderstand her. Not that she didn't want it, as he had said, that as soon as the inheritance procedure was over, they would unite. Jack was sure that she never intended to share with him, but simply wanted to use him. He was not one to settle for a department store branch and suggested that his aunt think twice. He then added that if he got his hands on the financial industry, everything could change, because even one insurance company is worth more than everything it owns. Carolina listened to her nephew and still did not understand what he was getting at. And Jack added that then he would be able to extend a hand to his uncle. Then he said that in any case, the aunt had already asked Larry and there wouldn't be any particular problems. Jack sat down on the sofa, opened the envelope, and began to look through the documents. Larry said that he had done a lot of painstaking work, and now he could say with certainty that $400 billion needed to be invested. Otherwise, she wouldn't even be able to pay the interest. In addition, everything the department store and hotel earn will go towards paying interest, and if sales drop for a month, delays will begin. Jack said that this was not an inheritance, but a debt trap. Just that grandfather gave away the branch with a debt on top. But for them, this is a good opportunity. Larry looked at Jack in surprise and asked if he was really going to take over the department store. Jack replied that it wasn't a department store, but rather a controlling stake, because Synthes Group shares couldn't be bought even for money, as they were only traded within their own walls. Larry told Jack to forget about it. How can you plan anything rationally when it comes to a dream? Jack replied that perhaps it seemed illogical now, but when he sat in the chair of the head of Synthesis Group, everything would seem quite reasonable. Because the symbol of this post is not money, but power. After all, the chairman literally builds the country's structures. And only this place is suitable for satisfying grandfather's desires. Larry asked what Jack was going to do with this power. Jack put the papers on the table and said he would think about it when he received it. To start with, they will help their aunt and spend $400 billion, and the collateral will naturally be shares. At that moment, the secretary came in and said that the guest with whom they had arranged a meeting had arrived. At that moment, a man entered the office, but Jack didn't know him at all. From Larry's greeting, Jack learned that his name was Kurt Anderson. Larry asked the guest what brought the recently successful venture capitalist here. Jack began to look at the stranger in surprise. The first thing he noticed was that Kurt was unshaven. The sleeves of his jacket were frayed. Apparently, it was not the first freshness. Kurt's boots were worn and cheap-looking. Larry also noticed Kurt's appearance and asked why he looked like that. Wasn't his business going well? The guest sheepishly apologized and said that he had been so busy lately that he had not had time to change his clothes. Larry replied that it was good that he was so busy. Apparently, he was in great demand everywhere. He then pointed to Jack and said that this was his friend with whom he worked, and he could be called a little genius. Jack extended his hand and introduced himself as Lucas Wilson. Hearing the name Wilson, Kurt realized that Lucas was involved with Synthesis Group. He then said that he knew that Lucas was a student. Kurt replied that he had heard about Lucas and what an outstanding talent had emerged in Synthesis Group. Larry asked in surprise if such rumors really existed. Kurt added that there are also rumors that the real owner of Fantasy Entertainment is Synthesis Group, and in fact, the investment company is managed by the chairman's grandson, Lucas Wilson. Larry laughed and said that it was all nonsense, although of course there was nothing bad in rumors. Kurt pulled a business card from his inside jacket pocket and handed it to Jack. And then Jack realized with surprise that in front of him was a man, living proof of the reality of the Korean venture business. Or rather, he was living proof of the future. But Jack still couldn't understand the reason why he looked like that. In 1994, after the release of a computer emulator program, it became possible to send faxes via a computer without a fax machine, and this attracted huge investments to the company. And soon the company appeared on the stock exchange, but something went wrong. Kurt sat down on the sofa, asked for a glass of water, and said that his throat was dry. He then added that they had a long conversation ahead. Jack said that he could go out so as not to disturb their conversation, and Larry replied that it would be more beneficial for him to stay. Kurt wanted to object, but Larry insisted that since it was about work, they should listen to this conversation together. Larry, seeing that he couldn't start a conversation, asked what business he had come for. Kurt, flexing his fingers, said his firm plans to go public this summer. Larry said that he congratulated him on this event and added that now he would be swimming in money. He then added that he wanted to invest in his company, but Lucas, for some reason, stopped him. Jack then reminded Dari that they only invested in a couple of online gaming companies, but no venture capital firms. Kurt asked in surprise why they don't invest in venture capital companies and what the reason was. Jack explained that venture capital firms are small businesses and would only cause harm if a large company wanted to make a few pennies off them. Jack reminded that Fantasy Entertainment acquired companies such as Auto Group and Contour Group, so they must continue to follow trading rules. Although Jack tried to appear friendly, he really didn't like the man at all. A company that had grown step by step on the basis of good technological developments would have remained a great firm. But, blinded by the chance to make a quick profit, they went public and eventually went bankrupt. Because of this, hundreds of thousands of ordinary small investors actually suffered, and this man didn't even take responsibility for it. Larry said that there are plenty of investors and they will soon be on the stock exchange. All that remains is to wait for good news. Kurt awkwardly adjusted his glasses and said that he was actually scared. Larry replied that his house smelled like a holiday, but he was so afraid of something. Kurt admitted that while his company is still in the red, they are, of course, looking for a paid model and the photos will be published later. Larry explained that venture capital firms are all about opportunity, and going public with a deficit isn't something that just happened yesterday or to just one or two firms. Jack realized that there were companies that showed at least minimal potential, and since last year, one after another, they had been appearing on the stock exchange, and their share prices had been jumping tenfold or even more. Kurt explained that their situation was a little different. He was sure that they weren't the kind of people who appeared and disappeared like a flash. So he wanted to take the company public as soon as they were in the black. But investors are pressuring him to take the company public as soon as possible. Now Jack realized that this was not Kurt's personal desire, but that he was simply pushed onto this exchange. Larry said that in that case he would have to hold on, because he started the business with his two younger brothers, and they still have a controlling stake. Kurt admitted that he currently owns 25% of the shares, and the guys he started with have already left the business. Larry asked in surprise how they could get out of the business since they were the main developers. Kurt replied that they had given the investors the shares and left the company, but there were no problems with the development. To which Larry replied that then they needed to convince the investors to be patient a little in order to see a bigger profit. Kurt replied that they were adamant, so he would have to go public in August at the latest. He added that the founder says there is still a long way to go, but investors are not giving up and insisting on their own. Larry said that the exchange is literally on fire right now, so they don't want to miss this chance. He added that there are not only companies like his, but also companies 10 times worse. Larry was outraged that investors were completely unconcerned about the future of the companies. If the IPO was postponed, would he really disappear? Maybe then they would ask the whole of Korea to go public. Kurt said he was concerned that these weren't requests, but threats. He added that if he continued to resist them, they would clean him out. They threatened to send him to prison if he was indignant and started a fuss. Jack didn't expect to hear this, but he assumed there could only be one reason. Larry said that if he was already being threatened by an investor, then this was very bad. And if he didn't hesitate to threaten the CEO, it means he's aiming for short-term profit. Larry assumed that as soon as his company went public, all operational forces would be immediately deployed to it. Jack listened to this whole conversation, and everything became absolutely clear to him. Larry said that perhaps everything would be fine, that by going public he would again receive capital, and with this money he would hire high-quality specialists and build his company into a normal firm. After all, his company is not a bubble, so he has to work hard to get into the black. Kurt reminded him that Larry had just said that all operational forces would be assigned to him. Then Jack looked at Kurt and said that it seemed like he still hadn't told them something. He then added that if he was the cause, he could go out and leave them alone. Kurt said Lucas would have found out about it anyway. He looked at Larry and said he wanted to know if he would invest in his company. Kurt tried to prove that he had excellent qualifications and that the company was in good standing. In fact, they were currently discussing the possibility of increasing capital, which would then increase the value of those investors' shares. He then added that if Larry were his investor, he would not allow him to take losses, and would not even mind handing over all his shares if it would only help him postpone the IPO and go the normal route. Kurt hung his head and said he didn't want to disappear into the internet bubble. Jack listened and realized that it was probably too late to change anything. Larry thought about it and said that it wasn't like withdrawing money from an account or savings book. First, he would have to check if he had available money to put into circulation, and it couldn't help but be considered an investor's doubt. Jack looked at Kurt and was sure that, judging by his appearance, he had already been in meetings with many trustworthy investors, and they were the last place he turned. In the end, Larry structured the entire conversation so that Kurt realized he had been rejected. Not getting what he wanted, Kurt shook hands with Larry and Jack and left the office. When the door closed, Jack said that he felt sorry for the poor guy. He had gone through such hardships and would still end up in prison. Larry asked Lucas in surprise why he thought so, and then Jack realized that he had made a mistake. Jack explained that, if you think about it, it's inevitable if people with political power are involved. He added that Larry himself makes money on the growth of shares in order to then sell them at a higher price. Once the stock price goes up, small investors will jump in and buy everything they can, which will ultimately lead to a lot of people going bankrupt. Larry replied that more than one person was burned at the protests, and that this is not a reason for which they can imprison someone. Jack agreed, but elections were just around the corner. Larry also understood that there was evidence of theft from the company, so he could definitely become a target. Jack asked if Larry was going to help him or stay out of it. Larry said that maybe they would join in this game too. He added that if they intervene, the company will not be crushed in a short period of time. But even if they become the main investors, an IPO is inevitable, and their investments should be aimed only at profit. Larry sat opposite Carolina and looked through the documents with a satisfied look. The aunt asked impatiently if they could mobilize resources right now. Jack understood how upset his aunt was, because only 2 months had passed, and everything that the hotel and department store had earned had been taken away. Larry replied that they would immediately distribute $400 billion among the branches. Just a month ago, she was angry when they demanded bail. But now, finding herself under financial pressure, she quickly found it herself. Carolina said with displeasure that this was robbery. How could they take 30% of the shares? But Larry reminded her that these shares were not even in her hands yet, and no one else would give her money on the security of future profits. Larry added that this is not all the funds. Another $130 million should be taken into account for the construction of the first hypermarket. So he thinks this deal is fair. Jack grinned. Wilson Distribution was now in his hands. Richard Wilson was perplexed when he learned that his daughter had returned the money. He couldn't understand where she could get the money from since the company was going through hard times. Assistant Michael replied that she had borrowed from Fantasy and asked Larry through Lucas. He added that shares of its branches are used as collateral, which is 30% to begin with. And it is possible that Carolina will borrow again. Michael recalled that the president wanted to see his daughter overcome difficulties, but she chose the easy way out. Richard replied that Caroline and difficulties were incompatible. If she had any sense, she would have gotten rid of the hotel apartments and the golf course first and postponed the construction of the hypermarket. So, as soon as she falters, someone will appear who will take everything away. Richard paused, then said he could buy it all back. Michael reminded them that they still have a private loan market in Mendon. Michael, once again, caught himself guessing that Lucas was the real owner of Fantasy. And the chairman is glad that he will take his place. Philip asked if Eric had received the money, and he replied that he had even already paid part of the debt. Philip reported that an application had been received to terminate the contract for the construction of a large department store. He added maliciously that this bastard had finally created significant problems by trying to attract others by pledging shares. And then Philip asked if Eric thought Larry was acting on his father's instructions. Eric didn't understand what he could have in common with their father. Philip recalled that even Wilson Motors was transferred to Fantasy. Eric asked his brother what their father could be planning. Philip replied that he did not rule out the possibility that his father would transfer everything to Lucas, but gradually, including the department store. Otherwise, why would Larry take non-existent shares as collateral? If the father does not give them to Caroline, he will lose $400 billion without any guarantees. Eric replied that if this was their father's will, then what could they do? They could only watch as everything passed into Lucas's hands. Philip said he wasn't going to just watch Lucas clean up the Wilson companies. He suggested to his brother that they push Lucas under the car, like last time. Eric replied with bewilderment that he thought Philip had done it. He jumped up and said sharply that he was no longer going to listen to his brother. Philip replied that there was another option. They could buy out the collateral entrusted to Caroline. He added that they could increase the amount to $500 million. Eric said that if Larry didn't agree to give up the bail, they would make sure that he was acting on his father's orders. Philip smiled contentedly and said that they had not worked together for a long time. Eric decided to ask his brother if he thought Larry represented Lucas and not his father. Philip replied that this would mean that Fantasy belonged to Lucas. Eric said that he didn't want to believe it either, but such thoughts often visited him. Philip replied that he kept all his cash in this country in Fantasy, so how could Lucas possibly be its owner? Eric said that if you allow that thought, then everything falls into place, starting with the fact that his father is eager to hand over Synthesis Group to Lucas. Philip said that if you hand over $1 billion, you can only get a car company. Eric added that Larry brought in foreign capital and gave up shares, but it still wasn't worth it. Indeed, no matter how tight the deadlines were, investing in shares made no sense. Moreover, it is already clear that the father is going to transfer the finances to Lucas. Of course, these are all just assumptions, but they have some basis. In any case, you need to start with the department store. Larry asked how much Lucas was willing to invest. Jack replied that $3 billion was enough for such a small company. Larry started counting. There are 2 million shares at $1,500 each. If they sell them, the price will rise to $5,000, and they will be able to get $100 billion. Jack offered to keep some of the money he received from his aunt. The shares need to be sold when their price reaches $200,000. Then you can get $400 billion. Larry asked if Lucas was planning to make personal investments. After some discussion, they decided to invest $500 million so that it would not be so noticeable. At that moment, the door opened, and Nick Wilson, Lucas's third uncle, appeared on the threshold. Jack realized that if he had come now, it meant he had already received a message from his older brother, Deputy Chairman Philip Wilson. He knew that he was meeting Larry for the first time and introduced them to each other. Larry shook his uncle's hand and asked why he had come to see them. Nick replied that he had one request. He is aware that his younger sister Caroline made a stupid mistake and he would like to correct it. Larry pretended not to understand anything yet and asked how he could help. He said they were ready to buy back the shares she had pledged. Larry replied that he was a businessman and could sell anything at the right price. Nick said he was a pleasure to deal with and asked for a price. Larry replied that Nick was the first to express a desire to buy. Uncle said that since they are buying out what belongs to their family, he is ready to offer $450 billion. Larry reminded that the price must be reasonable and that this is not enough. Caroline was surprised by the visit of her brothers, Philip and Eric. Philip said that his sister was too calm, although she created chaos in the company. Carolina replied that there was no need to try to hurt her, that time had already passed. Eric said they came to find out what she was up to. The sister replied that she would sort out her own affairs. Eric said that Larry Baker couldn't be trusted, to which Caroline replied that it was just a deal. Philip shouted, "Did she really think that he lent her money just to get a high interest rate on it when he even refused $100 billion?" Carolina replied that she did not understand what billions were being discussed. Eric explained that Larry had refused the $100 billion he was offered for the pledged shares. Philip said, "Doesn't she understand that Larry wants her to put the building up as collateral and demands that she pay off the interest along with the principal, wanting to get the building for himself?" The brothers reminded her that construction on a department store was about to begin and that it would require a lot of money, as she was going to cope with it all. Carolina replied that everything was not at all as they imagined. She added that if they were afraid of her company being taken away, they should create an obstacle. Add 100 billion to the 400 and lend it to her, rather than offering 100 to a stranger. And they can set the interest rate at half the bank rate. She will earn money and gradually pay off the debt. Jack read that the Trans Motors company had practically collapsed. The chairman asked if Lucas had any companies in mind to invest in. Jack replied that maybe Grandpa had some decent options. The chairman suggested Trans Motors, considering it a worthy investment. He placed a folder in front of his grandson and asked him to take a look. Jack looked at the documents and replied that he did not have such an opportunity yet. And the problem is not money, but the lack of suitable people. Wilson replied that he could borrow them. Jack looked at his grandfather and realized that he was up to something. He said he could lend him money to run the company. The chairman replied that they had already spread the rumor about the restructuring of Synthes Group, and his grandson was again proposing to manage it. The government would not stand idly by. Therefore, Lucas will act as the nominal director, and when everything calms down, he will return everything to its place. Jack realized that his grandfather was going to hand over the company to Wilson Group. She is responsible for shipbuilding, but she is not in first place. Wilson Contour is in the lead. If Synthes Group and Trans Motors merge, Wilson Contour will move to second place. And now the grandfather has admitted that he wants to use it for this purpose. The chairman said that if Lucas was against it, he could leave. But first he needs to look at some documents. Jack opened the package and saw that it was the cooperation contract that he and Larry had signed with Caroline regarding the department store. He realized that his grandfather knew everything about this contract. And he can change everything if he doesn't like something. Jack replied that he would do everything as the chairman said. Wilson said what he likes about Lucas is that he understands everything without words. Larry reported that Trans Motors' main creditors had called and asked if we were ready to acquire their company. Jack asked if they had received any attractive offers. He understood that his grandfather had already given the creditors a tip. Larry replied that they had promised to write off the debts and were ready to negotiate, promising that Fantasy would not suffer any losses. He looked closely at Lucas and said that it looked like he had done something behind his back. Jack said that he made a deal with his aunt. Larry grabbed his head. Jack explained that if they wanted the department store, they had to act first. And for this, grandfather must invest all the money in the hypermarket. If the transfer doesn't take place, then Fantasy will borrow $400 billion without collateral, and that's very stupid. Jack added that his grandfather had asked him to do so, and he would pretend that he didn't know that they were taking over a chain of department stores. He explained that when Larry acquires Trans Motors and then sells it to Synthes Group, he will receive a huge profit. Larry asked whether he would be the only one receiving money from this deal. Jack replied that it was, and he could consider it a special bonus. Over the past 5 years, Larry has announced his retirement several times, and Jack has tried his best to delay it. He stood up and said that he had to tell his grandfather that they were going to buy out Trans Motors. Eric agreed with his father that the buyout of Trans Motors was an excellent decision, but the government would question the true meaning of the company's restructuring. The chairman replied that in this case he had found a replacement, and then they would buy out the company and take it for themselves. Eric asked if that company was a replacement, and by any chance not Fantasy. The father replied that he was quick-witted. Fantasy was closely related to them, so it was an appropriate decision. Eric dared to ask how closely they were connected to Fantasy. My father replied that Larry Baker had a talent for buying good companies cheaply and selling them at a high price a few years later. Eric said he would meet with Larry and handle the purchase personally, but the chairman replied that it would not be easy. He added that Larry would not give in easily and would not follow his orders or be at his beck and call. Did my father really mean to say that, having bought out Trans Motors and smelled the money, he wouldn't leave so easily? The chairman replied that this was indeed the case, and Eric realized that Fantasy did not belong to his father. If it were his company, they would obey the chairman without question. Eric promised his father that he would make sure that Larry only did what he was supposed to do. The father asked if he could trust his son, since they needed Trans Motors to transport the liquefied gas, and their plan must not fail. Eric replied that he would make sure that no problems arose. The chairman advised his son not to miss this opportunity, to develop the company, and one day it would grow to the level of Synthes Group. Eric bowed and replied that he would live up to his expectations. He entered the office and said from the doorway that he was glad to cooperate with him. He shook Larry's hand and added that there could always be people who would try to stop them. Larry looked at Eric. He was not at all like his brother Nick, whose impudence knew no bounds. He added that he hoped Eric would lead them far. Eric drank some tea and said that he had heard that Larry had taken in their nephew and was teaching him. Larry decided to answer him what he wanted to hear. He said that Lucas is a natural-born player and is the complete opposite of his father. He knows exactly when to act and when to retreat. Lucas has an incredible ability to read the necessary information. Eric replied that such abilities were very suitable for a manager. Larry agreed with Eric. Lucas had a great future. And suddenly he asked if the uncle was wary of his nephew. Eric replied that it was not known who would become the next chairman, but it was clear that Lucas would be the third. All he needs to do is take care of his share so that Lucas doesn't take it over. Larry realized that Eric already considered Lucas his enemy and began to act. Carolina asked in surprise if her brother had really made this decision himself. The manager replied that the investment was only $20 billion, and therefore the deputy did not even need to intervene. New Technology's investment has not yet been announced, but will be announced based on the stock price when the amount reaches 20,000 won. It's 10,000 won now, but there are already those who are selling shares and leaving. Caroline shouted that she was giving the manager 2 days to study everything properly, otherwise she would reconsider her opinion about him. When the manager left, Caroline thought that the price of New Technology shares could really reach 20,000 won. Without thinking, she called a car. Carolina showed up at Larry's office and said that a certain company had been too active lately. Larry stood up and asked to explain what was going on. She stated that either he didn't know or he was just playing with her. Larry replied that stock movement has always been active in any company. He added that one should not always follow gossip, especially in such a matter. Larry realized that she was going to invest in New Technology shares and tried to dissuade her. He said that if she spent the money, she wouldn't be able to get it back. Larry, as an investment expert, advised Caroline to focus on management. It was clear that the aunt began to doubt her intentions. He asked her what she was going to do if she suffered losses. Carolina replied that that was why she came here for advice. Here Jack intervened and said that if the relevant facts were presented, then the aunt herself would change her decision. Caroline replied that she was not going to sit idle knowing that the stock price would rise again. Larry said that no one would believe that she was an investor until she had money in her account. Aunt stood her ground. She would still invest $20 billion in the company. She added that the price of the shares is not yet the limit, and she will be able to sell them later for twice the price. Larry offered to sell everything when the rate reached 40,000. He had nothing more to say. Jack realized that his aunt had heard what she wanted, but she won't be able to control her greed and thus end up in the dead end created by Jack, losing her money. The time had come when Kurt Anders, chairman of New Technologic, held an emergency conference. He stated that their company had decided to merge with Synthes Group to develop global brands. Having purchased the company's shares, Carolina came to consult with Lucas about whether it was worth selling the shares now that their prices were continuing to rise. Jack replied that Larry was never wrong and that a fall could happen at any moment. He added that if she misses the moment, she will never be able to get that chance back. Jack said they sold their shares at the 38,000 mark and were happy with the 25 times profit. Carolina was furious at his greed and asked him to explain where such profits came from. He said that they bought them at the beginning of their release, when each one cost only $1,500. Carolina asked why her nephew didn't tell her that he had such investments. Jack replied that he had nothing else, since his uncle had spent everything on the election fund, and Lucas had received land on Sanam in return. He looked at his aunt. She still won't know everything that she doesn't need to know. Jack only added that there would be another opportunity to make money, and now there is no need to doubt and sell everything. Larry was furious in the morning, shouting that his company, which had a share sales volume of 30 billion, had sunk to losses, and Jack sat on the sofa and calmly drank coffee. Larry shouted that everything could collapse and everything would turn into shreds of toilet paper. Jack replied that even if he was wrong in his predictions, the company's capital still amounted to 3 billion, and the 500 million spent was Lucas's money. And if Fantasy loses 3 billion, then for the company it's an empty sound, and it's still his money. Larry reminded him when Lucas promised that the price would reach 250,000. And Jack responded by reminding that Larry had said that it was nonsense and had sold all his shares. The manager ran up to Carolina and said that all the money that was supposed to be transferred to companies in the department store had been frozen and then redirected to the accounts of the new technology company. Some market players were given private loans and transactions were carried out under false names. Carolina replied that she needed 2 months to sort everything out and keep it private. And given the current unemployment rate, they will close the department store with maximum restructuring. She listened to Lucas and sold the shares for less than $40,000. But the price continued to soar, and Caroline, furious, bought them again. Carolina sat and thought about how she could fix and stop everything. Jack opened the door and said that Caroline wanted to see him. She asked if Lucas could ask Larry to move up the interest payment date. The economy is in complete disarray right now, and department store sales have plummeted. He realized that his aunt had completely sunk into a swamp from which there was no escape. Jack asked if things were really that bad, and his aunt added that the hotel was now 70% empty. People come to the department store only for basic necessities, as if it were a simple grocery store. Jack looked at Caroline and asked for forgiveness. He said that if she hadn't sold her shares for $40,000, all the problems would have been solved at once. But now he expects their price to skyrocket to $300,000. When the corners of her mouth twitched, he realized that his aunt was still buying shares on her own, as he had assumed. Jack warned that the slightest mistake and everything could collapse. After all, just as quickly as shares rise, they can also fall just as quickly, and this is a huge risk. The key here is to time the peak correctly. Those who can wait for it will be swimming in money. But Jack advised her not to get involved in it. Carolina thanked him and said that they were one family. Yes, this is a family that always creates problems. In the corridor, Jack met a man and recognized him. It was he who was in fantasy when Jack lent money to his aunt. The assistant said that if Lucas had time, they could talk in his office. He said that Carolina was constantly buying up shares, even when they were worth $200. Jack didn't expect his aunt to invest nearly $100 billion in spending the company's money. The manager added that he was so worried about all this that he would soon go crazy. Jack already understood perfectly well what would happen if his aunt continued to do such reckless things. One of the following days, Jack invited the people he needed. He handed them his business cards, and they realized that it was the chairman of Fantasy standing in front of them. Without further ado, Jack immediately invited them to take his side. He added that he knows that they know how to keep their mouths shut. Jack invited them to look at the proposal that was on the table. The executives sat down at the table and began to carefully study the documents. And at that moment, Jack was wondering what his aunt was thinking, because she doesn't understand stocks. While in the manager's office, Jack learned that it was the Synthes Group people who advised her on the best time to sell the shares. It was from them that she learned that the stock price would rise even more. Now Jack knew that they controlled her every step. They were masters of their craft. When the invitees were presented with the proposal, Jack said that it would take effect as soon as they fulfilled his request. The offer guaranteed each person an annual income of $1 billion, excluding bonuses. The employment contract must be concluded for at least 5 years. Jack said he heard that they were giving his aunt stock advice. We need to make sure that she doesn't sell her shares until the very end. Caroline Wilson must remain a shareholder in this company for the rest of her life. Jack added that he knew that they had given advice to many people, and that they had then gone broke down to the last penny. One of the people present said that it might happen that the stock price would start to fall, and if they continued to persuade her to hold the stock, it might lead to some consequences. Jack replied that they were all not close enough to his aunt to worry about the consequences. Second, ask directly why Lucas would drown his aunt. Jack replied that let it be a small family quarrel. He looked at Lucas, who didn't seem upset that he had only made $16 billion from selling shares, while Jack had made 80. But after he got rid of them, the price began to fall rapidly, and the $140 billion invested by Carolina has now turned into only 10. She raged and fumed and demanded that her advisors appear immediately. The manager replied that they weren't answering calls and he couldn't contact them. Carolina told them to involve the police, the prosecutor's office, anyone, to find them. He replied that they currently do not have the funds for such services and that it would be better to focus on compensating for losses. Carolyn ordered that some tea be made for her, and then she would go to her father herself. She stood in the president's office and knew that a real storm was about to break out. The daughter reported that she lost $140 billion on stocks. He didn't understand how, with so much money in stocks, one could end up with nothing. She was supposed to hand over this money to the owners of the outlets in her department store, who then invested it in shares. The daughter added that Synthes Group also invested there, and she simply decided to follow their example. Would they really invest $20 billion in a company knowing full well that it would collapse? The chairman asked what Carolina wanted from him now. Carolina cried and asked her father for help. The father replied that she could turn to Larry again and let him solve her problem. The daughter replied that this was out of the question. She could no longer borrow from Mr. Baker. The chairman said that the separation had gone as she wanted, but now its separation from Synthes Group had no meaning. He put the package on the table and added that she now had an independent company in which she had no shares at all. If he helps her, it will be tantamount to misappropriation of Synthes Group's money. Caroline pleaded. If the department store remained in her hands, there would be huge problems. The chairman replied that she had not only lost money, but had also gone mad. The father shouted that she couldn't even imagine how much he would lose if he violated the order of inheritance. He paused, then asked in whose name the shares were purchased. Perhaps she used a front name. Carolina replied that she had purchased them in different versions. Suddenly, the chairman asked how confident she was in her manager. She said that she trusted him with her most intimate secrets. Father asked the answer differently. Was Caroline sure that he was devoted to her? The daughter replied that she trusted him, but her voice sounded somewhat unsure. The chairman was silent again, and then said that he would figure everything out by tomorrow. In her heart, Caroline was glad that her father had fallen for her tears and would help fix this problem. She tried to assure her father that she would be able to repay this amount within a year. And then the chairman replied that she had not quite understood him. She decided to separate herself, so the money and the company's affairs are her personal problems. He doesn't care if she squandered it all. And the only thing he's going to figure out is to keep her out of jail. Carolina screamed that she couldn't go behind bars, but the chairman told her to get out, saying that he was disgusted even to look at his daughter. Richard gave the task to his assistant Michael and waited for his report. The assistant said that everything was scattered among approximately 16 names, from the company to the directors and then to the Seoul Trade Center. The chairman asked if there was a connection with Carolina. Michael answered no. Wilson exhaled and said that at least that made him happy. The assistant asked whether the chairman would check those who bought these shares. He replied that a total of $5 trillion had been invested, but that this was not included in the conglomerate's money or taxes. It was mostly money from mothers who went to the stock market to earn money for food. The chairman said that if they don't sort this out, even the political regime could be shaken, so they need to find a suitable scapegoat. New Technology was going to sell their shares in Synthes Group when they were at their peak price, but he prevented them from doing so. These vile politicians are working together with whoever started all this. The chairman would have preferred to lose $20 billion. They could have sold the shares at their peak, but then Synthes Group would have been blamed for everything. Michael was surprised that the chairman, in his 80s, could calculate such complex moves. Wilson said prosecutors and the Financial Conduct Commission are already investigating and need to find out their strategy and prevent his daughter's name from ever being exposed. The assistant warned that if they made the slightest mistake now, they could lose their license to drive fantasy. Larry reasoned that the shares they had taken as collateral amounted to 30%, and Carolina still owned 35%. Jack replied that his aunt had lost a large sum, but they should get 25% more. Larry asked if Lucas really thought she would give them away just like that. Jack replied that his aunt had committed a terrible crime by investing the company's money. Larry asked if Lucas was offering to play villains again and take it on. Jack replied that it was not quite so. This time, he himself would take the first step and find out who really owned the department store. Larry said his aunt was clearly scared, and it was possible her family would become more wary of Lucas. Jack replied that now his aunt would not tell anyone anything anymore. At that moment, Carolina's manager burst into the office and asked to save him. Jack and Larry both asked in unison what had happened. He reported that Synthesis Group had decided to blame him for the crisis and make him the scapegoat. The manager said that the chairman's personal assistant came to him and accused him of all the mistakes and sins. He tried to explain that it wasn't fair. Jack understood that if Michael himself came to him, it meant that mistakes had indeed been made and that they had been thoroughly studied. The manager knew about all of Fantasy's deals, and he is the only one who knows that only Fantasy, who has the right to take the place of the head of the department store, can save him from the threats of the Synthesis Group. But his main mistake was that he did not know who they really were. Larry said that if the manager wanted them to try to help him, he should tell them everything he knew. Jack added that they were specifically interested in his collaboration with Caroline Wilson. He said he was sure that it was she who stabbed him in the back. Jack said they needed to know how the aunt lost her investment and what cash flows and capital she used. Then they can decide how all these facts can be used against Carolina. The manager gathered the directors and said that something needed to be decided urgently, and there was almost no time. The department store's chairman said he wanted to hear some hard-hitting arguments before he said anything. He added that Director Carolyn Wilson trusted the manager, and now he was proposing to betray her. He replied that he was not doing this for fame or money. Don't they understand that she wants to put all the blame on him? The manager reminded that we are talking about $140 billion, and if they pin it on him, then he will spend the next 10 years behind bars. He added that otherwise he does not intend to drown alone. All reports on the work of the department store and the hotel passed through him. And all the details of the theft of the company's funds are also with him. So not only ordinary managers, but also members of the board of directors will be held accountable. So perhaps now is the time to change things and step out from under Carolina's oppressive shadow. The chairman asked if we were talking about fantasy. The manager replied that they were dealing with the issue at hand and that they should not miss such an opportunity when their boat was sinking. Everyone present knows that Fantasy is an investment company, and if it takes over their chain of department stores, it would be the most profitable decision for them. And nothing will stop them from doing this because they have already separated from Synthes Group. The chairman of the board of directors realized that in this case it would be their own business, outside the influence of Wilson Group. Jack made an appointment with Caroline, and she promptly arrived at his office. She asked why Larry was late. Jack replied that he would not be there and Caroline would talk to him. He sat down and added that Larry had asked to check whether she could fulfill all the obligations on the bonds. Aunt replied that if Lucas meant the losses incurred, then there was no reason to worry. He reminded her of debts of more than $100 billion and asked how she was going to repay them. Carolina replied that since her nephew had brought it up, she had a small favor to ask. She asked Lucas to lend her some more money. The aunt asked for $150 billion on the security of her shares at the same interest rate. Jack could see that she still didn't understand the situation she was in. He replied that at the moment she had no way to pay off the debt and interest. Jack reminded her that there were only a few days left until the end of the year, and it was unlikely that she would be able to pay off her debts. He placed a folder of documents in front of her. Jack said that under this agreement, she pledged shares of the department store outlets, the hotel, and so on, so they had the right to begin transferring all of this to Fantasy. The aunt jumped up and screamed that Lucas couldn't do this to her. Could it really be that Larry ordered this to be done? Carolina told me to tell him that he would pay dearly for disrespecting Synthes Group. Jack replied, "Did she really think she could resolve this situation by shouting and threatening? The group of department stores that my aunt owned until today no longer belongs to her. Larry is not interested in department stores, so he will become their owner, and this entire huge sphere will be in his hands." Caroline looked at her nephew and replied that then she wouldn't have a penny left. Jack saw that his aunt still didn't understand anything. He reminded that Larry was only interested in one thing, that his aunt fulfilled her obligations under the contract. Caroline was outraged that Lucas could do this and take away her company. Perhaps this was a joke. Jack replied that he never joked about such things, and next year he would become the full owner of Synthes Group. The aunt furiously declared that he had betrayed her. Jack calmly replied that he had never been on her side, and she herself never considered him her partner. And then Carolina asked if all his stock advice was really just a trap. Jack replied that he had only advised her to sell them at the right moment, and that she had done the rest herself, unable to control her greed. Ignoring his aunt's hysterics, he said that he was currently thinking about whether to leave her in the position of CEO. Carolina screamed that, according to the agreement, he would only receive 30% of her shares. But as far as Fantasy is concerned, he can't do anything. Jack replied that he would become the owner of Synthes Group in any case and would bring charges against her for embezzlement of the company's money. And if the main shareholder makes such an accusation, then it will not be difficult to remove her. He added that it was foolish to have a company without having the slightest idea about the management system. After all, people who interfere with or harm the company are most often removed. Carolina responded that if the CEO is removed, then other managers will bear full responsibility. And then Jack took out his phone and said that if they heard everything, they could come in. At that moment, the executives who worked for Carolina entered the office. Jack repeated her words that now they must bear full responsibility for her actions. He asked the leaders if they were ready to answer for everything his aunt had done. Moreover, she is confident that they will be kind to her. The manager replied that they did not want to spend the rest of their lives in prison. Carolina was indignant. Who was even talking about prison? Did they really not trust them at all? After all, no matter what this boy tells them, there won't be any problems. and everything may be limited to just a suspended sentence. The manager clarified that Carolina intends to remain uninvolved in this story. Jack said the staff had already realized that she was just using them and didn't really care about them. And then he threatened that if even one of those present was involved in this case, he would personally sue the aunt. And all those present will instantly become his witnesses against her. Jack told the executives that no matter what happened to the company, they would all remain in their positions. He added that this was not their war and ordered everyone to return to their duties. Caroline and Jack were left alone in the office again. She said she understood the whole situation and suggested discussing a more real problem. The aunt asked how she could return $140 billion in a few days. Jack replied that his grandfather would not waste money that had separated from him, so there was no way out. And it's especially not worth starting this conversation with Larry. Jack added that he was ready to lend her a helping hand, but then they would be in the same boat. Carolina exploded and asked if Lucas was really asking her to work for him now. Jack replied, "Does Larry really look like his subordinate? From the outside, they are equal." Hearing this, Carolina asked if he was really the real CEO of Fantasy. Jack suggested that she take an even wider look. 95% of the company's shares belong to him. He is Fantasy's largest shareholder, and the capital that the company operates on is his money. When she heard this, Carolina covered her mouth with her hands and could not utter a word. Jack said that Fantasy is where the largest amount of cash is kept in the country, and he is the owner. He added that the acquisition of Auto Group and Wilson Motoros, later Chrome Wilson, is his achievement. He acquired them 2 years ago while studying at university. So does Auntie really want to make an enemy like him? Jack offered to shake his hand because no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't beat him. Now it's better to accept his help and continue enjoying life as a member of the conglomerate. After all, her brothers will never give her such an opportunity. Carolina asked if her father knew about all this too. Jack replied that only she knew who he really was, and now she would voluntarily give him everything he needed. But Grandpa, he probably already guesses everything himself, and he knows that one day Lucas will take over everything. Jack added that he had told his aunt everything. Now all she had to do was make her voluntary choice. But if she refuses, she will spend the next 10 years in prison. And no matter what happens, Grandfather will not help her. After all, what he loves most is neither her nor him, but Syntez Group. Carolina asked what would happen if she accepted his proposal. Jack replied that his aunt would have to voluntarily allow him to run the department stores, and Larry would run Fantasy on his behalf. The aunt will not be able to manage the company's funds, and all decisions will be made by Lucas. And in exchange, he will allow his aunt to live in luxury. Without hesitation, Carolina asked what she should do. Jack put the documents on the table and replied that in that case, they could get down to business. Taking out a pen, he added that he would buy part of her shares, Syntez Group, for $140 billion. This will make him the largest shareholder with 55%. Jack held out his pen and said that if he were her, he wouldn't hesitate. Now, the first thing to do is to report everything to the head. After all, there is no greater betrayal than receiving such news from third parties. The chairman said that Carolina was probably in shock. Jack replied that she was fine, and he had promised to make sure that she could live her life as before. The chairman thanked Lucas and added that it must have been difficult for her. And then he asked if Lucas was involved in his aunt falling into this trap. Jack replied that he had nothing to do with it, and many people got burned buying and selling new technology shares. But the difference between her and an ordinary person is that she did not use her own funds, but the company's money. The chairman's look was very distrustful. He then asked Lucas not to be like him on one issue. The grandson replied that he understood what was being discussed and said that this would not happen. After all, the chairman once treated his brother very cruelly and was afraid that his grandson could do the same to his child. The chairman said that, surprisingly, Caroline managed the department store and hotel very well. Jack replied that she had a good understanding of the client's needs. He tried to calm his grandfather down, saying that his aunt, as before, continued to do her business. Grandfather said that Lucas, unlike others, does not have the thirst for reckless spending of money and has the gift of foresight. He is one of those who knows the true value of things and advised to further develop it. And this quality will allow Lucas to become even richer. Jack replied that he would keep that in mind. Now the chairman experienced mixed feelings. The awareness of his daughter's unreliability and the fact that his grandson deserved trust. Carolina asked how Lucas intended to proceed, whether he would keep his promise or show her the door. Jack replied that he was a man of his word and would keep his promise. He added that the aunt can do everything the same as before. The aunt will continue to manage the company, but he will be the owner. She will be vice president and she will have great responsibility. From now on, ownership and management will be completely separate from each other. He will monitor performance and leave the position of president vacant for now. And this position may be taken by her, or perhaps by someone else. Carolina asked if Lucas would fire her if she started to perform poorly. Jack replied that it was. That was the job of a leader. His aunt asked if the hotel room would remain her office, to which Jack replied no. Jack added that she would work in the Synthes Group office, but as before, live in her own room. The nephew said she probably guessed that he would continue to promote his candidacy for the post of president of Wilson Group. And if she continues to be on his side, then he will guarantee her the position of vice president of the Synthes Group company. The aunt replied that he was offering her to be in her subordination forever. Jack said that this was one of the options suggested. He added that his path to the top would be long, and she could prepare during this time. Prepare to destroy it. Carolina replied that while he would destroy everyone who stood in his way, she just needed to watch. Jack knew her character. She would constantly chase after an illusory hope. Philip said that Lucas was already showing his claws and the stupid sister lost all her shares. Eric replied that everything was working out for him because their father indulged his grandson. He added that she needed to take control of her people and not worry about it. As for Larry, he is now completely consumed with his fantasies of becoming the head of a conglomerate. After all, the amount of fantasy funding depends directly on the U.S. Americans trust him because he hasn't missed a single chance. If he wants to play the cool boss, American investors won't stand in his way. Philip thought about it and suggested getting rid of the department store and the hotel as quickly as possible. Eric added that if this succeeds, then everyone will flee this sinking ship. The chairman asked whether the restructuring of Motors Group and Auto Group would be their end. After all, Chairman Mark Twinton and James Twain did an excellent job and received positive reviews from the business community. But Jack replied that he would like to make some changes. After all, surpassing prestige remains a difficult task, which means we need to stay ahead of the curve. The chairman asked how Lucas intended to surpass them. Jack replied that production and sales volume are not everything. He added that they should become a favorite car brand. At that moment, the chairman of Auto Group, James Twain, entered the office and apologized for being late. The chairman replied that he was offering his apologies for inviting him on the first day of the new year. He pointed at Lucas and added that it was he who invited James here. James Twain looked at Lucas and replied that he was even nervous that he had been called by the largest shareholder. James looked at the director in bewilderment. Did he really already know that he was the owner of Fantasy? The chairman reassured him that he knew how to keep his mouth shut. He had easily given up Wilson Motors, so he had a right to know. James replied that he really shouldn't have hidden it from them. The chairman thanked the director for the New Year's gift and invited him to go into his office. James listened to Lucas and asked him how he wanted to make it a beloved car company. Jack replied that even if they don't have big sales, they will have a special uniqueness. They will be the ones who have the cars that people will want to buy, and they will be the only company that will create unique cars. Jack recalled that something similar happened in 1996 when Motors Group began producing two-seater open-top cars. But their mistake was that they started churning them out in mass production. James added that the cars lost their uniqueness and eventually had to be discontinued. Jack said that they would not produce the same sports cars, knowing full well that the company would suffer losses. They will begin production of unique compact cars that even women can buy on an installment plan, or coupes that young men can purchase with payments over 3 years, or even a pickup truck, which a middle-aged man can afford as a second car. The director replied that there were already plenty of coupes, pickups, and compact cars, and that pickups weren't sold in their country. Jack said that these are not the cars you want to buy. The car should have an unusual design. It should be beautiful, but unpretentious, and at the same time a coupe, and a pickup should look like a small truck. The director replied that people were always wary of new things, and that they wouldn't be able to sell even a few. He added that the best-selling cars are family cars, and this is an absolutely break-even option. Then Jack suggested launching 2 lines, family and favorite. James replied that Lucas had no idea how huge the expense was. Jack said that even if they were in the red for 10 years, it would be a good thing because by then the situation would have changed. The grandfather and the director looked at each other and suddenly burst out laughing. Having calmed down, the director said that as far as he understood, the main condition of a favorite car is design. Jack replied that he would hire the best car designers, who would only need to explain what design was needed. The director said that Lucas could easily lose a lot of money on this idea. Jack replied that he had enough funds to invest for 10 years. The director warned that a huge startup capital was needed. Jack asked to name an approximate amount right now. James did the math and said it would be around $250 million, which would be enough to produce 100 units. Jack replied that he was ready to invest $500 million, taking into account urgent expenses. The chairman laughed and told the director that he had warned him that the guy had a lot of money. Carolina sat in her ex-husband's office and said that he looked good. Oliver replied that there weren't many women over 50 who looked great. He adjusted his glasses and asked what she had come for. Carolina suggested that they should once again be on the same side, as business partners. Oliver replied that he remembered very well how much he got into trouble when they worked together. He asked if her father had really left her alone and was no longer trying to take away her assets. Carolina said that now he doesn't bother her at all because she has nothing. Her ex-husband asked what that meant, but she replied that that was all he needed to know. He didn't ask for details, only asked why she wanted to collaborate again. Jack visited Caroline and said that he had looked over the reports and it didn't look like she was doing anything, and she asked her not to rush things. He replied that they should develop a strategy in advance before the tough competition starts. Jack said she had a good idea of the size of Incheon Airport, so they shouldn't miss out on an opportunity like duty-free. Moreover, with the opening of the airport, more than 3 points will be opened in the city, and duty-free shops will have special rights. And now he is asking to double-check the documents so that they can come up with their proposal. Carolina smiled and answered where she was and where the documents were. Jack said if she was going to continue running the business, she should start looking at them. The aunt replied that he could use it more effectively and appropriately. Jack said he had plans to use her connections. It just wasn't the time yet. Carolina replied that she was better at managing shopping than making new connections. She may have meant managing fashion trends, but isn't that what designers and fashion designers do? His aunt asked him to allocate $1 billion for marketing expenses, and then he would see what she could do with it. A few days later, Jack visited his aunt again and saw her sitting in front of a mountain of fashion magazines. She explained that she was reviewing the latest collections to select them for sale. The aunt added that fashion trends are the first thing you need to know in this business. Jack picked up an interior design magazine and asked what it had to do with fashion and clothing. She replied that fashion-conscious clients try to furnish their interiors accordingly, including bedding, curtains, and other small details. The same goes for decoration. They are also important. Jack, who knew nothing about fashion, replied that it was all very well. Auntie said that it was better than not bad, because these luxury items are very expensive. They can cost someone a month's salary, and some of them cost a year's salary. Jack thought that if people didn't buy these products, sales wouldn't go up, and if the product was hard to use, people wouldn't buy it either. Carolina said that stores for the average shopper are organized by price, but when it comes to luxury goods, price doesn't matter. Over the next few days, Jack watched his aunt closely as she worked. She constantly called her employees to her and gave them instructions. Carolina said that this time they needed to pay attention to details. An important project was at stake. She assigned one of her employees to send out invitations to regular customers. In addition, it was necessary to prepare snacks, dishes, and invite a famous chef who has a sense of taste. When Jack came in, his aunt said that it was the first time she had had so much fun in a long time. When you look at beautiful things, your mood improves, even if you are very tired. Jack asked if she was going to use the billions she had been given to buy all those expensive things from the catalogs. The aunt replied that she was not stupid. This money would go towards marketing to attract the right clients. It's worth it for women to go crazy and start praising the department store and the hotel. Jack hadn't seen his aunt so proud and confident in a long time. Carolina said the first step is to select the fashion items that will be the focus, and then order samples for the show. Then think about the exhibition space. Arrange the products so that related ones are closer to each other. Jack asked for clarification on what this meant. Aunt explained, rings to necklaces, dresses to shoes, bags to gloves, and so on. Jack asked if it wouldn't be easier to pick out the appropriate products and put them on the mannequins in sets. Carolina replied that then it would be a finished product, but an individual approach to each VIP client is needed. My aunt wanted to hold this event at a European villa or in an apartment in New York. Jack replied that he was interested in how it would all go. Aunt jumped up and said that Lucas definitely had to be there, because a famous person always attracts attention, and this would increase sales. Jack replied that he had no time to go to parties. Carolina said that all he had to do was come and say hello, and the professionals would do the rest. She added that women will have no chance when they see a young, rich, and handsome man in front of them. Jack knew he would be acting as bait, but for the sake of business, he couldn't refuse. He replied that their sales needed to be made record-breaking, so he agreed. The aunt added that after this part, a banquet would be organized at the hotel for the 100 best buyers. A presentation of luxury goods, including interior items, will also be organized there. The idea is that these 100 rich people will look with envy at the young conglomerate and try to imitate it by buying up expensive goods. In addition, they will start competing with each other and stop looking at prices. And this whole event will resemble an auction. Jack replied that this was all very colorful. But how could this be connected with their duty-free plans, which were their priority right now? The aunt replied that those same 100 guests were precisely those who had influence in the areas they needed. She added that Lucas should trust her insight. She knows what she is doing. The day of the presentation arrived, and the necessary goods were delivered to the apartments. Jack arrived early. He wanted to see how the preparations for the event would go. The staff worked tirelessly, arranging everything as the aunt had ordered. Finally, the show was announced and the first elite guests appeared. These were the richest and most influential people in Seoul. The elderly lady immediately noticed Jack and said that she didn't know that such an interesting young man would visit them. Customers looked at luxury goods and quietly talked among themselves. A little later, customers began calling the staff over and asking about the product they were interested in. And then one of the guests asked Jack to come to her. She asked him if he liked the decoration. Jack replied that it was luxurious and would be very suitable for the guest. Apparently, he said this too loudly because the other clients turned their attention to him with interest. The busty, brown-haired woman, who turned out to be the elderly lady's daughter, quietly said that he really was a very interesting young man. At that moment, a staff member came to Jack's aid and told the client that it was sterling silver. The design was understated, and the jewelry was comfortable to wear. She added that this collectible piece of jewelry is the embodiment of beauty and strength, and is sure to attract the attention of those around her. Jack realized that the employees were very knowledgeable about each product and could tell customers everything. The elderly lady saw Jack's discomfort and asked if there were any problems or if they were not being told something. Here, the employee intervened again and said that this piece of jewelry had arrived only a few days ago on a charter flight, and only a few people could tell about it in detail. Jack apologized to the elderly lady and added that it was his first time at such an event. The lady responded with displeasure, asking how Miss Caroline could send such an inexperienced newcomer. The employee explained that Lucas is Caroline Wilson's nephew and that he is now in charge of this area. Jack apologized again and admitted that he should have been better prepared. The lady said that if he is Caroline's nephew, then he is Richard Wilson's grandson. Jack clarified that he is his youngest grandson. A busty brunette came up to him and asked if he was the same young man who had entered the law faculty and was considered one of the 10 most outstanding minds in the country. Jack replied that it was quite a long time ago, and now he is no longer the most diligent student. The elderly lady looked coquettishly at Jack and asked if he would like to have tea with her. When they were alone, the lady asked what year he was in now. Jack replied that this was his last year of school. She asked him what it was about the department store that had interested him so much that he decided to work there. Jack replied that he was still searching and did not want to rush. The lady asked about his plans after graduation. Maybe he was going to continue his studies abroad. Jack wanted to understand whether she was really interested or whether she was testing the waters so that he would receive the inheritance and step away from the business. In any case, he felt that the woman was trying to establish a connection with him. To change the conversation, Jack said he kept thinking about the hat she bought. The lady looked at the young man with interest. And then Jack declared that she was not right for her. He wanted to know how the woman would react to his words. The lady said that he should think about it. It seemed that working in a department store was not his field. Jack thought the woman would be angry, but she continued drinking tea. She said that if a short old lady was going to buy a hat with a brim that was too big to see anything, she understood perfectly well. She also knows that this hat doesn't suit her, but the thing is, she's not going to wear it. Jack asked her why she bought it then, to which the lady replied that she wanted it that way. She may be old, but she's still a woman, and if he doesn't understand that, he should quit his job at the department store. The lady added that he relies only on his own intelligence and understands nothing about women. They returned to the hall, and the lady told her companions to make their choice, but she was already tired of waiting. She allowed them to buy whatever they wanted. After all, they needed to generate revenue for this department store. The lady looked at Jack and said that they could meet again, chat, and have tea. Jack's next plan was to visit several homes of wealthy clients to whom the purchased goods were delivered. Standing in front of him was the wife of the head of the oil company KS Group. The employee explained that they were seeing her for the first time. She usually never comes shopping on her own. Jack knew what was going on. She had already received word that the heir to Synthes Group would be present in person. The woman looked at him and said, "So he is Lucas Wilson, Caroline's nephew." Jack handed her the business card and said that it was true. The woman suggested leaving the work to the employees and having a cup of tea themselves. But then she changed her mind and offered alcohol, saying that she wouldn't mind having a drink during the day. In private, they did not discuss anything important. Mostly, Jack only answered her questions about her personal life. Later, when they left the house, the employee excitedly said that thanks to his presence, they would be able to make more money. Jack replied that he even enjoyed the ride himself. He visited several more houses of influential families and realized that his aunt was right. Through these visits, Jack was able to make his name known in major companies and established close enough connections that he could simply drop in for a cup of tea. The chairman asked in bewilderment why Lucas had taken on this matter himself. Did he really decide to create a queue of families to show off in front of? Department store sales have peaked. The company has found the right way to express its brand's personality. Thanks to a well-organized presentation and trendy buzzwords, customers were actively shopping. The aunt walked importantly among the guests and gave them a welcoming smile. The products were not only sold out, but also reserved, thanks to Carolina's professionalism. Guests probably wanted to be remembered for their purchases so that they would be invited to the next collection show. Aunt quietly approached Jack and said that it was time for them to leave. The less they were seen, the more precious these meetings would be. Jack replied that there were many people here he would like to meet. Carolina said he would have time for that when he visited them at home to thank them for their purchases. His aunt promised to give him a list of the rich people present. Meetings with them would help him obtain permission to open duty-free shops. Jack replied that it provided an excellent opportunity to expand his network of contacts. Aunt told him not to flatter himself. She was doing this for herself. But she is grateful to Lucas for allowing her to be in her place. Jack said it seemed like his aunt was hoping to gain an advantage over her brothers by expanding his network. She replied that that was true, and that Lucas should also be careful with his uncles. For now, his grandfather is his protection, but he won't last forever. And as soon as he dies, the tax and financial services will immediately attack Fantasy. To do this, you need to have time to acquire useful connections that can later become a shield. Jack told the employee to prepare everything according to the list, set the date, and inform him. Carolina called the employee to also look at the folder. She hesitated, not knowing how the company owner would react. But her aunt unceremoniously snatched the folder from her hands. Jack explained that what was more important to them was what the person on the list did, not how many purchases they made. She took out a piece of paper and asked what kind of note it was. Jack replied that it was a list of gifts that he would personally deliver to the clients. Aunt looked at the lists for a long time and made minor adjustments. She gave the folder to the employee and told her to do everything as the manager said, taking into account her amendments. Left alone, Caroline said that Lucas was a quick learner and his list was more or less correct. Jack replied that it was not difficult. A necklace for women's clothing and a watch for men's. When he asked what changes his aunt had made, she replied that she had only changed the brand of the watch and necklace to better match the clothes they had chosen. She asked if the people on the list were worth his effort. Jack replied that they were civil servants who only moved up, and he saw it as a long-term investment for 10 years to come. Auntie said that these government officials are already Synthes Group's puppies, and his gifts cost them $300 million. Jack was confident that all this would come back, because the company would not fall into debt anyway. Now his uncles have excellent relations with the current officials, which means he needs to ensure that in 5 years he has the same relations with their successors. Jack told his aunt that her brothers would not stop fighting for the inheritance and that she needed to be prepared for anything. Philip was already aware that Lucas had caused a stir among the influential women of Seoul. He is spoken of as the ideal successor to Synthes Group, which created a real revolution in the industry, and the department store's sales reached their highest peak. Young clients spend a lot of money on purchases to win his attention and impress him. Eric recalled that his brother called him to talk about his son Kevin, and they were discussing Lucas and his authority with women. Philip said that if they didn't get Kevin on the right track, he would be in exile for a long time. Eric replied that his brother knew very well what his son was doing when he came to Seoul. Philip remembered that party on the island where Kevin invited the supermodels and what happened later. He added that his daughter-in-law, who is not at all to blame, is also suffering along with him. In addition, Kurt Anders, the director of New Technologic, may soon be arrested. And the reason is that trillions of won simply evaporated, and a large number of people ended up on the streets. But the day after tomorrow there is an election, and the ruling party needs to secure the voters' votes. So Kurt will be put in jail, and they will have to pull off a rare scam. He offered Eric that they would help the parties calm the anger of those who had lost their money. And for this, he will involve Lucas and Larry. And of course, their younger sister, Carolina. Eric replied that it was a crazy idea and the outcome was unknown. Philip said they would try it and see what happened. Eric replied that if an investigation were to begin, their father would hardly remain on the sidelines. Philip said that for the sake of his daughter-in-law, they had to decide on this. Eric stood up and stated categorically that he would not participate in this. The only thing he can do is bring Kevin to Seoul. Larry read an article that said the daughter of a major conglomerate was running a department store but was making huge losses from stock trading. He told Larry that anyone would understand that he was talking about his aunt. Jack replied that it looked like his uncle was doing it. Larry wondered what was going on in this family if a brother was willing to set up his sister. Uncle won't give up the department store just like that, so this probably won't be the last setup. Larry replied that the first step was to prevent such articles from being published. Carolina shouted into the phone that her brother had several printed publications that he used to his advantage. Jack handed his aunt a glass of water and said that they were already working on blocking the publication of such articles. She took a sip and replied that it wouldn't end that easily. If such newspapers did accuse someone, they hit the mark. Jack said that they could also attract a lot of tools, and now she needs to try not to be seen by reporters and paparazzi. He asked if his aunt knew anything about the printed publications that his uncle worked with. Carolina replied that knowledge was of no use, she had no evidence, and she had never thought that it might be needed. When Philip started to move away from her, she pretended not to notice. But when someone points a sword at you, you have to draw your own. Doesn't the aunt want to say by this that she has someone who will influence the course of the accusations? Perhaps she was referring to her ex-husband Oliver, which means they hadn't completely cut off their connection. And then Jack's father called and said that he was in big trouble. They sent him a summons stating that he had to appear as a witness for the prosecution. According to the summons, this desire was expressed by his uncle. Henry summoned the necessary people and eagerly awaited their arrival. Finally, Manager Kim looked into the office and asked what could have happened so urgently. Henry replied that we still needed to wait for Brooke and Alona. The manager replied that they all came together. These were young actors, but they had already won fame among the audience. Henry said that he had a very important request and asked everyone to sit down. He said he knew Brooke and Alona were dating, and rumors about their affair must be spread immediately. The actors looked at the director in bewilderment and did not understand why they had to do this. The manager said that if articles about this appeared in the newspapers now, it could affect the casting of the drama, and refusal could affect their relationship with their manager. After all, Henry is one of the most influential people in the film industry. The manager said that they would get married anyway, and it was already difficult for the two of them to hide their relationship, so they just needed to talk about it. They must not forget that they have achieved everything thanks to Henry Wilson. Henry asked the manager not to put pressure on the couple. They should decide this themselves. He bowed his head to the actors and said that he would thank them for their help. Brooke told Alona that it was bound to happen someday, and would she mind if they announced it early? Alona agreed, and Henry asked that they do it as soon as possible. He told the manager to get this news on the front pages of the newspapers the following morning. Kim replied that newspapers, radio, and the internet would all talk only about these two. The next morning, Richard had already read articles about the relationships of famous actors and didn't understand what kind of nonsense these guys had started. He told Michael that the older brother had started the war and the younger brothers had decided to strike back. The aide said he had information that the Eastern District Attorney's Office had launched a secret investigation against his eldest son, Philip. The chairman responded that Mayor Oliver Bong also worked in that prosecutor's office. Michael assumed that it was Caroline, his ex-wife, who asked Oliver about it. The chairman shouted in anger at how they dared to bring real accusations into family squabbles. He turned to the second mate and asked what he thought about it. He replied that it seemed the chairman could not avoid a personal meeting with the prosecutor. Richard saw the assistant hesitate and asked if there were any problems. The assistant replied that the issue of Fantasy's investments had suddenly come up, and rumors were circulating that the owner of that company had close ties to the chairman. The chairman replied that this relationship simply consisted of these guys taking away his company piece by piece. He asked what about the situation with his daughter and whether it could be somehow hushed up. The assistant replied that Carolina was just a victim who had lost quite a lot of money, but be that as it may, she had gotten it all back. He added that there was one circumstance he would like to check, but he needs to know if the chairman really has anything to do with fantasy. The assistant asked this because Auto Group, Wilson Motors, Wilson Contour, the department store, they absorbed all these companies and, judging by the distributed shares, own the majority of the shares of Synthes Group. Is this possible without any omission on the part of the chairman? Richard replied that he sold the auto business because he didn't have the money to pay for it on the currency board during the crisis, and they took the department store because of his daughter's stupidity. The aide said that in any case, the financial watchdog had begun to look into fantasy. The chairman ordered that these overseers be told that they were doing a useless job. The assistant replied that it would be difficult to convince them otherwise, since they believed that fantasy had speculatively acquired capital during the crisis and then simply laid low. The chairman replied that he knew the fantasy guys very well, and they could not have obtained these funds through speculative means. This means that if the finance department does start an audit, they will understand that everything is clean in their business. The assistant said he would closely monitor the progress of the case and would immediately contact the chairman if anything important happened. Michael later confirmed that Philip had indeed been involved with the financial regulator recently. The chairman said that it was necessary to ensure that the head of the Financial Supervision Service resigned after the elections. He and his colleagues were too easily influenced by Philip. Jack showed up at the prosecutor's office after receiving a subpoena and mockingly asked why they weren't in the interrogation room. The prosecutor replied that he just wanted to get some information as a witness. Jack said he would answer his questions as thoroughly as he could. The prosecutor replied that in similar situations, in the past, people had to be put against the wall and given time to think, and after that, the conversation went like clockwork. Jack thought that if he decided to immediately show his power, then he would not remain silent. He said that he came here as a witness, and they treat him like a criminal, or this is his complex. The prosecutor yelled at Lucas to watch his words. Jack replied that his screams wouldn't change the fact that he would be transferred to a different district attorney's office next month. The prosecutor looked at Lucas in bewilderment. Jack added that the appointment of a prosecutor to the position is not a state secret. The secret may be that the prosecutor got his rich friend off the hook when he was caught drunk driving. But now that's no longer a secret. This is precisely why he was forced to transfer to the district prosecutor's office. Jack added that if you compare the investigation he conducted into the prosecutor and his investigation into Lucas and his money, the prosecutor's case would be 3 times thicker. Therefore, he suggested that it was not worth wasting time and nerves and to end it. The prosecutor won't be able to find anything against him anyway. The prosecutor broke the pen and said that if the rich kid decided to intimidate him, then from now on he would visit the prosecutor's office much more often. Jack replied that he would take it as a compliment. The prosecutor said they knew Caroline Wilson was using company money as if it were her own. Jack was about to leave the office, but stopped. The prosecutor added that as soon as she had money again, the fantasy company purchased shares in the Synthes Group company from her. He did not believe this was a simple coincidence. Jack replied that the company's money had been spent, so a deal was made to cover those costs. The prosecutor stood up and asked for clarification. Jack said the company's money was simply transferred to a shell account and then returned, along with the shares. The prosecutor was furious and had nothing to say. Jack handed him a business card and said that their entire investigation was just a figment of their imagination. The only thing that will come out of this is throwing a handful of dust in their direction. Jack advised the prosecutor to remember that whoever ordered this investigation was not such a big deal. He put the business card in the prosecutor's breast pocket and added that if he was needed, he knew where to find him. Jack added that he could easily prove that he was nothing like Vice President Philip Wilson. Leaving the office, Jack knew he had done everything right. It was with small baits like these that one should start. Larry asked how the meeting with the prosecutor went and whether he was looking for some kind of catch. Jack replied that he had nothing on them, so he was just trying to intimidate them. Larry replied that he had been called too, and it seemed to him that the prosecutor was speaking in Philip's words when asking questions. He added that from the outside it looks like they are only hunting Caroline, but it is clear that Philip is not only targeting his younger sister, and his main prey is Lucas. Larry said that Philip wants to know the whole story about fantasy. He suggested that Lucas contact his grandfather, but Jack replied that he had no right to involve him in this matter and disappoint him. It's like getting into a fight and then running off to complain to your older brother. Grandfather will probably say that this is a simple family quarrel. Jack added that he knows him. The chairman only wants to see results. The prosecutor asked for a meeting and immediately apologized for his past behavior. Jack replied that it was his job and suggested forgetting about it and starting over with a clean slate. He invited the prosecutor to sit down and asked what brought him to him. The prosecutor replied that he had learned something about him. Lucas was not only a third-generation representative of the conglomerate, but also a unique person. Jack replied that they were generally considered to be obedient children who did not cause trouble. The prosecutor said that in that case, it was interesting why his uncles were now keeping their finger on the pulse. Jack ignored his words and asked how things were going. The prosecutor replied that he had been instructed to sort out the situation with him and Larry Baker and bring this matter to an end. All that remained was for him to talk to Caroline Wilson. Jack asked how many people he was friends with in the Southern District Attorney's office. He replied that he only had close relationships with a few employees. Jack asked if they were all aiming for the chief prosecutor position. From the prosecutor's face, Jack could tell that none of them would pass up such an opportunity. But the system was designed in such a way that it was easier to open your own law firm in your own city, and this goal was more realistic. Jack asked how the prosecutor would feel if he became a lawyer with a stratospheric salary. The prosecutor asked what amount was involved. Jack replied that if he agreed to cooperate with him as a lawyer, his annual income would be no less than that of the chief prosecutor. Jack knew that the prosecutor knew perfectly well that Lucas could afford such an offer, since his accounts had already been checked long ago, since the prosecutor was personally handling the case. The prosecutor suggested that if he agreed, he would take on cases of any complexity and without reservations. Jack explained that the more difficult and dangerous the cases, the higher the pay. The prosecutor asked who he would have to fight. Jack hoped that he would figure it out himself. The prosecutor replied that he understood everything. It would be Philip Wilson. Kevin thanked his father for doing everything he could to ensure his return to Seoul. Philip patted his son on the shoulder and asked if he had seen his uncle yet. Kevin replied that he met him as soon as he arrived. Philip added that while Kevin was away, his brother tried very hard. At that moment, the door swung open and Henry, Kevin's uncle, entered the office. He apologized for interrupting the long-awaited reunion between father and son. Henry said he had a conversation with Philip and asked Kevin to leave. The brother replied that there was no need for that. Henry agreed to his presence, saying that it would also be useful for his nephew to hear it. He sat down on the sofa and told his brother that he understood perfectly well why he had come. Henry asked Philip to call the prosecutor immediately, and he would drop the case. Kevin had no idea what they were talking about. Philip replied with a grin that his younger brother had grown up and was now in a different situation. Henry replied that using his relatives for his games was certainly not a bad move, but hiding behind his family was going too far. Philip replied that his brother was not as simple as he seemed, and he could never have imagined that his articles would be covered up by some gossip from the entertainment industry. Henry replied that if Philip did not put a stop to all this, he would make sure that nothing would remain of his current position. Philip replied briefly that his brother did not have enough strength. Does he really think that after all this movie-related fuss he has become a big shot that people will listen to? Kevin said he didn't understand what was going on, but asked his uncle to calm down. Henry replied that he was aware that his nephew had booked a special room in a Seoul hotel for 6 months, but he wondered who would be staying there. He knows Kevin has been obsessed with Miranda Flops lately, but he needs to be careful around her. Kevin had already regretted 100 times that he had interfered in their conversation. The uncle added that if the nephew thinks that she is pure and innocent, then this is not so. The girl ran away from home in high school and went through a lot. Its managers are also dangerous, because their leader is a real gangster who deals in drugs. This gang's plan is quite clear. They are thinking about how to promote Kevin even more. Philip couldn't stand it any longer, jumped up and shouted at his brother to shut up. Heinrich replied that he was opening a new entertainment channel in August, and one of the first news items will be a series of programs about the third generation of prodigal sons. Henry was referring to Kevin and his younger brother Martin. Philip asked what his youngest son Martin had to do with it. The brother replied, "Doesn't the father know who his son lives with in Los Angeles?" Philip said he had no bad news from Los Angeles. Martin was doing well in school and there were no reports of incidents. Henry replied that it only took him a month to find out all this. If he wanted to conduct a more in-depth investigation, there would be many more points. So does Philip really think he can handle all this? The brother replied that Henry was threatening him in vain. Henry agreed. It was hard to watch someone bully his children, but Philip was the one who started it. If everything were like before, if these were just attempts to grab a bigger piece for themselves, then okay. But now, how can we not fight? The brother replied that war is war, but Henry does not dare touch his son. The brother replied that this was his last warning. If his son Lucas is called back to the prosecutor's office, his reporters will be on Philip's trail again. Henry went out, and Philip and his son were left alone. He looked at Kevin and asked if everything his uncle had said was true. The son was silent, and that meant only one thing. Henry couldn't take it anymore, called Kevin a stupid bastard and hit him in the face. He covered his cheek with his hand and fell onto the sofa. The father grabbed the phone and ordered everyone to come, from the secretary to the head of management support. Prosecutor Emil Huang sat across from Lucas and said that the strongest bonds are between classmates at university, and if Lucas had communicated with them, he could have become friends. Jack replied that they all cared about these connections only because money decides everything here. Such support can be bought at any time, and it is not necessary to do it now. The prosecutor replied that there would be those who had more money than Lucas. For example, it could be Deputy Chairman Philip Wilson. Jack replied that if people knew that he and his uncle were of the same income, they would lean towards him. Emil asked if that was why Lucas started with such minor figures as himself and Prosecutor Li Kang. Jack had no idea what connections Emil Huang had, but he knew for sure that he was above him. Jack replied that even his grandfather, the chairman of Sintez Group, would not have promised a future for a request to conduct an investigation. If only there were a prosecutor who would stand up for his grandfather, then he could promise him good prospects. He asks only one thing: to find the necessary evidence, and at the same time promises a bright future. So doesn't it seem to the prosecutor that he gets everything for free in any case? After all, he definitely came to him after talking with Prosecutor Li Kang. And the prosecutor has already been informed that Lucas is ready to pay generously. Jack added that he needed a prosecutor who wasn't just for show, but one who could sell the information effectively. The thing is that he never trusts anyone.